There was a time when ghosts only occasionally appeared in various incidents, where some of them were good, but often there were evil ones. However, about 100 years ago, the power of ghosts increased dramatically, and they began not just to scare, but to kill people, doing it for their own amusement. Their actions greatly reduced the population of the entire planet, and those who miraculously survived somehow made ends meet while awaiting inevitable death. But everything changed when the first ghostly masters appeared on Earth, who possessed very specific abilities. With a special gift, these masters could control ghosts and use them to fight both other ghosts and those who controlled them. Each ghost communicated with its master using special ghostly objects that the person chose himself. Those people who are chosen as the ghost from the item will be able to enter the academy and undergo training to become a ghost master. In one of the classrooms, whispers about the upcoming awakening of ghosts could be heard from all sides, where each of them was worried that if the awakening did not take place, then their entire life would be reduced to reproducing offspring according to a plan of at least 10 children before reaching the age of 30. The dark silhouette that appeared in the doorway froze, listening to the students reasoning about their possible future. And so the silhouette finally began to enter the classroom, attracting the attention of both Jake, who was sitting at his desk, and the other students. Memories of the past immediately flashed through the young man's mind, where his own parents threw him away like an unnecessary thing when he pulled out the weakest ghostly item, where all anyone did with such an object was make fun of it, constantly calling it trash. Unable to bear this mockery, Jake regularly got into fights with his bullies, not allowing them to call him scum. He had promised himself that he would definitely become stronger, and so he was now focused on passing today's test. That same dark silhouette, who had recently been hiding by the door, was already moving around the classroom, announcing that he was the examiner to whom the students would take the test in order to be enrolled in the School of Phantom Masters. While the future students were wondering whether their teacher was a ghost or a person, the man gave them the order to prepare their ghostly objects. Following the teacher's demand, everyone began to take out their items, where for some it could be some kind of weapon, for others a piece of jewelry, and for others even some kind of seemingly unremarkable trinket. When each of the future students had prepared their object, the man explained that they must now direct their internal energy into this object. Looking at his ghostly object, Jake noted that it looked quite unusual, and when the students began to try to direct their energy into the ghostly objects, the teacher's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said that the time of gestation had come to an end. The time of liberation had come. Immediately after these words, the ghostly object of one of the students suddenly began to move and blood spurted out of it in all directions. The girl sitting to the right of Jake, who had put her ghostly object in the form of a ring on her finger, suddenly felt it begin to heat up. Meanwhile, the teacher calmed everyone down, noting that the awakening of spirits was carried out under the control of his ghostly aura. However, there were also those in the class whose ghostly objects never showed any reaction, which terrified the children from the realization of what future now awaited them. And so the teacher said that all those whose ghost had not awakened must immediately leave the classroom. It was not easy to come to terms with this fate, and one of the students hysterically shouted that he was not going to listen to someone who was not even human. Watching the unfolding scene, Jake noted with bitterness that his ghostly object also showed no signs of life. He looked at the skull butterfly he had once pulled out, and for which his parents had abandoned him on the street, thinking that his days were numbered. And then one of his old enemies approached him, who sarcastically noted that Jake was still a scumbag, where nothing else was expected from a street tramp. After which the fat man added that from this moment on, such a worthless person as Jake no longer has the right to use physical force against the ghostly master. After which the plump master pointed the young man towards the door, telling him to quickly get out of the classroom. But the fat man's words were responded to by a completely different student, whose ghostly object also showed no signs of life, who decided to teach him a lesson in strength. But before he could rise from his seat, his whole body suddenly seemed to be seized with a spasm, from which even the features of his face were greatly distorted. And then, in front of the entire audience, this young man suddenly collapsed to the floor unconscious. Jake, seeing for the first time how the ghostly masters used force, was surprised and scared at the same time. Meanwhile, the teacher, whose actions had knocked the boy unconscious, threateningly repeated that everyone who had failed to awaken must immediately leave the classroom, as they had no right to remain there any longer. Like some of the other boys, Jake had no choice but to silently submit and leave the room, to the delight of his longtime adversary. Already outside the classroom, the young man heard the teacher talking about subjugating an awakened spirit, for which future ghost masters needed to use a drop of their blood. Feeling a strong sense of disappointment, Jake, looking at his ghostly object, could not believe that it turned out to be the most ordinary person. Meanwhile, the remaining students in the class took turns following the teacher's instructions and subjugating the spirits by dripping blood onto their ghostly object. But suddenly everyone's attention was drawn to some loud noise coming from the side. Turning around, they saw the same fat man who had been begging for help while watching what had suddenly started happening to his ghostly object. But a second later, the cries for help stopped, and the body of the awakened ghost's victim instantly changed. Apparently possessed by an evil ghost, the fat man furiously attacked the first student he came across, where, with a knife clenched in his fist, he stabbed the young man's hand, leaving a deep wound. After this, all the students rushed out of the classroom, and the possessed one did not lag behind them, where Jake watched the whole action through the window. The young man was tormented by the question of why the teacher did not intervene in the situation, where one of the versions was that he simply decided to check how the newly minted ghostly masters would behave. Jake was distracted from his thoughts by the appearance of his old enemy in the corridor, who immediately noticed the guy. Without a second's hesitation, the fat man possessed by the evil ghost rushed at Jake, clearly wanting him dead. But suddenly time seemed to slow down, and a board appeared in the air informing Jake about the activation of the system. The next message informed the young man that the formation of his companion's ghost had begun, and suddenly, between him and the possessed fat man rushing towards him, a beautiful girl appeared, still mechanically covering himself with his hands from everything that was happening. Jake could not yet understand what was happening. Meanwhile, a new message from the system informed the owner that the ghost had been successfully summoned, about its abilities, and that the ghost's level was F. While Jake was noticing that the girl was quite cute, the system suggested upgrading the ghost since the owner received one capsule of improvement for the successful summoning. And when he agreed, he was told that his ghost had reached level E, and all the abilities of the system's owner had been strengthened, which was very unexpected for the young man. Having examined the space in front of him, the young man noticed that literally everything had improved, including his hearing and vision. But then the system gave out a task where Jake had to give a name to his ghost, which promised not only an improvement in relationships and a strengthening of the connection, but also added upgrade points. The young man didn't even have to think long about the name, where his thoughts instantly plunged into the distant past. And so, after a few seconds, the young man announced that the name he was giving to his ghost was Christy. And while Jake was dealing with his ghost that had appeared through the spells of a certain system, the possessed fat man began to show some activity. The teacher who appeared in the corridor told the students to hide behind him, as the D-level ghost that had taken over the boy's body was preparing to use its special abilities. But Jake, who grew up on the streets, was not a coward, where his hands automatically reached for the back of a nearby chair. In his thoughts, the young man noted that his spirit was of a lower level than the one that had taken over the fat man's body, and therefore, first of all, he had to rely on himself. And so, without fear and without doubt, he rushed straight towards his old enemy, who now, although not of his own free will, still wanted to kill him. The fat man tried to stab him with a knife, but as it turned out, Jake's reaction had improved, and he easily left the line of attack and struck his opponent with a chair at full swing. But the ghost in the fat man's body was not going to give up so easily, and immediately continued moving by intercepting his weapon. Jake saw the new movement of the weapon arm, but even with his improved reaction time, there was too little time to dodge. And then Christy suddenly stopped the movement of the knife with her blonde hands. Watching those delicate little hands suddenly become stained with blood, the young man was very worried about his ghost. However, just a moment later, Christy suddenly transformed, where her clothes became bright red and her eyes literally burned with fire. With a light movement of her fingers, she crushed the blade of the enemy's weapon that was in them. And since it was not just a weapon, but a ghostly object in which a spirit lived, it immediately received damage. Both Christy's owner and the teacher standing nearby watched with interest everything that was happening before their eyes. Meanwhile, Christy, not allowing her opponent to recover after receiving the initial damage, had already dealt him a new blow, throwing the fat man up. Watching the movement of her opponent's body closely, the girl began to concentrate energy in her other hand, with which she attacked the possessed one for the third time, where the force of the attack was so great that her opponent's body was thrown back many meters. It was a victory where both the fat man and the ghost that had possessed him were defeated once and for all. As Jake looked at his opponent's body, the system announced his first victory over a D-level ghost, for which he was given a number of rewards, including another cultivation capsule. As Jake looked through the system's messages, he noticed that in his case, progress was not going as they had been taught. And while he was thinking, the system announced the depletion of Christie's ghostly energy and its forced return to the ghostly object. When the girl disappeared into his bow tie, the young man noticed that the ability to transform took too much energy from Christy. The other students who had been standing nearby all this time were amazed at Jake's strength, who had just been able to single-handedly defeat a D-level ghost before their eyes. The teacher did not ignore what happened, saying that he clearly underestimated the young man, who, compared to the others, showed himself to be a real hero. After which the man snapped his fingers, where fire immediately appeared from them, and said that the test was completed, and all of them were now enrolled in the training group for Ghostmasters. His body was already half burned when he gave orders for everyone to appear in the outer part of the city the day after tomorrow, and a couple of seconds later, his entire body burned and dissolved into thin air right before the eyes of the students, who were already shocked by today's events. But before he completely disappeared, the man managed to think that the ghost Jake summoned was already level E, and her abilities went beyond this level. Having almost completely dissolved into thin air, the teacher did not take his eyes off the young man, wondering who he was. Well, Jake himself, not paying attention to the fact that the disappearing teacher was watching him, looked at his ghostly object, mentally saying that they would definitely become friends with Christy, where, together with her, he decided to become the strongest of the Ghost Masters, who would rise above everyone. The room where Jake lived was located in one of the oldest and poorest areas of the city. The young man lay on the bed and did not let go of his ghostly object, which instantly made him not only the happiest person, but also a star at the class level. After some thought, Jake summoned his ghost, where with her appearance he noted a noticeable drop in temperature in the room. Exhaling steam from his mouth, the young man praised his companion, saying that she had done a great job today. But the girl said nothing in response to this, continuing to look at one point straight ahead. While watching the ghost, Jake wondered if ghosts lack consciousness completely, or if they simply need to be developed to gain it. And suddenly the system notified him that he had been talking to his ghost for 5 minutes, for which experience points were added and the relationship improved. After examining the ghost, the young man came to the conclusion that it was too early to use the cultivation capsule, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion due to too rapid progress. Deciding to learn more about ghosts and the system, the young man reached out to the girl's head, immediately after which he was again told that he would gain experience points and relationship points because he stroked the ghost's head. And now the young man was standing in front of the board, trying to teach Christy the letters of the alphabet, for which experience points and relationships were again added. Watching a movie together also didn't go unnoticed by the system, which announced another improvement. And even when Jake and his ghost washed and brushed their teeth, the system added progress. So he spent the whole day doing various activities with Christy, accumulating 50 experience points and 30 relationship points. However, when he tried to fall asleep, the young man noticed that even with his own ghost behind his back, it was not easy to do so. The next day, Jake, as the teacher said, headed to the outer part of the city. Along the way, all he could hear was the other students discussing his success in confronting the ghost of Class D. Very soon he noticed the transport he needed, where one of the escorts was inviting all the new students. He had just settled into one of the seats, when suddenly his attention was drawn to the scream of another student, who was frightened by the ghost that had appeared in the car. But Jake, looking at his ghostly object, came to the conclusion that if his ghost did not react, then there was no danger nearby. Everyone else was simply amazed at how calm the young man was, despite the fact that there was a huge ghost right next to him. Then a master guide appeared in the salon and called on all the students to cast aside their fears. The girl with the scar on her lip explained that these ghosts were not dangerous, and all newcomers should learn to interact with them, as there were quite a few of them in the outer part of the city. And so the passenger car set off, taking the future Ghostmasters to their new life. Near the gates leading out of the city, the car was stopped by checkpoint personnel. Having handed over the permit, the driver said that new students were traveling in this vehicle to start their studies. The documents were checked, after which the gates opened and the transport with its passengers continued on its way. Next, the car had to go through a huge tunnel, through which one could imagine the thickness of the wall surrounding the city. Young people driving through this tunnel for the first time and leaving the city experienced a variety of sensations, and when the car left the tunnel, all the passengers were finally able to see with their own eyes the famous 1-meter-thick golden layer of the wall, which prevented unwanted ghosts from penetrating beyond the city walls. The ghost that was in the cabin never gave peace to anyone who had to travel with it. But then the car arrived at its destination, where Jake, following the others, left the car. Looking around with interest, the newly minted students moved in a chain behind their escort. In this area, ghosts coexisted peacefully with ordinary people, most of whom were middle-aged men. Jake answered the questions voiced, saying that ordinary people who no longer have outstanding reproductive abilities come here to work, which is why they are concentrated in this place. After that, the attention towards the burden increased sharply, where his classmates immediately recalled how their friend had defeated the D-level ghost. However, attempts to make friends were suddenly interrupted by sheets of paper appearing before the students' eyes and starting to swirl, forming a small tornado. And now their recent examiner has already greeted the new arrivals, noting that he is very glad to meet them again. After which, the man approached the table and said that now each of the students must choose their own housing. The problem was that every house was inhabited by ghosts, and the more comfortable the living conditions, the more powerful the ghost that the student or the united group of students had to defeat in order to move in. And now Jake was already receiving information about a new assignment from the system, where he had to independently obtain housing for himself. The young man was distracted from his own thoughts by the female voice of a student who approached and greeted him. Coming closer, the girl, realizing the general plan, invited Jake to join their team in order to get housing as safely as possible, to which the young man responded with a categorical refusal, saying that his plans were to obtain all the living space for his own exclusive personal use. And when the young man left, the girl had no choice but to stand and blush in the middle of the street, thinking that until today, no one could refuse her. Meanwhile, the guy standing next to the girl shouted after Jake, saying that he had chosen the wrong direction since there were private mansions in that direction. But the young man knew exactly where he was heading, and very soon he arrived in an area with private houses. As he moved between the houses on the empty streets, Jake noted that the aura of this place was somewhat different than he had imagined. Soon he noticed a man lazily lounging on a bench who immediately advised the newcomer to leave this place and look for another place to live, where he explained that despite the fact that these houses are also intended for students, over the years no one has ever been able to move in here. This was surprising to Jake, who immediately asked if anyone had tried to get the place at all, to which the old man explained that there were candidates, but most of them died, and those who survived simply lost their ghosts, and had no choice but to leave and take up the reproduction of humanity. After receiving the explanation, Jake thought about the fact that the difference in levels between his ghost and those who live in the mansions is 2 levels, which is quite significant. Then the young man remembered the unused improvement capsule, after activating which the system announced to him that Christie's level had been raised to D, and now Jake was already heading inside the mansion, listening to the old man's words about the inevitable death that awaited him. But the young man's thoughts were occupied with the idea that if his ghost used her abilities, her strength would be at level C. Thinking that in this case everything might work out for him, the young man opened the front door. And now he was standing inside in front of a huge staircase, wondering where exactly the ghost of this house could be hiding. Before he had time to look around, he suddenly discovered on the second floor what he had come for. Jake instantly found himself on the second floor, but was disappointed to find that the ghost had disappeared. At that very moment, the young man's heightened hearing suddenly caught the sounds of a functioning kitchen. After taking a few steps, he opened the door, but there was still no one in the kitchen. Looking around, the young man did not notice how a hand armed with a knife swung over his head. It was only when Christie appeared behind him, stopping the attack, that Jake finally saw the ghost. Seeing that the man was protected, the ghost of the servant recoiled from Christie's advancing presence. And now he began to deftly move along the long corridor, luring the human defender behind him. Noticing that Christie had fallen for this trick, Jake tried to stop her, not even noticing what was starting to happen around him. It was only by some miracle that he was able to dodge the blow from the kitchen hatchet that the newly appeared ghost dealt. The young man wanted to rush away from this room, but another ghost blocked his path. Surrounded by ghosts, the young man thought that there should have been only one ghost here. However, Christie was not around, and Jake somehow had to save his life. Gathering all his strength and energy, the young man made a sharp dash forward, managing to break free from the ghostly encirclement. And as soon as he left the confines of the kitchen and found himself in the corridor, all the ghosts instantly dissolved into thin air. This led to certain thoughts, which the young man immediately decided to check, carefully crossing the threshold of the kitchen. As expected, as soon as living flesh entered the room, the ghosts became active again. Taking his leg back, the young man concluded that these ghosts were just a manifestation of the ability of another ghost that lived in this house. Having made the necessary conclusions, Jake quickly rushed to search for Christie, who was successfully lured out by another ghostly clone living in the corridors. Running past the reception hall, the young man finally saw his ghost surrounded by a whole crowd of her kind. And while he was trying to tell her that she was trapped, the corridor ghost showed itself again, sneaking up on its victim from behind. But this time, Jake was ready for his appearance, where he immediately pulled out a golden dagger from its sheath, with which he prevented the ghost's attack. However, to the young man's surprise, his counterattack did not produce any results, and he barely managed to dodge the ghost's knife strike. After which, the young man began to back away and gradually moved into the very hall where Christie was. And at that very second, the quarter ghost disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only clothes and a weapon. But the situation in the hall did not improve, as the ghosts there immediately sensed the appearance of a new object. And now a whole crowd of ghosts was already advancing on the young man, who, watching them, only clutched his weapon tighter. Taking advantage of the fact that he was able to distract the ghosts, Jake called Christie back into the ghostly object. And when the girl was saved, the young man began to slowly move towards the exit of this hall, densely populated by ghosts. Taking his moment, Jake took off, vaulting over the railing before the bellhop's ghost could reactivate. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not land on the floor, but broke through the old boards with his weight, continuing his fall. When he finally found himself at the bottom, the first thing he saw was Christie's back, who had once again left her refuge in the ghostly object, where, as it turned out, the girl appeared in order to protect her master from a new threat. Rising to his feet and looking out from behind his protector, Jake was finally able to fully see the very ghost that lived in this house. The thought immediately flashed through his head that this ghost was the real one, and not the clones appearing all over the house. But then the ghost began to attack the uninvited guests, where Christie only had time to fight off his tentacles. However, her opponent had too many limbs, and one of them still reached its target. Shouting at the girl to be careful, Jake also prepared for battle. With a deft and swift movement of his golden dagger, he chopped off one of the ghost's limbs. And now he has already covered the girl with his body, who has not yet recovered from the damage received from a ghost of a higher rank than hers. However, human strength alone was clearly not enough to defeat this ghost. Jake was unable to do anything against the tentacle's movement, as it grabbed him and pulled him to his death. Christie tried to save her master, but her movements were also restricted by other tentacles. The young man, finding himself very close to the ghost's body, prepared to attack him with his only weapon. But suddenly he felt his aura weakening, as if someone was absorbing his very essence. Meanwhile, near the house, an old man reported to the teacher who had arrived that one of the students had entered the mansion, and that he would definitely die there from a C-rank ghost. Without a second's hesitation, the paperman rushed inside the house in order to at least try to save the presumptuous student. Meanwhile, the ghost living in this house had already managed to almost completely absorb its victim. Christie watched her master's body disappear for a while, but at some point her eyes suddenly flared with a bright flame. And now the girl has transformed again and has begun to use her special abilities. Having broken through the tentacles, Christie approached the place where Jake's hand was still visible. However, when she grabbed it, she did not pull the young man out, but pulled herself towards him. And so their bodies were united right inside the ghost, the battle with which was so difficult for them. At that moment, a teacher who happened to be near the broken floor, noticing a bright red glow below, noted that this was a very bad sign. And as soon as he went down, a powerful explosion occurred right before his eyes. The explosion was so powerful that even the old man who remained on the street heard its sound and felt the vibration of the earth. Slowly removing the hand with which the teacher protected himself from possible fragments and dust, the man tried to make out what was in front of him. And when the dust settled, the paperman saw Jake standing before him, embraced by a beautiful young girl. But Christie gradually began to dissolve into thin air, returning to her ghostly object to restore energy. And the system announced to the young man his victory over the level C ghost, for which he received 1,000 experience points. Without saying anything and without revealing his presence, the teacher quietly disappeared in the same way he had already used after the test. The fire that had caused the paperman to disappear gradually moved to the finger of a certain girl who was comfortably seated in a chair. Stretching, the leader of the Association of Ghostmasters, Veronica, noted that she had witnessed some incredible events. When asked by a man who approached, the girl explained that the ghost of one of the newcomers has unique abilities in the form of 2 modes, where the second mode greatly increases her abilities and strength. The servant noted that it would be a great stroke of luck for that guy to get such a ghost, but the girl did not fully agree with this. Where, after taking a few sips, Veronica said that in this case they may be dealing with a gifted person. This greatly surprised the man, since the gifted were immediately taken away from the city, which did not have the right to train such valuable personnel. After all, gifted people have the ability to control an unlimited number of ghosts. At the very beginning of the ghost era, such people did not live long, as they were often consumed by their own ghosts, becoming true evil. But after many years, the gifted learned to cope with such a load on their energy and subdue the ghosts. Meanwhile, Jake left the mansion where he had just defeated the C-rank ghost. where he was greeted with a smile by the same old man. After congratulating the young man on his victory, the man handed him the key to the house, saying that now he needed to register. Quite a large number of people had already gathered at the place where the registration of the winners took place. Many of those present shared stories of how they conquered homes, and how some were unlucky enough to lose their ghosts. But now it was Jake's turn, who was first asked for his name, and then required to provide the key to the acquired dwelling. The registrar was quite surprised when the young man put the key to a private mansion on the table. The student standing behind the young man also couldn't believe that there was someone so strong among them that he could defeat a C-rank ghost. With a smile on his face, the registrar handed Jake his personal communicator, which is used for communication, reading news, and receiving assignments. The young man was also told that he now had 10,000 points in his account, and the house was paid for 3 months. But in the future, he must learn to earn money himself. Putting the communicator in his inside pocket, the young man thanked his interlocutor. And the girls standing nearby were already dreaming about starting a relationship with Jake, which would give them the opportunity to count on living in the mansion. When the registration procedure was completed and the young man had moved away from prying eyes, he summoned his ghost. Thanking her again for her excellent work, which brought him good profit, Jake invited the girl to go shopping. The young man instinctively pulled his hand away from the girl's head the moment she suddenly nodded. Looking at his ghost with great surprise, the boy wondered if a ghost could have consciousness. And so, on public transport, Jake, accompanied by his faithful girlfriend, arrived at the street he needed. As he moved among the shelves of the supermarket, the young man thought about how he needed to buy only the most necessary things and try to save money, despite the huge jackpot he had managed to get. But he was shocked when he saw that for some bed linen and other sleeping accessories, he had to pay 800 conventional units, which replaced money and were more often called points or credits. And when the seller explained that the prices had risen due to a shortage, Jake decided that the blanket could wait because of the heat. But then, the seller, pointing somewhere, asked whether it was necessary to count all the things that appeared at the checkout along with the ghost girl, where, turning his head, the young man saw Christy, who had dragged a whole bunch of toilet paper with her. Smiling, the young man said that, in principle, toilet paper is always a very useful item. However, the situation did not change in the grocery department, where the diligent Christy had collected a whole bunch of products. Things were even worse in the clothing department, where the girl had bought only women's clothes. By the time it came to the weapons and ammunition department, Jake had simply given up, accepting everything Christy did as a given. The system also contributed to the costs, reporting that the inventory room was full, and that 500 credits needed to be spent to expand it. And so the young man was heading home with a whole bunch of goods, on which he had spent almost all his money, and under the announcement of the system that his relationship with the ghost had improved by 30%. Looking at his faithful companion, who was holding a large, soft toy, Jake noted with a smile that although he had spent almost all of his money, the main thing was that Christy looked very happy, where you could really tell from the girl's face that she was very happy and even smiling. When all the things were unpacked and the new house was a little lived in, the young man settled down on the terrace of the mansion, staring at his switchboard. In order to improve his shaky financial situation, the young man decided to look for tasks that could be completed for a reward. When the cheapest tasks for newbies were scrolled through, Jake wanted to take on the destruction of the C-rank ghost on the river for 20,000, but suddenly discovered that someone had already taken this task. Then he decided to take on the task of destroying the ghost that was devouring food in food warehouses. Moving among the warehouse buildings the next day, the young man noted that there were not so many people here. The warehouse workers who met him were skeptical that such a young, ghostly master could handle their problem. But when Jake assured them that everything would be fine, one of the workers showed him on the map where to go to find the ghost. Having thanked the man, the young man turned around and headed towards the indicated target. Left alone, the workers began to talk about how this young man would hardly cope and would simply join the list of dead masters. Meanwhile, Jake was already making his way through the dense forest, where the few rays of sunlight penetrated through the tree branches with great difficulty. Very soon, he saw the goal of his journey in the form of a cave, next to which people were standing. The men greeted the one who had come to help them finally get rid of the annoying ghost that was destroying their food supplies. The young man, looking at the entrance, was surprised that the food storage was so small. But one of the people who met us explained that the cave was much larger inside than it might seem at first glance. After which, Jake decided to get straight to the point and inspect the inside of the room. As he moved around the warehouse, accompanied by those who met him, they explained that the ghost that was troubling them was not harming people, but was only destroying food. The men also explained that last week one ghost master had already attempted to destroy the ghost, but was unable to detect it because the ghost had hidden. With that, Jake touched his ghost item, summoning his ghost to begin the hunt. And so Christy, leaving her ghostly refuge, appeared in the blink of an eye. Not expecting to see such a charming girl as a ghost, Jake's companions were stunned. Well, the owner of this beautiful person asked her to try to feel the aura of the sought-after ghost. After hanging in the air for a while, Christy suddenly turned sharply in the direction from which the men came, leading Jake to the idea that the ghost was hiding outside. But suddenly the girl changed her state, entering her second, more powerful form. But the surprises didn't end there, where Christy suddenly had a real third eye open in her forehead. Jake couldn't believe that his ghost had such a powerful ability, and the girl continued to look towards the exit, where the men in front of her were watching everything that was happening with fear. And then finally, Christy suddenly raised her hand and pointed her finger to where the ghost was. The guy she pointed at was in complete shock and had absolutely no idea how to react to what was happening. But suddenly, one of the pockets of his clothes began to show some strange activity. Jake found it very surprising that the ghost decided to hide in a person's pocket. Meanwhile, changes began to occur with the guy whose pocket had shown ghostly activity. And now he was already flying in the direction where his partner and Jake, who had arrived to clean up, were standing. Having waited until the possessed man was close enough, the young man met his head with a movement of his foot, where he struck with such force that his opponent's body was thrown back several meters. However, the ghost that had entered the man's body was not going to retreat, and again rushed to attack. Jake noted that given the system's improvements to his body, an ordinary person would have suffered significant damage from his blow. And while he was thinking about the fact that a ghost that has entered a person's body also changes his physical indicators, Christy suddenly came to the fore. With a deft and lightning-fast movement of her hand, the girl stopped the movement of the possessed body. Squeezing her fingers a little tighter around the man's throat, she forced him to open his mouth. Before Jake could even say anything, his ghost's other hand was already inside his opponent's mouth, from which the girl extracted the very same ghost that had been devouring food supplies and had now taken possession of the man. But as soon as the ghost was outside, he began to spread some kind of energy around himself, where Jake and the man accompanying him watched in horror as everything around them began to change. And so the warehouse worker said in a resigned tone that they had apparently been sucked straight into the ghost's stomach. But Jake, who had been prepared with information, knew for sure that they had entered the world of this ghost. On the other hand, in the real world, Christy suddenly found herself completely alone. Meanwhile, in the ghost world, the attack continued, where a warehouse worker was captured by a huge tongue that emerged from the wall. Jake didn't even have time to shout anything before his companion was already being swallowed by one of the mouths on the wall. He wanted to try to help somehow, but suddenly noticed that they were going to swallow him up too. The young man drew his golden dagger and quickly struck at the place where another mouth was located, which had already managed to grab his leg. Using his dagger and free hand, the young man tried with all his might to free himself from the deadly grip. But suddenly, from the mouth that had grabbed his leg, bright red rays illuminated everything around. After which the ghostly territory literally fell apart, and Jake saw his faithful Christy in front of him. Exhaling heavily, the young man could not believe that his ghost could so easily destroy someone else's ghostly world. Jake approached the girl, and the system meanwhile announced that the battle was won, about the accrual of relationship points and other improvements. Noticing the concerned look of his ward, the young man stroked her head and told her not to worry, since he was fine. The men who showed Jake the way to the ghost noted with the skepticism that less than 2 hours had passed before the boy decided to give up. But they couldn't believe their ears when the young man announced the destruction of the ghost. A man with a ghostly aura indicator who appeared in the office confirmed that it had become 0 in the food warehouse. The worker then apologized to the departing ghostly master, saying that the payment would be immediately transferred to the young man's account. Sitting at home in the evening, Jake received a message that 15,000 credits had been credited to his account. He was also pleasantly surprised by the notification from the system that Christy could now create her own ghost world. Having opened the ghost state window, the young man noticed that each time more and more points were needed for Christy's development. Thinking back to his recent battle with the C-rank ghost, Jake noted that despite its rank, the ghost was quite weak. To avoid finding yourself in a mortally dangerous situation next time, it was necessary to work on raising Christy's level on easier missions. The aspiring Ghostmasters sitting at the cafe table were once again surprised that someone had solved all the missions with level D ghosts. Meanwhile, Jake and his faithful companion were destroying another D-rank ghost, having dealt with which, he immediately took on a new task to destroy a female ghost of the same rank. When the woman was finished, the young man, accompanied by Christy, was already chasing after the evil childish ghost that was running away from them. For his next task, the young man chose to fight several D-rank ghosts that inhabited the winery. In order not to waste time, Jack stayed overnight wherever he could, for which he always had everything he needed with him. Another evening by the fire, the young man received a message that he had collected enough experience points to raise Christie's level, which he immediately pumped up to rank C. Watching the girl play with fire, Jake was very interested to see what her own ghostly world would look like. He was looking forward to the moment when he would have the opportunity to activate his companion's ghostly world. At the same time, somewhere in the mountains, several men watched as a certain ghost marked out his world right in the border zone. And when one of them doubted the idea, the eldest one said that they were all B-rank masters, and therefore could easily deal with such a ghost. Having received the support of his companions, the elder said that he would begin the attack, and his friends would have to find a way to dispel the ghostly world. And so the three of them quickly headed into the unknown ghostly world, created by a powerful ghost. The first thing that caught their eye was a tree standing in the center of the courtyard, tied with ribbons. Having walked around several rooms, the men noted a complete absence of any life or activity. There was only one room left to check, which was immediately opened by a strong kick, where the astonished uninvited visitors saw before them the bright red dress of a Chinese bride, where one of the men noted that even a simple dress seriously scared him. The elder found everything that was happening strange, since if there was an evil ghost here, their ghosts would certainly react. Then one of the men suggested that the ghost was somewhere outside, or maybe even outside of its world, and just as they were about to leave the room, a piercing cry from their third companion made them stop abruptly. Where in the mirror standing opposite him, he suddenly saw the face of a girl who was applying some kind of pattern to her forehead. Pointing his finger at that very mirror, the man explained to his companions that the sought-after ghost was inside it. Having prepared their ghostly items, the men began to summon their ghosts to fight. But after a few seconds, they all realized that none of their ghosts were responding to their commands at all. The elder immediately concluded that this ghostly world was most likely breaking the connection between the master and his ghost, and therefore they needed to get out of here immediately. And just as they began to move towards the exit, suddenly the door to the room slammed shut with a noise, and behind their backs, an ominous silhouette with brightly glowing eyes had already appeared, which did not bode well for the unlucky hunters. After some time, the ghostly world that men thirsty for profit entered disappeared into thin air. The girl examining the last body informed the association leader that all three dead men were B-rank masters, where Veronica noticed that this ghost, clearly looking for something, appeared again. While covering one of the bodies, the woman asked her interlocutor about what this ghost might be looking for, to which the girls explained that she did not have this kind of information, where she only knew that the ghost came to them from the city of Mitrover, where if only the associations knew what this ghost needed, they could set a trap. After which, Veronica ordered to notify all the ghostly masters about the danger of forays outside the city. While this ghost is operating here, where their city of Bream is officially closed from this moment. Jake, examining the list of missions, was not without surprise when he noticed a fairly large number of C-rank tasks, which had previously been very quickly sorted out by the masters, who, it seemed, had all suddenly died out. But this was only to his advantage, and now he was approaching the place where, according to the task, it was necessary to destroy the ghost of a C-rank killer. As he walked through the forest, the young man suddenly began to notice hanged people dangling from tree branches, where he got the impression that the ghost he needed definitely had some kind of mania for hanging. So he moved through the fruit forest for half an hour, noticing that the plantation was somehow disproportionately large. Looking at another dead man, Jake suddenly realized that he had seen this body before. And at that same second, the concentration of corpses on the tree branches suddenly increased greatly. Quickly looking around, the young man made the assumption that he could have been in the ghostly world that looked like a fruit forest for a long time. While Jake was trying to get his bearings, he didn't notice how danger was creeping up on him from behind. But when he finally noticed some movement, he realized that he could not grab the moving ghostly object with his hand. And this rope, living its own life, forcefully wrapped itself around the neck of the uninvited guest. However, the killer's ghost did not have time to take any further action, as Christie intervened in the situation. The girl easily removed the rope from her master's neck, something he was unable to do on his own. But the dangers did not end there, where at the same second the hanged men surrounding them from all sides rushed towards Jake and his companion. At the same time, the ghostly rope in Christie's hands was activated and began to envelop the girl. However, with just a little effort, Christie easily tore the rope into small pieces, after which she used her special skills to unleash a barrage of fire on the approaching ghosts. And so the system announced victory in this fight, and the owner receiving an item in the form of a damaged ghost rope. Despite the fact that he was never able to see Christie's ghostly world, Jake was pleased that he had received the rope and the ghost pill, which he could sell profitably. At the same time, on the outside of the city of Bream, all that was heard was talk of the appearance of a new powerful ghost and the closure of the city, where the ghostly masters saw their future not in the most rosy light, as the number of ghosts only increased year by year. A man sitting nearby listened to the conversation of other masters about some talented newcomer who was able to defeat a C-rank ghost on the first try and get an entire mansion to live in. After hearing this, the man sitting opposite him assumed that this newcomer most likely had a very strong ghost. Therefore, if they manage to find him and kill him, they will be able to sell this ghost for fabulous money and get rich. They soon found out where Jake's house was, where a guy passing by explained that he was most likely not home, since the lights were out even in the evenings. The man was surprised that the newcomer dared to carry out tasks outside the cities, and the guy meanwhile asked what they needed from Jake. After this question, the men suddenly got ready and said that they were simply interested in seeing the man the whole city was talking about. When the attackers were left alone, they decided to find their target outside the city, where it would be even easier to kill him without prying eyes and suspicion. The idea was brilliant, and one of the evil men was already making plans on how he could spend the millions he received for the ghost. It was already light, but in Jake's camp, under Christie's close supervision, the fire continued to burn. Looking out of his tent, the young man was surprised that his companion had spent the whole night outside at the entrance. After looking at Jake for a while, Christie suddenly blushed deeply and hid her face. Guessing that the girl was expecting praise for her efforts, Jake did not keep himself waiting long and stroked her, saying a few kind words. Turning on his communicator and establishing a connection with the satellite, the young man saw several unread messages, which spoke of the appearance of a powerful ghost and the closure of the city. He also received a message from his classmate, who informed the young man that some men were interested in him, who seemed very strange to him. Immediately realizing that he might have envious people, Jake came to the conclusion that it was unlikely that they would be able to find him, since the city was closed. However, if they can still get outside the city, they will easily find him using the tasks he has chosen, since other than him, Level C has not been taken for the last few days. So now they'll be busy tracking the task list, where they'll immediately head to the location where Jake will take up the job. Under such circumstances, letting things slide could mean certain death. And so the young man decided to act, already heading to the place where the next task was located, which he was going to complete, while taking on a task in a completely different place. Very soon he found himself at a quarry, where it was proposed to destroy a ghost that was constantly causing collapses and interfering with work. With a smile on his face, Jake noted that there was no rule that required one to first accept the duty of destroying a ghost, and only then begin to carry it out. Meanwhile, the assassins tracking the young man noticed that a mission had been taken on a certain well-known mountain. Having stayed up all night waiting for Jake to take on the task, the men rushed to that mountain, deciding to get ahead of the young man and ambush him there. Soon they were at the place where they decided to set their trap for Jake, who had not yet arrived in a lonely building. At the same time, Jake himself, with the help of his faithful girlfriend, had already finished dealing with the ghost at the quarry. He then went to the foreman and said that he had finished with the ghost, which was surprising for a man who could not remember anyone taking on this task. But the young man, who held his switchboard behind his back and managed to press the button to take on the mission of destroying the ghost in the quarry, asked his interlocutor to check again, where, having taken out his switchboard, the man actually saw that the task had been accepted for execution. And the attackers lying in ambush immediately saw how the task was accepted at the quarry, where one of them suggested that there might be another ghostly master outside the city. The second one agreed with this possibility, and therefore suggested that they split up, where he would go and see who took the task at the quarry. As he was leaving, he shouted to his partner to immediately notify him if Jake arrived at this place. A couple of hours later, the killer was already talking to the foreman, who confirmed that there really was a young guy here who had destroyed the ghost that was bothering them. The enraged man asked his interlocutor in a terrifying voice where the guy was heading, to which the frightened foreman could only point in the direction in which the young ghostly master had left them. Having abandoned the man who no longer interested him, the attacker quickly rushed to the side where his interlocutor had pointed. Rising from the ground, the foreman shook himself off, mentally showering the visitor with less than flattering words. After which he took out his communicator, saying out loud that people like this were definitely not worthy of being ghost masters. And now Jake has already received a message from the foreman, who informed him that a certain man was indeed interested in him. Where 3 hours before this, the young man gave this guy 5,000 points so that he would immediately inform him when they would look for him. Now the young man happily noted that his plan had worked, and since there had been only one of the killers at the quarry, the second was apparently on the mountain. Now, apparently, the criminals were waiting for him to take on a new task, where Jake did not keep them waiting long, taking on another mission. The water ghost was defeated by him with the help of Christie quite quickly, where from his cave the young man decided to head straight to the mountain. In this way, he bought himself enough time to deal with one of his pursuers, and then with the other. Meanwhile, the man, rushing to the place where Jake accepted the task of destroying the water ghost, informed his partner about the changes in the situation. However, they did not even suspect that they had long since lost their status as hunters, becoming only prey. Jake was rapidly approaching his goal when suddenly his ghostly object began to show activity. And then, behind his back, Christie appeared, who had already taken her second form. Suddenly she approached her master, and the fabric from her clothes began to swirl around them. When the ghost's effect was over, both Jake and Christie herself found themselves inside a kind of cocoon, where, through the gap left behind, the young man was finally able to see what had so alarmed his faithful companion. Once the danger had passed, Christie quickly freed the young man. And so, looking at the girl who had returned to her normal form, Jake concluded that his ghost hides him when a more powerful enemy is nearby. After which he turned his gaze to the sky, where he had recently observed a phenomenon that was still inexplicable to him, deciding that this was a useful skill of his ghost. And then the system announced to the young man that with the awakening of a new ability, the owner receives the right to spin the lottery, where he now has one attempt. Deciding to give it a try immediately, Jake was informed after the lottery wheel stopped that the opportunity to restore the ghostly artifacts was open to him. He felt that the ability for such restoration was generated directly in his mind, but more energy was needed for implementation. Then the young man turned to his partner and asked her to give him her palm. He then placed a piece of ghost rope in her hands, telling her to put her energy into it to restore the item. And now the system has already announced that the restoration of the ghostly artifact was successful, where a second later, the young man already had a whole ghostly rope in his hands, which could well be useful to him in the next battle. Suddenly, behind his back, the young man heard someone's voice speaking, attracting his attention. The woman who approached him began to ask if he had just seen anything unusual in the sky, but immediately told him to forget about the question, since even if he had seen it, he would have definitely died. As she walked further, she noted that it was very dangerous outside the city limits and recommended that Jake return. Left alone again, the young man wondered why the association was looking for the ghost from whom Christie had hidden him, and whether he was the reason for the closure of the city. Remembering what he had seen, the young man could only be glad that this ghost was not moving in the direction he needed to hurry. Meanwhile, an operational headquarters was set up at the site of the death of the 3 ghostly masters. Having studied all the data, Veronica came to the conclusion that the murdered masters were subjected to a vile attack from behind, since they did not even have time to summon their ghosts. But when she tried to take a sip, the girl suddenly spat out what was in the mug, where the young man standing next to him immediately realized that he had forgotten to put sugar in the drink. Looking at the stunned young man, Veronica noted that nothing fatal had happened, but asked him not to forget about sugar in the future. Then a voice came from her switchboard, reporting that the group was following the ghost's trail. Veronica asked to send the coordinates, and the voice from the speaker added that a meeting with one of the students had just taken place, asking to notify the educational institution about it, where the leader of the association immediately realized what kind of student was walking around here all alone. Meanwhile, Jake had already managed to reach the mountain, where one of the killers was waiting in ambush for him. Looking around, the young man realized that the most convenient place for an ambush was a dilapidated house. It was in this house that the man spoke with his partner, reporting that their target had not yet appeared, and while he was telling that the buyer of the ghost had already offered 7 million for him, Jake was already behind him. He was very angry that these 2 arrogant upstarts were so easily disposing of his life and the fate of his ghost. The attacker didn't even have time to understand what was happening when suddenly Christie appeared behind him in her fighting guise. However, the man managed to react and using his ghostly item also summoned a ghost, where both ghosts immediately entered into a confrontation in full view of their masters. Switching his attention, the killer looked around himself, but could not find the enemy anywhere. Jake, taking advantage of his developmental advantages, which included speed, was already behind the enemy, preparing his dagger, which he, without hesitation and without regret, immediately thrust into the body of the one who wanted to kill him, selling Christie on the black market. Sensing danger to the owner's life, his ghost immediately stopped fighting with the girl and rushed to protect the man. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jake, starting to spread his energy around. And now all the participants in the confrontation have already found themselves in the ghostly world he created. But the ghost did not hesitate and immediately began to call on his assistants, who were the ghostly cats inhabiting this world. Having summoned them all to his aid, the killer's protector gave the order to the cats to attack the captives of his world. Watching as ghostly cats approached him from all sides, the young man could not figure out what to do. At the same second, his faithful companion activated, folding her fingers into a special shape, clearly collecting energy. And now the girl and Jake were surrounded by a huge fireball, which the ghost cats did not dare to come close to. The one who had summoned all his subordinate cats also watched everything that was happening with some apprehension. But then, as if having accumulated enough energy, the fireball created by Christie seemed to explode. And at that very second, Jake saw that they were in some kind of hellish amusement park. The young man noted with affection that the ghostly world Christie had just created was a huge playground, where his ghost was just an ordinary child in terms of development. Toys on the carousel, some figures in cages, everything was in an evil, ghostly, but still childish style. But then the girl raised her hand, waving her palm as if she was giving some kind of order. Immediately after which the entire world she created began to come to life and rushed to defend the mistress. The wounded killer couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the toys come to life one by one. But these seemingly harmless toys have already begun to destroy the ghostly world created by the ghost of the intruder. But the ghost cat was not going to give up so easily, destroying one toy after another with his clawed paws. Where this counterattack greatly pleased the wounded man, who still hoped for the successful completion of his plan. While watching his ghost's actions, he didn't notice what appeared right behind him. It was only when the huge head was already hanging over him that he noticed that something was happening behind his back. But it was too late to do anything, where this giant toy head simply swallowed the man. At that very moment, the entire ghostly world created by the ghost cat was engulfed in flames and began to collapse. Where, watching what was happening, Jake noted that with the death of his opponent, their connection with the ghost was also destroyed. The young man also noticed that Christie's ghostly world with all its inhabitants was also dissolving into thin air. However, for some reason, he and his girlfriend did not end up on the same mountain where the fight began, but in a completely different place. Looking around, the young man suggested that perhaps this was another level of the ghostly world. But his thoughts were interrupted by a feline ghost that rushed past him and Christie, as if not noticing them, moving towards some monotonous knocking sound. At the same second, Jake's faithful companion, whom he tried to stop, followed after him. But after several failed attempts, the young man realized that the girl did not hear his words, as if someone was controlling her. Well, the ghost of the enemy he had defeated had already managed to approach the entrance, where he passed through a certain energy barrier. Looking in the direction where the cat ghost had disappeared, Jake suddenly noticed some women's shoes that couldn't break through this barrier. And while he was watching everything that was happening, Christie herself began to overcome the barrier. Realizing that if the girl ended up on the other side of the barrier, he would lose her forever. Jake knew he couldn't let that happen, and so he took out the restored ghost rope from his inventory room, using which he was able to stop the further advance of his ghost into the destructive territory. When the young man realized that the rope trick had worked, he yanked his end of the rope hard, pulling Christie toward him. And so the girl found herself right in his arms, where he, unable to keep his balance, fell to the ground with her. And while they were falling, the landscape around them had time to change, where Jake and Christie again found themselves on the same mountain where it all began. The young man asked if everything was all right with his charge, but instead of answering, she showed him a pair of red embroidered women's shoes that she had captured from the other side of the barrier. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, the members of the Ghostmasters Association finally found the very ghost that they had been chasing for so long. Noticing the fiery comet turning, the group's leader shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. However, after making a large arc, the unidentified ghost suddenly changed its trajectory again, rushing upward. The group leader noted that this ghost either had no intention of confronting them, or felt what it needed elsewhere. Jake listened to the system's question about whether he wanted to improve his ghost, for which he had accumulated enough experience. Of course, the young man agreed to the upgrade, where a moment later he was already informed that Christie had reached rank B, which increased all of her other characteristics. Such a speed of progress could not but please, because without a system, ordinary masters sometimes need decades to develop their ghost from rank E to rank B. In addition, the system announced that the owner could receive a second ghost, for which it was necessary to select a new ghost item. where, out of all the ghostly objects he had, Jake decided to choose the embroidered shoes. Immediately after that, the system gave him a task, according to which he had to return the bride's wedding shoes. And the fiery comet, which turned out to be a red wedding dress, rushed swiftly to where it sensed the appearance of the desired object. Having finished perfecting his ghost, the young man, picking up the switchboard of the murderer he had destroyed, found it strange that his corpse was missing, although it should have been there despite his death in the ghostly world. The only thing he could connect the absence of the body with was the place where it had ended up, and from where the red shoes could not get out. But now there was no time to think about it, since there was still one more killer alive, and the first killer's switchboard would definitely be able to help counter him. The young man also understood that the bride definitely had a connection with her shoes, and therefore he needed to deal with the second attacker as soon as possible. Having put the artifact away in his vault, Jake soon found himself in a tree growing right on the edge of a cliff. Looking around, the young man was quite satisfied with the view that opened up from this place. And so, using the switchboard of the defeated enemy, he wrote to his accomplice on his behalf that he saw himself getting ready to climb the mountain in the morning to fight the ghost. After which he settled down comfortably on a branch, deciding to rest, since it would take the second killer a long time to get here. Well, the second killer himself, having received the good news, quickly headed to the mountain, destroying low-level ghosts along the way and talking out loud about how to deal with Jake. He didn't notice a ghostly paper airplane flying past him, hearing his threats. It was one of Victoria's spies who realized that it was urgent to warn Jake about the danger. In response to a question from a member of the search group, the girl replied that a certain killer was looking for the same guy that their group had met earlier, to which her interlocutor said that she remembered the direction in which the boy went, and Veronica, assuming that they would not physically arrive on time, decided to send her spy to the young man. It was already getting light when the paper airplane approached the tree where Jake was resting. Approaching the young man's face, the little plane literally began to pound Jake's head with its nose. Reluctantly opening his eye, the young man looked at who had decided to interrupt his deep sleep. And then the little plane suddenly transformed into the same teacher who had administered the test on awakening ghosts, and who now said that he had come to warn the boy about the impending danger. And when Jake asked if the teacher was referring to the flying spirit of the bride, the paper man cautiously asked him if the young man had really seen this ghost. The boy couldn't say that he had received information from the system, so he simply said that he had seen the ghost from a distance, after which the teacher added that this was not the only danger, since Jake was being sought by a killer. To which the young man replied that he knew about this too, which greatly surprised the teacher, since the guy clearly had no intention of hiding. And while the teacher was talking about how his real body was still on its way here, a voice was suddenly heard from the trophy switchboard, saying that he had already arrived at the place. Listening to the killer's question about where they would meet with their accomplice, the young man was glad that his plan had worked, and so he quickly headed off somewhere, accompanied by the teacher's concerned questions about what he was going to do. Noticing the guy's extreme calm, the paperman asked what rank his ghost had reached, so that he was fearlessly heading towards the killer, to which Jake calmly replied that his ghost, like him, had already reached rank B by now. Thinking to himself that this guy was incredibly talented, the teacher asked him to voice his plan of action, to which the young man replied that for now he just needed to wait a little. Meanwhile, the second killer was quickly running towards the target, reading the message that Jake was still sleeping under a large tree near the cliff. And so, having passed through a dense forest, the attacker finally found himself near the very tree where the young man had spent the night. Having looked around, the man began to look for the place where his accomplice was hiding, quietly calling him by name. But then his attention was drawn to a red shoe that lay at the base of the tree, and Jake, who was watching his actions from a hiding place, answered the question of the teacher, who had again taken the form of an airplane, and said that this was the artifact that the bride was looking for. After which the young man added that, according to his calculations, the bride was about to find her shoe, but now her target would be this man. The teacher could only marvel at the boy's intelligence, where if the bride was stronger than the attacker, she would destroy him, and if their strength was equal, then both of them would weaken after the battle. The appearance of Christie, who immediately began to hide her master, marked that the bride had reached the right place, and indeed, after a couple of seconds, a fiery comet could already be clearly seen flying in the sky. The killer also noticed the approach of an unknown object and immediately prepared his weapon for battle. And when the unidentified flying object approached and stopped, the man saw a bright red bride's dress in front of him. The emerging ghost did not wait for his opponent to summon his spirit, but immediately began to create his own ghostly world. and right before Jake's eyes, the bride's ghostly world appeared in the mountains, consisting of many Oriental-style buildings. At some point, a female voice caught the attention of the young man, where he turned to see people from the Association of Ghostly Masters approaching him. Coming closer, Veronica asked the young man why he was looking at her so surprised, to which the young man replied that all this time he thought the teacher's master was some 40-year-old man. Laughing, the association leader said she took what Jake said as a compliment. But finally the group's attention was turned to the ghostly world of the bride, where they were going to destroy her. Jake decided to go with them, where they would only play into his hands, holding off the ghost until he completed the task and returned the shoe. Deciding not to summon their ghosts for now so as not to scare the bride, the team headed inside her ghostly world. And so they found themselves in the same courtyard that 3 other ghostly masters had recently visited, trying to get a solid score here. Veronica ordered everyone to stop while she explored the place, and Jake noted that the place was decorated for a wedding. Meanwhile, the girl created a paper crane with her spells, which she sent out to scout out the area. But after flying just a couple of meters, her spy suddenly crumbled into small pieces right before the eyes of its owner. Realizing that something was clearly wrong, Veronica ordered everyone to summon their ghosts, which of course, none of the group members were able to do. And Jake also noticed that he couldn't feel his Christie's presence at all. Realizing the danger the entire group was now in, the association leader gave the order to immediately leave the ghost territory. But the exit from the bride's ghostly world was already blocked, leaving no one a chance of salvation. Some of the group members tried to use physical force and their abilities, but the door would not budge. At that moment, the attention of the association members and Jake was drawn to the sound of a blow and the following male scream. And so, having flown across the entire courtyard, the killer's body hit the entrance gate with great force, after which it slid down it to the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood. Turning again in the direction from which the man's body had come, Jake suddenly saw the bride's dress hanging in the air. When asked by her subordinate what they should do, Veronica said that no one should move, where she would, in the most extreme case, sacrifice herself in order to be able to summon her ghost. But then Jake intervened in the conversation, saying that they would have a chance to survive if they could isolate the bride's ghostly world for some time. While the group was wondering how they could do this without ghosts, the young man had already called his ward, where the entire team of the Ghostmaster Association was shocked that this guy was able to summon his ghost in this place. While Christie was changing her form to a combat one, Jake noted to himself that his system had no restrictions on summoning a ghost, which must have seemed incredible to everyone else. And so he gave Christie the order to create her own ghostly world, where at that very second, ghostly attractions began to appear in the bride's world. Feeling the integrity of her world violated, the bride rushed forward, but her opponents now stood in Christie's ghostly world. And suddenly, a spear and knives in the form of golden feathers whistled through the air and flew towards the bride, where their collision with the dress created an explosion of incredible force. However, as the fog began to clear, it became clear that the bride's ghost was unharmed, having calmly repelled the attack. But the ghosts summoned by the members of the Ghostmaster Association group were just beginning this duel. Watching who Veronica summoned, Jake wondered if this ghost was her second ward, or if the paper man was just an ability from using some artifact. Meanwhile, Veronica's ghost continued to try to attack the bride's dress with her spear, while the other flying ghost continued to point his knives in the form of golden feathers towards the bride. But suddenly the dress used another of its abilities, spreading long red threads across the area of the duel, which neutralized the movement of the weapon. However, she was unable to stop all the knives, and one of them still slid down her sleeve. Meanwhile, Jake retrieved from his storage the second red slipper that the bride was looking for, after which he loudly called on all participants in the battle, including the bride, to calm down and stop this confrontation. Veronica couldn't believe what she was hearing from the young man, but Jake insisted on his demands. But then everyone noticed that the bride's dress had actually stopped fighting, after which all other attacks were also stopped. And now, finally, the young man had the opportunity to come closer in order to complete his task. And so, standing opposite the bride, Jake handed her the shoe, saying that he had accidentally found it and wanted to return it. The bride accepted the offering with one of her threads, after which the system immediately announced that the first task of returning the shoes had been completed. Watching closely what the young man was doing, Veronica anxiously asked if he was trying to get this ghost into his possession. And despite claims that this ghost was too dangerous, the young man confirmed the association leader's suspicions. Meanwhile, the bride in the red dress had already managed to put on both of her shoes, which matched her outfit perfectly. Immediately after this, a stream of energy descended upon the ghost, the power of which was felt by everyone present. And Jake received information that the ghost had now acquired its full form and was ranked A. Veronica didn't see anything good in what was happening and ordered everyone to be ready. Well, Jake, meanwhile, was noting to himself that since he had not yet gained control over this ghost, 15 linking points for completing the first task were clearly not enough. And so, the members of the association decided not to tempt fate, giving the order to their ghosts to attack the enemy. Veronica's ghost was already preparing to continue wielding her spear. But suddenly, everything around them changed dramatically, and the group discovered that they had left the ghostly world of the bride, returning to the very mountain where it all began. And the association's leader noted with horror that Jake's fiancée did not push him out of her world, like everyone else. And when she voiced her concerns, her subordinate noted that this guy was not as simple as he might seem, and he might well be able to pacify this ghost. After listening to her interlocutor, the girl ordered all members of the group to return to the city, while she would continue to wait for the situation to be resolved. After thinking for a bit, Veronica gave orders not to spread any information about what was happening here. Before he could figure out where everyone had suddenly disappeared to, Jake suddenly received a new assignment, according to which he had to enter the bride's room and comb her hair. Having looked around and chosen the right door, the young man headed inside the room, hidden behind it, where, once inside, he actually saw the bride's red dress sitting at the table in front of the mirror. Until the very end, the young man could not understand how he was supposed to be able to comb the ghost's hair until he approached the dress from the back. There, in the reflection of the mirror, he suddenly saw a beautiful but very sad girl, with tears rolling down her cheeks. Right there, next to her on the edge of the table, a comb was found. Taking the comb, Jake positioned himself behind the ghost, trying to figure out how to begin the task. Then he decided to use a mirror, noting with some surprise that in this world mirrors reflect ghosts, not people. However, in the reflection he could see the comb in his hand, which he began to run through the girl's hair. And now the girl's face changed. Her hair became noticeably softer, and the system announced that the second task had been completed. However, a second later the young man received a third task, according to which he had to prevent the bride from getting married. The young man didn't even have time to comprehend the meaning of this task, when suddenly, a thick pink fog began to spread from the mirror directly towards him, which, a moment later, filled the entire space around, literally swallowing up the guest. Trying to get out of this fog, the young man suddenly heard a female voice demanding that he leave, and suddenly the fog cleared, and Jake saw in front of him the very room he had just been in, and a girl in a red dress. Turning around, she asked him if he liked the dress she had sewn with her own hands, and when the confused Jake asked who she was, the girl laughed and called Yuen Biao a fool, saying that she was still the same Mei Li. She then handed Jake half of her comb as a sign of their future engagement and wedding. Then the girl playfully added that although they were not married now, everything would change very soon. And then the young man was finally able to see himself in the reflection of the mirror, realizing that he had now transformed into this girl's fiancé. Looking at the half of the hair comb he had received, the young man wondered how he could stop the wedding if she married him. After some time, a young man invited Jake to a conversation and offered to drink tea together. As it turned out, it was May's brother who started the conversation by calling marriage a very responsible step. But then, looking at the young man, he decided not to make a long speech and said directly that a famous general had proposed to his sister, and his family would definitely give preference to this man. Now Jake understood the meaning of the task, where he had to prevent the bride in the red dress from getting married. As he finished his speech, May's brother handed Jake an envelope, saying that his sister had personally written him an invitation to the wedding ceremony. Having opened the envelope, the young man read that a week ago the girl had learned from her father that he had entered into an agreement for his daughter to marry the general. She attempted to escape but was caught and confined to her room until the ceremony. The girl also expressed her sincere sadness that she would have to wear the dress she had made in order to marry a completely different person. In her last lines, the girl asked her lover not to do anything, since the general was a very influential person. This whole situation where parents control the fate of their children reminded Jake of his own story, where his parents simply decided to throw him out on the street. Remembering May's beautiful face, Jake mentally told her to be patient for a little while, where he would try to prevent her from ending up married to someone she didn't love. And so the solemn day of the wedding arrived, where people in the streets greeted the solemn procession of the groom's carriage. Jake also managed to join this procession, disguised as one of the servants. As he moved alongside the carriage in which the general was sitting, the young man hoped that he would be able to get a good look at the man. And when a gust of wind lifted the curtain a little, The young man noted with surprise that inside there was only the general's uniform. Turning to another servant, Jake asked why the general had not come himself, to which he explained that this was, of course, in the man's plans. But 3 days ago he had died an unfortunate death. This information could not leave the young man indifferent, where he did not understand why the wedding was not cancelled. And the servant explained that the wedding would still take place according to all the agreements reached. Only the bride would marry a dead man, where the entire upcoming ceremony marks the marriage in the afterlife. All this looked very strange to Jake, who had never heard of a marriage being concluded between a living person and a dead one. Meanwhile, in the bride's room, the final preparations before the wedding ceremony were being completed, where a healer approached and offered the girl a glass of some kind of potion that was supposed to help with conceiving a child. The mother, standing next to the bride, could not stop her tears, and the father, listening to the words of the witch, simply remained silent. Of course, the bride did not want to think about conceiving children with someone she did not love. But the girl could not go against her parents' will and took the potion. At the same time, Jake, having decided that he urgently needed to find the beloved Yuan Biao in whose role he found himself, left his job as a servant. Approaching the room he had known since childhood, he caught the very moment when the bride came out into the street with her face covered from prying eyes. When he called the girl's name, she uncovered her face, surprised that her true lover had interfered with the ceremony. Where, standing opposite May, Jake said that he came to prevent this absurd wedding and wanted to take the girl with him. These were the best words that a girl getting married for the convenience of her parents could hear. But the bride's father intervened in the developing idyll, telling Yuan Biao to stop interfering with the wedding and get out. But Jake had no intention of backing down, grabbing May by the hand and pulling her away from this semi-afterlife event. They managed to get away from the pursuit a little, where a cart prepared by the young man was waiting for them just a few meters away. But suddenly the girl's hand slipped out of Jake's hand, after which she began to sink to the ground, where at that very second thick blood, colored black by something, began to ooze out of her mouth. Not understanding what was happening to the girl, Jake rushed to her, saying that he had not abandoned her here in any case. Well, May, finding herself in the arms of her lover, remembered the medicine from the healer, which was clearly poisoned, and asked her parents why they did this to her. The mother, looking at her dying daughter, was silent, and the father asked for forgiveness, saying that only a dead soul can marry another dead soul. Jake couldn't believe what he just heard, loudly calling the girl's father a fool who had no right to decide whether someone lived or died. Rushing to the man, the young man began to demand that he give him an antidote to save his beloved. Once he was next to May's father, he grabbed him by the clothes and in a demanding voice told him that he had to save his daughter. But instead of helping the girl, the evil father ordered the guards to seize the impudent man. And now, 2 guys have already pulled the young man away from the gentleman, unceremoniously pushing his face into the ground. After which the man said that there was no cure for the poison used on his daughter, and the dying May extended her hand to her lover, lying directly opposite her, saying that he was the only truly close person. Jake had no choice but to ask the girl to hold on and not die. Meanwhile, May's father ordered the servants to bring the coffin that had been prepared in advance for his daughter. Seeing this, Jake experienced a new fit of rage, in the midst of which he shouted that a father who killed his own daughter for some benefit had dishonored his family. But leaning towards the boy, the man said that children are born to sacrifice themselves for the good of their families. After which, May's father turned to one of the guards, saying that no information that was heard here should go beyond their home. The words of the master of the guards were interpreted correctly, and now Jake was already being dragged to the well, which was located in the courtyard. Still retaining a small connection with this world, May watched in despair as her loved one was abandoned to certain death, and then the guard's tenacious fingers loosened, after which the young man experienced the feeling of free fall. And up above, May's body was already being placed in a coffin, simultaneously erasing the traces of the crime committed by her parents. Soon the coffin with the bride was carried out to meet the groom, where it was announced that she had died 2 days ago, unable to cope with the fact that her betrothed had died, but had bequeathed that she be married in the afterlife. But the wedding ceremony did not have time to begin, as everyone who was nearby experienced a real shock when they saw the coffin, where right on its lid sat the bride as if nothing had happened, her face, as expected, covered by a red veil. At first the girl laughed loudly, and then long red threads grew from her body, which instead of a wedding ceremony, turned into a real massacre. At the same time, at the bottom of the well lay the crippled Jake, who felt every second how life left his body. He was able to see how the sky above his head literally turned red, like the very dress that his beloved, whom he would never see again, had sewn. When the darkness cleared before Jake's eyes, he saw a little girl trying to wake him up. The girl introduced herself to the boy, who was cowering from the cold and dying of hunger, as Christy, and then asked the name of the man she met by chance. And after the introduction took place, Christy handed the boy some bread, saying that it would be nice for him to have a snack. Jake, who had not eaten for several days, greedily attacked the food, swallowing the bread in whole pieces without even chewing. Christy turned to her grandfather, asking if she could take the boy, to which the old man replied that a man was not a stray cat to do that to him. And so, in the evening, sitting by the fire, little Jake told how his parents threw him out, calling him a useless creature. After listening to the child, the old man ruffled his hair, saying that the boy should not keep his feelings to himself. After which Jake broke down, where through tears he said that on the one hand he hated his parents, but on the other hand, he missed them. But then Christy threw herself into his arms and said that the boy no longer needed to be sad, since now he had her and his grandfather. Feeling these childish but sincere and warm hugs, hope appeared inside little Jake. And then Jake opened his eyes and immediately felt his faithful friend Christy hugging him. Through the strips of fabric, he saw that the illusion of the past had disappeared, and he was back in the ghostly world of the bride. Turning to the wedding dress, Christy was already preparing for battle, but Jake stopped her, saying that now the ghost of the bride will not harm him. Suddenly the dress turned around and walked away from the bride's room, where the young man decided to follow it. The bride's movements were accelerating, and the young man, accompanied by Christy, had difficulty keeping up with the ghost. And suddenly the young man noticed that the ghostly world around him had changed, and the bride's head was covered with a veil. And then the gate at the end of the wedding alley opened, and the ghostly carriage of May's groom appeared from it. Realizing that the girl remained connected to that same dead general even after her death, Jake decided to break this vicious circle. Having overtaken the dress, the young man told Christy to destroy the cart, but the girl was unable to pass through the invisible barrier. Once nearby, Jake was convinced that the barrier created was insurmountable for them. As Jake got closer, he could clearly hear a certain sound coming from the groom's carriage. Taking a closer look at the bells, the young man realized that it was this sound that made the bride arrive for the afterlife wedding, where, turning around, Jake saw that the dress had already reached the place where the cart was. Blocking the girl's path, the young man said that she should not go further, but should remember what happened in the past. But then the ghostly bride began to shimmer and passed through the body of the young man, blocking her path. Looking after her, the young man concluded that with his current abilities, he would hardly be able to do anything. But then another bright thought came to his mind, which he immediately began to implement, descending into the well with the help of a ghostly rope. Down there, as expected, he found the remains of Yuan Biao, who had been thrown into this very well. He looked with regret at the bones of the young man whose body he had recently visited and experienced his torment. Then, thinking that this guy didn't even know that his beloved had turned into an evil spirit, he reached for the part of the comb that the dead man's hand still held. Very soon he left the well and returned to May's room, where he picked up the second half of the comb from the table, where in a second, the young man connected these two halves of the object belonging to two loving hearts. Immediately after which the restored comb began to emit some waves, the area of distribution of which was not limited and reached the place where the bride was heading to her groom. The bride felt the energy of her restored item and turned around, stopping any further movement. As she approached Jake, he showed her the restored item, asking her once again to remember everything. The feeling of true love overcame all other attachments of the ghost, and the bride saw her only beloved. And suddenly Jake felt the bride reach out her hand to the object that had become a symbol of tragic love. And suddenly, right before the eyes of the astonished young man, May herself appeared in a dress, with tears streaming down her cheeks. After looking at the young man for a while, the girl suddenly turned around and headed back to where the groom's carriage was waiting for her. Jake tried to stop her, but the ghost's determination was unwavering. However, when the bride approached the barrier, she did not pass through it, but destroyed it. Where, having found herself on her fiancé's territory, the girl suddenly began to literally destroy everything that was in the area. May also smashed the ghostly carriage to pieces, but a moment later, it suddenly recovered. Where after restoration, the cart suddenly transformed into some kind of ghost. Faithful Christy, without thinking, attacked the emerging ghost on one of its limbs. But this also did not bring a positive result, where the limb cut in half simply grew back together. Then Jake decided to act on his own, choosing the right moment and pushing off from the enemy's limb. From his storage, he took out a special bottle of cocktail, lit the fuse, and threw the flammable liquid directly into the wagon. And at that very moment, the entire ghostly carriage was engulfed in a bright flame from which there was no escape. And then the ghost let out a wild cry, and when the flame died down, Jake, in the company of two ghosts, saw what was left of this cart. However, contrary to their expectations, the battle was not over, as the burnt layer from the remains of the cart suddenly crumbled, and a new enemy appeared before the eyes of Jake and the ghosts. But then May decided to act, where, before the eyes of the astonished young man, she materialized a ghostly fire. It was with this fire that she defended herself from the approaching paw of their new enemy, where, immediately after blocking the attack, the girl herself directed a powerful stream of ghostly fire into the enemy's paw, which had an immediate effect, as half of the new ghost's limb was destroyed. And then Jake decided to take control of the ghost's attacks, telling May to use fire with her threads, and Christy was to distract and hinder the enemy's movements. A few seconds later, the brave Christy had already wrapped the fabric around the limbs of the huge ghost, where immediately after this, May, continuing to implement the plan, wrapped his body with her long threads. And as soon as there were enough threads entangled around the ghost's body, the bride sent her ghostly fire through them. Jake breathed a sigh of relief when the system announced that the mission was complete, and while he watched the remains of their enemy burn out, the system, announcing that 50 connecting points had been accumulated, offered the owner to take control of the second ghost, where, turning to May, the young man of course agreed with such a union. After which, the system announced that a drop of the host's blood must be used for binding, and Jake immediately revealed the girl's face, saying that they had met her again. The young man then bit one of his fingers, leaving his bleeding hand at the disposal of the ghost. He physically felt May take his hand and touch his injured finger with her lips. Watching the ghost handle his hand so tenderly, the young man wondered if she would see him as that lover. But now the binding procedure was completed, and Jake was announced to have received a level A ghost at his disposal. After everything was over, the young man was in no hurry to return to the real world, remaining in the ghostly world of May. Sitting next to her on the bed, the young man studied the characteristics of his new ghost in order to use it most effectively in fights. Also, as a prize for binding a new ghost, Jake received one try at the lottery, which he immediately used. As a prize, he received some unknown ability related to the ghosts obeying him, which he decided to deal with later. The young man was suddenly distracted from the lottery and other activities by some approaching sound. It was clear that it was some kind of horse, but May suddenly stopped his impulse to look at what it was. Immediately after which the bride's ghostly world suddenly began to disappear, plunging into a new ghostly object, the bride's comb. And when Jake returned to the world and looked around, he discovered that May had used her ability to move and led him away from the place where he had heard the sound of hooves. After thinking about it, the young man came to the conclusion that the girl had protected him from some unknown and powerful evil ghost. While hiding the new ghostly item in his vault, the young man decided he needed to gather more information. In the meantime, he decided to return to the city in order to rest and recover a little. Soon he arrived at the headquarters of the Association of Ghostly Masters, where he was immediately invited to her by Veronica, who already considered him dead since the young man had disappeared for 3 days. And when she asked about the fate of the bride, Jake answered contentedly that this ghost would not bother anyone again. Where after what was said, the girl could not believe that this young guy with no experience was able to get himself a second ghost. Well, the young man did not forget to thank the leader of the association, without whose help he would not have succeeded. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl said that words of gratitude were, of course, good, but she had expected something more. Where, in response to Jake's question, Veronica explained that it would be nice if the guy joined the association and worked with her. Seeing his hesitation, the girl, noticing his eyes on her chest, explained that he would become a special agent who could do whatever he wanted, but occasionally he would be called on special missions. When she put her hand on his shoulder, asking if the terms were okay, Jake thought that it was actually quite profitable, and when the young man agreed to become a member of the team, Veronica expressed her satisfaction by adopting a very seductive pose. Jake was very embarrassed when the girl noticed how greedily he was looking at the curves of her slender figure. Then Veronica approached him and said that he had the right to enjoy this view as much as he wanted. But then this burst of tenderness was interrupted by a certain man who announced that the coffee was ready, but then immediately apologized and disappeared, finding the boss in a very ambiguous position. Stepping back from the embarrassed young man, Veronica said that in order to join the association, Jake would also have to pass an exam. Personally, she has no doubts about his abilities, but confirmation is required at the official level, where tomorrow, just the next exam will take place, at which she will be rooting for Jake. While in his mansion that evening, Jake thought that Christie's abilities should be enough for him during the exam, since May most likely had not yet recovered. About 2 hours had passed since the young man fell asleep, after which May's ghost suddenly became active. Her unexpected appearance greatly frightened the young man, who woke up and tried to understand what was happening, but the first thing that caught his eye was some strange expression on the girl's face, where she directed all her love towards Jake with her eyes. And a few seconds later, May was already comfortably settled under the blanket next to her lover. Jake could almost physically feel the way she was looking at him, not understanding how he would ever be able to sleep now. The rays of the morning sun woke up the young man, who was able to fall asleep very early in the morning. Feeling completely exhausted, the young man realized that he might be late for the exam, as he still needed to get ready and make breakfast. But then May appeared in front of him, bringing ready-made clothes for him. Jake fully realized that this ghost saw him as her husband when the girl began to help him change his clothes. And now it was time for the exam, where the host of this big event greeted all the guests, spectators, and participants. Deciding not to waste time on unnecessary words, the girl suggested moving straight to the first round. While the participants were lining up, the host noted that there were mostly graduates here, but she also noticed a newcomer saying that it was very stupid of him to come here today. And then Jake's classmates sitting in the stands were amazed to find their classmate among the contenders. Those who were preparing to take the exam with Jake also whispered that there was clearly no place for a newbie here. And so the first round began, the essence of which was to pass a test on knowledge of the theory of ghosts. For each incorrect answer, the participants were eliminated from the exam, with approximately 1/3 of the participants having dropped out by the end of the first round. Well, for Jake, this writing assignment seemed too easy. And now the host announced the beginning of the second round, where the participants' ability to concentrate and endure will be tested. And so the first D-level ghost began to spread its aura, which was supposed to affect the psyche of the participants. This aura literally made many people shake with fear, but Jake seemed not to see a ghost in front of him at all. When everything became clear with the first ghost, the next stronger C-level ghost began to spread its aura, where the host noted, not without joy, how many participants fainted from the influence of the ghost's aura. One of the strongest participants could hardly stay on her feet, realizing that she was closer to her goal than ever. Words of support for this talented girl were constantly heard from the audience, but now it became clear to everyone who could withstand the pressure of the aura of a level C ghost. And the test moved on to the third ghost, where a certain elder appeared before the participants, who was in symbiosis with a level B spirit. After which, most of the participants ended up on the floor, and the host congratulated all those who made it to the finals. In the final round, all that was left was to go to the evaluation table and summon your ghost so that it would be possible to set the level. The first ghost summoned was assessed by the device as having a level F, and it was immediately announced to him with regret that with such a low level, he would not pass. The ghost of the next participant, who had recently discussed Jake, was given a D rank, which the young man apparently had no doubt about. And now it was Jake's turn, where it was announced that he was the only rookie to make it to this tour. A young man standing nearby who had just passed the test told Jake that if he could pass, he would eat his socks. Deciding that it would be enough to summon Christy to pass this test, the young man revealed the girl to the eyes of everyone present, where they immediately felt her powerful aura. Jake's friends, sitting in the stands, literally prayed for his ghost to be of high level. No one could believe that it was real when it was determined that the rank of the rookie ghost was B. The elder and the one who promised to eat the socks were especially amazed, and Jake's friend was sincerely glad that his prayers were answered. The presenter loudly announced that any mistakes were excluded. The ghost of this newcomer really did have rank B. The young man was listening to the congratulatory speech when suddenly his face became distorted with pain, and a blade of some sharp object appeared from his chest, where, having pulled his weapon out of the young man's body, some guy who caught Christy said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The wounded young man was not worried about himself at all, thinking only about how this guy was able to catch his ghost. And the attacker suddenly pulled at the skin of his face, where, after the mask came off, Jake saw that very second killer, whom he had given to be torn apart by his bride, where at that very second, from the back of this already not particularly handsome man, a certain monster suddenly appeared. Jake immediately recognized his pursuer, realizing that he had somehow survived back then and transformed into what now stood before him. Everything that was happening created a real stir, where the presenter, without stopping the broadcast, reported that a certain man, dressed as a student, stabbed Jake. The elder noted that the new attacker was in a forced symbiosis, and therefore would not last long, but could still manage to do some damage. The elder's companion in the exam decided to try to attack the enemy by summoning his ghost, but the B-rank ghost that the killer had teamed up with easily repelled the C-rank ghost's attack, where, having dealt with the ghost itself, the green snake growing from the killer's back attacked his master as well. Coughing up blood, the fallen man screamed that he was being affected by some poison used by the ghost. Meanwhile, the killer was already preparing to commit what he had started this whole scheme for. And then, in the direction where the wounded Jake was, a ghost's head with a poisonous spike sticking out of its mouth rushed. Rising to his feet and clutching the bleeding wound, the young man noted to himself that this man had tried very hard for revenge, but today he would die for real. And now the bride he had summoned had already unraveled her red threads, stopping the further advance of the killer's ghost. Immediately after this, the girl used her threads to completely entangle the attacker, lifting him into the air. The culmination of this action was that the threads, with a sharp compression, literally crushed the body of the killer. Those standing nearby, who had recently frightened the students with their ghosts, did not believe what had happened before their eyes. The elder immediately recognized the bride hanging in the air as the very ghost that the association had been looking for recently. At that very moment, cries were heard from all sides that now it was definitely the end for them all, since even the members and leadership of the association were unable to resist the ghost of the bride. Jake's classmates clutched each other and tearfully lamented that it was too early for them to die, where they had not yet even had time to experience all the joys of relationships with the opposite sex. Meanwhile, Christie's shackles fell off, and the system announced that the master's ghost had won another battle. As the young man rose to his feet, he learned that he had gained over 3,000 experience points and about 10 points of connection with his new ghost. And so, finding himself between his ghostly girls, Jake thanked them for everything they had done for him. Watching the young man's actions, people could not believe that this newcomer possessed two ghosts at once, one of which was rank B, and the other rank A. Literally falling to the floor, the host asked Jake to confirm her guess that both ghosts belonged to him. Realizing that his cards were on the table and that he couldn't hide anything, the young man reluctantly but positively answered the question, immediately after which the entire auditorium, and especially that part of it where the classmates of today's hero were, went into a state of wild delight. The teachers said they were proud of their student, but everyone else simply called the guy a genius. Well, the presenter, not without joy, announced that Jake, without a doubt, deserves to receive rank A. Standing between the two ghosts and listening to the crowd scream his name, Jake began to realize that this was his first real victory. However, such popularity had a side effect, where even at home the young man could not find peace, as fans gathered under the window, day and night begged him to come out to them. Having not really slept for about a week, Jake was coming to the conclusion that he would hardly be able to continue living here. Because he could not leave the house without immediately falling into the hands of fans, the young man was deprived of the opportunity to spend his fee received from cooperation with the association, and the madness continued on the street, where, along with fans, reporters were constantly at Jake's house, filming one story after another, and also hoping that the hero would finally show up. Veronica, who decided to visit the new member of the association, was unable to get through the crowd, after which she contacted Jake on the switchboard, offering to meet at headquarters. The young man got out of the apartment unnoticed by a roundabout route, and soon was listening to the girl's proposal to visit the city of Alate together, where she had a meeting scheduled with another of the 5 heads of the association. And when the young man asked for clarification, the girl explained that each division of their association has its own leader. After which, using a map, Veronica explained that in every major city in the north, south, west, east, and center, there are branches of the association. The young man especially liked the fact that in the eastern city of Alate there are auctions where you can make good money selling artifacts and ghosts. When Jake agreed to keep the girl company, she came up to him and gently stroked his chest and told him to be ready in 2 days. 2 days passed rather quickly, and Jake, in the company of the association leader, was already leaving the borders of his city. Veronica, answering his question, said that they had to travel hundreds of kilometers, but the association had its own safe routes, since the path ran through lands that even the most experienced craftsmen were afraid to step on. Noting to himself that there was still a lot he didn't know, Jack thanked his companion for the detailed explanations. And so the group of cars confidently moved to the east, where the young genius inside mentally told Alate to get ready to meet him. After some time on the road, the cars came across an insurmountable water barrier. Leaving the car, Veronica used her switchboard to report her arrival, where, after a few minutes, a huge submarine rose to the surface of the water, and the girl invited Jake to it to continue their journey. Climbing inside, the young man noticed that the path underwater was indeed much safer, since even if there were ghosts there, their number was incomparably smaller. When the travelers took their places, Veronica explained that the inside of the submarine was completely covered with gold, and therefore no ghost would be able to sense them, which guaranteed complete safety. Soon the submarine's engine began to make noise, and the colleagues from the association continued their long journey. A few hours later, Veronica, watching with affection the young man dozing on her shoulder, quietly said that they would soon arrive at their destination. Waking up and quickly raising his head, Jake sheepishly apologized, explaining that he had not slept for several nights because of the rowdy fans making noise under the windows of his house. Meanwhile, the submarine was already rising to the surface near the ship's docks. Alate was a city of 1 million people, in which lived a very large number of ghostly masters. While moving around the city, Veronica told Jake that he could stay at her personal residence, where she had a guest room. Already sitting over tea, the girl said that she knew about Jake's desire to sell some artifacts that she wouldn't mind looking at. Without objecting at all, the young man immediately demonstrated the B-rank ghost to the association leader, which greatly surprised the girl, who immediately asked where the guy got a ghost of such rank and without an owner. To which Jake replied that this and 5 other similar ghosts were discovered by him in the bride's ghostly world. Jake also asked how much they could be sold for, but the girl did not answer his question, as she was simply shocked by such rare wealth. But when she finally came to her senses, she said that such a ghost would cost no less than $1 million, where she would contact the auction house tomorrow to arrange everything. A little later, Jake was lounging comfortably in the jacuzzi, genuinely enjoying his first quiet evening in a long time. Looking into his switchboard at the same time, the young man noticed that there were many different tasks in this city, including special tasks from the association, which would help to increase the level of his ghosts. The young man's attention was drawn to May, who suddenly appeared in the bathroom. Trying to somehow close himself off, he asked the ghost, who had already entered the water, what she was doing, but the ghosts did not speak. And now the girl simply began to wipe the body of her lover, where the young man had no choice but to accept everything that was happening as a given and get used to the role of a husband. When the water procedures were finished, the young man, leaving the bathroom, received a message from the system that experience points and connection points were awarded for the time spent with the ghost. On the way out, he met Veronica, who was waiting for her turn to visit the jacuzzi, and who was surprised to notice Jake's slightly confused face. But family life with her ghost wife continued at night, where, as usual, May lay down next to her lover, where Jake noted that despite all the strangeness of what was happening, it was quite pleasant to open his eyes and see this beautiful girl in front of him. Mentally wishing May good night, the young man kissed the girl on the forehead, immediately after which the system again added experience points and connection to him. At the same time, on the outskirts of the city, in some abandoned house, sounds were heard indicating an ongoing battle, where several men inside had just destroyed a B-rank ghost, which couldn't help but make them happy. Then one of them, hearing the clatter of hooves, went out into the street to see who could be riding a horse here at such a late hour. Following him out onto the street, all his partners decided that something was definitely wrong and prepared for a new fight. By summoning their ghosts together, they were able to create an energy barrier that would protect them. And then, from the fog, finally appeared that very rider whose horse's hooves they had heard. As soon as the rider approached, it immediately became clear that it was a ghost riding a ghostly horse. Upon seeing the new enemy, one of the masters said that they had nothing to worry about, as the barriers created by their ghosts from the ghostly worlds were indestructible. But just a second later, the ghostly rider proved otherwise, easily breaking through the defense they had built. The last thing the ghostly masters could see was the horseman's sword raised above their heads. And so, having done his dirty work, the unknown ghost instantly disappeared into the same fog from which he appeared. When Jake woke up, he noticed that he had slept through the entire first half of the next day. But before he had time to even open his eyes, Veronica was already greeting him in the company of his ghostly harem. The young man literally jumped up in bed in surprise, which made the association leader laugh. Looking at her guest with the most good-natured look, the girl said that she did not wake him up to go to the auction house, as he was sleeping very soundly. She also noted that if he lay there a little longer, his ghostly wife would be heating up breakfast for the 5th time. Very soon, Jake and Veronica were already devouring everything that May had prepared, where Veronica noted that the women of that era were indeed very talented. Without stopping to eat, the girl reported that the auction was simply crazy, but in the end the ghosts were sold for 20 million, which made an impression on the young man, who became rich overnight. But then the girl added that the auction house takes 10%, 6% taxes, and 20% goes to her as gratitude for acting as an intermediary, where the young man ends up with a little more than 12 million. Then a message came into Veronica's switchboard that changed her cheerful expression, where, in response to her guest's question, she explained that someone had beheaded an entire squad of ghostly masters. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a certain man who greeted the leader of the association from Brime. After which the leader of the Aleda Association, Mike Rowdy, said that he has full control over the situation with the beheading of the masters, and will soon resolve everything, suggesting that the guests of their city simply relax and not interfere in anything. To which Veronica responded that she didn't quite understand what her colleague meant, and Mike explained that she didn't even have any information about the incident, unlike the local authorities. After which he pulled out the switch, saying that it contained a recording of the events that had occurred. Having kindly agreed to show the recording, the man launched the video, on which a dark silhouette of a rider immediately appeared. Since the video also transmitted sound, the sound of those hooves seemed very familiar to Jake, because he had heard exactly the same one once before, but that time May had moved it to a safe place. The recording continued, where Veronica and her companion were able to see the moment the murders were committed. Jake noted that not many ghosts could be captured on camera, but when Mike rewound the footage, everyone could see that the rider was missing a head. Quite pleased with himself, the local association leader said that his daughters were already tracking down the ghost. Without arguing any further, Veronica waved her hand and said that she would not get involved in this story. Meanwhile, Jake remembered the clothes of that very general to whom they tried to marry May, where he found his appearance here not an accident, but a planned pursuit of his ghost. At that very second, the system announced a new task, according to which Jake had to destroy May's marriage contract. Deciding that there must be some kind of written marriage agreement, the young man called upon May, telling her to unfold her ghost world. And so, accompanied by his two ghosts, he entered the created ghostly world with the goal of finding the marriage contract. And so the process began, where both May and Christy systematically sorted through all the things that were in the rooms. But it was Jake who was lucky enough to find the marriage contract, where he immediately informed his girlfriends about it. Without thinking twice, the young man tore this harmful document into small pieces. But a second later, the tiny pieces of the wedding contract suddenly fell back together, and the contract was whole again. It was then decided to resort to the ghostly flame that May possessed, which had already worked once with the wedding carriage. And it was the right decision, where the system announced that half of the task was completed, which meant that there was a second copy of the contract, which, most likely, was with the headless groom. After some time, Jake stood at the entrance to the cave, where one of the tasks was located, the completion of which was supposed to help him increase his level to be able to confront the ghostly headless horseman. And now the young man was already entering the cave, calling both of his ghostly girls at once. Meanwhile, to the north of the city, an entire task force had assembled to examine the scene of yet another murder. The head of the local branch of the association, who was personally leading the investigation, stood and examined the decapitated body. Turning around, the man asked Diana and Catherine what they thought about this matter, to which Catherine replied that even though the rain had washed away the hoofprints, she could still track him by his ghostly aura, which suited the girl's overconfident father just fine, and he ordered them to set out immediately. An hour later, Catherine said that the ghostly aura was getting stronger here, which meant that the ghost was somewhere nearby in the mountains. Mike and his accompanying ghostly masters left the car dealerships and went outside. The leader of the local branch of the association gave the order to divide into teams and prepare an ambush for the ghost. After which, having turned off the headlights of their cars, all the ghostly masters scattered through the bushes. Meanwhile, Diana sent her ghost butterfly to scout out the situation. After some time, the girl received a signal from her spy that the ghost was indeed here, and when she relayed this to her father, he said that the most important thing was to capture the living ghost horse, for which he had plans. While waiting for the ghost to appear, Diana said that she had some kind of heightened sense of anxiety today, but her sister calmed the girl down, reminding her that there were more than 30 craftsmen in the area. And then what everyone had been waiting for so long happened, where a headless horseman appeared in the clearing, about which the nearest groups, who were in ambush, immediately reported to the rest of the team. Mike gave the order to the masters to summon their ghosts, so that they would bind the rider's movement with ghostly worlds, which was implemented without delay, and the headless general found himself surrounded. However, this crazy ghost had no intention of stopping, despite the superior number of opponents. Continuing his movement, the rider easily destroyed the first barrier he came across. Watching what was happening, Mike noted that the abilities of this ghost were very specific, where it would be very difficult to contain it. And right before his eyes, the ghost beheaded a squad of masters consisting of 7 people, where even their ghosts were destroyed. The man then summoned his ghost, ordering it to block the rider rushing towards him with its ghostly world. and then a huge dome spread over the head of the Headless Horseman, transporting him into the world created by Mike's ghost. As the ghost approached the edge of the sphere, he discovered that it did not collapse as easily as the others. Deciding that the rider had been caught, Mike ordered the attack to begin, which was done immediately. But the ghost on horseback was not going to retreat and surrender, skillfully wielding his ghostly sword. Meanwhile, one of the ghostly masters approached the leader, offering to urgently request help. But before Mike could answer, before his eyes the rider suddenly released another ghost from his cloak, which sank its teeth into the neck of Mike's ghost. And while the new ghost held back the huge raven, the rider delivered his crushing blow. After which the rider summoned all the ghosts that had previously belonged to the people he had killed, who immediately created their own ghostly worlds. Watching what was happening, the group leader could not believe his eyes, realizing that he had to begin a retreat. And now the remnants of the ghostly masters, led by their leader, have already begun to flee from the battlefield. And the ghostly rider only had time to destroy everything around him without hindrance. Mike, meanwhile, had already managed to climb into the car where his daughters were, asking where the rest of the team were. And the surviving ghostly masters also tried to leave the deadly dangerous place, where, turning back, one of them saw that it would be impossible to escape from the ghost pursuing them. And just a couple of seconds later, their car was literally thrown into the air by incredible force, and he landed right on the hood of the very same car in which Mike and his daughters were trying to escape. The vehicle's control mechanisms were severely damaged, and having lost control, the car crashed into the nearest tree. The only thing left to do in this situation was to hide in the van, which was lined with gold on the inside. And so the wounded man and the frightened girls were already sitting inside the van, hoping that the gold would save them from detection. Here, Catherine noticed that the van was not sealed, which meant that the ghost could sense where they were. Diana decided to check the situation by moving up to the crack and looking out. The girl barely held back a scream of horror when she saw a ghostly rider right in front of her. However, for some reason the ghost suddenly turned his horse in the other direction, where, as it turned out, his attention was drawn to his bride appearing in the air. The people in the van could not see what was happening on the street, and therefore became very scared when someone started to open the door. After making sure there were living people in the car, Jake said that they first needed to get out of there, after which he gave his ghost, who was distracting the rider's attention, a previously agreed upon order. And suddenly a certain energy sphere began to form around the car and some buildings appeared. After which Jake and the car with passengers disappeared from the unsafe place. After some time, all the surviving participants of the unsuccessful raid were already at one of the city's border points. Jake was bandaging Diana's leg, and Mike could only manage to lament about the fact that he now had only one ghost left, since the second one had been destroyed by the rider. The girl thanked the young man both for the bandage and for saving their lives. The young man was about to leave, but the leader of the local branch of the association suddenly stopped him, tearfully begging him to persuade Veronica to help resolve the issue with the headless ghost. May restrained the movements of the huge ghost, while Christie delivered the final crushing blow, after which the system declared victory. In addition to other rewards, Jake suddenly received a certain fragment that allows him to improve the ghostly world created by his ghosts, which became a real discovery for him. The young man also acquired an artifact in the form of a ghost's clothing, which could make him invisible, or even pass him off as a ghost. Having tried on these rags, the young man noted that although they did not look particularly attractive, they could be useful. After storing the loot in storage, Jake looked at the cave in front of him, feeling a powerful aura emanating from it. Without thinking twice, he headed inside where he immediately began to destroy all the ghosts that came his way. Where after each victory, he and his ghosts found more and more useful artifacts and ghostly items. It was like a multi-level computer game, where Jake and his ghosts were the main playing characters. And so the battle with the main ghost of this dungeon ended with another victory, where as a reward he received another fragment to improve the ghost world. Only now it was blue. In addition, the system announced that the owner received a lot more ghost grass. The young man immediately began to think about what such grass could be needed for, where the idea of feeding it to ghosts was definitely absurd. Finally, Jake was able to realize what he had set out to accomplish, where his beloved Christie reached level A, also acquiring the ability to undergo some kind of transformation. Sitting on the stones, the young man thought that today he had received excellent artifacts and rewards, where very soon May would also be able to raise her level. Having completed all the tasks, Jake left the cave on the other side, having completed the entire dungeon. He was already about to head to the nearest border post in order to get transport there, but suddenly he was attracted by some strong activity in the forest nearby. Arriving at the right place, the young man carefully peered out from behind the tree, where he saw the same headless general racing around the area on his ghostly horse. However, a second later, a car suddenly rushed past the young man at great speed. Watching as Mike, who he already knew, tried to hide in a van with two girls, Jake decided that he needed to intervene and save people. Having told all this, the young man added that the subsequent events were well known to the people he saved. Also, there was Veronica, whom Jake had contacted, and whom Mike now asked to help him deal with the rider before he was deprived of his high position. Veronica was in doubt, because although she had an S-rank ghost, she could not use it yet, and so she turned to Jake for advice. Only now, when Mike heard the name of this guy, he immediately realized that this was the same genius student from Brime. And the man's daughters also could not remain indifferent when they realized who saved their lives. Well, the enterprising Mike has already promised the young man $5 million if he helps get rid of the ghost. While the man continued to offer material goods, the resourceful Catherine approached and suggested that he could offer him his daughters as well, to which Mike reacted no longer as a businessman, but as a father, shouting that no one would ever touch his girls. Meanwhile, Jake, having said that he was ready to help, put forward 3 conditions, where the man must provide him with all the information. Jake himself will choose the battlefield, and all the trophies obtained will go exclusively to him. The man had no objections to the first 2 points, but he was not ready to give the general's ghostly horse and sword to some boy. The young man understood what was going on and decided to get ahead of the game, where he said that he had heard about Mike losing his ghost and was ready to give him an unclaimed A-rank ghost for a low price, where the young man was able to surprise everyone with his proposal, since such kind of ownerless ghosts are a great rarity. Handing over the ghostly object, Jake said he would give it to him for only $10 million, but the man had no more than 30 seconds to think about it. Veronica, watching what was happening silently, noticed that this guy had become a good businessman. Meanwhile, both Mike and his daughters were amazed by the offer, where $10 million for an A-rank ghost was a great deal. And so, under pressure of circumstances and his own greed, the man finally agreed to the offer. After finishing his shower, Jake decided that he needed to get a really good rest today. While May wiped his head, the young man worked out tactics for fighting the headless general. After analyzing all the information he received, Jake came to the conclusion that breaking through barriers in the form of domes of ghostly worlds was most likely the ability of a horse, not a rider. Since May had encountered this general in the past, the young man turned to her for confirmation of his suspicions. Then he decided to take a walk through her ghostly world, where he received a message from the system about the possibility of improving the world. While exploring the ghostly world, the young man soon came across its borders, beyond which lay absolute infinity. Opening his inventory room, the young man saw that each fragment was responsible for certain resources, which is why there was a color difference. After looking at the fragments, Jake chose one of them, deciding to test its effect, where at that very second the system offered him several options for vegetation that would fill the ghostly world. And so he chose the most beautiful blooming garden of peach trees, which immediately appeared in the ghostly world. Then it came to the terrain of the surrounding area, where Jake preferred high mountains with snow-capped peaks, following which, he diluted the landscape with a lake, the water of which came from mountain waterfalls. Turning to May, the young man asked if she liked the way he had arranged her ghostly world. The young man also decided to plant here the very same ghostly grass that he received as a reward. Having taken out a bunch of this grass, Jake immediately threw it into the clear waters of the lake, and as soon as the grass reached the bottom, it immediately took root, sending its roots into the silty soil. Then the young man asked May to try to control underwater plants, which the girl, of course, succeeded in doing in her own world. This pleased Jake, who mentally noted that a trap had been set, and if everything went according to plan, the general would be in trouble. Meanwhile, in the city, all that was being talked about was that even when the ghosts of the masters tried to break through, fewer were dying than had already died from the sword of the rider. And some particularly concerned men made plans for the rowdy sisters in the event that their father, the leader of the association, ran away in disgrace. Meanwhile, some movement began at one of the border posts. Mike, who had recovered a little from the horseman's attack, sat behind the wheel of the car and listened to Diana, who recommended trying to recruit Jake into their service. To which the man said that apparently this guy was already working with Veronica, which left him no chance. In another car, Veronica was telling Jake that she had recruited a couple of elite squads of 15 people for the operation. But the young man seemed not to be listening to her at all. When he finally made it clear that he could hear her, the girl assumed that his thoughts were now occupied with the Rhodey twins. But the young man denied these assumptions, saying that he was simply going over the battle plan in his head. After which Veronica noted that it was necessary to provide for all the details, And suddenly she closed the distance and told the young man straight to his face that she would not be able to survive his death. And the assistant sitting behind the wheel called on everyone to observe decency. Soon the team arrived at the place where a real massacre involving a ghost rider had just recently taken place. Veronica's assistant called upon her spirit to conduct reconnaissance and try to establish the location of the target. The Rowdy sisters also joined the search efforts, with Diana already releasing her butterflies and Catherine trying to find a trace of the aura. After some time, the ghost of Veronica's assistant returned, unexpectedly approaching not the owner, but Mike, who did not understand what was going on. Then the hostess herself turned to the ghost, asking what had happened and whether anything had been discovered. Immediately after that, the little winged girl unclenched her fingers and showed a small black feather. Looking at it, the man noted with regret that it belonged to his ghostly raven. And so the ghost girl again rushed off somewhere, where her mistress said that the group needed to follow her. Arriving at the right place, the search party discovered another squad of ghostly masters, exterminated by the rider. After examining one of the bodies, Diana noticed that these people had died very recently, which meant that the general was nearby. And then, listening to the hint of her ghost, Catherine attracted everyone's attention by saying that someone was moving on the floor. It was already quite dark outside, and no one present could see what was moving in the thicket. But Jake's system-enhanced physical abilities allowed him to zoom in and see that the general himself was moving across the floor. Everyone began to worry that it was heading straight for the city, and suggested that they give chase, warning the residents. But Jake objected. Saying that he had a plan, the young man took out his ghostly object and summoned his spirit. Everyone nearby immediately felt how strong the aura of the Red Bride was. Her dead groom also sensed this aura, and turned his horse around and headed straight towards his bride. Jake gave the order to the entire team to immediately summon their ghosts, since they would no longer be able to do this on May's territory. After which he told Veronica to follow him with her assistant, leaving the perimeter security to the still incapacitated Mike. The Ghost Rider was approaching, and May had already begun to create her ghost world. Finding herself back in the world of the Red Bride, Veronica couldn't help but notice how much everything had changed here since last time. Well, the headless general had already reached the edge of his bride's ghostly world and was entering her territory. To hide from his sight, Jake resorted to the help of Christy, who camouflaged him and the others from danger. The young man explained to Veronica that they needed to observe the habits of this ghost for a while without interfering, which would increase their chances of winning. Well, the general continued his movement, approaching the first gate of the inner courtyard, where his ghostly horse easily broke through all the buildings in its path one after another. The headless rider stopped only near that very tree with decorations. The girl was surprised that the ghost did not get off his horse, trying to look for someone, which Jake saw as confirmation of his suspicions that the general was much weaker without his horse. Meanwhile, the ghostly rider had already managed to visit the bride's room, sensing her aura. And suddenly, the general lifted his cloak, from which many different ghosts began to appear. Jake immediately realized that the rider had decided to search the entire ghost territory in this way, after which he had designated the task of destroying all of his assistants. Mike confirmed that he had accepted the order and said that the guy could rely on him. Jake himself left his safe place and, calling May, headed towards the rider. Like a fiery comet, the girl flew over her dead groom in a red wedding dress, where, having spotted his target, the headless horseman quickly rushed after it. When he headed straight for the water, the young man was only glad about it, because if the horse got stuck in the plants, the rider would have to get off. But this ghostly animal had no intention of diving into the water, continuing to move right across the surface of the lake. Jake watched with some surprise as the dead groom walked across the water towards his deceased bride, where May, for some reason, stopped and sank to the level of the water's surface, turning to the one to whom her parents had literally sold her once. And as soon as she descended, the ghostly rider immediately stopped his further advance. For Veronica, what was happening was completely inexplicable, where without using any abilities, Jake's ghost forced the rider to stop. And only Jake himself knew that the general would not harm the one with whom he was bound by a marriage contract, where May used this to lure the groom into a trap. Watching his ward, the young man realized that now was the time to attack, where, a moment later, long seaweed suddenly appeared from the surface of the water, clinging to the horse with a death grip. The general tried to fight off the new attack, but May skillfully controlled the plants, restricting his movements. Exhaling, Jake noted his ghost's cleverness, as she would never have captured this horse on the move. Meanwhile, the algae became increasingly entangled both the horse and its rider, depriving him of freedom of movement. Feeling that he could not cope on his own, the rider called for help from all the ghosts he had released. Noticing this activity, the young man gave orders not to allow a single ghost to reach the lake. And now Christie, as well as the ghosts of the association team, have already rushed to confront those who tried to help the rider. It was a serious matter, and Veronica summoned her second ghost, which had a level S. With her help, the surface of the water immediately became covered with flowers, on which people could move. After listening to her master's parting words, Christie rushed headlong into battle, where she easily destroyed the multi-armed A-rank ghost that the rider had taken over after killing its master. Watching this, Veronica was very surprised that this ghost of Jake had already managed to reach such a high level in such a short period of time. Her ghost also kept up with the others, deftly dealing with the enemies that appeared. Meanwhile, the system only had time to mark Christie's victories, awarding experience points and connections. Veronica's assistant also couldn't help but notice how strong Jake's ghosts were, where their abilities even went beyond their rank. The young man watched closely the horseman, who did not want to dismount. Then he ordered his faithful friend to attack him in order to knock him out of the saddle. Seeing the approaching danger, the general decided to immediately counterattack, jumping out of the saddle. This opportunity could not be missed, and the general's horse, which had lost its strength, was immediately attacked by Christie and the ghost of Veronica. And May, without wasting any time, immediately tied him up with seaweed, making it impossible for him to resist. And now, 3 ghosts began to attack the headless general, who found himself in a completely disadvantageous position. But the attack was unsuccessful, where suddenly the general, using his abilities, threw back everyone who approached him. Those watching the battle were amazed at how easily the general had thrown off several ghosts at once, and when they turned their gaze to the rider himself, they were convinced that he had not received a single scratch, where Veronica and her assistant suggested that all this was due to the special ghostly sword that the general owned. Meanwhile, the rider, freed from the algae, was quickly approaching Christie. Jake yelled at the girl to be careful, but she clearly had other plans, where a second later Christie took on her new third form and easily stopped the movement of the general's sword. After which, with a confident movement, the girl threw the enemy back several meters, and the young man told May to use her ghost fire, which could work in this case too. It didn't take long to persuade her, and after a few seconds, fireballs were aimed at the general. One after another, they crashed into the body of the ghost rider, and now he was completely engulfed in this powerful ghostly flame, capable of burning out anything. Apparently the attack was successful, and other ghosts immediately rushed to continue the attack. Veronica's ghost froze the rider's movements, and Christie dealt him a crushing blow, after which the headless general suddenly went limp and sank to his knees. Veronica assumed that it was all over now, but Jake, who had not yet received the system's message about victory, was not so sure. The fire did not destroy the general's body, which continued to stand on the water, surrounded by ghosts. And, as it turned out, his weakness was ostentatious, a sort of military trick, having finished with which the horseman again rushed into the attack. But Christie managed to react to this attack, getting ahead of the rider and separating one of his arms with her blow. Picking up the sword that fell from his severed hand, Jake thanked his ghost. He then closed the distance and thrust the sword into where the ghost's head should have been. At that very moment, the evil general disappeared into thin air, and the system announced the master's victory and his receipt of the ghostly armor and sword. An additional prize for the young man was a ghostly horse, whose abilities included moving across any type of terrain, passing through most barriers of ghostly worlds. To say that Jake was very pleased with what he was able to obtain by defeating the Ghost Rider would be an understatement. Diana, standing nearby, told her father to help Jake, to which the man replied that this guy definitely didn't need help. But suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the entire ghostly world dissolved into thin air, and everyone found themselves back in their last place of deployment. Suddenly, everyone noticed how Catherine's face was distorted with horror as she pointed at something. Mike and Diana turned to see a ghostly rider rushing straight towards them. But when he caught up with the group, it became clear to everyone that the Ghost Rider no longer existed, since all his trophies now belonged to Jake. Veronica, who approached the young man, confirmed that the headless general was now finished, and this was done by the guy sitting next to her on a ghostly horse. Neither the Rowdy sisters, nor their father, nor anyone else who participated in today's battle could believe that this young man was so strong that he was able to destroy such a strong opponent and ride a ghostly horse. Trying to take his last chance, Mike asked the guy if he wanted to sell him the horse, but even when the man offered 50 million for her, the young man responded with a categorical refusal. But the thirst to possess this trophy could not be quenched, and Mike was already ready to pay 100 million for the horse. Watching her father, Diana thought that her dad was definitely crazy about this horse, since he was ready to practically go broke because of it. Veronica and her assistant, who were standing nearby, also noted that paying that kind of money to have a ghostly horse was completely absurd. Jake was tired of listening to this man's nonsense, and he said that there was no point in flaunting one's wealth, since in their time, it was not money that was valued, but rare artifacts. Hearing such harshness addressed to him, the man began to stutter, unable to utter a word. Well, Veronica mentally supported the young man, thinking that if he possessed such wisdom now, it would be extremely interesting to see what he would become in 20 years, where most likely it will be a level of development that neither this planet nor any of the people who lived or are living on it have ever seen. And now everyone had already boarded the transport, but Jake refused to go with them, deciding to get to know the ghostly horse better during the return journey. At parting, the girl asked him to take her with him next time to ride this horse, to which the guy responded with a sign of agreement. After everyone had left, Jake called on his faithful ghostly girlfriends, saying that they needed to somehow celebrate the beginning of May's single life. And so he sat his girls on the ghostly horse, deciding to give them a little ride on it. He could feel May's chest pressing against his back, and strange as it was, it felt good. After some time, Christy, using her third eye ability, pointed in the direction where the evil ghost was. Spurring his horse, the young man, without thinking, rushed in the direction indicated by the girl, intending to test his steed in action. The ghost that Christy sensed created a ghost world, through the barrier of which Jake easily broke through on a ghost horse. With one quick movement of the sword, the ghost was destroyed, and the young man, having broken through the not yet destroyed barrier once more, rushed on. A little later, Jake noted that both the horse and the sword were quite good, where now, in order to gain experience, ghosts would not always need to fight. And so, closer to the morning, having ridden his horse, the young man reached the city walls. Deciding not to stand out, the young man dismounted from his horse, and his trophy armor immediately disappeared into thin air. The question now was how to fit this horse into the small storage room. The solution was suggested by the system itself, reminding about the possibility of improving the storage, which Jake immediately implemented. The renovated premises also had a place to store clothes, and even a whole stable where he could feed his animals. Watching the horse devour the ghostly grass, the young man finally understood what he needed it for. When Jake returned to the real world, his attention was suddenly drawn to Christy, who was clearly worried about something. Looking in the direction the girl pointed, the guy saw a certain ghost whose ghostly aura was even weaker than that of level E ghosts. Completely ignoring the guy standing nearby and his ghost, the ghost with some kind of burden simply walked past. Jake noticed that one of the bags was some kind of ancient mail bag that could have contained something valuable. The decision was made instantly, where the young man gave orders to Christy to steal the bag from the ghost. And as soon as the girl took possession of the unknown ghost's property, Jake immediately felt how the aura of the dissatisfied spirit significantly increased. But apparently sensing the danger, May instantly transported her lover to the cave. As the young man looked at his ghostly hair comb, he wondered what kind of ghost it was that could make even the Red Bride afraid. Meanwhile, Christy had already opened her bag and pulled out some kind of ghostly letter. Having printed it out, the young man realized that he was unable to read these ghostly hieroglyphs. He then summoned his second ghost, who had the skill to decipher ghost text. And when the young man was able to read what was written, he realized that a certain ghost was asking for help. Where immediately after reading the ghost letter, the system gave a new task, where the owner has the opportunity to acquire a third unknown female ghost for himself. But that's where the good news ended, as the system announced that the young man's first job was to arrange for the delivery of the ghost letter from the unknown female ghost, returning it to the ghost postman. Realizing that they had just robbed him, Jake asked the girls if they could beat him, to which they merely threw up their hands. Then the young man decided to start by writing a reply letter to the unknown female ghost. And just as he finished with this, suddenly the quickly moving silhouette of a postman appeared in the distance. The aura of this ghost was simply terrifying, where it seemed he could level mountains to the ground and not even notice it. Then the young man made the only right decision, putting the letters in a bag and simply throwing it to the postman. And as soon as the ghost got his property back, the terrible aura immediately dissipated, and he simply continued on his way. At the same time, events were unfolding in the apartments of the head of the Sea City, where the ghostly masters reported to the old man that last night someone named Jake Stone was able to single-handedly deal with the ghost of the headless general. The mayor's daughter, Melanie Abraham, reacted skeptically to the news, saying that they had known about this guy for a long time, and her father, Wilhelm, noted that they needed to recruit this talent at all costs. In one of the city's taverns, several men were sitting and enjoying drinks and ordinary conversations. The bartender whispered that he had hacked into a government server where he learned that a ghostwriter had been killed the previous night, where he showed the downloaded files to the disbelieving men, where, to their surprise, some teenage rookie dealt with such a dangerous ghost. And a rather tipsy old man sitting nearby noted that some people are simply naturally better than those who are now discussing that guy. The guy himself, as usual, slept in the same bed in the company of his beloved ghostly girlfriends. A loud knock on the door woke the young man up, where he went to see who had come to see him, while May dressed him along the way. The visitor turned out to be Veronica, who told the young man that a very attractive girl from the city government had come to see him. And now, Jake was sitting opposite Melanie, who kindly noted his high talents and services to the fatherland. And when asked how he could help her, the girl said that she came to ask him to join their forces in managing and protecting the city. Jake didn't let her finish, trying to explain something, but the girl interrupted him, asking permission to finish her thought, where she immediately continued to explain that her father is a very influential person who has connections in the association, where Jake will be able to learn from the best, as well as participate in the confrontation of ghostly breakthroughs. Feeling that the girl had not yet said everything, the young man asked her to continue what she had started. Rising to her feet, signaling the move to the main point, Melanie said she was proposing more than just swearing in the city. Her father is already over 86 years old, where he predicted his death within the next 5 years, after which the fate of the city will fall into her hands, where she will need a good and strong husband. The young man began to understand where this girl was heading, and his expression changed dramatically. Sitting back down on the couch, Melanie said that if Jake could reach a certain level of development in these 5 years, then his father would not be against their marriage, where they would remain together to rule this city. Listening to the girl's words, Jake thought that approximately 99% of men would agree to such a generous offer without hesitation. Then he decided to resort to trickery, asking why he was chosen, calling the girl Aunt. And when she, embarrassed, asked why he called her that, the guy explained that she was clearly older than him, therefore he should show respect when communicating. The trick worked, and the embarrassed girl, saying that in 5 years their small age difference would not be noticeable, said that she still had things to do today. Chasing after the fleeing Melanie, Jake, continuing to call her Aunt, now with a hint of sarcasm, asked questions about what he had done or said wrong. Veronica asked what the guy did to the mayor's daughter, that she ran out all red, to which Jake explained that he simply called her Aunt. The girl was extremely surprised when she heard this and also blushed, and the young man tried to understand the subtleties of female logic. Sitting in the car and continuing to experience a strong feeling of embarrassment, the girl mentally scolded Jake for not telling her his age in advance. However, age is age. The main thing was that this guy, who seemed very attractive to her, agreed to the proposal. Veronica and Jake continued their conversation over breakfast in one of the city cafes, where the girl told her companion about how Wilhelm became the city manager and what heights he managed to achieve. The young man was interested in the question of what would happen to the ghost of the city ruler after he died. While taking a bite of her burger, Veronica explained that no one could cope with such a powerful spirit, and therefore, just before his death, Wilhelm would go to a golden prison, where he would die in one of the cells, thereby sealing his ghost there. The information that there are prisons with ghosts in the world was new and very interesting for the young, inquisitive mind, and the girl explained that this is, as a rule, an underground structure made of gold, where the ghosts of deceased rulers live in chambers, and they cannot be released because of their enormous power, which can sow real chaos. However, after some time, the ghosts become calmer, and then the ghost masters can try to take possession of them. And then Veronica revealed her secret desire to someday take possession of the ghost number 55, which she had long dreamed of. Then, changing the subject, the girl, offering the guy a cherry, said that first of all he should take care of her. The young man was distracted from this display of tenderness by a message from the system, instructing him to come to the western part of the city to receive a ghost letter. And so, at the appointed time, he was already at the appointed place, having called Christy and May just in case. And then a ghostly postman appeared, and at the sight of him, Jake hoped that he would not take revenge for the previous robbery. However, the ghost's speed did not decrease, and the young man was forced to prepare for confrontation. At the very last moment, the postman slowed down, after which he respectfully handed the addressee his letter, for which he was awarded verbal gratitude. However, a simple thank you clearly did not satisfy the postman, who gestured for something more substantial as payment. Then, after some thought, Jake asked May to share the ghostly fire with this strange character, where such tips completely satisfied the ghost, and he, turning sharply, headed away with his enormous speed. Well, the young man opened the letter and gave it to May so that she could translate the ghostly language. The letter was written from a women's monastery called the Quiet Monastery. The ghost was unable to make a full translation, but the general meaning of the letter could be made out, where the young man was supposed to follow the ghostly aura of the letter to the southwest of the city. Spurred on by the prospect of receiving a third ghost, the young man decided to set out immediately. His path ran through long abandoned and legally unclaimed lands, on which huge cities stood in the distant past. The young man's journey was interrupted by a message from Veronica, who reported that to the west of the city, the ghosts were organizing an attempt to break through. The ghost break was a rather dangerous phenomenon that did not happen often, but during which a huge number of ghosts would unite and try to break through the walls of the city. Typically, cities had several lines of defense, where it was best to stop breakthrough attempts at the first line, since the further the ghosts went, the more difficult it was to deal with them. Having told all this, the school teacher added that all previous attempts to break through had been successfully repelled, so the children had nothing to worry about. One of the students held out her hand and conveyed her mother's words that today's breakthrough attempt was the largest in history. And when the girl asked why the teacher himself, who was also a ghostly master, was not defending the city, the man sheepishly dismissed the class, saying that he would answer questions next time. Meanwhile, ghostly masters were gradually gathering on the city's first line of defense, where the men and women who were uniting to defend the city began to talk about how this time they would have a rather difficult time defending the city. But suddenly the conversation of the masters was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a level A ghost, who broke through the protective barrier without much difficulty. Having decided to enter the battle, the ghostly masters immediately summoned their charges. However, the ghost that appeared and began the attempt to break through was quite strong, easily fighting off the ghosts of the masters. And now the ghostly masters, huddled together, were already preparing to meet their death. But the barrier of the attacking ghost's ghost world was suddenly broken by a ghost horse that suddenly appeared. Immediately after which, the attacker was instantly destroyed by some kind of flaming clawed palm. The masters began to lament that the new ghost was even stronger than the previous one, when the master girl noticed that there seemed to be a person on the ghostly horse, where, upon closer inspection, everyone else saw Jake, who was sitting on his horse surrounded by ghostly girls. The masters thanked the young man for his help and pointed out the direction in which the main breakthrough began. They wanted to add something else, but the young man had already taken off, heading towards the designated point. The masters recognized that very gifted young man, about whom they had already spoken a lot. And when they were alone, they began to discuss the fact that young people today are very talented. Having covered the required distance, Jake stopped to assess the situation, where right in front of him, he already saw the consequences of the beginning attempt of a ghostly breakthrough. The young man immediately remembered what he had been told about the construction of defensive lines, where it was impossible to allow weak points to be crushed by the attack of ghosts. And so, having caught his breath a little, the young man rushed forward, where a fierce confrontation was taking place. Like a hurricane, he rushed into the thick of the ghosts, waving his ghostly sword and destroying the evil spirits by the dozens. Christy was not far behind him, easily dealing with lower-level ghosts. A young man and a girl were fleeing on a motorcycle from a huge ghost that would not let go and continued to pursue them. Leaving the girl, the man told her to take care of herself, and he would try to lure this A-rank ghost into a trap. But suddenly, right before his eyes, a ghostly horse appeared, and its rider only had time to throw ghosts in different directions. Sticking to his plan, the guy on the motorcycle started to move, when suddenly another ghost blocked his path, where he had no choice but to turn his motorcycle around. But the worlds created by these ghosts came together with all their might, leaving the man with no chance of salvation. Watching what was happening, his recent companion could only shout the young man's name. However, a second later, a ghostly horse appeared before her eyes, passing right through the world of the attacking ghost, where the rider was holding the guy from the motorcycle in one of his hands. Without stopping his movement, Jake threw it next to the other masters who would definitely help him. The miraculously surviving guy asked if anyone had seen his savior, to which he received a negative answer, since everything happened instantly. Moving on, Jake simultaneously studied the situation with the breakthrough, where the switchboard screen showed a large concentration of A-rank ghosts that had broken through the defensive line. And now, having found himself very close, the young man saw that even the golden wall had been broken through by ghosts. Along with his ghosts, Jake immediately entered the battle, where after destroying several attackers, the system announced that May's level could be increased. The young man, without hesitation, agreed to the upgrade, where the system immediately announced that the bride's ghost had reached level S, and had also acquired a new ability to release fog. These improvements came in very handy, and the inspired young man continued his fight with the wave of ghosts. Meanwhile, the ghosts had broken through all lines of defense and were already approaching the populated areas of the city. While destroying another ghost, the Ghost Master Old Man Elroy, answering a question from one of his colleagues, said that one should not count on help from the association. One must cope on one's own. But right after his words, someone reported that an S-rank evil spirit was approaching in the western part. Jake, heading to help, suddenly found himself in a bamboo grove, where, a second later, the owner of this ghostly world of level S appeared in front of him, about whose approach, apparently, Elroy was informed. The ghost panda, whose appearance did not match her character, immediately attempted to attack Jake, but the agile young man was able to dodge the blow, immediately giving May the order to use her new ability. Following her lover's instructions, the girl began to spread a thick green fog across the ghostly territory. Well, Jake's second ward had already taken her third form and was preparing to attack the ghost. Christy rushed past the ghostly panda with her formidable weapon like a hurricane, her blade whistling through the air, and so the huge ghost split into two halves. But for some reason, the young man did not hear the announcement of victory from the system. Looking closer, he saw that there was something else in the very center of this huge, crumbling carcass, where, as it turned out, the real ghost had not yet been destroyed. Only its bulkier shell had been destroyed. The little panda was obviously very unhappy with the way the uninvited guest was treating him, and began to spread some kind of energy around himself, where at that very second more and more bamboo trees began to grow from the ground. And in general, the ghostly world of this little evil ghost bear has significantly increased in size. The masters fighting the other ghosts noted with horror that the panda's ghost world was gradually absorbing Elroy's ghost world. Elroy himself said that he would deal with the S-rank ghost, ordering the others to continue to hold the defense. And this little angry bear, apparently, was just starting to gain momentum. But Jack, who was standing opposite him, said with a grin that his opponent was definitely having a bad day today, since he was unlucky enough to meet him. Where May immediately entered the battle, using her ghostly fire to fight. Having concentrated her energy, the girl directed the blow straight at the enemy, creating a strong explosion, and the system declared victory over the S-rank ghost. Only when Elroy arrived at the barrier of the panda's ghostly world did he suddenly see how the barrier was completely cracked, and as the ghostly world of the bamboo grove began to crumble, the old man saw ghostly silhouettes approaching him. Soon Jake and Elroy were sitting under a canopy, where one of the masters was updating them on the casualties of the personnel. After listening to the report, the old man once again thanked the young man for his help, noting that if it were not for him, the losses would have been much greater. After which he asked why the guy had arrived alone, since according to information received from the association, 2 teams were supposed to arrive, to which Jake explained that he was a special agent working alone, and that the group sent to help had most likely not yet arrived. Having received such an explanation, the old man smiled, saying that their savior alone was worth several support groups, for which the young man expressed words of gratitude. Here other masters joined the conversation, recognizing in the guy that same Jake Stone, the brilliant student. The old man praised the young man for rushing to help and not passing by when he heard that an attempt at a ghostly breakthrough was beginning in the city. The peace lasted for about half an hour, after which the sentries reported that the second wave of the phantom breakthrough was approaching, where this time the number of ghosts was many times greater than previous attacks with the aim of breaking through. One of the masters attracted Elroy's attention by saying that according to the information received, 1 S-ranked ghost had appeared among the ghosts. However, as soon as the old man glanced at the sensor, another S-ranked ghost appeared there, which terrified him, since stopping them with his not-so-great forces seemed impossible. Then another ghost master came running, who reported that in the southern direction, a huge army of ghosts had also begun an attack, having already wiped 2 checkpoints off the face of the earth. Having heard this sad report, the old man fell silent, not knowing at all what to do now. Turning to Jake, Elroy said that the situation was an emergency and he should leave, as losing such a genius would be a disaster for the world. And then, coming closer, the man added that Jake would avenge them when he grew up and gained strength. However, the young man was in no hurry to run, asking for a little time to assess the situation. Looking into the distance with the help of his pumped-up vision, the young man saw the first S-rank ghost. And not far from him there was a second one, where each of them was surrounded by dozens of B-level ghosts. Smiling, Jake noted to himself that destroying these opponents would definitely give him a very good amount of experience. Turning to Elroy, the young man asked him to hold back the pressure of one of the S-rank spirits for a while, which the old man promised to do. Noting that this was all he needed, Jake, preparing to move, said to leave the rest to him. The man tried to stop him somehow, but the absolutely self-confident young man had already jumped down, where his ghostly horse immediately appeared under him. And now he was already rushing towards mortal danger, and preparations for battle began on the wall. Turning around, Jake shouted to Elroy that they only had to hold out for a quarter of an hour. Inspired by the young man's confidence, the man gritted his teeth and promised to hold out. And now the masters were already loading the golden shells, reminding each other that they needed to use ammunition sparingly. Jake was already approaching the world created by the S-rank ghost when golden shells began to rain down around him, destroying unnecessary interference. Elroy also did not stand still, taking up the mission assigned to him, calling on his ghost as he went. And so the ghost world created by his ghost collided with the world of the attacking S-rank ghost, where the old man was supported in the confrontation by other masters. The remaining masters on the wall watched as Jake approached the second S-rank ghost world, surprised that he hadn't used his ghost world yet. Finding himself very close to the ghostly world, the young man told his girls, who were destroying the ghosts they encountered along the way, to follow him. And now, on his ghostly horse, he was already overcoming the barrier of the ghostly world created by his enemy. Besides the main enemy, there were only 8 lower-ranking ghosts inside the world he created, which was good news. Jake rushed to distract the S-rank ghost, while May, as per the agreement reached earlier, attacked the remaining ghosts using her threads. Immediately after which she began to create her own ghost world right inside the ghost world of their enemy. The masters on the wall could hardly believe that this guy could create a ghostly territory right inside another such territory. And so, gradually, all the ghosts found themselves on May's territory, where they lost the ability to create their own territories and noticeably weakened. And so Christy received the command from Jake, and with a quick movement destroyed all the lower-ranking ghosts. The masters fighting nearby were only amazed at the power of this young man, who destroyed 8 ghosts at once. The young man himself was very pleased with the result, praising his beautiful ghostly girls. Busy with praise, the young man did not notice how his main opponent crept up on him from behind, swinging his formidable weapon. The blow dealt by the S-rank ghost was incredibly powerful, and was more like an explosion. May and Christy, who had not had time to react, looked in confusion at where their beloved master had just been. But when the dust settled a little, Jake breathed a sigh of relief, where the armor he was wearing saved him from imminent death. Seeing that the attack was unsuccessful, the evil ghost began to gather energy to use its special abilities. But Jake saw the enemy's impulses in time, immediately rushing forward with the aim of not allowing him to gather his strength. The thick green mist released hid the ghost's movement of May, who suddenly appeared behind him. And so the focused girl delivered her precise and powerful blow to the enemy, the body of which immediately began to dissolve into thin air, and the system announced that the owner and his ghosts had won another victory. At the same time, Old Man Elroy continued to hold back the onslaught of the second S-rank ghost. While dealing with a lower-ranking ghost, he noticed how his main opponent was attacking his own ghost, and noted that they would not last long. And having defeated the first strong opponent, Jake was already rushing to deal with the second. Having passed through the barrier of the second S-rank ghost's ghost world on his horse, the young man immediately noticed that the dome had not been completely destroyed, even though it had been pierced by him. Turning around and seeing his savior, Elroy was very glad that the boy had joined them. Then, looking at his ghost, the old man said that he was already seriously wounded, and again suggested that the young man leave the battlefield to save himself. But the young man was not going to run, opening the system window and studying the characteristics of his new opponent, who was much stronger than the previous one. Suddenly, after the destruction of another ghost, it was announced that Christy could be improved. It was just in time, and with a satisfied smile, Jake gave the system the order to perform the girl's enhancement. The S-rank attack ghost was preparing to finish off Elroy's ghost when changes began to occur within Christy. As if sensing what was happening, the ghost stopped its attack and turned around. Meanwhile, the system announced that Christy had moved up to level S, where all of her abilities were greatly improved. While the improvement was happening, Jake told the Red Bride to create a ghost world and have them destroy their enemy's world, which the girl immediately did, where her power was enough to literally crush the world of the White Ghost. The young man turned to Elroy, saying that now both of his ghosts had risen to level S, and now was the time to begin the assault. Listening to the guy's instructions, the old man thought that there was some completely incredible person in front of him. Jake had already given the order to Christy, who immediately rushed to attack the White Ghost, using her improved abilities. But their enemy was not going to give up so easily, and was not as simple as it might seem. where he suddenly sent all his subordinate ghosts forward, where, before the eyes of an astonished Jake, they merged into one, turning into a huge ghost that stopped the movement of Christie's armed hand. And immediately after blocking the attack, the huge ghost struck the girl back. Seeing what was happening, Elroy gave orders to provide any possible assistance to Jake and his ghosts. But the young man also had an ace up his sleeve, and since the action was now taking place in May's ghostly territory, he used his cloak, releasing the ghosts from it, where this huge crowd of ghosts immediately fell upon a large white monster created from many ghosts. This maneuver was only necessary to hamper the ghost's movements, where Christie immediately repeated her attack. The S-rank ghost, seeing what was happening, rushed forward, where he probably wanted to help stop the attack. But it was already too late, as his defender began to split in two halves. Then the ghost tried to stop the further movement of the ghost girl's weapon, but Christie put in all her efforts, where her opponent instantly flew into pieces. However, despite the ghost being defeated, the system did not declare victory. Elroy, who was tracking the ghost's movements, noticed that the second S-rank ghost was leaving the battlefield. Using his enhanced vision, Jake saw a white ghost running away from him. Christie was about to rush after him, but the young man stopped her, saying that the first priority was to protect the city from a breakthrough. And Elroy and the master standing next to him could only wonder how the S-rank ghost started running. Where had they seen such a thing for the first time? When Jake approached them, the men thanked him for his help and praised the boy's talents, where the old man noted that not only their city, but all of humanity was lucky with Jake. The young man was very embarrassed by such loud praise, modestly saying that Elroy had done much more for the world during his years of service than he had done today. Here the old man's switchboard came to life, where he was informed that the situation on the southern side of the city was very bad. Both the old man and everyone who was nearby were perplexed by what they had just heard. Jake, however, began to think that all the actions of the ghosts that he was observing today seemed to be carefully planned, and the people who reported the tragedy were already panicking, saying that the city would be wiped off the face of the earth. The worried craftsman tried to decide what to do, as everyone had families in the city center. Elroy was the most distressed, not knowing what to do, since if some of the people were redirected to the southern part, the west would not withstand the onslaught. And then Jake intervened in the situation, saying that he was ready to go to help in the southern part of the city. There was no other way out anyway, and the men thanked him, asking him to save the family. Without a second's hesitation, the young man jumped on his ghostly horse and rushed to save the people. Very soon he reached the right part of the city, passing through a checkpoint where there was not a single guard. Looking around, the young man noticed that at first glance the situation seemed quite normal, and then he received a message from friends asking for help, saying that they were trapped in the basement of a shopping center. Heading to the right place, Jake soon noticed that part of the city was in a ghost world. On his ghostly horse, the young man was able to pass through the barrier of the ghostly world without any problems. Once on the other side, the young man immediately noticed how terrible the aura was here. Turning around, Jake saw that the ghosts were attacking the very place where the school used to be. Meanwhile, his friends sat and waited for their friend, who possessed extraordinary abilities to reach their shelter. One of them suggested that the ghosts that had broken into the city might be too strong even for Jake, which horrified the other guy. And Jake was already approaching one of the shopping centers, while his faithful ghostly girlfriends were dealing with the ghosts nearby. In the basement, one of the guys asked the girl who was with them why her father, a famous craftsman, did not come to help, to which the girl answered through tears that he was participating in the defense of the city, and that was more important. And suddenly, the attention of the young people was attracted by a loud knock on the door, where they were glad that Jake had finally reached them. The young man stood near the door and knocked on it, asking if there was anyone on the other side. Meanwhile, the door behind which the students were hiding was broken down, and instead of Jake, a huge ghost entered the room. Jake also opened the doors, where, finding himself inside the room, he saw some people in the distance. When the young man was able to see the face of the man who was hiding here, his own face changed, as if he had seen a ghost for the first time in his life. After all, sitting in front of him, clutching her child to her chest, was the very woman who had once been called his mother. The young man's thoughts moved to the distant past, where he joyfully announced to his grandfather and Christie that he had returned. Seeing the old man swing the axe over the girl's head, Jake was horrified and shouted for him to stop, to which the man replied that he was not going to stop because Christie needed a haircut. And the girl herself also laughed and said that her grandfather was simply a master at cutting hair with an axe. After Jake was abandoned by his parents, he was found and taken in by this grandfather, who had his own workshop. He was certainly not a good educator, But at least both Jake and Christy grew up with him in joy and without need. As it turned out, Christy was also not a relative of her grandfather, where he found her just like Jake and simply saved her from starvation. And so, despite the fact that they did not live very richly, this spontaneously formed family felt truly happy. One day, a dissatisfied customer came to the grandfather and began to make complaints about how the old man had worked on his car, where, due to bad parts, he lost control, got into an accident, and almost died, and the car now needs serious repairs. To which the confused grandfather explained that he had not done anything like that. All the spare parts were of high quality. But the man clearly didn't like the old man's answer, where he also suggested checking everything himself to identify the problem. However, the dissatisfied client clearly wasn't interested in this, where he literally threw the old man into the ground and told him to never dare approach his car again. After which the man, calling himself a ghost master, said that he claims that the breakdown occurred due to the fault of the old man, where he is now obliged to compensate for the damage. Jake and Christy were returning home from the market at this time, where they discussed how their grandfather had definitely caught the eye of the saleswoman who had given them more food than they had money for. And suddenly the children saw their grandfather sitting on the ground, and the retreating men were threatening to kill him if he did not pay. Christy immediately ran closer and helped him up, asking what had happened. Showing an obscene gesture to the departing unworthy masters, the old man said that their status did not give them the right to humiliate ordinary people. After some time, the same mechanics returned, where one of them reminded him that the car was broken because his friend had overindulged in alcohol, to which he explained that it didn't matter, since the old man was just trash. Finally, the attackers waited for the moment when the old man left his house, where, not believing that he had no money, they broke into his home with the aim of searching for his supplies. But as it turned out, the house was not empty, where the frightened Jake and Christy asked what the uninvited guests wanted. However, the presence of children in the house did not stop the criminals, one of whom held them while the other two searched the premises. And so the search was completed, where the thieves were able to find only a bag with pieces of silver. Then one of the villains offered to take the girl with him, for whom he had acquaintances who were willing to pay several thousand. Naturally, Jake tried to prevent this vile plan from being implemented, demanding that Christy be released, and the only weapon he could use to fight back was his own teeth. But as soon as he dug them into the villain's hand, he immediately received a powerful blow that threw him back. As he lost consciousness, the boy watched as the men took away his best and only friend. The grandfather, who returned home, bandaged the boy's head and said that they would definitely save Christy, asking again whether Jake had correctly remembered what the men had said. To which the young man, through tears, once again said that they were talking about some factory on the outskirts of the city. It was already dark outside when Grandpa and Jake reached the industrial part of the city, where there was a single factory that had long since ceased to function as intended. Handing the boy a flashlight and a knife, the grandfather said that only he could fit through the ventilation hole, and therefore it was his responsibility to reconnoiter the situation. And now Jake was already crawling through the narrow ventilation passages, where his goal was to find the room in which Christy was placed. And then, through the bars, the young man saw something resembling a hospital ward, where two healthy men were carrying his girlfriend. The girl tried to resist, but the men held her tightly, and a woman in a medical gown standing nearby prepared to inject her with a sedative. Jake flinched at the sight of what was happening, and then the knife the old man had handed him suddenly fell out of his pocket, and when a piercing and cutting object was stuck into the neighboring bed, it could not help but attract the attention of everyone who was in the room. From the noise and the ventilation, the men and the girl in the medical mask immediately realized that someone was there. Realizing that he had been discovered, Jake decided that he urgently needed to leave this ominous place. But his plan was not destined to come true, as one of the men used some kind of weapon that tore apart the ventilation box, after which the guy fell into the room. Having come to his senses a little, Jake first decided to look around, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pregnant woman lying on the bed, which immediately formed questions in the young man's head about what was going on in this place. But looking further and around the room, the young man saw that there were a lot of such women here. Then the boss of this criminal organization came into the room, and the first thing he did was ask his wife, who was hiding under a medical mask, if everything was okay with her. After which the man ordered to show him the impudent brave man who had made his way to them. And when Jake looked up and was able to see the face of the gang leader, he was simply stunned. After all, standing in front of him was his own father, holding his mother's hand, the same parents who abandoned him on the street several years ago. At the same time, the grandfather who remained on the street, not having waited for Jake to return, came to the conclusion that something had happened to him. The boy, held by two of his father's henchmen, tried to figure out what his parents were doing in this place, A woman's heart was always softer, and Jake's mother could not hide the fact that she recognized her son, not believing that they met again. But then his father gave the boy a hard slap in the face, telling him not to say stupid things, since they were not his parents. The development of events was suddenly interrupted by a powerful explosion that thundered above, where an old man suddenly appeared from a hole in the wall and pointed his crossbow at Jake's father, ordering him to move away from the boy. While the man was asking about their uninvited guest, Jake shouted to his grandfather that they had Christy captive. Immediately after which the old man furiously shouted for his kidnapped granddaughter to be returned to him. But Jake's father wasn't going to do that, pulling out a gun and saying that he had paid a lot of money for her. And then, a second later, massive fire was opened on the grandfather, where he barely managed to get out of the line of fire. Using his only weapon, Grandpa told Jake to free Christy and run away from there. And now the children were already climbing the stairs that led to the roof of this building, which they immediately reported to the boss. To which Jake's father, who had managed to avoid being hit by the arrows, ordered them to catch up with the prey. And then several men rushed to pursue the children, shouting that they could not escape, and it would be better to return themselves. Very soon, Christy and Jake found themselves on the roof, where the girl asked what they should do next. But her companion did not have time to respond to this, since their pursuers had already appeared on the roof, saying that the children had driven themselves into a trap. Pushing his adopted sister aside, Jake prepared to protect her. But then his father appeared on the roof, his weapon pointed at his grandfather's head. The angry man, in front of the shocked children, said that they could no longer count on the help of this worthless old man. But then the grandfather said that he was ready to give the kidnappers a lot of money if they released the children. But Jake's father suddenly kicked the old man right on the head, saying that he had no shortage of money, since here they were cultivating the highest level ghost masters. After which he began to approach the children, telling them to stop resisting and submit to their fate. But neither Jake nor Christy were going to give up, getting closer and closer to the edge of the roof. But suddenly the grandfather was able to break free from the grip and immediately rushed to attack the offender of his grandchildren. His strength was enough to reach his enemy's face and leave his mark there. But the man immediately reacted, delivering a powerful kick to the old man, which sent him flying several meters to the side. The blow was so strong that the grandfather's head broke through the stone railing on the roof, and Christy rushed to his aid. Jake's father, furious that some old man had ruined his face, pulled the trigger, wishing the old man to go to hell as soon as possible. However, Christy suddenly appeared in the bullet's trajectory, hurrying towards her grandfather. And so instead of hitting the old man, the bullet went through the girl's entire little body. And now both the old man and the dying Christy were flying down from the roof. Jake, who had already found himself on the edge, could only look in confusion at the people lying below, who had become his true relatives. Jake's father only cursed that he had wasted his money on buying the girl, and one of his henchmen was already asking whether it was worth finishing off the guy. But then Jake's mother intervened in the situation, asking her husband with her eyes to save the life of their abandoned son. And so the young man stood next to the grave where he personally buried his little sister. His entire future life was reduced to caring for his grandfather, who, after falling from a height, completely lost his ability to work. And when the last person close and dear to the boy's heart was gone, he began to wander until he ended up in an orphanage. And now his own mother, who had once abandoned her son to his fate, was now kneeling before him, addressing the young man in the formal language, asking for help. Watching the woman, Jake realized that she didn't even recognize her own son, and the woman said that they were attacked by ghosts, where she got a leg injury and hid here to protect her little son. Suddenly the young man's eyes filled with pain and anger, and he asked where her husband was now, to which the woman, with tears in her eyes, replied that at some point he abandoned her and their son and disappeared. It was in the spirit of the young man's father, who, as he had long since realized, had nothing human about him. Then Jake looked at his little half-brother, deciding that if he didn't help now, then this boy could also repeat his fate and become an orphan. And then his switchboard came to life, where the young man was informed about the arrival of a tow truck. Turning around, the young man told the car to drive to the back entrance of the shopping center. After which he turned back to his mother and, holding out his hand to her, said that he would help her get out. The woman was unable to walk due to the wound, so Jake helped her climb onto his back and carried her out of his and his son's makeshift shelter. Approaching the evacuation group that had arrived at the designated location, the young man ordered them to take the woman and child while he would save the others. And now his negligent mother was already sitting in the car cabin when she suddenly turned to Jake, asking permission to make one more request. And when the guy agreed, his mother asked him to protect her husband, whom she last saw somewhere on the third floor of a shopping center. Surprised by such a request, the young man asked why the woman was asking to save the man who abandoned her and her son, to which his mother said that her husband had committed many sins, but nevertheless they had a son together. Jake did not respond to the woman's request, and after a while he was already busy examining the building. He soon managed to find his friend's switchboard, where he immediately wondered if this meant that his friend was dead, or if he had lost it while running away from danger. And so he decided to continue exploring the building while his faithful girlfriends were busy exterminating ghosts. Then the glass dome, which was directly above the young man's head, began to collapse, after which he immediately remembered that this building had its own landing pad for helicopters. It was there that a certain man, hiding in an already mangled vehicle, was still trying to shoot back at the ghosts with golden bullets. But the ghost on the roof of the helicopter, seizing the right moment, rushed through the broken glass straight at the man. At that moment, the doors leading to the landing pad swung open, and Jake appeared on the roof. After taking a couple of steps on the roof, the young man suddenly stopped, watching as a certain ghost tried to enter into a forced symbiosis with a person. Absorbed by the ghost, the man asked the boy to save him, where he had a lot of money and gold in his reserves. The boy said nothing in response, simply watching his father, who, like his mother, did not recognize his own son, but the man continued to ask for help, promising a high position in society, wealth, and women in return. After these words, Jake cast a pitiful look at his father, thinking that this man does not change even in the face of death. Meanwhile, other ghosts on the roof of the building began to attack their victim, but the first ghost, entering into a forced symbiosis with him, has already begun to take over the man's mind. In a fit of despair, the negligent father shouted that he did not want to die, but if he had to, he would take the one who did not save him with him. After which the man began to nervously press the trigger of the pistol. But none of the shots fired by the father hit his son, who did not even try to dodge the shots. Well, the ghost continued to attack the man who did not have the ability to control the ghost. And now the killer was already falling from the roof down, no longer having a single chance of salvation. And when his body hit the asphalt and his heart stopped beating, the ghosts scattered in different directions. May and Christy were busy destroying the ghosts that tried to return to the roof for Jake, and the guy himself walked, thinking that this was exactly the fate this man deserved. 2 cars were moving quickly towards the eastern exit of the city, already approaching the tunnel. Suddenly, a fireball flew into one of them, causing the car to instantly explode. The people in the second car could no longer help in any way, and all they could do was save their own lives by going around the obstacle that had appeared. The ghostly master, who was on the roof, watched the burning car and noted that they miraculously managed to escape. But then, from the blazing car, the reason for its destruction appeared, where, to confront this fiery ghost, the master called his own. The women and children in the car experienced real horror when the vehicle began to shake violently. There were also tow trucks parked near the school of Ghostmasters, and Jake's friends, running away from ghosts once again, noted that they managed to escape for a short time from the one who almost finished them off in the shopping center. An attack by one of the ghosts that had caused the breakthrough destroyed the ghost of the very guy who had participated in the exam with Jake. Seeing parked cars right in front of them, people rushed towards them, as this was the only chance for salvation. One of the passengers ran up to the driver and shouted that he should not wait any longer, but should immediately start moving and take away the one who had managed to run. At the same moment, another passenger noticed that something flashed next to the car, and then the huge ghost landed on the road surface, creating the effect of an earthquake with its landing, from which the transport and the people inside it were thrown up like popcorn on a hot frying pan. However, a huge toy train that appeared on the other side prevented the car with people from turning over. And now, opposite the huge ghost, there was Christy, who had created her own ghostly world. Seeing the enemy, the ghost tried to attack the girl, but she skillfully dodged the blow. And then May entered the battle, using her all-consuming ghost fire. She directed a stream of her green flame straight into the ghost's face, causing him to miss the train as Jake, on his ghostly horse, jumped towards him. And so the young man, jumping off his horse, swung his trophy sword, where his most powerful blow literally produced the effect of a real explosion. The people around did not believe that someone could destroy such a ghost with one blow, and Jake stood on the huge head of the ghost he had defeated and personified a true modern hero. One of the young man's classmates was overjoyed that he personally knew such an outstanding man. Meanwhile, Jake left his makeshift pedestal and jumped down to his horse. When he was on horseback, and his faithful ghostly companions had joined him, the youth told all the people to take the wounded and follow him. Everyone who studied with the young man at the same educational institution noted that there was now a huge difference in experience and skill between them. And inside the vehicle, the boy's former teacher also paid his respects to him. After finishing with one transport, Jake gave orders to one of the ghostly masters to oversee the loading of another vehicle and escort the students to safety. And so the column, under the protection of an armed convoy, began its movement to a safe place, shooting back at the attacking ghosts. And at the head of them, still on his ghostly steed, was Jake, clearing the way with his ghostly sword. Soon, the vehicle with refugees arrived at the shelter, where all the rescued were sent. A familiar female voice expressing gratitude for the help made the young man turn around. And then his gaze fell upon the beautiful face of Veronica, who asked him if he had time to miss her. Jake didn't say anything in response, but judging by his eyes and expression, he was very happy to see the association leader. And now they were both sitting at the table, where the young man asked how things were going, to which the girl explained that the association had sent special units to clean up, but the situation still remained ambiguous. With great concern, Veronica explained that the ghostly masters were dying in the dozens, unable to cope with the enemy's onslaught. Suddenly coming to life, the girl asked how Old Man Elroy and the other masters were doing in the West, to which the young man replied that he had helped them defeat several S-rank ghosts, and therefore their situation was relatively normal. Taking what was said as a kind of joke, the girl laughed, noting that the guy had finally found a sense of humor. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the master, who reported that a new strong ghost had appeared in the southern part. Veronica quickly stood up and said that they needed to head to that part and support one of the local nobility. And when asked about who this person was, the girl explained that he was one of those who commanded the S-rank ghost and commanded the troops in the south. Meanwhile, in the southern direction, a real war was going on, where the ghostly worlds of the Breakthrough were trying to attack the ghostly world of the Defenders. The man on the wall shouted that the ghost army was approaching their last line of defense. The commander of the southern defenses, local Lord Basford McDowell, ordered all energy to be directed towards maintaining the barrier. Then the master arrived and reported that another powerful ghost had invaded from the western direction, to which the Lord reacted very sharply, shouting that he did not have the resources for this and ordered the master to solve the problem himself. Well, Jake was already heading to the southern part, where Veronica, sitting behind him, really enjoyed riding a ghostly horse. At some point, the young man told the girl to hold on tighter, because now they would gallop, where, clinging to the young man's back, the girl herself blushed from burying her chest in him. Looking at his switch's sonar, Jake saw a dot appear on the screen, indicating that there was a ghost nearby, where this ghost was not slow to show itself, jumping from one mountain to another. Taking a closer look, Jake recognized the same S-rank ghost who had shamefully fled from him earlier. Turning to Veronica, the young man said that this ghost had previously escaped from him, and she noticed that he was somewhat similar to the paperman she summoned. It was decided to act together, where the girl would be given the task of luring the fugitive. And now she has already launched a whole squadron of her paper airplanes into the air. And as soon as they reached the ghost, he immediately had a desire to swallow this ghostly paper. It was with this purpose that the ghost rushed after the paper airplanes, where after some time, he suddenly found himself in a spacious wasteland, which is what Jake was trying to achieve. At that very second, May deployed her ghostly world around the area in which the ghost would not be able to create a double of itself and escape again. And on the other side, another of Jake's friends was already approaching the fugitive, preparing to attack. This time, one hit was enough for the system to declare victory over the S-level ghost. Everything happened so quickly that the ghost summoned by Veronica did not even have time to prepare for any attack, and its owner herself was in a state of deep shock, only now beginning to realize that Jake wasn't joking about destroying several S-rank ghosts. While she was wondering how she could level up so much in just a couple of days, Jake was praising his ghostly friends for their excellent work. The young man then turned to Veronica, asking if she liked the work they had done, to which the girl responded positively, thinking that now this guy would definitely not need her help. Suddenly, a voice came from Veronica's switchboard, informing her of the appearance of new ghosts. At the same time, right in front of the wall where Basford was, something previously unseen suddenly appeared. It was a ghostly mirror, which the Lord saw and warned that it was going to use its special skill. Immediately after which all the mirror surfaces in the area turned green. Seeing how some new ghost appeared in the water, the masters recoiled, not understanding how to act. And on Jake's sonar, the mark indicating the ghost suddenly changed color. After which the young man wondered out loud what this could mean. To which Veronica explained that this meant the ghost had changed ranks, where he had just increased his level to S1. This was the first ghost of this level that had ever appeared during a breakout attempt. While the Lord was thinking about the fact that there was no one in their ranks who could deal with this threat, he was informed about the arrival of Veronica and Jake, Basford asked the girl who approached if she knew about the new problem, to which she responded positively, asking if there was any plan. But there was no plan as such, where pointing to the ghost, the Lord only noted that it did not enter the battle, where its leveling up without fighting could mean it's feeding off the energy of others. At this point, Jake intervened in the conversation, suggesting that this particular ghost was in charge of the entire breakthrough. Veronica was amazed that, with such power, this ghost still had not created a ghostly world that would suppress the one protecting the city. But with a heavy sigh, Basford explained that things weren't as simple as they seemed, where the entire city, along with its barrier, had long since been covered by a huge, ghostly dome. The girl could not believe what she heard, as it meant the most terrible consequences, and the Lord seemed to read her thoughts, saying that retreat would be simply impossible, where the mirror would kill everyone at once if it wanted to. After which he added that they needed to wait for reinforcements. But for now, he, being at the same level of development as the mirror, would be able to hold it back. Well, Jake and Veronica's task will be to help weaken this ghost that feeds on the victories of others. And so the young man on his ghostly steed and the girl on her motorcycle rushed into battle, deciding to first destroy the S-rank ghosts. Seeing 3 ghosts in front of him, the young man noted to himself that he should be able to cope without difficulty. But literally a second later, he decided that he was seeing double, since there were now 6 ghosts. After thinking for a while, he came to the conclusion that this was most likely some kind of ghost mirror skill. They went their separate ways with Veronica, deciding that to win, they simply needed to find the ghost's main body. And so the girl summoned one of her ghosts, giving her the order to reveal which of her opponents was real. And so the ghost began to attack one of the twins, checking whether it was a real ghost or a mirage, where judging by the reaction of the attacked person, it was a real ghost. But suddenly both ghosts, being in their own worlds, simultaneously attacked Veronica's ghost. Where seeing this, the girl noted with horror that both opponents in front of her were real. All the other masters participating in the battle also relayed information that the enemy's numbers had doubled, where not only the highest-ranking ghosts were cloned, but also the A and B level ghosts as well. Having already experienced the ghost attack on herself, Veronica informed everyone that the second ghosts are just as real as the first. Where after hearing this message, Jake realized that the duplicate of the S-class ghost would be no weaker than the original. The girl noted that the main ability of the ghostly mirror, apparently, is to double the number of ghosts participating in the breakthrough. Then the young man said that it would be faster and easier to find a way to destroy all these ghosts than to look for loopholes and hide. And so, carrying out his order, May had already unfolded her ghostly world, in which the ghosts nearby found themselves, where, without a second's hesitation, Christie attacked one of them, literally cutting it into 2 parts, where the system announced a victory and the accrual of only experience points. But when May dealt with the second similar ghost, the system awarded not only experience points, but also some other bonuses. Noticing this peculiarity, Jake immediately began to think that the connection between the original and the clone could be much closer than it seems. Turning to Christie, the young man asked the girl to use her abilities to identify original ghosts, which he needed to test one theory. And so, following her master's orders, Christie opened her third eye, beginning to scan for ghosts. After a couple of seconds, she had already determined which of the 2 identical ghosts was the real one, where at that very second the girl rushed towards him and dealt a crushing blow to his head. The system announced the victory and the accrual of various bonuses, and Jake noted that with the destruction of the original, the clone was automatically destroyed. Meanwhile, at another point, the breakthrough ghost and his clone attacked one of Veronica's ghosts, but another of her ghosts immediately intervened in the situation and destroyed the attacker, where the destroyed ghost turned out to be the original, and therefore its copy immediately dissolved into thin air. The man watching the battle from the wall happily noted that the young man and woman who had recently arrived had destroyed 6 S-rank ghosts in one fell swoop. Here his attention was drawn to the Lord, who seemed to be standing on his feet with difficulty, and explained that he did not have the strength left to continue to hold the ghostly barrier. The man then contacted Jake and Veronica, informing them of the problem and asking them to come back. Just as he started moving, the young man suddenly discovered that the terrain around him had changed dramatically, where suddenly a completely different city appeared next to him, instead of the one they were now defending. Where in this ghostly world, the young man immediately saw clones of the ghost of Lord Basford himself. After a couple of seconds, it dawned on him that in this world, the ghost mirror was capable of cloning any ghosts, and when he turned around, he and his faithful friends saw several copies of them. The Lord himself appeared in this ghostly-looking glass and warned Jake that the mirror clones any ghosts along with their abilities. The information was, of course, useful, but it was not at all encouraging, since the forces were becoming completely unequal. He then ordered his ghosts to attack the clones without using their special skills. Since the ghostly horse was of no use in the ghostly-looking glass, the young man decided to continue without it. Jake told Veronica, who had already arrived at the edge of the dome, not to go inside, as this would only worsen the situation by cloning her ghosts. Meanwhile, Christy, without using any special skills, had already dealt with several of her copies, where the system announced victory and the accrual of experience points. May kept up with her companion's achievements, destroying her copies and thus adding to her experience pool. And then, in a matter of seconds, there was not a single clone left in the air, and Jake noticed that the fighting abilities of the ghostly mirror were not as good as it might have seemed. But Basford did not share this enthusiasm, saying that the first wave of clones was apparently simply used to test the enemy's strength. And now new clones of Jake's ghosts began to appear in the air again, where this time May's clone had a weapon. And so two identical girls met in a new fight, where the clone's sword clearly could not withstand the attacks of the original. Watching the battle, the young man noticed that this time the clone's abilities had improved significantly. However, he did not notice that the ghost weapons had been copied, and so the sword of May's clone shattered into small pieces, as did the clone itself, and the system once again awarded experience points. Christy also did not stand aside, destroying her clones one after another, for which she also received a lot of experience. Jake, meanwhile, thought that if the mirror would endlessly create clones, then sooner or later he would lose the battle, since his ghosts would simply spend all their energy. At the same time, the clone attacked the ghost of the Lord, where the latter, holding on with all his might, noted that his ghostly world was about to collapse. Jake then instructed May to expand her ghost territory to the same size, and when the buildings from May's world appeared, the young man noticed that her ghostly world also immediately ended up in a ghostly-looking glass. Meanwhile, new clones of his ghosts materialized in the air again, ready to continue the battle. The young man then ordered Christy to use her third form to attack, and May to use her ghostly fire. And so the girl, having changed her appearance, moved from one copy to another, easily destroying them. Well, May, without even moving from her place, simply burned all her copies with her green ghostly flame. Jake noticed that the time between the appearance of new clones was increasing each time, which meant that the mirror itself was losing strength. Then he heard Basford's cry, warning the young man about the appearance of new clones. And so, several copies of Christy and May hung in the air again, where, seeing some clubs and other junk in their hands, the young man was confirmed in his guess about the impossibility of copying ghostly weapons. But then, right before his eyes, the number of clones became twice as large as there had been several times before. Deciding it was time to end this battle, Jake ordered the girls to use all their abilities to destroy the clones. Basford, watching the battle, was amazed at how many abilities the ghosts of this unknown guy had. And now, May has already spread her long red and extremely deadly threads everywhere, where her actions were complemented by an incredibly powerful attack from Christy, whose fire form dealt a devastating blow. After finishing off her clones, May set about destroying the Ghost Lord's clones, where for this she only needed one movement of her hand, releasing several fireballs at the ghosts. Basford, watching the two ghostly girls work, was very impressed by their incredible strength. With no clones left in the area, Jake instructed Christy to use the third eye to locate the main body of the ghost mirror. Having done this, the girl instantly discovered the place where the ghost that was attacking them was hiding. At that very second, the brave girl rushed to the place where she had discovered the ghost in order to destroy it. But the mirror was not so easy to overcome, where this ghost could easily move from one object to another. Jake noticed the ability of the ghost mirror to hide anywhere in the mirror ghost world. The young man then decided to use one of May's new abilities, telling her to create a double ghost world. And as soon as the girl began to use her ability, the mirror world could not withstand the double pressure and began to collapse, where the ghost had no choice but to jump out of his crumbling shelter. He also had no clones left to protect himself or energy to create new ones, and Jake, pleased with himself, ordered May to attack. The evil ghost tried to escape from danger, but without his clones, he could do little against Jake's ghosts. And then May, who appeared next to him, decapitated his ghostly body with one movement. The victory was won, which the system immediately announced to the young man, awarding him all the bonuses due for it. Well, instead of a ghost, a damaged mirror appeared in the air, which quickly began to fall down. The young man caught the mirror, generally mentally thanking it for all the experience he had been able to gain during this adventure. Veronica soon arrived on the scene and immediately asked if the ghostly mirror was finished. Basford answered the question by saying that this time they managed to win and survive thanks to the nice guy standing next to him. And one of the nearby masters also noted that all the other ghosts began to retreat. It was a great victory for humanity, where people could not be more happy that they were saved and their city was preserved. Thanks to their savior, the people grabbed Jake and began to throw him into the air, shouting his name in unison. Not far from what was happening stood the young man's mother, hugging her son, who had only just now heard the name of the man who had recently saved her. A little boy standing next to the woman asked if she knew the man who saved them. Having answered this question in the negative, Jake's mother also told her second son that he should remember the name of their savior and repay him properly when he grows up. After listening to his mother, the child, with the most serious expression on his face, made it clear to her that he would not forget the kindness and remembered her instructions. Meanwhile, Basford informed Veronica that they still had a lot of work to do to clear the rubble and restore the city, where the girl had already managed to give some orders on this matter. Then Jack approached the Lord, asking what he should do with the ghostly mirror, to which the man explained that it was the winner's trophy and invited him to a celebratory ceremony that he would hold in his honor. Jake tried to refuse to participate, but Veronica decided everything for him, telling the Lord that they would definitely be there. Then followed the long and tedious process of clearing the streets of the bodies of dead people and ghostly craftsmen, and rebuilding the destroyed buildings. A few hours later, Veronica found Jake sitting on one of the dilapidated buildings. Sitting down next to him, the girl noted that the young man was not himself today, to which he replied that he was simply very tired. But after a short pause, the young man said that all his life he had strived to become strong, so that some people would see it. But when he achieved his goal, they did not even recognize him. When he said this, only he understood who he was referring to. Remembering for a moment his negligent parents, Jake, without hiding his sadness, said that he had lived alone his whole life. But Veronica suddenly said that his truly close ones are always next to him, where the guy did not understand what she meant. And the girl explained that she meant the ghost of Christy, who so bravely protects him, although she does not speak to him. And also May, with whom the young man, as with Christy, has a very strong personal attachment. After which the girl added that Jake is not alone, because there are always two devoted and loving ghosts next to him. After which Veronica hinted that she, too, would like to become an important person in this world for the young man. After listening to his interlocutor, Jake thanked her for her words of support, saying that he now had an incentive to live and develop. Meanwhile, many vehicles carrying a reinforcement group began to pull up to the city. The commander of this unit, a man, found it strange that there was not a single ghost in the area, deciding that the city had already fallen. However, his first mate, after reading the local news, said that the ghosts of a breakthrough had receded. It was surprising to the man, who had seen with his own eyes from the destruction how far the ghosts had gone. Another ghost master in the car read and voiced that someone named Jake Stone was able to defeat the S-rank Ghost One, after which the horde retreated. And when the commander asked who this guy was, his first deputy explained that he had heard about some gifted student who had appeared not long ago. Having decided to sort things out on the spot, the belated reinforcements continued on their way to the city. Next to her family's mansion, the mayor's daughter, Melanie, was watering the flowers she had planted. The girl was distracted from her quiet occupation by one of the maids, who said that it was very urgent, and when the mistress asked what was the matter, the maid told her the news that someone named Jake Stone was able to defeat the powerful ghost and prevent the breakthrough. The girl who had recently proposed to this guy to enter into an arranged marriage was quite surprised by his abilities. Snatching the switchboard from the maid's hands, Melanie decided to read what was written in the news herself. When she studied the news story, the mayor's daughter noted to herself that she needed to get this guy as a husband at any cost. Where, observing the reactions of her mistress, the maid told her not to worry, since no one would refuse such a beauty as her. But Melanie didn't listen to her, and began to blush again at the thought of marrying a young man younger than her. Here the maid reminded the mistress that many had claimed her hand and heart, and now, having learned of the girl's choice, they might begin to plot against Jake. It was almost dark outside, and Jake, accompanied by the head of the Association of Ghost Masters, arrived at the mansion where a celebration was scheduled to mark the victory. Once inside the room, the young man looked at everything around him with interest. The first person to notice the hero was Old Man Elroy, who immediately headed towards him. He hugged the boy like an old friend, and Jake expressed his feelings of joy that the old man was okay. Then Elroy turned around and introduced the guy to the commander of the reinforcement group and his first deputy. Not knowing what to say, the young man simply said that he was glad to meet them, and Veronica, who was accompanying him, noted that they did not need reinforcements today. The commander laughed and said that he would be glad to be left without work at all, as this would mean the reign of peace on Earth. And his first deputy had already shaken the guy's hand, congratulating him on his great victory and expressing his willingness to work together in the future. The man whispered to the young man that rumors about Melanie Abraham's choice had already spread throughout the city and that the guy should be careful. Jake understood what was being discussed, where the husband candidates could definitely make attempts to deal with the competitor. Soon, all the guests at the event were seated at the tables, and Basford stood and made a toast in honor of the hero of the day, Jake Stone. The generous lord announced that he had transferred $1 million to the young man's account and was also giving him one of his estates. In addition, the man gave the young man the right to choose 3 artifacts from the repository of ghostly objects. When he finished his toast, all the guests rose from their seats and began to greet, congratulate, and praise the hero. A few hours later, the party was over, and a rather tipsy Veronica, thinking that Jake had most likely consumed alcohol for the first time, asked to be taken home. They soon arrived at her place, where on the way the young man, whose body was different from any other thanks to the system, managed to sober up a little. Having literally escorted the girl to her bed, he helped her lie down and wished her pleasant dreams. Jake was about to leave her room when Veronica grabbed his wrist, after which, pulling the young man towards her with a movement that was quite strong for a drunk girl, she pressed her lips to the young man's lips. Falling back onto the bed a few seconds later, Veronica said that now the true reward had found its hero. But suddenly, unexpectedly for her, Jake lowered himself to her, where now he connected their lips. Leaving Veronica's lips, the young man covered her cheek with kisses, after which he reached the girl's tender neck. The feelings overwhelmed both of them, and their palms clasped tighter and tighter. When Jake woke up, he noticed how much his head hurt from the alcohol he had drunk the night before. When he had taken a shower and got dressed, he found Veronica in the kitchen, standing next to the set table. Seeing the food, the young man asked if May had accidentally tried again with the food, to which Veronica explained that this was her creativity, since she woke up early and did not know what to do with herself. The young man was pleased with such attention, and he immediately sat down at the table with words of gratitude. But from the very first bite, Jake fully realized how disgusting this girl was at cooking, and when she asked the guy how his breakfast was, he had to lie, saying that it was very tasty, so as not to offend the girl. After which Veronica said very coldly that she needed to go to the western part of the city and asked Jake to close the door when he was going somewhere. Leaving the key in the hallway and saying goodbye just as coldly, the girl left her home. Left alone in the corridor, the girl reproached herself for what she had done the previous night, thinking that now she couldn't even look the guy in the eye. Jake, also left alone, was thinking about the fact that he hadn't had time to ask for water to wash down the heavily salted food. Having finished with an unpalatable breakfast, the young man soon left the city, where he could finally go and resolve his affairs and get the third ghost. Summoning May, he asked her to use the ghostly energy to determine where they needed to go. Watching the girl concentrate, the young man assumed that the ghostly aura on the letter had dissipated during this time, which meant that finding the way to the monastery would not be easy. And then he remembered that the Rhodey sisters specialize in tracking ghosts. Deciding to try to attract them to his project, the young man spurred his ghostly horse. And now, he was sitting at the table opposite the leader of the association in the city of Alet, Mike Rowdy, whom he had saved, and talking about how he needed some help. Smiling affably, the man said that he would help if it was within his power, after which Jake explained that he actually came to his daughters because he needed help tracking down a ghost. Both girls instantly blushed and became embarrassed when they heard that this handsome man had come to them. Having handed the letter to Catherine, the young man asked whether her ghost would be able to sense the remnants of her aura. And now the girl has already summoned her ghost, holding it with one hand and a piece of paper with the other. Where after the ghost's reaction, Catherine said that it would be impossible to say the exact location, but she could indicate the direction. This suited the young man just fine, and he turned to Mike, asking him to lend him this talented girl for a few days. The man did not quite understand the word the guy used. Borrow. Immediately after which the young man recovered and said that he was simply asking to let Catherine go with him to track down the ghost, promising her absolute safety on the way. Mike, thinking not about the dangers, but about the fact that his daughter would sleep next to this guy, said that the decision largely depended on his daughter's position, where at that very second, Carton very actively expressed her agreement, saying that Jake saved their lives, which means they are simply obliged to respond with kindness to kindness. Diana immediately intervened in the conversation, saying that she would also go with them, since her ghost could help in establishing a more precise location. While lamenting the fact that both his daughters were running into the clutches of this guy, Mike had no choice but to give the go-ahead for the journey. And so, pleased that everything had worked out so well, The guy said goodbye to his sisters, saying that he would pick them up the next morning. Turning around and heading towards the city, he suddenly came across a man whose face was hidden under a hood. And when the girl raised her head, Jake was surprised to see Melanie in front of him. The girl sheepishly noted that she was glad to meet him, and said that her father had business with him. The young man was quite surprised that the head of the city could have some business with him, but the girl confirmed that he had heard correctly, and invited him to follow her to their mansion, where her father was already waiting for a meeting. It was a great opportunity to learn something about the Quiet Abode Monastery from a seasoned veteran, so Jake accepted the invitation. The only thing that was unclear to the young man was why the old man had sent his daughter for him, and not just a servant. Very soon they arrived at the appointed meeting place, and Jake helped his companion out of the car. Wilhelm Abraham, who had already appeared on the porch, greeted the guest from afar, saying that he was glad to meet him. When the young man greeted him, the old man noted the boy's distinctive appearance, saying that he now understood why his daughter liked him so much. Having invited the guest to follow him, he promised to show him something right away. As Jake followed Wilhelm, he noted to himself that the man looked so healthy and strong that it was hard to believe that he only had about 5 years left to live. Moving along the alley, the trio soon reached the desired place, where a certain structure immediately appeared from under the ground. The old man placed his palm against the gold plate, and then invited Jake and his daughter to enter. Being there for the first time, Melanie asked her father what this place was, to which he replied that she would soon see for herself. And suddenly, after some simple manipulations performed by Wilhelm on the instrument panel, the cabin began to rapidly descend. This descent was simply endless, where Jake managed to count about 5 minutes before the cabin stopped. And then the elevator doors opened, and the young people even had to cover themselves from the blinding light. After all, right in front of them was a long corridor, completely inlaid with gold. As he moved along this corridor, Wilhelm explained that this was a secret room for keeping special ghosts, access to which was only given to the head of the city. Looking around, Jake said it reminded him of the association's Golden Ghost Prison. Noting the young man's high level of awareness, the old man corrected him, saying that it would be more correct to say that the prison was similar to this room, since the room appeared first. In those distant times, his father was the head of the city when the great invasion of ghosts began. Many people managed to survive only thanks to the shelter he built, where he trained himself and raised the first generation of ghost masters. It is thanks to his father that Alayat is one of the few cities that survived the great invasion of ghosts. However, at that time, the masters were just beginning to comprehend the basics of interacting with ghosts, and therefore after their death, the ghosts rebelled against people. This is precisely why this secret room was built, where the masters came to live out their last days, in order to lock up their powerful ghosts here. Wilhelm was left to continue his work, where he put all his efforts into it and created the city as it is today. Well, after the Association of Ghost Masters was founded, a golden prison was built according to the plans of this room. Approaching one of the doors, the old man said that behind each of them there was a very powerful ghost, where, for example, behind this door is a ghost that, like bats, moves using echolocation, and is also capable of killing by using its sound waves. In room number 2, there's also a special ghost, from the sight of which a person immediately dies, and therefore no one knows what it looks like. Approaching the window into the cell, the young man looked at the box inside. After which, turning to the old man, he asked how they could lock such a ghost in a box without looking at him. To which Wilhelm explained that he was already going to try to destroy this ghost, which had killed more than one master. But then a box was created that itself attracts ghosts, and this dangerous spirit ended up locked in it. Then the old man said that there were many ghosts locked in this room, each of which was enough to destroy the city, but in case of a real threat, they would become a reliable shield. Melanie asked what her father meant by the real threat, and what could be worse than a break-in attempt, to which the wise man explained that by the real threat he meant a war between people, which, as history shows, will happen sooner or later. After all, according to some assumptions, the great invasion of ghosts began precisely because of experiments with the latest nuclear and chemical weapons by the opposing powers of the past. Listening to what Wilhelm said, Jake completely agreed with him, as he had experienced firsthand how terrible human nature can be. And suddenly the old man turned his attention to the young man, saying that he had been observing his successes, where, during his long life, he managed to meet many outstanding ghost masters who were overcome by the thirst to obtain the most powerful ghosts, from which they died. However, he sees his guest today as a reasonable, calm, and far-sighted person. And so the head of the city spoke about the main thing, asking whether the young man had thought about his daughter's proposal, where such directness on the part of the father made the girl quite nervous. Jake was also very confused, saying in a bewildered voice that it was still a bit too early for him to think about such things. Laughing, the man said that he completely understands a guy who doesn't want to get involved in family obligations before the time comes. At the same time, the old man made an offer, where if Jake reaches a certain level of development in 5 years and agrees to marry Melanie, then he will give him the most powerful ghost from his vault. And the last condition, which shocked the young man, was that he had to become the new head of this city. These words irritated the girl, who could not believe that her father would give her place to another. But Wilhelm explained in a fatherly tone that his daughter, despite her age, still only had an A rank, which would not be enough to protect the city. Despite the fact that outwardly everything seems calm, they have many envious people and ill-wishers. He had already heard that the association wanted to take over their army, and the nobility to lead the city, and therefore after his death a real war could begin. After listening to everything her father said, Melanie admitted that she hadn't even thought about it. Jake understood that there was some truth in the old man's words, but suddenly said that if he needed a strong leader, he just needed to make one out of his daughter, and not marry her off. It was an adventurous proposal where both the old man and his daughter objected, saying that even the strongest masters could not raise their level in a couple of years. But then Wilhelm turned to his daughter and said that the option proposed by their guest was still worth trying, and if she succeeded, the post would go to her. The girl looked at her father with a grateful look, thanking him for the trust he had shown. When they had already left the secret room, Jake promised the old man to keep everything a secret and think about his offer. Before saying goodbye, the young man asked permission to ask Wilhelm one question, and when he received it, he asked whether the man had heard anything about the Quiet Abode Women's Monastery. After thinking for a moment, the old man said that this name was very familiar to him. And then it dawned on him where he remembered that it was this monastery that was destroyed by some evil ghost about 50 years ago. The monastery had a long history, where after the great invasion of ghosts, they also trained ghost masters, but only accepted women. Then, while still young, he was traveling through the north of the country when he suddenly felt a terrible aura. Talking later with various people he met, he found out that that surge of aura was the moment the monastery was destroyed by an out-of-control ghost. Having confirmed that the monastery really existed, Jake asked if anyone had gone there after what had happened, to which the old man explained that expeditions had visited there, but no one had been able to find anything, including the ghost that had destroyed the monastery. The next day, as promised, the young man arrived at the Rowdy family home to take Diana and Catherine on their journey. Having promised his father that he would return the girls safe and sound, Jake invited them onto his ghostly horse. And so, happy with how everything turned out, the girls were already sitting behind his back, where Diana was lucky enough to press her body against the guy. All Mike could do was watch as the ghostly horse and its rider carried away his beloved daughters. After several hours of non-stop riding, Jake asked Catherine to check if they had lost their way, to which the girl explained that they needed to continue moving in a northwesterly direction. Having thanked the girl, the guy thought that the ghost that destroyed the monastery could be very strong, and therefore he needed to be careful. Deciding to see if he could upgrade his ghosts, the young man discovered that he had 2 unused lottery attempts that appeared after raising the level of his ghosts. The first use of the lottery gave Jake the ability to transfer received damage. This meant that if he was injured, all the damage taken would be distributed among his ghosts, without harming him, which was a very useful skill since he once almost died during an exam when he was stabbed with a dagger by the unfinished May killer. The second spin of the lottery gave the owner the skill of telepathic communication with his ghosts, where the young man decided to test the capabilities of this skill later. At the same time, the ghost postman was approaching the place where he was expected to deliver the letter. When the walls of the monastery appeared before him, the postman abruptly stopped his movement. Coming closer to the ghostly territory, he calmly stepped over the barrier. And now the postman found himself in the monastery's courtyard, where he was met by a pink, ghostly umbrella. When the ghost was very close, the umbrella immediately handed the prepared letter to the postman, which he carefully took into his hands, thereby taking upon himself the responsibility of delivering the letter to the addressee. And now the ghost has already left the walls of the monastery, continuing its difficult work of delivering letters. Well, when the postman left the ghostly world, the umbrella suddenly opened and began to spin, creating a strong whirlwind. At that very moment, a huge number of similar umbrellas appeared from behind the mountain and approached the monastery. All together they began to open up, forming one huge umbrella over the buildings, acting as a ghostly barrier. But then the walls of the monastery, made in the form of palms, called upon some force that instantly destroyed the dome created from umbrellas. The man, hiding in the gorge, asked one of his companions whether this place was really suitable for an ambush, to which the group leader said that according to his information, Jake Stone had already left Elliot and was heading straight in their direction. The third member of the criminal gang immediately told his companions not to worry, as he had never missed with his sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Jake slowly guided his ghostly horse through the gorge, asking if his companions were tired. To which Diana, turning a little pink, said that she wouldn't mind taking a little break. Then the young man decided to make a stop immediately after they left the gorge, and the attacker, watching through binoculars, informed his accomplices that he already saw their target. The sniper immediately perked up, saying that he would now solve the problem with this guy once and for all. Aiming his sights directly at the young man's head, the killer pulled the trigger without thinking, and the unsuspecting Jake continued to direct his ghostly transport towards the exit of the gorge. Since he had moved a little since the shot, the bullet hit him right in the back, immediately after which his ghostly objects, in which Christy and May lived, became active, and the young man realized that they were being attacked. And now his ghostly girlfriends had already come outside, where May immediately surrounded her lover with a ghostly barrier. Jake's companions turned to him, asking if the young man was injured, to which the young man replied that he was fine, thinking to himself that if it weren't for his new ability to redistribute damage, it would have definitely been the end for him. The man who shot could not believe that after his shot, the target was not only not hit, but continued to live and move, and the young man had already found the place where the killers were hiding. Quickly realizing that this was the only road out of the city where it would be easy to track him down. Assuming that there might be a high-ranking master among the attackers, Jake decided to lure them out into the open. The young man quickened the pace of his horse and immediately ordered May to deploy her ghostly world immediately upon exiting the gorge. And now he, together with the rowdy sisters, is already in relative safety in the ghostly territory of the Red Bride. Well, the group of killers sincerely did not understand why this guy not only remained alive, but also controlled ghosts. The traveling trio managed to get off the horse, where the girls asked Jake about what they should do next. Well, those who wished him death had already managed to descend from their shelter, intending to catch up with and destroy the target. The young man understood that the news that he was an S-rank had quickly spread among the people, which meant that among the killers, there was at least one S-rank person. The only hope was that the pursuers wouldn't summon their ghosts before they reached May's territory. And so the men standing at the entrance were preparing to find and kill Jake, where one of them suggested calling on the ghosts first. But the older and more experienced killer going inside said that it was not worth calling the ghost yet, so that Jake would not see who he was dealing with and would not be able to prepare. And so, standing in the middle of the yard, the man shouted that guests should be greeted in a completely different way, to which the young man who appeared before him on his horse replied that he somehow did not have time to meet them at the threshold. Here, Diana said that she knows this man who lives in their city, has rank S1 and controls 3 ghosts, and the uninvited guests continued the dialogue, calling the guy very talented, but also explaining that he had crossed the path of very influential people. Laughing, the young man asked why they were so confident that they could kill him, to which the S-rank master alone did not respond, but said that the boy would have had a chance to survive if he had immediately rushed to look for shelter, and in the next life, he should not try to be a hero. Here Diana intervened in the dialogue, asking her friend why he wanted Jake dead, and then the killer said that he had been friends with the girl's father for a long time and did not want to kill them at all, but there should be no witnesses. And so the criminals snatched up their ghostly objects, trying to summon the ghosts. Watching the faces of his ill-wishers change, Jake grinned and asked them what happened. Meanwhile, behind the men's backs, the one on whose territory they found themselves, having lost contact with their ghosts, appeared. The blow was dealt instantly, and left the killers no chance of escape. Diana and Carton watched in horror as their father's old friend, who had taken a not entirely correct path, breathed his last. Justifying his actions, Jake explained that he had to act quickly and decisively, where otherwise they would all face certain death. Less than a minute later, the travelers climbed back onto the ghostly horse and quickly continued on their way, and the sniper, who remained in cover, when May's ghostly world disappeared, saw 2 bodies of his accomplices lying on the ground. Amazed by how Jake dealt with a S-rank master in a couple of minutes, the killer decided to report this to the customer. When the sun had almost disappeared behind the horizon and it was starting to get noticeably dark outside, Jake suggested spending the night in an abandoned town that they came across along the way. Christy quickly cleared the chosen place for the night from the ghost that lived there. After some time, Jake was finishing up dinner for himself and his companions by the fire. Handing Diana one of the skewers, the young man wished the girl bon appetit and warned that the food was still hot. Having received her portion, Diana was very surprised at how the young man managed to take so much quality food with him. It was all about his ghostly storage, which had the unique property of keeping food products constantly fresh. The girl was overjoyed when Jake handed her some fried chicken and said he would get more pillows and blankets closer to bedtime. Here, Diana noted that her sister had somehow stayed in the toilet for a very long time, after which the young man volunteered to check if everything was okay. He was slowly moving through the streets of the abandoned city when he suddenly heard a woman scream. Without thinking for a second, he rushed in the direction from which the voice came. As it turned out, Catherine came across a huge snake, which was slowly descending from the tree straight towards the girl. And so, opening its mouth wide, the snake made its deadly throw, from which Catherine had no chance to escape. A powerful blow from the fist interrupted the snake's attempt to feast on human flesh. The impact was so strong that the huge python was thrown into a distant nearby tree. Rescued and frightened, Catherine immediately threw herself into the arms of the brave young man. They soon returned to camp, and when dinner was over, Jake made them a bed in the former lair of the destroyed ghost. He was still sitting by the fire when Catherine suddenly rose from her sleeping place and attracted his attention. Still under the influence of those emotions from the encounter with the python, she asked the guy to sleep with them, as she felt very uneasy. After thinking for a bit, the young man agreed to sleep next to the girls if it would make Catherine feel calmer. And now he was already lying next to her, where the girl was very pleased that she would sleep next to this beautiful young man. Another warm morning arrived, finding the travelers still asleep in the shelter under the tree. However, only the rowdy sisters slept soundly, and from the look on Jake's face, it was safe to say that he definitely didn't sleep that night because Catherine kept putting her arms and legs on him. Having quickly had a bite to eat, the friends continued on their long journey, where they had already managed to travel 500 kilometers from the city. The girls in charge of navigation said that there was not much left to the destination, only about 10 kilometers, where they just needed to go down the hill. They covered this distance quite quickly, where they immediately saw what they had been looking for so long. At the same second, the system announced that the owner had discovered the location of an unknown female spirit, for which he received 5 points of connection with it, along with the 3 points he had previously received through the letter passing. Jake noted that this was very little to establish a strong connection. Diana was already admiring the monastery, while the young man was helping her sister get off her horse. A monotonous knocking sound came from the convent, and the overall aura emanating from it was quite unusual. Suddenly, Catherine touched Jake's hand, frighteningly informing him that someone was approaching them. Turning around and seeing his old acquaintance, the young man told the girls that there was nothing to worry about, and so he received a letter addressed to him, for which he was immediately awarded gratitude in the form of May's ghostly fire. Handing his translator the ghost letter, Jake asked her to translate it so that it could be read. As it turned out, the letter contained a request for help, where after reading it, the system issued a task according to which Jake had to help the orange umbrella escape. Looking closely, the young man saw how the one he was supposed to help escape was fighting. Heading towards the monastery, the young man called on the sisters to help save that orange umbrella. And when Diana said that the opposing side had a rank higher than S, Jake decided to go a different way. Turning to May, he instructed her to approach the umbrella and move it to a safe place, and then return back. At that very second, the girl rushed to carry out the order, instantly finding herself next to the ghostly umbrella. Touching him, May surrounded the object of salvation with her ghostly sphere. And then, after a few seconds, both the ghost girl and the umbrella disappeared into thin air, as if they had never been there. And when the red bride returned, the system announced the successful completion of the task, and the awarding of another 10 connection points. The young man's joy was interrupted by the frightened voice of Diana, who drew the attention of her companions to the ghostly territory of the monastery approaching them. Looking at which, Jake noted to himself that their location had been discovered. Before he even had time to think about what to do, everything around was suddenly covered in a thick lilac fog. And now, before the eyes of the friends, there was already the entrance to the Quiet Abode Women's Monastery. Both Jake and his beautiful companions suddenly felt a severe headache, from which it seemed that their heads were about to split. Overcoming the overwhelming pain, the young man heard the same monotonous knocking sound that lured his ghosts. This was one of those times when it was clearly worth trying out telepathic communication with your ghosts. Without thinking, the young man activated his skill, linking himself with the girls, and then ordered them to return. And then the system gave the task to go into the monastery and find an unknown female spirit, which only added questions, since Jake considered the umbrella he saved to be one. Telling Diana and Carton to try to calm down and not pay attention to the knocking sound, the young man called them to follow him. As soon as they were inside, they saw a room filled with people right in front of them. Looking closely, Jake saw the ghost of the abbess of the monastery beating out the rhythm, and right behind her he noticed the cat ghost he had already encountered. Having also seen a large number of ghosts, Catherine quietly said that she was very scared to be here. Taking his beautiful companions by the hands, the young man told them to stay close to him at all times. But as soon as they took a few steps towards the place where the abbess was, the monastery suddenly seemed to be transformed. Turning around, the young man noticed that the terrain behind him had also changed, and the hill they had descended from had disappeared somewhere. Here they were noticed by one of the nuns, who loudly asked the uninvited guests who they were. Before Jake could respond, the disgruntled nun said that it was a convent, and asked her sister to call the abbess. Without a second's hesitation, the second nun used a flare, signaling to everyone that an unusual situation had arisen. Where immediately after the rocket exploded in the air, many approaching footsteps were heard. The crowd of women who approached immediately began to express indignation at the fact that a man had allowed himself to be on their land. But then one of the nuns called on everyone to remain calm and move aside, allowing the abbess to pass. Jake stood silently and watched as a very beautiful girl with no hair on her head approached him. And so, approaching the unexpected guests, the beautiful girl introduced herself as Olivia Hudson, the abbess of the Quiet Abbey Convent. When the girl asked if the young man controlled spirits, Jake did not hide it, noting to himself the incredible beauty of this girl. But then the abbess asked who these girls were standing next to the man. Seeing that the monastery's inhabitants were not at all fond of men, Jake tried to collect his thoughts. Diana came to his aid, saying that the guy was her and her sister's cousin, where during their journey together they were attacked by a ghost, and therefore they decided to take refuge in a monastery, saw him nearby. Hearing this, the girls standing behind the abbess began to whisper that it looked as if this man wanted to rob the girls. But then the abbess said that men were not allowed into their monastery, and so they would have to leave immediately. But the young man was not going to give up after going all the way, where he turned to Olivia, saying that their strength was exhausted after the encounter with the spirit, and all that was needed was a few days of rest, after which they would leave. Catherine immediately joined in, saying that according to rumors, the quiet abode helps everyone, which is why they decided to ask for help here. Another nun felt sorry for the travelers, but she decided that the abbess would never allow a man to stay here. But suddenly Olivia gave orders to prepare 2 rooms for their guests, where the women watching were amazed that the abbess had agreed to accept a man for the first time in decades. Jake thanked the girl for her kindness, and the nun was already inviting the guests to come with her. Moving through the monastery grounds, the young man immediately recognized the place where the ghost of the abbess was beating out a rhythm, and the girl accompanying them said that more than 300 people live in the quiet abode, and its territory is quite large, where it is easy to get lost. Finally they arrived, and the nun showed them the rooms that had been assigned to them, also explaining that there was a dining room nearby where they would be fed. With their hands folded respectfully in front of them, Jake and his companions thanked the girl who had seen them off. Left alone, the friends first checked their communicators, which of course did not receive a signal. Diana said it was all very strange, considering the monastery had been destroyed 50 years ago, and her sister immediately suggested that they had made a time jump. Recalling his experience with May, the young man said that this was not a transfer, but a ghost world based on memories, where they would leave this place when they realized what needed to be done here. The girls were very surprised that ghosts can create worlds from entire memories, where these memories turn out to be their greatest regrets. And at that very moment they all realized that the abbess's greatest regret was the destruction of the monastery. Getting up from the table, Jake asked Diana and Catherine to chat more with the other girls, while he just looked around the monastery. And now the rowdy sisters had already arrived where most of the girls of the monastery were going about their daily business. While hand-washing their clothes and bed linens, the girls discussed how some of the ghostly masters from the city abused the girls, where one of the women participating in the conversation mentioned that the authorities were going to create an association of ghost masters. And so Diana and Catherine finally decided to come closer, offering their help with household chores. Addressing the girl collecting water, Catherine noted that she was very beautiful and asked where she came from. She had already intercepted the bucket from the girl when she told her that she had arrived from Mares when the abbess had saved her from the ghostly masters, and that was why she had stayed here. Diana immediately told her new acquaintance that there are many good people among the ghostly masters, to which the girl annoyedly stated that apparently, girls also know how to control ghosts, and therefore will never understand them, ordinary people. She did not deny that the masters saved many people, but then power turned their heads, and if the ghost simply kills people, then the masters simply mock them. At the same time, Jake, hiding on the roof of one of the buildings, listened as two nuns discussed the abbess's decisions to let a man in, very quietly expressing that she missed male influence, looking around at the expanses and noting once again that even beyond the monastery, right up to the horizon, everything had changed. The young man wondered where this huge illusion ended. Deciding to check this out, Jake jumped off the roof, left the quiet abode and headed out to explore the ghostly world. The border of the illusion was not as far as one might think, where the young man saw what was further, but could not pass. When the friends gathered around the table again a few hours later, they shared the information they had received with each other. Jake said that they wouldn't be able to get out for now, to which Catherine cheerfully stated that their dad definitely wouldn't be bored for another couple of days. The conversation of the young people was interrupted by the appearance of one of the nuns, who kindly invited the guests to dinner. Once at the table, the hungry girls noticed that the food looked quite good, and just as Diana was about to try the rice buns, Jake suddenly stopped her impulse. Reminding them that they were in a ghostly world, the young man came to the conclusion that they should not eat this food, where he would hide it in his hiding place, as if they had eaten everything, and later in his rooms, he would get his own normal food. As he expected, the food he wanted to hide in the storage room simply disappeared into thin air. Noticing that the abbess had appeared in the dining room, Jake decided to go talk to her. Once he was there, the first thing the young man did was thank the girl again for the warm welcome. Once again, he was amazed at how beautiful and feminine this girl was, where even the lack of hair suited her very well. Continuing the conversation, Jake said that the ghost that attacked them was of a very high rank. Hearing this, the girl suddenly stopped her meal, asking the young man again what level the ghost was. Having said again that the ghost was level S alone, Jake heard the girl's guess in response that the guy himself in that case was not lower than level S, since he managed to escape. After which, Olivia said that the young man had nothing to worry about, as she would deal with him if he showed up at the monastery, and then invited the guests to come to the meditation hall tomorrow. This statement shocked Jake, who now wondered how strong this girl was, and how she could allow the monastery to be destroyed. Having accepted Olivia's invitation, the next day the young man approached the very same meditation hall in which he had observed the girl's ghost from his world. Once inside, the young man found her in the same pose he had seen from his world, where the abbess was beating out a meditative rhythm. Having made his appearance, Jake greeted the girl, who invited him to sit down. Taking one of the places for meditation, the young man asked why the girl was beating the rhythm against the wall, and not against the statue of the deity. To which the abbess explained that in difficult times it is better to improve oneself than to rely on the gods. Hearing such an unusual answer, the young man asked why Olivia had invited him here today. But there was no answer to this question. The abbess simply continued to beat out a meditative rhythm. Jake sat in this position for a whole hour, listening to the rhythm the girl was beating out. The young man mentally noted that during all this time the abbess had not said a word, wondering why she was doing all this. When the second hour was over, the girl suddenly said that the young man was very patient, to which Jake replied that he simply did not want to distract the girl from meditation. After which, Olivia allowed him to leave the meditation hall and invited him to return tomorrow. Having thanked the abbess for the lesson, the young man was about to leave the hall with the thought that, apparently, the girl was simply her own person. The next day, Catherine asked her sister where Jake was, to which she explained that he had gone to the meditation hall. And indeed, the young man was still in the same position and in the same group in the meditation hall, listening to the abbess beating out the rhythm. This time, more than 4 hours had passed since he arrived in the hall. But then, Olivia turned and allowed him to go, telling him to come back tomorrow to continue. On the third day, the young man began to notice that the local knocking sound was different from what he heard from the ghost, more peaceful, and he began to learn to concentrate on it, which made time fly by. Opening his eyes, the young man suddenly realized that the abbess was testing him for some reason, where the guy simply became interested in what would happen next. So about 10 days passed, where once again, returning after a whole day of meditation, the young man found his friends in the company of nuns, where they were all together decorating a tree with glowing paper lanterns. Delighted that Jake had returned, Catherine happily announced that one of the sisters had a birthday tomorrow, so they helped decorate the monastery grounds. Looking at the glowing multicolored lanterns, the young man praised the girls, saying that it looked very beautiful. When everything was finished, the nuns left, wishing the guests a good rest and sleep. While Catherine was saying goodbye to her new friends, Diana told Jake that they had become very close friends with the nuns during their time here. A little later, the Rowdy sisters told their friend that all these girls really lived in the monastery 50 years ago, and the monastery itself is located south of the city of Mares. Of the total number of female acolytes, there are only 30 of them. of which at least 10 are S-rank ghost masters and have 2 evil ghosts under their command. Jake was quite surprised that the girls controlled evil ghosts, which in itself was very dangerous. Diana explained that the nuns had long tamed and subdued evil ghosts, which never got out of their control. Jake's thoughts revolved around the fact that by this time the masters had already begun to work with good ghosts, since the evil ones were fickle and led to a quick death. But in the quiet abode, everything was different. Remembering the abbess's words that it was better to improve oneself than to rely on imaginary help, the young man came to the conclusion that she also controlled and restrained the evil ghost. When Jake asked if they had learned anything about Olivia's past, Catherine revealed that she was an orphan who had been taken in by the previous abbess. Diana added that Olivia has 3 ghosts under her command, one of which is an S rank, and the other 2 have never been seen. It was impressive where the young man wondered what rank Olivia now had as a ghost in his world, having been so powerful in life. The next day he came to the meditation hall again, where to his surprise he found the abbess greeting him at the entrance. Looking at the girl, he wondered why she still hadn't started her usual meditation today. And then the system suddenly announced that the owner had been meditating with the ghost of the abbess for 10 days, for which he was awarded 5 connection points, which almost shocked the young man, who didn't expect that it would be possible to start the process of obtaining a 4th ghost, and such a powerful one at that. Meanwhile, Olivia said that the young man, having remained so calm in meditation for 10 days, exceeded all her expectations. Jake thanked the girl, and she was already inviting the guy to follow her. Without further ado or questions, the young man followed this extraordinary girl. Once outside the monastery, the girl led her guest along a stone path through the bamboo forest, where very soon they found themselves in some obviously long-abandoned wasteland, which, according to Olivia, was the final destination of their route. Approaching one of the walls, the abbess touched it, immediately after which a hidden door began to open. Jake watched in great amazement as a secret room appeared before his eyes. Once inside the spacious golden room, Olivia explained that this was the first hall that was built in the monastery a long time ago. When evil spirits began to be very annoying, it was decided to melt down part of one golden deity in order to make a shelter for people. The young man could not believe that in such a short period of time he was already visiting the second secret room made of gold. But suddenly the abbess turned to him, asking who ghosts were in his opinion. Deciding not to try to be clever, Jake immediately asked the girl about who she thought ghosts were, where she said that she had been studying their essence for a long time. And so, having summoned her ghost, Olivia said that in their world there are more than 100 different types of ghosts. Jake noticed the frightening aura of this ghost, wondering if this ghost was the reason for the destruction of the monastery. Then the abbess said that it was her ghost, but even though she controlled it, it didn't mean it was safe, where you only have to bring your hand closer, and it immediately begins to be covered with an icy crust, where everyone will die when approaching this ghost. After returning the ghost to her ghost item, Olivia said that she had always been interested in understanding ghosts, but she had never been able to figure out their nature or the reason for their appearance. After this, the girl approached the table on which there was a golden oblong box, saying that today she wanted to show the young man something. Having opened it, the abbess, in front of Jake, took out a certain scroll from it. When she unfolded the paper, the young man saw an image of a girl on it, and Olivia explained that this picture was a materialized ghost. Looking closely at the image of the girl, Jake asked who she was, to which the abbess explained that the girl depicted here was a distant relative of hers. Jake asked where she was now, to which Olivia explained that when a certain man from Mares tried to capture her to avoid dishonor and abuse, her relative committed suicide. While folding the paper, the girl said that this was the only relative she managed to find, but she never managed to talk to her, where after her death she turned the girl into a ghost, inhabiting this picture. The young man was shocked by the information that ghosts could be created, to which the abbess replied that she had not so much created her as provided the conditions for a second life. Although it was difficult to call it life, the young man thought that the abbess's knowledge of ghosts was far ahead of her contemporaries, and if she had survived, she would have reached incredible heights. And then the girl revealed why she had invited Jake, saying that she needed his help in order to strengthen the connection with the ghostly painting through meditation, where the young man did not quite understand why Olivia needed another person to strengthen the connection. To which the abbess explained that the painting was an evil ghost, which she had previously fed with other weaker ghosts, but now it had gained strength and was beginning to get out of control. In his mind, the young man noted that the issue with this ghost could be that very regret of Olivia's, where his help in solving this issue would finally give them the opportunity to get out of here. and so Jake agreed to do everything in his power to help the abbess. After which the girl noted that subduing this ghost would be a difficult and very dangerous task. Turning the picture around again, Olivia said that when the young man was inside, the first thing he should do was look around. The guy was a little surprised that he was about to enter the picture, and the abbess explained that the world inside the painting is something like a ghostly world created from memories. She then handed Jake a bloody handkerchief that belonged to her sister, saying that as long as he had the handkerchief, her ghost would not touch the boy. Having received all the instructions, the young man from one ghostly world created from memories headed to another. The passage was quick, and now the young man was already on the other side of the image. Where the ghostly world he found himself in was a completely destroyed city. Thinking about the fact that this world could have been created by the abbess when she created the conditions for the ghost to live, Jake decided to first look around a little. While moving through the ghostly world, the young man did not notice how he hit a human skull with his foot, and when he turned his head, he was horrified to discover 3 hanged men nearby, from whom emanated a not very pleasant aura. But before he could even examine the terrible discovery, his attention was suddenly drawn to a man who appeared next to him. A second later, another one appeared next to him, where Jake immediately recognized them as ghostly masters. And suddenly, right in front of the hanged men, some kind of portal opened, into which the 2 ghostly masters disappeared. And then, next to the hanged man, instead of shadows, those same ghostly masters appeared, who were also hanged. Jake found the place very unpleasant, where the most terrifying energy was felt from the hanged man in chains. Suddenly, the bodies of all the hanged people nearby began to disappear, and their particles rose somewhere upward. The young man raised his head and was amazed at what he saw there. Right above him in the air hung the very same painting he had just entered, which was consuming the bodies of the dead. Jake watched in fascination as the painting consumed everything around it, and suddenly the picture of the ghostly world began to crumble rapidly, like broken glass, where familiar golden statues began to appear before the young man's eyes. And now he saw the abbess, who asked him if he had been able to see what was happening there. To which Jake replied that the ghost's behavior was reminiscent of that of a hunter hunting prey. Olivia explained that using its ability to absorb, the painting devours everyone, even people. This explained why he felt such a heavy aura in that ghostly world. But that was not all, where the abbess revealed to Jake that the most terrible ability of the painting is the creation of a ghostly pattern. Having seen which, the young man noted that he had already seen similar ones in ghost letters. Olivia explained that low-level patterns are capable of simply transmitting information, like letters, but high-level ones affect the energy of the ghost. After listening to the girl, Jake concluded that in this case, the ghost could, as it were, strengthen itself at any moment. The abbess highly appreciated the young man's intelligence, not expecting that he would be able to understand everything so quickly. The young man's thoughts were that a self-developing ghost was something incredible. Having rolled up the painting, the abbess said that for today this was all the young man needed to know, where they would continue tomorrow. After which the girl suddenly handed him the key to the very same golden box in which the painting was kept, reminding him not to forget to lock the door before opening it. After which Olivia handed Jake her rosary, saying that if the young man couldn't cope with the painting, then he just needed to say her name, and she would help. And the last thing the abbess said was that if the painting ever got out of control, she would have enough strength to contain it, even though it would cost her her life. And so the young man was already saying goodbye to the abbess, returning to his travel companions. While the young man was examining the rosary, the system announced to him that 10 points had been added to his connection with the abbess. The girl's face, so pure and kind, remained before his eyes for a long time. And when Jake decided to turn around to look at her again, he discovered that Olivia seemed to have dissolved into thin air. Returning to his place, the young man sat at the table and thought about whether the items he had received from the abbess were real or would also turn out to be part of an illusion. The only way to check this immediately was to try to put them in storage, where the system announced to the young man that the storage had been replenished with 3 items, where the bloody handkerchief and the abbess's rosary turned out to be ghostly objects. The system explained that the rosary would help summon the abbess, but more points were needed to create a bond. Then the rowdy sisters appeared from the room and joyfully greeted their returning friend. And when the young man asked about the reasons for such wild joy, the girls explained that the nuns had given them gifts, in which they were very interested in whether they would dissolve like food. Having prepared his storage, Jake said that they would now check it out. The objects turned out to be real, and the young man came to the conclusion that during their stay in the ghostly world, the connection between the girls and the spirits of the nuns strengthened, where the latter chose the sisters as their masters. Returning their gifts, Jake explained that these were ghostly items that the girls could not lose, and then upon completion of the mission, they would each receive a new powerful ghost. Catherine was very upset when she realized that their new friends were destined to die and become ghosts. But Diana noted that their friends will always be with them, which is also a kind of continuation of life. After which, the Rowdy sisters thanked Jake for taking them with him, where they could find real friends. The night turned out to be restless, with thunder and lightning flashing in the sky every now and then. The overly timid girls moved from their room to Jake's room, where they clung to him out of fear, preventing him from sleeping. Catherine noted that in the ghost territory, thunderstorms seemed much more terrible than in their world. And then Diana said that something was clearly wrong with this thunder and lightning. At that very second, Jake remembered that he had had a very bad feeling that day, as if something was about to happen. Having told the girls to stay in the room, the young man decided to scout out the situation. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately felt the terrifying aura outside. The Rowdy sisters, sitting on the bed, also felt this chilling aura. And only now did Jake realize that at this moment, the destruction of the quiet abode was beginning. Suddenly there was a loud clap of thunder, and a bright flash flashed before the young man's eyes. Getting to his feet, the young man tried to understand what had happened, where the last thing he had seen was lightning flashing before his eyes. When his vision cleared, Jake saw that the monastery had returned to the state they had found it in on their first visit. Remembering the girls, the young man quickly rushed into the very room where he left his sisters. The furnishings in the room had also changed. All the furniture and other utensils had disappeared, and Catherine and Diana were lying unconscious on the floor in the center. Jake was the first to wake up Diana, who, opening her eyes with difficulty, asked what had happened to them. And the young man replied that the ghostly world had disappeared, and they had returned to where they had started. Then Catherine woke up, and her sister tried to clarify their location, because they had entered the ghost world from another ghost world. And Jake confirmed her suspicions, saying that they were still in the original ghost territory. After which the girls realized that they would never again be able to see their new friends, who had become very close to them during this time. The good news was that the gifts they had received from the nuns had not disappeared, meaning the girls could call on them at any time. Jake thought about what to do next, remembering the abbess's words that she would hold the painting even at the cost of her life. Deciding that the painting might still be in the ghost room, the young man decided to walk around and look around. Soon he brought the girls to the very same bamboo grove through which Olivia had once led him. And now they had already approached the place where the secret golden room shown by the abbess was located. Only now did the young man realize that if the painting had been contained by Olivia, it was in a real monastery, and not in a ghostly territory. Then, deciding to return to the first task, he turned to Carton, asking her to check if she felt the presence of the ghost here, which they followed at the very beginning. And then the ghost of the girl pointed in the right direction, having felt that very aura. Following the directions of the ghost of pictures, the friends quickly rushed in the right direction, and soon Jake saw right in front of him the ghost for which he came to this monastery. At the same second, the system announced the completion of a task, where the owner found the ghost of an unknown woman in the form of a pink umbrella. This information pleased the young man, where now he had 33 points of connection with the new ghost, which meant he should not attack. As they progressed further, Jake immediately realized the reason why the pink ghost umbrella couldn't get out, where they had overcome another internal ghost barrier. As soon as the young man approached, the pink ghostly umbrella itself fell into his hands. Well, the young man, having called May, asked her to move them from this place to the real world. And so, a moment later, the trio of travelers, together with the ghostly umbrella and May, disappeared from the ghostly territory, imitating the quiet abode. In the real world, it was still quite light outside, where a red ghostly sphere suddenly materialized in the middle of a clearing. And so the friends stood in the middle of the yellowed trees, where Jake clutched in his hands the rescued pink ghost umbrella, for saving which he received another 5 points of connection with him. And the Rowdy sisters suddenly noticed that it was quite cool outside, not understanding where they had ended up, since when they entered the ghostly territory of the monastery, it was summer. Looking around, Jake also noticed that it looked like autumn had arrived here, even though they had only been in the monastery for 10 days. Suddenly, Diana pointed to a car moving in the distance, suggesting that they ask the people in it where they had ended up. And the men who were sitting in the car were discussing what a lucky day they had today, where they destroyed 2 B-rank ghosts and discovered a ghost weapon. Suddenly, the driver attracted the attention of his friends by pointing out that some kind of horse was approaching them. Taking a closer look, the travelers were horrified when they realized that it was not just a horse rushing towards them, but a ghost. And so they left their car, calling on their ghosts and talking about caution due to the strong aura of their opponent. But unexpectedly for them, a guy sitting on a ghostly horse turned to them, politely asking them to tell him where they were. Realizing that the person in front of them was not exactly a ghost, the men said that they were near the city of Mares. Jake then introduced himself, saying that he was a ghostly master who had come from Alayat and needed to find the Quiet Abode nunnery. Immediately after this, the men began to discuss that only a very important person could arrive on a ghostly horse, after which one of them took out his switchboard, saying that he had heard something about this place, and now he was already showing the young man where he should go in order to find the monastery. While Jake was looking at the switchboard screen, his eyes fell on today's date, after which the young man's face changed dramatically. Taking the guy's facial expression changes personally, the man asked him what he had done wrong, but without answering the question, Jake turned sharply to his companions, saying that they had entered the monastery in July of 2135, while it was now October of 2136. This meant that time passed much faster in the ghost territory than in their world, as 10 days spent there became equivalent to 1 year and 3 months in the real world. Realizing how much time had passed, the girls were in real shock, not believing what was happening. Thanking the random people he met for their help, Jake turned his ghostly horse and headed in the direction where the monastery should be. Left alone again, the men did not understand what this strange guy was talking about the time difference, deciding that he had gone crazy. Diana asked the young man how long it would take them to reach the Quiet Abode. Having said that they would definitely not get to her today, the young man asked the girls for forgiveness for breaking his promise to keep them away from home for just a few days. But the sisters were not angry with the young man, since it was not his fault, but at the same time they were worried about their father, who probably had already managed to bury them. At the same time, sitting on the bed in his mansion, Mike Rowdy, finishing another bottle, cursed Jake, demanding that he return his precious daughters. Having reached the settlement, the young man rented rooms for himself and his companions for the night. Comfortably settled on the bed with the ever-present May on his chest, Jake was glad that he would finally be able to get a good night's sleep. He apologized to the Red Bride, who missed her lover very much, since while they were in the ghostly territory, he could not release the ghosts. It was already deep into the night when suddenly an orange ghostly umbrella appeared on the street. Sensing his approach, May suddenly stood up sharply, making Jake nervous as well. And now the girl was already protecting her lover from the ghost that had appeared with unclear intentions. And suddenly the umbrella opened, beginning to spread ghostly energy around itself, where in a second Jake moved from his room to some place unknown to him. The building in front of him was very beautiful, and the young man decided that he had found himself in the ghostly world of the umbrella. Suddenly, a multitude of small glowing umbrellas appeared before his eyes, moving in a spiral, where, swirling like a whirlwind, they gradually began to form one large umbrella. And then the system announced the presence of a third task, where Jake had to go to the association prison and save another ghostly umbrella. Jake immediately came to the conclusion that the two umbrellas he had were one and the same ghost, where the third umbrella was probably his last clone, where now he had to figure out how to get into that golden prison and free the ghostly umbrella. However, the prospect of possessing a ghost that could clone itself was tempting, and the game was definitely worth the candle. And so he turned to the orange ghostly umbrella, offering to stay with him and promising to get to his brother a little later. And apparently the orange ghost umbrella agreed, because the young man immediately returned to his room, where a confused May was waiting for him. The next day, Jake, accompanied by his girlfriends, arrived at the very mountain where the real Quiet Abode was supposed to be located. The search area turned out to be simply enormous, where the friends were unable to find any traces of the monastery. Everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to Catherine, who pointed to a certain building visible among the woods. It was an ancient and long-abandoned city wall built in the days before ghosts. Looking a little further, Catherine said that she saw a building on the horizon that did not fit into the overall architecture of the wall. Having decided to see what was there, the friends came across some old and long-abandoned temple. Activating her ghost's abilities, Diana said that she sensed the presence of an alien ghost here. It was a great opportunity to test out the sisters' new ghost abilities, which is what Jake advised them to do. And now Carton and Diana have already stepped forward, having prepared the ghostly objects they received from the nuns. And the ghost lurking in the temple did not keep us waiting long before rushing into the attack. The Rhodey sisters, using their new ghostly items, summoned their new friends to fight. Nun Catherine, who was called Clara in life, used her abilities to repel the ghost's attack, where for absolute victory over the enemy she needed only one blow. The girls watched in fascination as one of the new ghosts neutralized the danger in the blink of an eye. Jake noted to himself that the new ghosts of his friends were at least rank A, if not S. When the short battle was over, the girls tried to speak to their spirits, but they, deprived of consciousness, did not answer them. But suddenly the ghosts of the nuns turned around, heading somewhere, where the young man asked not to stop them, as they could lead them to the quiet abode. Having climbed onto the ghostly horse, the travelers continued on their way, keeping pace with the nuns. After some time, Jake and the rowdy sisters noticed that the ghosts of the nuns had stopped, and when they drove closer, they saw a half-destroyed entrance to the quiet abode they were looking for. Having dismounted, the friends headed inside, exercising maximum caution in this terrible and mysterious place. When they found themselves in the courtyard, they were surprised at how much everything had changed in 50 years. Both in the courtyard and in the interior, the young people discovered many remains, which suggested that the battle with the painting was truly terrible. Having resorted to the help of her ghost, Diana suddenly said that something clearly didn't add up here, because among all these remains there is a huge number of male bones. Having sat down and examined the remains, the young man was convinced that they belonged to men, which was clear from the different width of the pelvis and shoulders. After examining some of the bones more closely, the young man discovered traces of weapons on them, indicating ordinary physical death. Among the remains of his clothes, Jake suddenly discovered an identification card from a resident of the city of Mares. After examining other remains, Catherine and Diana also found exactly the same ID cards. Turning to Jake, Diana wondered out loud what had really happened here, as it didn't look like the aftermath of a ghost painting attack. Confirming his companion's suspicions, Jake said that they probably still have many secrets to uncover. Continuing their inspection of the monastery grounds, the friends came across various remains everywhere. There were also an abundance of female remains, and many more than male ones. After seeing the monastery alive just recently, today's scene seemed extremely grim to Jake and the sisters. Walking along the stone path for the third time, the young man noticed that the bamboo grove had grown more over the years. At some point, both the young man and his companions suddenly felt that they could not move forward, and suddenly, some kind of ghost began to appear out of nowhere before their eyes. At first, Jake thought it was a ghost painting, but when the ghost fully appeared, he immediately recognized the same ghost that Olivia showed him. The young man immediately told Catherine and Diana not to approach her, because it would result in immediate death. But then the ghost began to create his own ghostly world, into which he planned to draw uninvited guests. Without losing his composure, Jake called upon May, who immediately created her own ghost world, protecting the young man and his sisters. Summoned by him along with May, Christy immediately assumed her third form and rushed to attack the ghost. Jake yelled at her to use extreme caution, as the blade of her ghost weapon was already approaching the enemy's throat. But as he got closer to the ghost's body, Christy's sword gradually began to fall apart. And so, when a piece of ghostly metal broke off, Jake stated that the abilities of this ghost affect not only people and ghosts, but also ghostly weapons and objects. He had no choice but to use the ghostly rope to save his ward from certain death. Having grabbed Christy, the young man pulled the end of the rope with all his might, pulling his ghost out of the dangerous ghostly world. When Christy was nearby, the young man felt how the ghost of the abbess went into action, striking May's world with her world, where the blow was so strong that the barrier surrounding the territory of the Red Bride began to crumble, and so May's ghostly world was dispelled by a more powerful ghost and his world. And then their opponent pulled out a certain vessel, into which he placed a part of the plant, after which a circle was drawn with these objects. Already in a strange ghostly world, everyone suddenly noticed that the snow began to fall more slowly. But as it turned out, it wasn't just the snow that slowed down, but also everyone in this world, including Jake, the rowdy sisters, and their ghosts. Only Olivia's ghost maintained its normal speed of movement, and immediately rushed towards its victims. The young man had his ghostly sword in his hands, but his slow movements did not allow him to strike in time. As the frost ghost approached Jake, the sisters remembered his words about not getting close to him, and death was only a few centimeters away from the young man. He could already clearly see the hand extended towards his face, when suddenly red flashes began to flicker around him, and suddenly the snowy ghostly territory disappeared. And instead the young man found himself on a stone path. Next to him were Catherine and Diana with their ghosts, all of whom were moved here by May. Feeling his face, near which death itself had stood a second ago, Jake noticed that he was literally on the verge of death. Well, the sisters immediately rushed to hug the guy, lamenting that they had already managed to mentally say goodbye to him when the ghost approached. When everyone had come to their senses a little, Diana asked what kind of ghost it was, and the young man said that this was the former ghost of the abbess of the monastery, which she once showed him. Then Diana asked if Olivia had mentioned her charge's weak points. Lost in thought, Jake went over in his mind everything the abbess had told him about this ghost, where the last words about the ghost were that if she had not suppressed the ghost's energy, then everything here would have turned to ice long ago. After analyzing the information, Jack said that they first need to destroy her ghost world, remove the slowing effect, and then destroy the basis of her abilities. However, the girls did not share this enthusiasm, saying that even the three of them were too weak against this ghost, to which the young man replied that in that case he should ask the abbess for help, while simultaneously taking her rosary beads out of storage. When the ghostly object was in his hands, he, as Olivia had commanded, said her name. At that very moment, both he and his companions heard the monotonous knock that was already familiar to them. And suddenly, some special ghostly energy began to spread directly from the rosary beads in Jake's hand, where the dome created from it expanded until it covered the entire monastery. And this ghostly energy easily broke through the barrier of the snowy ghostly world. Hearing the wild scream that Olivia's ghost emitted, the young man was delighted, as it meant that his plan was working. Smiling, the young man noted that Olivia herself could not appear yet, since he was not fully connected with her, but even her energy could solve a lot. Noting that the ghost sword had not turned to dust, but had only broken, the young man asked Christy to restore it. And when the preparations for the second round were completed, the young man stepped forward, saying that they needed to act right away. Finding themselves again near the ghost of the abbess, the friends discovered that her ghostly world was badly damaged. Now all that remained was to destroy the barrier that surrounded the ghost, preventing anyone from getting close to it. It was then that Jake decided to use the ghost mirror for the first time, where at the same second the mirror created several clones of the ghosts of May and Christy. The clones could not copy the ghost weapons, but they could copy the abilities, and the boy gave the order to May to use the ghost fire. And now not one, but several red brides have already directed their green ghostly flame at the enemy. Jake stood and watched as the thing he had fought against not long ago worked. The ice barrier of the ghost abbess could not withstand the triple flame strike, and the clones of Christy were already ready, led by the original, where the real girl armed herself with the restored ghost sword. When the ice barrier preventing anyone from approaching the ghost was gone, the copies of Christy rushed to attack. The final blow was given to the real Christy, and the system issued a message about the owner's victory in this battle. The slain, terrible evil spirit of Olivia gradually began to dissolve into thin air, and when it completely disappeared, the system reported to Jake that he had received a special ghost bottle, with which he could slow down his opponents for 10 seconds. It was especially gratifying that Christy's experience points had reached the required amount for improvement, and as soon as Jake raised the ghost girl's level to S1, he was immediately informed about the appearance of her new ability of Ice Strike. Standing nearby, Carton literally jumped with joy when Jake won the battle, noting his high merits. And when she calmed down a little, she began to look at the ghostly mirror with interest. But suddenly she jumped back when the ghostly mirror and the newly obtained vessel suddenly began to contact. And at that very moment the young people were able to see an image appearing in the mirror, like on a TV screen. The first thing that caught Jake's eye was the living abbess of the quiet monastery walking down the street. The girl saw a girl running away, where the man pursuing her only had time to shower her with curses. At some point, he caught up with her, roughly grabbing her arm and head, hissing menacingly in the girl's face so that she wouldn't even think about twitching. Returning to his friends, who were guarding several more girls, the man reported that he had managed to catch the fugitive. The leader of the kidnappers prepared to teach the girl a lesson by swinging his hand. But Olivia, who had arrived in time, did not allow him to finish what he had started, grabbing his hand and asking who had allowed him to treat women like that. But the man did not take the girl seriously, noting her lovely face and offering to keep him company for the next night. But suddenly the kidnapper's face began to distort and seemed to crumble into molecules, and then, before the eyes of his companions, the man's body first turned into ice and then crumbled. Only now did the villains realize that in front of them was not just a nun, but a ghostly master who was definitely above rank A. Olivia repeated her question about who allowed men to treat women like that, now addressing it to the remaining members of the gang. Falling to their knees, the men began to beg for mercy, saying that they were only carrying out orders from the Wallace family, where one of the representatives of this family recently arrived here and ordered them to find a suitable bride for him. But the girl standing next to him denied what was said, explaining that dozens of women had already disappeared from the Wallace family mansion, where they were raped, tortured, and killed. Olivia grabbed the kidnapper by the arm, and he, experiencing terrible pain, shouted that he was not torturing anyone, but only delivering girls. Suddenly, the abbess noticed a handkerchief belonging to her sister on the man's wrist. Taking the bloody cloth into her hands, the girl ordered the man to tell her where he got it, to which the kidnapper explained that the previous night some girl had committed suicide in the Wallace family home, and he had simply taken the scarf because he had taken a fancy to it. When Olivia heard that her sister was dead, Her eyes and facial expression changed dramatically. Very soon, she visited the mansion of this perverted family, where she destroyed all living things and freed the remaining captives. The tortured girls thanked their saviors, begging them to deal with the one who had arranged all this for them. The abbess expressed her deep regret that a person cannot die twice, telling the rescued that their tormentor was no more. Rumors that his younger brother had been killed quickly reached the head of the Wallace family, the big man Bill. From the report, Bill learned that his brother was killed by the abbess of the quiet monastery, who was taking revenge for her sister. After which, old Bill said that he would show the whole world what happens to those who dare to go against his family. Meanwhile, at the monastery, the abbess warned the nuns that they might be visited by uninvited guests, ordering them to guard the entrance around the clock. To which one of the novices asked how they could find out who had committed the revenge when everyone who was in that house was dead. But Olivia explained that someone could have escaped from that house, and therefore they should be careful. To create a protective field, the girl needed some ingredients. So she sent her ghost to the gorge to collect a special herb. And the attackers, who had come to avenge the murder of a member of the Wallace family, were already approaching the quiet abode. The gang of killers was led by the head of the Wallace family, Bill, who had already summoned his ghost and was preparing an unexpected, vile blow. Jake and the girls watched in horror at what the mirror showed them, remembering that there had also been a thunderstorm on their last night at the monastery. Now both the young man and his companions began to understand what had really happened here. Meanwhile, the picture in the mirror changed, and instead of a monastery, a cave appeared. In this cave, the ghost sent by the abbess obtained the grass necessary to create the shield. And so, under cover of night, in this inclement weather, the ghost headed back to his mistress. But it was already too late, because a real massacre began in the quiet abode, which was carried out by murderers who suddenly burst in. Some of them, possessed by lust, tore the clothes of their victims, preparing to commit violence. Meanwhile, Bill's powerful ghost was already dealing with the second abbess who remained with her. The girl tried to find a solution on how to protect the monastery now, since her most powerful ghost was far away from her, and the third ghost she had with her repelled the rest of the attacks. And Bill, pleased with himself, was already shouting that the end had come for both the abbess and her quiet den. Helping Olivia up, one of the nuns said that he was only winning because he attacked like a vile jackal, but the man cared little what they thought of him, where he believed that all means were good for victory, promising special torment for all those who remained alive. Then Olivia made the only saving decision, handing the nun the key and ordering her to release the ghostly painting. The girl tried to object, but the abbess shouted at her, forcing her to speed up. And then the men attacking the monastery saw a ghostly portrait appear above their heads, where at that very second, huge tentacles began to descend from it. Making their way towards their victims, the tentacles struck the roofs of buildings, destroying them one by one. And as soon as they touched a person, his soul immediately left the body and was absorbed by the ghost. And so, one after another, all who attacked the quiet abode fell dead, and their souls went to the world of the ghostly picture. When it came to the leader, he was shocked that his powerful ghost was powerless against the new enemy. At this time, Olivia's third ghost returned to her, having become completely free due to the fact that all of its opponents were absorbed by the painting. Having received the order from the mistress, the ninja ghost struck the main enemy of the quiet abode with a lightning-fast movement. His body had not yet had time to fall to the ground when a novice arrived and reported that the ghostly picture was losing control and beginning to destroy the inhabitants of the monastery. Having looked at her creation, the abbess concluded that having absorbed many souls and ghosts, the painting had acquired a taste and now wanted more and more. And if she is left free, then not only the quiet abode will suffer, the whole world will be in mortal danger. Deciding that she couldn't allow this to happen, the girl began to finger her ghostly rosary. She then gave the order to her third ghost to use its special abilities, immediately after which a rapid stream of energy created by the abbess and her ghost was released into the painting. Watching what was happening, the nuns were horrified because Olivia had merged with her ghost to counter the painting, and suddenly everything around was illuminated by the brightest flash, blinding everyone who was nearby. Jake and the Rhodey sisters, who were watching the events of the past, also closed themselves off from the bright light, and when the light went out and they were able to open their eyes, they discovered that the image in the mirror had disappeared. Now they knew exactly what had happened, leaving open only the question of whether the abbess had been able to lock the painting. Putting away his ghost mirror, Jake didn't know what to say, assuming that she could very well have done it. This could be found out right now, and the friends continued their journey to the secret golden room. They continued through the bamboo grove without incident and soon found themselves in a familiar wasteland, where Catherine immediately noticed the remains located in the middle of the site. These were the bones of the abbess, who had apparently stood guard here for decades, preventing the painting from escaping. This meant only one thing: the ghostly painting was still inside the golden room. Coming closer, Jake said that the time had come for the room to be opened again. Standing next to Olivia's skeleton, the young man mentally told her that he would take care of the painting, finally giving the girl the opportunity to retire. By touching the right spot, Jake caused a keyhole to appear, but no matter how much he tried to turn the key, he couldn't do it. In response to his companion's questions, the young man explained that most likely the abbess had used some additional protection to ensure that the painting would not escape and endanger the entire world. Then Catherine asked how they were going to pacify the painting if even the abbess herself could not cope with it. The question was reasonable, since even if the painting did not kill him when he released it, there was nothing to stop it from escaping. And his interlocutor stated that if a ghost of such power were to be released, then Olivia's sacrifice would be in vain. There was something to think about here, where it was necessary to somehow take control of the painting and not let it escape. After examining the structure, Jack noticed that most of the gold room was underground, and then a great idea came to him. Having taken out the most ordinary tape measure from his storage, the young man asked the sisters to help him with the measurements. The girls, who did not refuse help, asked their friend why he was taking these measurements, to which the guy explained that if they can't release the film, then why don't they build an extra floor? Hearing this, Catherine and Diana were delighted, because it provided additional insurance in case the film suddenly broke through. Having gone down, the young man suggested burying Olivia's remains, and then going to the city and buying the necessary building materials. While riding a ghostly horse through picturesque landscapes, the friends suddenly noticed smoke nearby. As they approached, they discovered an elderly woman standing by the lit flame, apparently performing some kind of memorial ritual. Hearing people approaching, the old woman asked who they were. Diana said that they were traveling ghost masters, and then asked what an old man was doing in such a remote place, to which the woman explained that her friend lived in the quiet abode. But after her death 50 years ago, she comes every year to honor her memory. Here, Carton took a closer look at the random woman she met, and it seemed to her that the woman's facial features were very familiar to her. And now she imagined the face of that very woman whom they had once helped with the laundry while they were in the ghostly world. Diana, turning to Jake, confirmed that it was definitely the woman, which was surprising, since they thought that everyone in the monastery had died. Hearing the young people call her by name, the old woman eagerly asked how they knew her and what their connection was to the quiet abode. Having shown the woman Olivia's rosary, the young man explained that the abbess had bequeathed to him to deal with the ghostly picture. Taking the precious object in her hands, the woman immediately recognized the rosary of her dear abbess. After which, trusting the youth, the old woman told that on that fateful night, Olivia used all her powers to move a handful of survivors to a safe place. She herself, having entered into symbiosis with one of her ghosts, remained to protect the world from the ghostly picture. After this, she and several other survivors went into hiding, believing that the Wallace family would pursue them. After which the woman burst into tears when she realized that the abbess had been standing there all this time completely alone, until she turned into a skeleton. Carton reassured the woman by telling her that they had buried Olivia's remains in a bamboo grove. The young people took the grandmother to the abbess's grave, saying that she would be glad to know that at least someone had survived and lived a long life. Continuing to hold the abbess's rosary in her hands, the woman seemed to sense her energy, telling Olivia that her sacrifice had not been in vain. After this chance meeting, the young people continued on their way, and soon arrived in Mares. The city's population looked with amazement at those who were able to saddle the ghostly horse and ride it. Very soon, Jake and his faithful companions reached the place they needed, where they planned to get some gold. Just 100 years ago, shop windows were bursting with gold jewelry. But now gold has become a strategically important and very expensive material that is not easy to buy. And so they signed up for an appointment at one of the branches of the Association of Masters, where they waited for their turn for more than half an hour. And then the girl came up and reported that the leader was currently on a business trip, and therefore the reception would have to be postponed. Leaving the young people, the girl thought that this guy would never be able to meet such an important person at the snap of his fingers. But suddenly the elevator cabin opened and shouts were heard from all sides that the leader of the association had arrived. A very well-fed man began to move forward, where his guards only had time to push aside various petitioners. Jake also tried his luck, saying that he urgently needed the association's help, but in response, the man said that he was very busy. Jake then decided to introduce himself in the hopes that he would be recognized by his name and position as a special agent of the association. But this didn't work either, since the man didn't know his name, and even called him a liar. since he didn't believe that such a young guy could be a special agent. At that very moment, a very beautiful girl appeared on the threshold and reproached Drake Bolton for not knowing such a celebrity as Jake Stone. Hearing the familiar voice, the man suddenly changed his manner of speaking, greeting the girl, whom he called Miss Stewart, in a very friendly manner. And one of the founders of the association, Bethany, reproached the man for only enjoying power, while missing out on amazing talents. Glancing sideways at the guy, Drake wondered who he was, since even Bethany Stewart herself knew him. Meanwhile, the girl approached Jake, greeting him and telling him that she had already heard about how he repelled the breakthrough. Pleased with how everything was working out, the young man greeted Bethany in return, noticing that she had a very strong aura. The people standing everywhere had time to only be surprised by the girl's unusual friendliness towards some unknown guy. Here, Drake decided to make his contribution, feigning that he had completely forgotten the name of such a famous person as Jake. Bethany then suggested that the young man talk in a calmer environment, to which he agreed, explaining that he had come for help. When Drake heard that the young man wanted to buy gold, he saw no problem in it and asked how much he needed. In response, the young man said that he needed about 1,000 square meters of gold construction sheets and approximately 50 kilograms of gold paint. The volumes were not a joke, and the association did not have the amount of gold that needed to be purchased from gold-dealing families. The man then explained that their city was run by 6 families who had huge reserves of gold. Jake said that he had never looked into gold prices before, so he wanted to know how much such an order would cost him. Mentally glad that this arrogant little boy would never get that kind of money, Drake announced the sum of 2 million. But then Bethany intervened in the conversation, explaining that these already wealthy families did not particularly need money, but they were very interested in various ghosts and artifacts. After looking at the balance of his account, the young man discovered that he was about 700,000 short of the required amount, after which he decided to sell several ghosts, where after he dealt with the killers, their ghosts remained in Maze territory, where one of them is ranked S1, and so, having taken out one of the ghostly objects, he handed it to the man and asked how much it could be sold for. But his impulse was immediately stopped by Bethany. Having summoned her ghost, she suddenly ordered him to check what the young man had brought, and then her ghost, having changed the shape of her face, began to spread some kind of pink dust that enveloped the ghostly object. At the same second, a good ghost of rank S1 appeared from the ghostly object, where the girl's surprise knew no bounds, since finding such a spirit without a master was something extraordinary. Approaching the young talent, Bethany suggested that by selling such a ghost, the guy himself had reached rank S1, which Jake did not deny. Leaning very close, the girl noted that he had exceeded all her expectations, and also announced that she was buying this ghost. It would take about 10 years for a ghost to reach that level, which would make it worth several billion. Having given the ghostly object to Drake, Bethany ordered an auction to be organized, with a starting amount of 2 million, which the young man needed to buy the gold. To herself, she thought that the ruling families would definitely want to get their hands on him, and would therefore shell out a fortune. Watching all this happen, the Rowdy sisters realized that their family, which they considered rich, was simply poor compared to the rich people of Meres. The young man expressed sincere words of gratitude to the beautiful girl for her assistance. Replying that it was the least she could do for him, the girl asked him to step aside with her. Walking along the terrace, Bethany began the conversation by noting the wonderful weather, where she added that in their region the weather is often very good compared to others. Jake did say that he was thinking about using some kind of special technique that would drive the clouds away from the city. The conversation then turned to the fact that despite significant progress, humanity's position in the face of ghosts is quite weak. That's why the Association of Ghost Masters is constantly looking for talented people like her new friend, where his abilities are about the same as hers. But in the whole world, there are not even 10 such gifted people. Surprised that this girl was so strong, Jake thought to himself that she was wrong in their equality, since he had a system that nothing could compare to. When they stopped, Bethany confessed that her old friend Veronica had told her about Jake, and when the young man asked how they knew each other, the girl explained that they had once studied together. Only now did the young man realize that he had disappeared from the life of that beautiful girl for more than a year, and Bethany continued, saying that she felt hope that Jake would agree to study at their Academy of Ghost Masters, even though he had not wanted to get involved with studying before. Realizing that this was his chance to end up in a golden prison, the young man asked to first inspect the headquarters and other buildings of the association before making a decision. The girl was pleased with the young man's reaction, which gave her a chance to hope that they would be able to get a talented ghost master, and therefore she agreed to show everything without any problems. The day was gradually ending, where the sun, having done its work for the day, was hiding behind the horizon, painting the sky in the most incredible colors. Drake, who visited the girl, reported that as soon as he published the news of the auction, 3 families contacted him asking to sell the ghost privately. This did not surprise Bethany, but she ordered him not to agree, saying that the auction must take place on the appointed date. Katrin, who greeted Jake, happily announced to him that she had found workers, and her sister had gone to get tools. Pointing to the men standing behind her, the girl said that there were about 30 people in total. The young man praised Catherine for her efforts, saying that this amount of labor should be enough, and when he asked the workers if they understood the task, they said that they had already prepared a drawing of the building he required. After reviewing it, the young man praised the men, saying that he was counting on their professionalism. When they were alone, Jake told the girl that tomorrow he would go to look at the association's premises and would return by the start of the auction. And when he asked if they could handle their sister themselves, Carton cheerfully said that they had recently become S-rank masters, and therefore they would definitely be able to stand up for themselves. The young man was also interested in how they managed to gather so many people in such a short period of time, to which the girl explained that she promised a reward for each person invited, as well as a good income per day. Laughing, the young man noted that Catherine had a very unconventional way of thinking. He reached out and stroked the girl's hair, expressing words of admiration to her. This gesture from the guy made Catherine blush, and she tried to leave as quickly as possible, explaining that she was busy. Saying goodbye briefly to his girlfriend, Jake wished her good luck. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Christy, who for some reason appeared from her ghostly object. From the entire appearance and facial expression of the ghostly girl, it was immediately clear that she was clearly unhappy about something. Taking a closer look at his devoted girlfriend, the young man suddenly realized that this was nothing more than an expression of jealousy. Christy's whole demeanor made it clear that the young man's assumption was absolutely correct. Immediately telling the girl that she was the sweetest of his and promising not to pat others on the head anymore, Jake patted Christy. Soon he arrived at the appointed place, where he met Bethany. Having called upon her ghost, the girl said that they needed to set out immediately, and since there were only 2 of them, they would arrive at the right place by morning. After which, she instructed the summoned ghost to unfold his ghostly world. Watching what was happening, Jake immediately realized that the movement would be with the help of the ghost territory, where he had already seen something similar when he was at the ghost territory of the quiet abode. When the ghost finished, Bethany invited the young man to follow her, and as soon as they were inside, the sphere began its movement to the specified point. Once inside Bethany's ghostly world, Jake immediately noticed how beautiful this world was. Looking around, the young man asked if they had already started moving, to which his companion answered positively. Soon they reached the pier, where the girl invited her guest on board. After they had a cup of tea, Bethany said that the journey would take them all night, and so the young man could take a nap in one of the cabins. Deciding to take advantage of the moment, Jake asked to first look at the Golden Prison, where he is interested in one S-rank ghost. After listening to the request, the girl asked why a person with level S alone needed a ghost of level S. But a second later, she answered her own question, suggesting that this ghost had some special abilities. Focusing her gaze on the young man, the girl said in a flirtatious voice that she would help him if he was friendly to her. When Bethany's face was already a few centimeters from Jake's, he, not knowing what to do with himself, tried to change the subject, asking about what Veronica was like during her school years. Pulling back and laughing, Bethany replied that her classmate had always been a bright and outstanding girl. As far as she knows, her parents were famous ghost masters in Aleda, and the girl was sent to training from childhood. The girl turned out to be very capable, studied excellently, and quickly gained authority at school. She was also constantly followed by crowds of admirers since she was not deprived of beauty. But what surprised Jake most was the words that even now many famous masters were asking for her hand, where Bethany recommended the young man to be careful. Having finished the conversation, the girl sent her guest to bed, saying that she would wake him up in the morning. When the young man was left alone, he was finally able to use his switchboard, where he read many messages from Veronica, who was very worried about the fact that the young man had disappeared for more than a year. Jake was pleased to read all these messages, which clearly showed how Veronica felt about him, and he decided to write to her immediately as soon as he had a connection. A blush appeared on his cheeks as he remembered his and the girl's first night together. As Bethany had been told, in the morning her ghost world arrived at the place where the Golden Prison was located. The sphere dissolved into thin air, and the girl invited the guy to follow her. And now they were already moving towards the front door, passing under huge golden arches. Once at the entrance, the girl presented what served as a pass, and the ghostly masters guarding the entrance greeted the lady. After which one of them walked over to the wall and pressed the lever, which immediately started the door-opening mechanism. As Jake watched the huge golden gates open before him, he couldn't help but feel happy that he had a chance to get the third umbrella. As soon as they were inside, the gates immediately closed again, showing a high level of security. Approaching the scanners, the young people went through a personal identification procedure, without which even the most high-ranking officials could not proceed further. And then another door closed behind the prison visitors, and they continued their journey along a long glass bridge. And ahead, the main structure of the golden prison was already visible, going down for several kilometers. The building greatly impressed the young man, who immediately noted that Wilhelm's golden room was not even close to this prison. When Jake asked how much gold it took to build the prison, Bethany explained that it was approximately 800 tons. When they reached the next door, they were met by an old woman who greeted Bethany warmly. Responding with the same warmth, the girl noted that Grandma Eleanor was still as cheerful and energetic as ever, which she disagreed with, saying that in a couple of years it would be time for her to choose one of the cells in this place for herself. When the pleasantries were completed, Bethany introduced her companion to the warden. In the spirit of old people, Eleanor patted the young man on the cheek, noting that he was very cute, and expressing regret that she was no longer so young. Holding the part of his face that was reddened from the physical impact, Jake answered Granny's question, explaining that he was looking for a ghost in the form of an umbrella, most likely an S rank. The caretaker thought for a moment, and said that they had several umbrella-shaped ghosts, but only one was of S level. In 2 dexterous leaps, completely out of keeping with her age, Grandma found herself at the control panel. Having connected to the right camera, she showed the young man an image of an umbrella, looking at which the guy confirmed that this was what he needed. Then Eleanor, opening the passage, said that she would take the guests to the cell they needed. The elevator ride down was very long, where the young people had to listen to 80-something disco music, which the caretaker was crazy about. When the descent had already lasted for about 10 minutes, Jake asked Bethany if she thought the elevator was moving too slowly, and the girl completely agreed. But the young people's suffering was over when the elevator cabin stopped and the attendant announced their arrival at the desired floor. As they moved down the corridor, the old lady gave instructions, telling them that this umbrella was a special ghost, that despite its S rank, once almost killed an S rank master who was trying to get it. Bethany was surprised that a higher-ranking master lost, to which Eleanor explained that according to the journal entries, another umbrella appeared during the fight and then escaped, and only Jake understood what had happened, whereby cloning, the umbrella had thereby lowered its level. The caretaker also warned that the umbrella was resistant to mental attacks, where several mediums also failed to take control of it. Concluding her story with the words that this ghost was completely uncontrollable, the old woman once again asked if the guy wanted to back down, to which Jake, of course, responded with a categorical refusal. Then Eleanor took out the key and marked it in the keyhole near the umbrella chamber. The door swung open and a golden box appeared hanging in the air before the visitors' eyes. Once everyone was inside, the caretaker took the box and told the young man to get ready to open it. As soon as the young man gave the sign, Eleanor immediately opened the box and the umbrella burst into freedom. Turning to the caretaker, the ghostly umbrella made a gesture that, in its human form, would have made it clear that it was sticking its tongue out at the woman. After which he made a small turn in the air and landed right into Jake's arms. And the system immediately announced the completion of the next task and the addition of connection points. Eleanor was shocked by what she saw, where she could not understand why the ghost suddenly threw himself into the arms of the guy, as if he had known him for decades. The system then announced that the young man could create a full-fledged connection with the ghost, but he would only be able to combine the umbrellas into one ghost when he additionally accumulated connection points. Of course, Jake agreed to the ghost binding, where it was immediately announced that the owner had acquired a third ghost, most of whose characteristics were still unknown. Meanwhile, Bethany said that she was becoming more and more interested in the young man. The young man turned to his companions and asked if he could take this ghost with him, to which the girl explained that she had already agreed on everything and paid for everything, and therefore the young man could calmly take it. Eleanor came up and handed the guy a golden bag in which he could put his new ghost. Taking the opportunity, Jake asked if the caretaker knew where the ghost known as number 50 was. Having heard this number, Bethany immediately realized that Veronica had told the young man about this ghost, and Grandma explained that this was a very scary ghost that had once been able to destroy an entire city, and therefore it was not so easy to enter it. Well, then the company had a long return climb ahead of them, which was only to the liking of the caretaker, who was not often in this elevator and took full advantage of this opportunity. But now all the tests of retro music were behind us, and the company was already walking out onto the glass bridge leading to the exit. As she said goodbye, Eleanor advised Bethany to get married soon, so as not to end up as a lonely old woman like her. Soon the visitors left the confines of the Golden Prison, where, approaching the emerging ghost world, Jake asked if they would now go to the association school, to which Bethany suggested that they stop by her place first, since after connecting with the new ghost, the guy definitely needed some rest. And now the young people were already in the beautiful girl's mansion. While stirring some strange substance in a small jacuzzi, Jake asked if it was really possible to swim in it, to which the girl cheerfully replied that this mass contains a lot of useful microelements, including gold. When the young man heard the word gold, he was quite surprised by this circumstance, and Bethany explained that gold is very beneficial for human skin. Where after these words, the young man noted to himself that people vitally need this metal to resist ghosts, and she transfers it to her skin. Having finished helping prepare the mixture for the skin, the young man was about to go to the room assigned to him, but the girl delayed him, adopting a flirtatious pose and offering to keep her company today. Having politely declined, the young man continued on his way to the room, noting that women's charms should be feared. When he was left alone, he decided to get to know his new ghost a little better. As soon as he opened the golden bag, a ghostly umbrella immediately burst out, spreading its ghostly energy around. And so Jake found himself in front of a beautiful building that was already familiar to him, where he had somehow already been transported by another umbrella. Turning to the turquoise umbrella, the young man asked whether all umbrellas were part of one whole, to which his new friend responded positively, nodding his head. The young man was curious whether the umbrella had any human form, so he asked the ghost about it. In response to the question, the umbrella began to draw some lines in the air, clearly trying to write something. And when the young man read the answer, which mentioned a new form after the unification, the system added one interaction point for the first conversation with the ghost. The young man noted that in such a simple way one could gradually collect the points needed for unification. First of all, the guy decided to use the fragments to improve the ghostly world of the umbrella, for which he was awarded 3 more points of connection with the ghost, whereas new elements were added in the form of a forest, a lake, and others. 3 points were also added. Watching the umbrella swirling around him, the boy thought about what else he could do to get points, and then he decided to do absolutely everything he could think of. Among his activities were reading to the umbrella, lullabies, massage, and many other activities for which the system added 1 point, and when he washed the umbrella, he had accumulated the number of points he needed. He immediately started the process of merging the umbrellas, upon completion of which Jake received a message that his ghost was ranked S1, and now, before his eyes was a new yellow umbrella, and the young man was glad that he had a ghost of the same rank as his Christie. Morning came, and Bethany, who visited the young man, asked if the guy had been bothered by a new ghost, to which Jake shyly explained that he had already received a connection with the ghost umbrella a long time ago. This was shocking information for the girl, since even she took about a week to connect with the ghost. Noticing that Jake was indeed a very extraordinary person, Bethany invited him to the association's school. Standing on a hill, the girl explained to the young man where and what buildings were located, and also showed him the location of the headquarters. Concluding her story, Bethany emphasized that this is both the most dangerous and the safest place in the world. And now the young people have already gone down, where they immediately headed towards the entrance to the association's territory. Turning around, Bethany asked the young man if he was impressed by the appearance of the association, to which he replied in the affirmative. In one of the statues, the young man recognized the hero who had once been able to destroy 2 level S3 ghosts at once. Here the girl's attention was drawn to some fussy man, who was very happy about her visit, asking her to go with him and help deal with 2 students who had started a duel. Indeed, on the territory of the educational institution, 2 young people stood opposite each other, with the ghosts they had summoned already flaunting behind their backs. Throwing not the friendliest glances at each other, the young men, whose argument arose because of the girl, only had time to utter threatening words. A certain girl stood nearby and watched what was happening without much interest, and it was she who apparently caused the quarrel. Bethany's appearance among the crowd attracted everyone's attention, including the attention of the duelists. Having passed through the crowd, the girl approached the guys, who immediately bowed their heads respectfully, calling each one by name. Where Bethany's calm voice suddenly disappeared, and she shouted that the academy had apparently wasted their time on them, after which the girl said that their powers were actually insignificant, despite the fact that they had a different opinion of themselves. Noting that there was a peer of theirs here today who could outshine anyone and everyone, Bethany asked Jake to reveal one of his ghosts to everyone, Standing among the crowd, the young man summoned his first and favorite Christie's ghost, where at that very second everyone who was nearby felt that the summoned ghost had a level of S1, which all of them were still very, very far from. And then one of the girls recognized the newcomer as Jake Rowdy, who had been written about on city forums for a long time and who was listed as a special agent of the association. Upon hearing that this guy was their age, one of the participants in the failed duel angrily muttered through his teeth that this guy had definitely bought his ghost and had not achieved such a level himself. But then he noticed the face of his failed opponent, who advised him to turn around and look at what was happening behind his back. But before the skeptical young man could turn his head, a huge ghostly umbrella appeared and opened right above him. After which, everyone was stunned, since this guy had 2 whole S-level ghosts, one of which was impossible to buy. The guy, struggling on the floor, tearfully begged to forgive him for his mistrust and asked not to kill him. Bethany also noticed that Jake's ghost had suddenly gotten a level S1, while just last night he had been 1 level lower, which only added to the questions. Then the girl who had caused the duel approached Bethany, asking if she was joking about her age, and one of the founders of the association confirmed this once again. Bethany then turned to the failed duelists, asking them if they still felt unique or if their arrogance had diminished, where the young men immediately apologized for their unworthy behavior. Then the girl read a short lecture about how hundreds of masters fight every day for the bright future of humanity, where many of them die, and finished her speech by announcing a fine of 500 points for each of the participants in the brawl. The girl who had been watching the events from the sidelines all this time and who the guys liked suddenly turned around and left the gathering place, not giving preference to anyone. While Jake sent his ghosts back, Bethany continued moving, inviting the guy to follow her. The students who remained behind quietly admired the departing young man, where someone even decided to create a Jake fan club. After some time, Bethany and Jake were sitting at the table, on which various dishes were already standing, and the girl was interested in how the guy found their educational institution. Noting that the situation here was much better than what he expected to see, the young man at the same time said that it was hardly suitable for him. And to the girl's corresponding question, the guy explained that he grew up on the street and was not used to such good conditions. And besides, he was already strong enough to independently repel attacks on entire cities, where he saw no point in wasting time on studying. Understanding what the guy was talking about, Bethany admired his attitude, where saving people's lives was really much more important than achieving some of his own academic ambitions. Having thanked the girl for her understanding, the young man also expressed the hope that he would be able to contact Bethany at any time if necessary, to which she agreed. Then, changing the subject, the girl said that today she was leaving back to Mayor's with an important load, and if the guy didn't mind, he could go with her. Meanwhile, work was already in full swing on the territory of the Quiet Abode Women's Monastery, and Catherine told about a message from Jake, where he said that he would be there tomorrow. Sitting in one of the cars, the young man noted that they had been driving for a whole day, but had not yet encountered a single ghost. Turning his head, the young man noticed that his beautiful companion had already fallen asleep, and he didn't even have anyone to talk to. But suddenly the car braked sharply, causing Jake to almost fall out of the seat and Bethany to wake up. The ghostly master, who looked inside the salon, reported that a whole wave of ghosts was approaching them. Looking out the window, the travelers actually saw an incredible number of ghosts approaching from the side. When Jake and Bethany found themselves outside, the girl said that she would take on ghosts of rank S1 and above, and leave the rest to the guy. She also gave the order to the masters to distribute themselves, so that one group would defend the transport, and the rest would help destroy the ghosts. Jake was even glad of this coincidence, where he needed to add May's experience and also test what his new ghost was capable of. Jake's ghost girls were already destroying one ghost after another, using all their abilities. But most of all, the young man was amazed by the abilities of the ghostly umbrella, which instantly cloned itself, after which more than 10 umbrellas attacked the opponents. The ghost masters guarding the transport were shocked as Jake's ghost cleared out an entire square in a matter of seconds. Watching his new ghost in action, Jake noted with some joy that its abilities were simply perfect for fighting against large groups of opponents. While fighting one of the attacking ghosts, the girl from among the ghost masters could no longer withstand the pressure, and her ghost was defeated. And now she fell to her knees, preparing for imminent death. But suddenly the attack of the ghost worm was interrupted by a ghost umbrella blocking its path, where Jake appeared right behind it on his ghost horse. At the same second, May joined the attack on this ghost, entangling him with her red threads. And then the ghostly girl made a sharp movement, after which the body of the ghostly worm flew into small pieces. Jake jumped off his horse, asking if the girl was okay. to which she responded positively and thanked her savior. And so the young man accumulated enough points to upgrade the Red Bride, where after just a couple of seconds the system announced an increase in her level to S1. The masters who sensed the change in Jake's ghost's aura could only be amazed at how this guy, at such a young age, could control 3 S-rank 1 ghosts. And so all the attacking ghosts were destroyed, where, leaving the ghost world, Bethany said that now they can continue on their way. The next day, a line of cars successfully entered the mayor's gates. When the back of one of the trucks opened, Jake was finally able to see the valuable cargo they were escorting today. Turning to the girl, he asked what kind of cargo it was that could attract a whole wave of ghosts, to which the girl only put her finger to her lips, making a short hissing sound to indicate that the information was strictly classified. Then Jake suggested that there was some powerful ghostly weapon in this coffin, to which Bethany said that the guy was not far from the truth, promising to tell everything someday. The ghostly master appeared and reported to the lady that the auction had already begun, after which Bethany and Jake proceeded into the hall, where shouts of increases in bids on this or that lot could be heard from all sides. Drake, who was greeting the newly arrived guests of the auction, said that right now there was a fight for the item provided by Jake, where this ghost is in great demand, as even famous people from neighboring cities came to the auction. And then the auctioneer announced that the last bid was 200 million, offering to cover that amount. Just a second later, a new figure of 1 billion was heard from somewhere in the hall, suggested by a male voice. Jake, Bethany, and Drake were very interested in the one who immediately raised the bet by 800 million, where, looking in the direction where the auction participant was, the girl immediately recognized a man from the Wallace family named Steve. Hearing the familiar name, Jake immediately associated it with those who were involved in the destruction of the Quiet Abode Monastery, and Drake recalled that after one of the family members was killed by the abbess of a convent 50 years ago, the family fell into decline and abandoned its claims to seize power. Now the young man was certain that this auction participant was a relative of the one who destroyed the monastery, asking the man to tell him more about him. But Drake could only give general information, saying that this family had always been a bit unusual, with each man having 10 wives and hundreds of children. The knowledge that these men had hundreds of children had a profound effect on Jake and Bethany, who agreed that they had spent a lot of time in bed. Drake continued, saying that in this way the men of this family tried to increase the likelihood of the appearance of an outstanding master, and Steve himself, according to rumors, came to search for the remains of his grandfather, but decided to participate in the auction along the way. And only Jake knew that Bill Wallace's remains were in the Quiet Abode, coming to the conclusion that it was necessary to quickly take the ghostly painting from there. But the auction continued, where a man outbid Steve, naming the sum of 1,300 million. Clearly not intending to give up this ghost, Steve immediately set the figure at 2 billion. But an old man sitting nearby decided to try to outbid him, raising the price to 2.5 billion. Then the son of the Wallace family said that he was putting up 3 billion, where this was his last offer, and he was ready to give in to whoever gave more. After which the auctioneer, as expected, announced the accepted bid, offering to beat it and calling it the highest in the history of auctions. Steve was absolutely confident that no one would beat his 3 billion bid and was preparing to take his new ghost. A quiet murmur could be heard throughout the hall, with auction participants calling Steve a madman. But the auctioneer, having named the sum of 3 billion for the third time, banged the gavel on the table, saying that the lot had been sold to Mr. Steve Wallace. Bethany, however, burst out laughing and noted that thanks to the recklessness of this buyer, Jake was now fabulously rich. Well, Steve himself thought that only beggars lived in this city, but as soon as he found his grandfather's remains, he would remove the shame from his family and show what they were capable of. Catherine, who was at the construction site, drew her sister's attention to the helicopter approaching them, where in the open door the girls saw their dear Jake. The young man thanked Bethany for helping with the delivery, to which she coquettishly noted that she did this exclusively for the young man. After saying goodbye to his new girlfriend, Jake jumped onto the cargo hanging below the helicopter. One of the workers supervised the lowering of the container, and the rowdy sisters happily greeted their friend. While talking about how much they missed each other, Diana also asked how everything went. Having already descended to the ground and opened the container, Jake explained that the trip was a great success, and he brought a lot of gold for construction. To this, Catherine noted that the wooden frame was already ready, and the builder added that if they started right now, then everything would be ready by tomorrow. This was very good news, where smiling, Jake allowed the men to begin assembling the second level of the gold room. It was decided to spend the night in one of the rooms of the Quiet Abode equipped by the young people. At some point, Jake was awakened by someone's hand suddenly lying on his chest, Turning around, the young man found Catherine next to him, completely unaware of when she had managed to sneak in and fall asleep. Turning around, the young man quietly began to try to wake up his unexpected night guest. Well, the girl, not knowing what to do now, actually did not sleep, where, having gone out at night to drink water, she accidentally got into the wrong room and realized where she was only when she did not find her bedmate, who was her sister, with ample breasts. Realizing that simply pretending to be asleep would not work, Catherine opened her eyes and blushed deeply, suddenly saying that both she and her sister really liked Jake. After which, after thinking for a few seconds, Carton suddenly moved closer to the guy and pressed her lips to his. The young man, dumbfounded by such an unexpected turn of events, did not know what to say, and the embarrassed girl had already managed to jump off the bed and rush out of the room. In the morning, the young man met Diana, who said that the builders had almost finished everything, and asked her where he could find Catherine. But when the girl said that her sister was still sleeping, the young man decided to inspect what the builders had constructed. Once the preliminary inspection was complete, Jake instructed May to use the ghost patterns to further strengthen the walls, after which Christy was to try to escape from the new structure. And so the Red Bride set about fulfilling her lover's order, and when the process of applying the patterns was completed, Christy attempted to leave the room, which she was unable to do. The result satisfied the young man, and he told Diana to stay outside and make sure that no one tried to enter. Left alone and having locked all the doors, Jake made his way into the main gold room, where he noticed that the painting was not there. This meant that the abbess had somehow managed to place her back into the golden box. And just as the guy was getting ready to open it, he suddenly noticed some movement on the right. Turning around, he saw a ghostly picture in front of him that blinded him with a bright light. Opening his eyes, the young man discovered that he had again entered the ghostly world of this painting, where the system announced a new task for him, according to which the guy had to find the human body of the ghostly painting. Then behind him, Jake heard a female voice asking for help. Having dealt with the hooligan quite quickly, the young man asked him to explain where they were now, to which the man he had beaten said that they were now in Mares, and he was only carrying out an order for the Wallace family. The young man noted to himself that he was hearing this surname again, which was already starting to bore him. Realizing that this entire ghostly world was the memories of a ghostly painting, Jake went in search of the girl, where he remembered Olivia once saying her name, Annette Hudson. The fastest way to see around the city was public transport, so the young man headed for the nearest bus. Once he was inside the car, the conductor there asked him to pay the fare, which required $5. Jake held out his switchboard, from which the points were supposed to be written off, but the girl seemed not to understand him, demanding some dollars. Only now did the young man realize that this was the distant past, in which there were no glasses yet, and different currencies were used, and the conductor demanded that you either pay for the ride or leave the bus. While the young man was wondering what to do, someone's hand extended money, and a female voice announced that she would pay for the trip for the young man. Having thanked the kind stranger, Jake turned his head, and his surprise knew no bounds. After all, Annette Hudson herself stood before him, whom he recognized from the image in the painting. And besides, the system immediately announced that the task had been completed. The guy literally froze on the spot, where the girl had to use hand gestures to bring him out of this stupor. Еще раз поблагодарив девушку, Джейк прошел в салон, думая о том, что же ему делать дальше. Используя свой прокачанный системой слух, парень послушал то, как девушки разговаривают о том, чтобы куда-то пробраться. Где Аннет заявила, что там находятся ее подруги, которых она не может бросить на произвол судьбы. Одна из ее собеседниц тревожно сказала, что не хочет оказаться в том же плену, но третья участница группы заверила, что осторожность избавит их от этого. Исходя из того, что ему удалось услышать, юноша понял, что девушки собрались попробовать спасти тех, кого семья Уоллес держит у себя в плену. Он тут же вспомнил то, что показало ему призрачное зеркало, где один из похитителей девушек рассказал настоятельнице о том, как ее сестра покончила с собой. Вскоре автобус прибыл на очередную остановку, где Джейк заметил, как группа девушек собралась выходить. Пока не зная, что ему делать, молодой человек решил просто проследить за ними. Аннет со своими подругами уже приближались к дому семьи Уоллес, а Джейк аккуратно шел за ними. И вот он уже наблюдал, как отважные диверсантки одна за другой преодолевают высокое ограждение территории особняка. Когда они оказались по ту сторону забора, Аннет сразу же обратила внимание на находящихся за столом мужчин в компании двух девушек. Прижимая к себе одну из девушек, Хэнк Уоллес громко заявлял о том, что в Моресе самые красивые девушки. Не то что на его родине. Девушка умоляла прекратить издевательство и отпустить ее, когда извращенец протянул в ее сторону свой отвратительный язык. Мужчину сильно разозлило то, что девушка такая несговорчивая, где он, приказав ей прекратить стонать, с силой толкнул ее на землю. И вот озлобленный мужчина уже подбежал к бедной девушке и начал пинать ее ногами. Добравшийся до особняка Джейк озлобленно наблюдал за тем, что творит беспощадный член семьи Уоллес. Не оставила равнодушной происходящее и явившуюся на помощь заложницам Аннет. Увидев происходящее, одна из спутниц Аннет выхватила нож, готовая броситься на расправу с извергом, но девушка остановила ее, напомнив, что их план – спасти всех. В какой-то момент компания решила удалиться, оставив избитую девушку лежать на земле, понимая, что та никуда не сможет сбежать. Тогда предводительница диверсионной операции показала, что неподалеку есть канализационный люк, где под землей они смогут пробраться незамеченными в темнице. И вот Джейк наблюдал за тем, как отважные девушки пробрались к люку, отодвинув массивную крышку. И только первая из них начала спускаться вниз, как вдруг всех их осветил луч прожектора. А быстро приблизившийся мужчина ехидно поинтересовался относительно того, куда такие красавицы направляются. То был Хэнк Уоллес в сопровождении своих прихвостней, один из которых очень обрадовался таким нежданным гостям. Но уже через несколько секунд девушки были окружены целой толпой мужчин, радовавшихся тому, что такие красотки сами к ним заглянули. Hank, standing in the center, loudly declared that he would be the first to try this dessert, after which the rest could have fun. Pressed back to back and armed only with knives, the girls understood that they would not be able to escape. But they did not want to give themselves up to be torn apart by these perverts. At this moment, the system suddenly gave the owner a task where he had to prevent Annette's suicide and help her escape from the mansion. Meanwhile, the girl had already put the knife blade to her throat, preparing to carry out her plan. Cursing the system for reporting the mission so late, Jake rushed forward, realizing that he wouldn't be able to save her in time anyway. As he closed the distance, the young man shouted the girl's name loudly in the hope that she would stop. But then a fragile hand armed with a knife slashed its body across the throat, and the girl's blood sprinkled the ground. At that very second, the picture before Jake's eyes changed, where he found himself on a street already familiar to him, and the system gave him the task of finding the human body of the ghostly picture. At that very second, the young man again heard a female voice behind him asking for help. Upon opening the status window, Jake discovered that the points he had earned for completing the task of finding the ghost painting's human body had disappeared, and everything had started over again. This time the young man already knew exactly the place where he would meet the human form of the painting. After standing by the bus for a while, the young man saw Annette, just like last time, go inside with her friends. Deciding not to be left behind, the young man went into the salon, where he again tried to pay using the switchboard, forgetting that he was in a different time. And again the angry conductor demanded that either the fare be paid, or the bus be left without interfering with boarding. Just like last time, good-natured Annette intervened in the situation and paid for the young man's fare. And when Jake thanked the girl, the system again announced the completion of the task of finding the human form of the painting. Looking at the girl's face in a little more detail, the young man noticed that she was kindness itself in the flesh, ready to help anyone. Walking into the salon, he decided to try to talk to her, saying that it was his first time in the city, and he had never ridden a bus, in response to which Annette asked where the guy had come from. After introducing himself, Jake explained that he had come from the city of Alayat, fleeing the tyranny of his cousin. Sympathizing with the young man, Annette introduced herself, saying that her parents were ghost masters and had recently died on one of their missions. While expressing his condolences, Jake noted to himself that although the girl was from a family of craftsmen, she herself clearly did not have the talent to control ghosts. Continuing the conversation, the young man asked where the girls were heading, to which Annette hesitantly replied that she was going to a cafe to celebrate her friend's birthday. Deciding to try his luck, Jake said he had heard of a gang operating in Mares that was kidnapping girls, suggesting that they postpone their event and stay home. To which Annette, waving her hand, replied that the rumors were exaggerated and that they were traveling to the safest place. Then Jake remembered that according to the calendar, today was some kind of orthodox holiday on which one should not travel, which the stubborn girl called nothing more than superstition. The young man didn't know what else to think of, realizing that he wouldn't be able to dissuade this girl from going. And so the bus arrived at the station the girls needed, where, leaving it with a saloon, Annette said goodbye to Jake. Then everything happened as per the scenario, where a member of the Wallace family also beat the girl. After which, Annette and her friends who had sneaked into the mansion were caught red-handed. And now the girls were standing surrounded by a whole crowd of lustful perverts devouring their bodies with their eyes. Jake, watching the events, waited for the right moment to rush into the attack. And when everyone who was supposed to had gathered around the girls, he jumped out of his hiding place and turning to the crowd of men, he shouted that no one could touch these girls. Annette was very surprised when she saw her new acquaintance, whose fare she had kindly paid for. However, Jake's appearance did not impress Hank at all, who laughingly asked the guy who he was. But without waiting for an answer, the man ordered the impudent man to be killed, where the men standing nearby immediately summoned their ghosts, where one of them immediately rushed at the uninvited guest. However, Jake summoned Christie and dealt with the attacker with one simple move. At that very moment, the picture before the young man's eyes disappeared, leaving him completely bewildered. And so he once again found himself in a familiar alley, wondering why he had returned again. And again, the system announced to him a task in the form of searching for the human form of a ghostly picture. And behind his back, a girl asked for help. Recalling how he ended up in May's memories, the young man noted that he never once tried to summon his ghost there. This time he decided to arrive at the mansion early and deal with those who noticed the girls. But it didn't help, because they were discovered as soon as they went down into the sewers by the guards below. The task was again failed, and returning again, the young man decided to simply not let Annette get on the bus. Sneaking up behind her, Jake had just grabbed the girl when he was suddenly told that the task had failed again and given a hint that he should not interfere with getting to the mansion. And once again, the young man found himself in the same alley where this impossible task had begun. When he was already at the mansion, watching the girls, he decided this time to just fight with everyone who was there. Assessing his forces, Jake counted only about 20 people, each of whom was at least a sea-level master. The hope remained that he would be able to use his ghost armor and sword in the confrontation. When he donned his armor, the quest did not roll back to the beginning, and the young man began to act. And so Annette was again surprised by the appearance of Jake here, who said that he had come to save her, and the numerous opponents surrounding the young man had already summoned their ghosts to kill the impudent man. As he rushed into battle, the young man forbade his spirits to leave the ghostly objects and interfere. Deftly dodging the massive tentacles attack, Jake pushed off of it to get closer to the ghost's head. The men standing around watched in bewilderment as this strange guy decided to confront the ghosts with a simple sword. Imagine their amazement when this guy cut the first ghost in 2 halves, landing after a successful counterattack right in front of a crowd of perverts. Annette and her friends, silently watching what was happening, also mentally wondered who this guy was who could kill ghosts with just a sword. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the fact that one of the ghosts distracted Jake, the killer snuck up on him from behind. He tried to deliver his vile blow, but then the armor's protective function kicked in, and the weapon flew out of the man's hands. Immediately after which, the young man quickly turned around and literally swept several opponents out of his way. And after some time, only the owner of this disgusting mansion, soaked in the suffering of women, remained alive, who, lying on the ground, begged for mercy, offering the guy to take all his girls for himself. But Jake, holding his sword to the man's throat, said that for a scumbag like Hank, death was a very easy way out, and he should be grateful for it. And after the leader was finished, the young man told the girls that they needed to leave quickly before reinforcements arrived, to which they confusedly agreed. And while he and the 3 girls were leaving the mansion, the system finally announced the successful completion of the task. Annette, meanwhile, noted that the Wallace family had eyes all over the city, and therefore it would be better for them to get there for a while, where she suggested hiding in her home. Jake didn't know what to do next, so he easily agreed to the offer, and now he was sitting at the girl's house, thanking her for the food she had prepared. Sitting down opposite her savior, Annette said that the young man should not thank her, where he could stay here as long as he wanted, where the fortune left to her would allow them to live comfortably for many years. Feeling a very strange feeling from what was said, the young man sheepishly thanked the overly hospitable girl. Leaving the young man alone, Annette went away to take a shower. Taking advantage of the free time, Jake thought about what the next task might be. He was distracted from his thoughts by Annette's scream in the bathroom that a ghost had appeared next to her. The young man burst into the shower room with lightning speed, where he saw a girl huddled in a corner out of fear. Not seeing anyone else yet, Jake asked where the ghost was, and the girl pointed in the direction. Glancing in the direction his new girlfriend was pointing, the young man realized that the ghost was right behind the door. He didn't have time to do anything when suddenly the ghost, which turned out to be Olivia, suddenly rushed at the girl sitting on the floor. And at that very second, the system announced a new task for him, according to which he had to help Annette hide from the ghost of the abbess of the monastery. But just like last time, the task was announced at the very last moment, when the young man had no chance to save the girl. And while the picture before his eyes changed once again, Jake thought that this time, the system had definitely decided to make fun of him. Once again, rolling back to the beginning, the young man had already completed the task of rescuing Annette, where she, running away with him from the mansion, offered to hide with her. Knowing that a ghost would be waiting for the girl there, Jake suggested that she leave the city limits and hide in the private sector. And so, sitting in the car, they were already approaching one of the exits from Mare's. And when they found themselves outside the wall, the young man was very surprised by what he saw in front of him, where, to his disappointment, no suburban area existed in this ghostly world. And he, with his entire female company, only found himself on the border of the ghostly world in which he found himself. Here his attention was drawn to Annette, who said that some kind of ghost was catching up with their car. Turning his head, Jake saw the abbess of the quiet monastery rapidly closing the distance to the car. This time, he decided to try to confront the ghost by going outside and drawing his ghost sword. But the young man didn't have time to do anything, when suddenly the abbess threw the defender off the roof of the car with one powerful blow. And with a second, no less powerful movement of her hand, she crushed the car along with everyone inside, leaving them no chance of salvation. Annette, who had just been rescued by Jake, said that the Wallace family had eyes all over town and offered to hide at her house. Realizing that he needed more information, Jake suddenly asked if the girl knew anything about the Quiet Abbey convent, to which she explained that his abbess was supposedly her relative, whom she had never seen or known. Since Olivia had also said that they were related, this meant that it was not the real abbess who was attacking Annette, where one of her ghosts, with whom she entered into symbiosis, most likely attacks. In that case, this memory was created by the abbess in order to trap the ghostly picture, and the ghostly picture itself uses it to escape from this recurring cycle of events. And as soon as he saved Annette and everything didn't go as planned, the abbess immediately appeared to kill the girl and return everything to its place. The realization of the whole situation came to the young man so unexpectedly that he even hit himself on the forehead for being so stupid. And when the astonished girl asked what happened, Jake happily said that he now knew how to save her, which stunned her even more. After sending Annette's friends home, the young man asked the girl to follow him. Very soon they arrived at a construction site that belonged to the association, where he said that he and Annette needed to look for some underground structure that was definitely supposed to be here. As they moved around the unfinished premises, the girl asked how the guy knew so much, to which Jake said, in all seriousness, that he came from the future, to which Annette replied that since he saved her, she would pretend to believe the guy. And so, a few minutes later, Jake found the room they needed. Once inside, the young man decided that this place would be ideal for hiding Annette from Olivia. Of course, gold paint is unlikely to help here, but this is definitely the last place where the ghost of the abbess would look, since Annette would never come here herself. However, the effect of gold could not be neglected either, and so Jake asked his girlfriend to hide in the gold bag for a while. Completely trusting her savior, Annette agreed to climb into the bag, although it was a very strange request. The young man gave the girl additional oxygen supplies, since she would most likely have to sit in the bag until the morning. More than 3 hours had passed, during which the abbess had not appeared, which indicated that the plan had worked. At some point, tired of sitting in the bag, the girl made an attempt to get out, but Jake did not allow this, saying that the danger had not yet passed. In the agonizing wait, the young man did not notice how he fell asleep and slept in a sitting position until the morning. He was awakened by a system message that the task was completed, where, opening his eyes, he suddenly saw how the ghostly world around him was collapsing. And now he was already in the golden room, and right in front of him in the air hung a ghostly picture. Despite the fact that he already had about 30 points of connection with the painting, the young man did not want to take too many risks, and the system had already issued a new task, where he had to free the ghostly painting from the golden room. After some thought, Jake turned to the painting, saying that if it really wanted to get out of the room, it would need to go back into the golden box for a while, from which he would later release it. And the painting fulfilled his demand, curling up and a moment later finding itself back inside the box. After which the young man said that he would soon show her how the world had changed after 50 years of her imprisonment. When he opened the doors of the golden room, he immediately heard the rowdy sisters talking to someone, where Diana, standing in front, strictly following Jake's orders, did not let someone into the monastery, placing someone's remains in front of him and saying that he could take them without entering the territory. But Steve Wallace, standing opposite the girls and surrounded by his henchmen, said he could not be sure that these were the remains of his grandfather. He also added that the quiet abode is not anyone's property, and therefore some girls will not forbid him to go inside. Preparing for the confrontation, Carton and Diana immediately summoned their new ghosts, where several men opposite them were greatly surprised that these girls had S-rank ghosts. But this move on the part of the sisters did not frighten Steve at all, who announced that he was ready to play. The gang's advance was stopped by Jake's voice, where he asked what rogues like them needed here, Turning around sharply, the girls were sincerely glad that their faithful friend was now next to them. Well, the son of the Wallace family did not understand what kind of self-confident boy was interfering in his affairs. A hint was given by one of his gang members, explaining that it was most likely Jake Stone, who is considered the youngest master to wield S-rank ghosts. Meanwhile, the young man jumped off the roof, and Steve suggested that he and his girlfriends leave without disturbing them as they explored the monastery. Coming closer to the man, Jake asked if he really needed to enter the monastery that badly, and when they received a positive answer, the young man proposed a one-on-one duel, where if Hank won, he would be ready to step aside. Deciding to teach the arrogant boy a lesson, a member of the Wallace family established rules that they do not kill masters, but can kill ghosts, where such a proposal quite satisfied Jake, who was not eager to shed blood. And so the opponents stood opposite each other, surrounded by a crowd of fans. Hank was the first to summon his ghosts, which turned out to be a three-headed fox and a Necromancer's medallion, both level S1. Hank's team rejoiced, and the Rowdy sisters began to worry. But a grinning Jake called Christy May and a ghostly umbrella, and now he was standing in front of his opponent, surrounded by 3 S-level ghosts alone. The first to attack on the young man's command was the ghostly umbrella, immediately after which Christy and May became active, forming ghostly worlds for their attack. And as soon as all 3 ghosts were behind Hank, and the last particles of his ghosts were dispersed, the system announced another victory. Hank's team stood there in complete disbelief as to what had just happened there in the space of just 5 seconds. Just like the son of the Wallace family who lost the fight, he didn't believe that in a matter of seconds he was left without a single ghost. Every master feels the death of spirits on himself, and that is why Hank, coughing up blood, sent insults to his opponent. But these did not bother the young man at all, who noted that this was the easiest victory in the entire history of his battles. As he left the battlefield, the Wallace family member shouted that he would return and avenge today's disgrace. When Jake turned to the girls, Diana asked about the situation with the painting, to which the young man replied that everything worked out. And while the dialogue between them continued, Catherine stood nearby and blushed, for whom this was the first meeting with Jake, whom she kissed the previous night. And then at some point, Jake said that it was time to end their protracted journey and return home. Having quickly gathered, the friends set out on their journey, where they soon reached some settlement, where literally everyone recognized Jake. And when the young man asked himself how they knew everything about him, Diana explained that a lot had been written on city forums. Looking at the switchboard, Jake read about how he recently fought and defeated a member of the Wallace family. While the young man was surprised at how quickly the news spread, his interlocutor explained that, according to rumors, those same 6 families helped in spreading the information, since they had long been feuding with the Wallace family. Here the young man was attracted by a familiar female voice coming from his switchboard. Bethany contacted him and said that the association really needed the help of such a talented artist, and in response to the young man's question, the girl explained that a certain S-rank ghost had appeared in the east, one who had already managed to kill several masters, and with whom she was asking Jake to deal. Deciding that this was a good way to get some experience points, the young man agreed to help deal with the ghost, and now he was turning his ghostly horse, telling his companions that it shouldn't take long. Arriving in the eastern part, Jake was already listening to a report from one of the masters about what the ghost that was disturbing them was. The man explained that the ghost looked like a little boy who had incredible speed, but they managed to get a piece of his clothing. The young man took the trophy, and his companions explained that there should be no problems with their ghostly bloodhounds, and so the team set off again to meet adventures, where a certain man, hiding his eyes under sunglasses, watched their departure from around the corner. And when Jake disappeared over the horizon, the man asked to report to his superiors that Jake Stone was heading out to find and destroy a new ghost. But the management itself listened to this report, where Steve Wallace immediately said that he would not have peace while this guy was calmly walking around the world. The evil man noted that the ghost that Jake chased cost him a pretty penny, and no one would have any questions if this guy suddenly died while carrying out the task. Turning around, Steve said that he had great hopes for the man he had invited to confront Jake. Meanwhile, the young man and his companions had already reached the dense forest, and so the girls pointing the way said that the ghost they were hunting was somewhere very close. Peering out from behind the bush, the friends were finally able to see their target, who was playing with butterflies. Having summoned the Red Bride, the young man gave her the order to catch the ghost in her ghostly world. While carrying out the task, May approached the ghost on the ground, who had already begun to eat the butterflies. But as soon as she tried to form her own ghostly world around him, the little ghost quickly rushed away. The ghostly girl could only watch as he quickly ran away through the nearest tree. Well, Jake had already managed to summon both Christy and the ghostly umbrella, sending them to help May. Christy tried to get the ghost with one of her attacks, but it was too fast. But at some point, the forest surrounding the young people disappeared, and they found themselves in some kind of stone wasteland. While Catherine and Diana were wondering what had happened, Jake had already realized that May had used the move, meaning they were in mortal danger. Having warned his companions that someone very strong wanted to attack them, the young man quickly looked around. After which the young man suggested that the appearance of this excessively fast ghost might not be accidental, or they were simply lured into a trap. Taking out a golden box containing a ghostly painting from the vault, the young man told May to take care of the Rhodey sisters if something went wrong. And so he, having decided to take a risk, opened the box, where the system immediately announced the completion of the task and the accrual of another 20 connection points. The painting hung in the air, and the system issued the final task, according to which Jake had to help the painting find a member of the Wallace family and kill him. The guy immediately realized that the painting was thirsty for revenge, which could help him solve all the problems that had arisen. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by the sound of his switchboard, informing him of the arrival of a new message, where Bethany informed him that this ghost was released by the Wallace family, who decided to set a trap for him. But the girl was shocked when the young man suddenly asked her if he could kill the member of this family who had set a trap for him. This young man increasingly captured the girl's thoughts, and she wrote that he could deal with him, where she would settle all possible issues. Having received permission to complete the task, Jake jumped on his ghostly horse and headed towards danger. Meanwhile, Steve asked the killer he had invited whether he had dealt with the guy, to which Adrian Wallace, who was Steve's uncle, replied that the young man seemed to have vanished into thin air before he began the attack. Steve was outraged by this state of affairs, saying that his uncle should have come up with something about it. But then the attention of the arguing relatives was drawn to Steve's henchman standing nearby, pointing somewhere to the side. Seeing Jake approaching, the Wallace family's son angrily muttered through his teeth that the prey was climbing into the trap itself. At that very second, Adrian, realizing that the guy had come for a reason, began summoning his powerful ghost. And so his ghost came into the world, where it turned out to be an evil dead old woman with level S2. But the young man also appeared prepared for this confrontation, immediately releasing his ghostly picture forward. Seeing the female portrait unfold in the air and feeling its powerful aura, Adrian couldn't believe that he was seeing such a strange ghost. Jake, watching the painting create its own ghostly world, noticed that it was clearly in a serious mood. Observing the actions of the new unknown ghost, Steve's uncle noted that he was at least S rank 2. Steve himself didn't understand what was going on at all, since he had only seen 3 S rank ghosts last time. But then Adrian said that even the guy having such a powerful ghost wouldn't help him. Where would he deal with him now? And so he sent forward his evil dead old woman, who immediately began to accumulate ghostly energy. Noticing the actions of his opponent's ghost, who was trying to block the world created by the painting with his world, Jake noted that he is quite strong, but this was only the beginning of the attack, where at some point the pupils of the dead old woman suddenly changed, and from the buildings of the ghostly world of the painting, crosses and coffins suddenly began to appear, destroying them. Watching this unfold, the Wallace family's son gloated, declaring that Jake was no match for his uncle. Here, Diana contacted the young man via the switchboard, asking him if he needed any help, to which the guy expressed confidence that the ghostly picture would cope. At some point in her stormy activity, the evil dead old woman suddenly turned her gaze to the sky, where, following her example, Adrian, Steve, and Jay suddenly saw how buildings from the ghostly world materialized on her canvas. With every second, the houses of the abandoned city of her world grew and reached their natural size, and at some point, the ghostly picture staged a real bombardment, where the houses that appeared simply began to fall down. Dodging the shards, Steve couldn't understand why this guy's ghosts were so strong, and his uncle was convinced that they needed to end the fight as soon as possible. Then he decided to summon his remaining ghosts, which were the ghostly head and the bone-dead dragon. After summoning 2 new ghosts that were S rank 1, Adrian ordered the old woman to use her special skills, immediately after which it opened its toothy mouth wide and began to spread some acoustic waves. As it turned out, this was a signal to awaken, where the dead began to appear from the coffins of her ghostly world. An amazed Steve noted that all those who crawled out of the coffins also have S rank 1, which makes the old woman a very valuable ghost. His uncle immediately explained that his dead old woman had a special ghostly world into which they had lured many ghosts, and now they serve him. Meanwhile, in the ghostly territory of the picture, a bone dragon was already frolicking in full swing, destroying one building after another. Well, the ghostly head summoned by Adrian approached the canvas itself, which, having frozen for a few seconds, suddenly began to wrap its long, soot-black hair around the ghostly picture. Despite the fact that Jake did not invite them, the rowdy sisters still came to him, where they were amazed by the huge number of ghosts that the painting confronts. Jake was angered by this approach from the Wallace family members and decided to equalize their positions. At that very moment, the young man summoned all his ghosts and activated the ghostly mirror, and his faithful companions summoned their nuns. Deciding to create a real ghost wave using the mirror's powers, Jake and his friends sent their ghosts to attack. And so, a real ghostly battle began in the air, where the nuns dealt with other ghosts without much difficulty. Jake's ghosts fought shoulder to shoulder next to them, with Christy easily destroying the S-Rank 1 ghosts. The Red Bride did not lag behind the others, destroying ghostly worlds and burning her opponents with her flame. The new ghosts of the Rhodey sisters, which they essentially used for the first time in a serious confrontation, showed themselves at the highest level. Steve became agitated, shouting that their opponent had also summoned ghosts, to which his uncle calmly stated that there were only 5 of them. But as soon as he said this, the ghostly umbrella suddenly used its cloning ability, where a dozen ghostly umbrellas immediately strike with incredible force, destroying several ghosts at once. Then the ghost mirror came into play, literally increasing the number of ghosts of Jake and his girlfriends in a second. Both the Wallace family and even the evil dead old woman were shocked by how many enemies they had. In a matter of seconds, the battle changed dramatically, with multiple ghostly nuns easily dispatching their opponents. Jake's ghosts also left the opposing side no chance, destroying everything that came their way with their clones, thinking that the copies they had created were not combat ready. The Wallace family members were horrified when they realized they were wrong. Meanwhile, Christy was trying to deal with the bone dragon, which had so far managed to repel her attacks. Noticing that a change in tactics was needed, Jake instructed May to use her ghost flame and Christy to use her ice strike. And so the Red Bride, with the support of her copies, activated her ability to spew out ghostly fire, where with its use, a fiery storm literally struck the bone dragon. At the same time, the shape-shifting Christy approached the dragon with her copies. Combining their ghostly weapons, the girls prepared a joint ice attack on the blazing enemy. And so, the huge ice blade created by joint efforts was finally put into action, where, having fallen on the head of an enemy engulfed in ghostly fire, the ice blade simply split his skull, and after the skull, the rest of the bone dragon's body was destroyed, crumbling into small pieces. The system announced the victory, and the rowdy sisters, who were watching what was happening, even squealed with joy. Well, then the attention of both sides was suddenly drawn to what was happening above their heads. And there, the ghostly picture had already managed to deal with the ghostly head that had entangled it with its hair. Watching as his second ghost was destroyed, Adrian literally grabbed his head, not understanding how this could have happened. The only remaining enemy was the evil dead old woman, on whom the ghostly picture focused its attention. The huge eye that appeared on the canvas of the painting began to hypnotize the old woman, who immediately lost her fighting ability. Noticing the painting's actions, Jake immediately sent May and Christy to attack the dead old woman. And so the ghostly girls, acting in tandem, rushed at their opponent. The attack was very powerful and quite successful, where the old woman was greatly weakened by the damage she received. Then it was up to the ghostly picture, which immediately began to overwhelm the enemy with the stone structures of its ghostly world. Receiving one injury after another, the evil old woman gradually lost her strength and was already on the verge of death. Watching what was happening in the air, the ghost's owner suddenly realized that they definitely would not win this fight, and now the man was already giving orders to the dead old woman that they needed to hide, where at that very second, she used her abilities and carried Adrian away, leaving his nephew to his fate. But Jake had put in so much effort not to have the enemy and the experience for his ghosts of the honeycombs just run away, entrusting them with stopping the fugitives. May intervened and placed Adrian and his ghost in her ghost sphere. And so the fugitives found themselves again in the same place from which they had begun their shameful flight a few seconds earlier. Steve, of course, was very happy that his uncle decided to return and save his nephew. But the man, who had no intention of returning, wondered how he had ended up here again. The logical explanation he found for himself was that the ghostly picture could have created several territories where they were now simply walking in circles. And then a ghostly picture appeared right before the eyes of the already frightened Adrian and his ghost. At some point, the man suddenly felt like he was in free fall, not understanding what was happening, where after just a second, the ghostly picture began to roll up its canvas, absorbing the opponents. And when the folding was completed, the system announced that the owner had been able to defeat the S-Rank 2 ghost. The scroll landed right in Jake's hand, and the system had already issued a new announcement, informing him that the task of eliminating a member of the Wallace family had been completed. Having finished dealing with the main enemy, the young man, accompanied by Carton, Diana, and all the ghosts, approached Steve. And now the son of the Wallace family was already sitting on his knees in front of him, in the company of his henchmen, and begging for his life, where, worried about their own lives, the men accompanying him immediately rushed to blame Steve for everything, declaring that they were only following orders. When he reached the man, Jake asked him to give him at least one reason why he should let him leave here alive, to which Steve replied that he was the most talented person in their family, and besides, his other relatives would never forgive him if he killed him now. But the painting clearly had its own plans, where suddenly lightning flashed in the eyes of the girl depicted there. Immediately after that, something strange began to happen to the Wallace family's son, and a few seconds later, Steve's lifeless body fell to the ground. Looking at it, the young man noticed that the painting had been looking for those who needed revenge for so long. But in the end, they came to it themselves. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from the system that he had collected the required number of points to obtain the fourth ghost. It was a great ending to the adventure, with Jake immediately agreeing to form a bond with the new ghost. And then the canvas of the painting began to glow brightly under the announcement of the system about the creation of a connection and the owner receiving another ghost, where the guy suddenly thought that the image on the canvas began to move. Diana simply looked at what was happening to the painting, fascinated, and Carton happily noted that the girl was actually looking at them. And now the depicted Annette really began to move, turning and extending her hand to her master. Approaching the canvas as close as possible, the young man extended his hand to the girl, where at the same second, first an elegant female hand appeared from the picture, followed by a leg. And now, in front of Jake, in all her glory, was Annette, who was a ghost of rank S2. On the one hand, amazed at how beautiful this girl was. On the other hand, the young man could not help but notice her outstanding abilities, with the help of which she dealt with Adrian and the evil dead old woman. Turning to the girl, the young man said that although she did not remember him, now they would always be together. But suddenly the girl started coughing violently, which caused the young man to feel anxious. Grabbing Jake's hand, Annette suddenly dragged him toward the painting she had just stepped off of. And right before the eyes of the rowdy sisters, the ghost and their friend dissolved into the painting. Finding himself back in Annette's ghost territory, Jake was very surprised and scared when he saw who was waiting for them there. It was the ghost of the abbess of the quiet monastery, from whom he saved Annette in a ghostly world created from memories. Suddenly, right before the astonished guy's eyes, Olivia's ghost changed, as if leaving the symbiosis, and the system announced that it had awarded 20 points of connection with her. Meanwhile, Annette's ghost stood and watched intently everything that happened to the abbess, who had imprisoned her in this painting. But she was no longer going to cause any more harm, as her body gradually dissolved into thin air. As Jake watched the last bits of Olivia fade away, he noted that he would now likely be given missions to obtain the fifth ghost, which would be the Mother Superior. His thoughts were interrupted by the ghost of Annette, who grabbed the boy's hand and turned his attention to the sky, where, raising his head, the young man immediately saw one of the crosses of the evil dead old woman, which had pierced the ghostly world and did not allow it to recover. The young man immediately realized that the girl had brought him here so that he could help close this gap. After some thought, Jake took out a ghost rope from the storage room in order to hook it onto the cross, and so the foreign object was removed, which created the conditions for the restoration of peace. But suddenly, some strange objects began to fall in heaps from a hole in the sky, the flow of which did not stop, and after a couple of minutes the guy was literally covered with various utensils. Having climbed out from under them and having examined what had fallen on him more closely, the young man discovered that all of these were ghostly objects. The girl just smiled sweetly when Jake inquired about these gifts. But then Annette suddenly pulled out a writing pen from the case hanging on her chest, after which she suddenly rushed somewhere upward, leaving the young man to watch her actions. Using a certain ghostly pattern, the girl began to work on the hole in the sky of her ghostly world. Remembering that Christy has the ability to repair ghostly objects, and that May also uses ghostly patterns, Jake sent the girls to help their new friend. And so, all together, the three beautiful girls began to put Annette's ghostly world in order. Noticing that this process was not fast, Jake decided to leave them there and return to the Rowdy sisters, with whom he would have time to return to the city. The girls were very happy about the return of their friend, where, answering their questions, the guy explained that the connection with the ghostly picture was fully established. Here, Carton said that her ghost felt that the ghost of that mad child was very close, Half an hour later, Jake and the girls again found the one they had originally come here for. Hearing some rustling behind him, the child's ghost turned around sharply, preparing to run away from danger as usual. But then he saw that there was no one nearby, and not far from him on the grass there was an umbrella lying with butterflies circling around it. Cheerfully waving his arms, the child's ghost came very close to the umbrella, scattering the flying butterflies. Of course, it was a simple but clever trap that Jake had set up and which had just sprung. Placing the captured ghost in the golden box that had served as a prison for the ghostly umbrella for many years, Jake decided that it was definitely time to return. Bethany, peering intently out the window, was informed of Jake's return to town. In response, the girl instructed the reporting ghostmaster to bring him to her. When the young man was already sitting opposite her, Bethany asked if he had really been attacked by the Wallace family, which the young man fully confirmed, saying that among the attackers was someone named Adrian Wallace, whom he killed, like everyone else. The girl listening to his explanation was shocked that this guy was able to defeat a master with a level S2, literally jumping up from her seat and wanting to make sure that the guy was not mistaken. She named the ghosts and their ranks that the man controlled, after which Jake confirmed that it was him. However, Bethany still couldn't believe that this young man was able to defeat such a strong opponent on his own. And to the next question from his interlocutor, who did not change her position, Jake confirmed that he had reached level S2. Suddenly grabbing the boy by the head, Bethany screamed that forcibly creating a connection with a ghost could be very dangerous, but Jake calmed her down, explaining that the connection was not forcibly established. The young man told the girl, who sank back into her seat in surprise, that he had helped this ghost solve his problems, and therefore he was sure that everything would work out. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl once again noted that Jake was an incredibly amazing young man. Then the young man took out a golden box, saying that he had caught the ghost he had originally been sent to find. This also surprised Bethany very much, since the ghost really did have incredible speed. Having summoned her ghost, who had the skill of control, the girl allowed the box to be opened. Having looked at the ghostly child, who, of course, tried to run away, the girl was very pleased. And while her ghost was putting the captured one back into the box, she told Jake that he could get a lot of points for it. But the guy said shyly that instead of glasses, he would like to consider the possibility of getting the Ghost 55 from the gold prison. Hearing such a request, Bethany began to guess that her interlocutor definitely had a soft spot for her classmate Veronica, who, as she remembered, always wanted to get this ghost. Laughing, the girl told the guy not to worry and to let her decide the issue. When his interlocutor asked him about his future plans, Jake replied that he wanted to return to Elite and rest for a while. And very soon the young man and his faithful companions Carton and Diana were racing on a ghostly horse towards the house, where they had not been for over a year. Bethany had warned him of a dangerous spot along the route he had passed, when he had first reached Mares via the quiet abode. And now Jake was cautious. Suddenly his ghostly horse stopped and began to rear up, as if something had frightened it greatly. Jake himself didn't sense anyone's presence, but his ghostly transport certainly wouldn't behave like that without a reason. Having called Christy, the young man asked to lift him higher so that he could have a look around. And so, from the shelter created by his ghostly friend, he began to examine the ruins visible ahead. And then, among the ruins of the city, the young man suddenly saw the very danger that Bethany had warned him about. In Christy's company, the young man decided that even if Bethany recommended not to go to this place, it would be best to do so. But suddenly the young man's attention was drawn to Carton, pointing to something that had unexpectedly appeared in the sky. Jake looked up and saw that right in front of him, there was an illusion of a ghostly palace floating in the sky. Feeling that something was definitely wrong with this palace, the young man quickly began to descend, demanding that the girls turn away. Diana listened to him, but Catherine did not have time to dodge the spell, declaring that the palace was very beautiful. But then Jake blocked the girl's view, loudly convincing her that this was nothing more than some kind of trap. Diana suddenly noticed what was happening to her sister, where, looking at the girl, the young man also saw how her body began to literally dissolve into thin air. Not understanding what was happening, Catherine, with tears in her eyes, begged for help somehow. And now her body, which had become completely transparent, had already begun to be sucked into the ghostly palace that had appeared. Not knowing what else to do, Jake instructed Christy to try to keep the pictures out of the palace. However, the ghostly girl's attempts were also in vain, where the pieces of fabric aimed at capturing her simply passed through Catherine's transparent body. Diana also tried to grab her sister's hand, but had to jump a little to do so. But her normal hand, just like Christy's rags, simply passed through the girl's hand. At that moment, Annette suddenly appeared from the canvas of the painting, seeing what was beginning to happen. After thinking for a bit, the girl suddenly pulled out the now familiar ghostly writing pen. Using ghostly patterns and ghostly painting canvas, Annette was able to create multiple levels of ghostly barriers. And suddenly Carton's body became solid again, where Jake was immediately able to grab her hand and pull her to the ground. Feeling herself from head to toe, the girl could hardly believe that she had managed to avoid this danger. Jake, giving Annette his kindest smile, thanked the girl for her help. And now, all the witnesses of the strange event noticed that the ghostly castle began to dissolve into thin air. The girl, bursting into tears because she almost died, said that she thought she saw someone in that palace. Approaching and trying to calm Carton down, the young man asked her to concentrate and tell him what she had managed to see. And so the girl began by describing in slightly more detail the palace itself, which was very reminiscent of the real imperial palace. Then she seemed to be drawn into the central entrance of this palace. Once inside, she saw at the far end a fiery throne on which sat some woman unknown to her. She couldn't see her face, but she was definitely wearing some kind of bright, fiery dress, reminiscent of a bird's plumage. After Catherine's story, Jake became convinced that this place was indeed very dangerous, and suggested continuing on their way, going around it. Continuing on their way, the friends successfully skirted the dangerous lands and soon approached their hometown of Alita. Already on the approach, Jake saw some kind of battle taking place ahead. Fighting off a whole crowd of ghosts, the ghostly master reported on the difficult situation in their direction via communicator. The other ghostly masters who were in contact with him responded that they were not far away, and asked the man to hold on a little longer. But then the man, looking at the radar, reported that all the A-rank ghosts had disappeared, and the rest had rushed away from the city. And the sentry on the wall reported to Mike Rohde that another ghostly breakthrough had suddenly begun to retreat. Seeing a real explosion, the lookout assumed that someone had sent them reinforcements. But then the smoke cleared and the man saw through binoculars Jake, accompanied by 2 girls and a whole horde of ghosts. Having recognized the hero, the sentry immediately reported this to Mike, who was standing nearby, and who literally shook as soon as he heard this name. The masters who were on the battlefield and had just miraculously survived looked in fascination at the guy moving on a ghostly horse, but Jake himself was very disappointed, since for a whole crowd of destroyed A-rank ghosts, he received a negligible amount of experience. Here Diana drew her sister's attention to the fact that their dear and beloved father was on the wall. Meanwhile, Veronica approached the confused Mike and asked him if he had requested backup, to which the man replied that he had submitted a request before everything suddenly calmed down. Taking the binoculars from the man, the girl decided to see for herself what was happening on the battlefield. Her joy knew no bounds when she discovered the long-lost Jake on the battlefield, to whom she was clearly not indifferent. Hearing a familiar voice, Jake looked up and was also very happy when he saw Veronica. Mike and the association leader went downstairs, where the Rowdy sisters immediately rushed to their daddy. Mike couldn't believe his eyes, and he was literally shaking all over from the sight of his beloved daughters. And when he became convinced that it was not a mirage or a hallucination, tears flowed from the man's eyes like a river. Meanwhile, the young man warmly greeted Veronica, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. His interlocutor responded no less warmly, although both still felt a little awkward. Continuing the conversation, Veronica asked the guy if they had any problems on the way back, to which he replied that everything was fine. After which, Jake asked if his interlocutor would be interested in knowing where he had been for over a year. To which the girl, blushing a little, explained that the main thing for her was that Jake had returned, and the rest did not matter. The sister's father, Rowdy, categorically disagreed with this and unleashed all his anger on the boy, accusing him of kidnapping his daughters. But Catherine and Diana themselves stood up for the boy, telling their father to calm down, since no one had kidnapped them. But Mike didn't let up, claiming that this guy had simply brainwashed them or got them hooked on something. Laughing, Jake apologized for the fact that everything turned out this way, where it was not his fault, but the circumstances. Catherine used her trump card, telling her father that thanks to this journey, she and her sister rose to the S level and received new ghosts. Mike was shocked to hear this statement, as rising to S level in just 1 year was something completely unthinkable. But the sisters immediately presented their father with evidence in the form of their ghost nuns, also noting that Jake himself now has rank S2. The second news about Jake's rank shocked not only Mike even more, but also Veronica, who was standing next to him. Immediately changing his tune, the man said that Jake was just a great guy, whom he never doubted. Both Veronica and the Rowdy sisters stood to the side as Mike praised Jake, saying that he was now like a son to him. That evening, while sitting at dinner, Veronica noticed that Mike apparently wouldn't mind marrying one of his daughters to Jake. The girl also noted that there are rumors that the head of the city wants to marry his Melanie to him. Having asked his interlocutor not to raise these topics, the young man suddenly remembered that he had brought the girl a small gift, which she did not expect at all and was already on cloud 9, rejoicing at such attention from the young man. At the same time, in another part of the city, a man was reporting to his master that Jake Stone had returned to town, which didn't make the man whose son was supposed to marry Melanie very happy. Then the reporting man said that a year ago they had already sent killers, but the guy somehow dealt with them, where now he has become even stronger, since he single-handedly repelled the Phantom Breakthrough on the approach to the city. To which the gentleman noted that in that case they had no right to make a mistake in resolving this issue. When Jake placed the golden box in front of his beloved and opened it, the girl could not believe her eyes. After all, right in front of her lay a ghostly object in which that very ghost 55, which she had dreamed about so much, had settled. Jake confirmed Veronica's suspicions when she asked him how he was able to get it out of the gold prison, to which the young man explained that he had simply gone to the headquarters of the local branch of the association and exchanged it for another ghost. Looking at the ghostly dagger, the girl noted with affection that Jake remembered her wish, although she mentioned it only once. And suddenly she rose from her seat, walked up to the young man and kissed him, thanking him for such a wonderful gift. Looking at the girl, Jake replied that he didn't need gratitude, since he just did it for her. Slowly moving forward, Veronica said that she was going to take a shower now, but the young man who approached her took the girl by the wrist, making it clear that in her soul she would not be alone today. 2 days later, the man who had been watching Jake's movements reported that he had not left the apartment, to which he was ordered not to stop surveillance and to report immediately when he went outside. Seeing off her lover, Veronica asked him if he really wanted to go alone, to which Jake replied that it would be better this way, where he would resolve some matters in the West and would return soon. Dressed in a nightgown and a cape, Veronica asked the young man to be extremely careful. And then the man watching the house reported that their target had finally left the house. While Jake was moving around the city on his ghostly horse, everyone could only admire this hero, whose return they were sincerely happy about. The young man was busy thinking about how he needed to deal with the surveillance he had been warned about, and so he decided to lure the attackers outside the city. Having long noticed the one who was following him, the young man smiled and mentally asked him not to lag behind. And now the one who started the hunt for Jake received a message that their target had left the city and was heading straight into a trap. Then the man stood up and was just heading towards the exit, when suddenly a voice called out to him, calling him father. The young man approached and asked the man to take him with him on this hunt, to which his father ordered that his son remain in the city, as the wedding with Melanie Abraham was much more important. The young man agreed with his father, but asked him to be careful, as Jake Stone was rumored to be incredibly strong, to which the man smugly declared that his opponent had no chance of winning. Once outside the city, Jake rode his ghostly horse through the canyon, waiting to be attacked. And then, finally, some movement of ghostly masters began around. From a height, one of his future opponents announced that the young man was surrounded, and resistance was absolutely useless. Behind the man's back, his ghost towered in the form of a huge snake, and he himself added that this time he would not be able to escape. Jake noticed that his opponents were getting smarter, where this time they had already summoned the ghosts in advance. Then, after looking at his opponents, the young man was surprised at what they were even expecting by coming here with 2 S-rank ghosts and 1 S-rank ghost. Jake chuckled and noted out loud that he had expected much more from his enemies, and that was why he had not run away. Shouting that the boy thought too highly of himself, the leader of the killers ordered his ghost to attack. Well, Jake prepared to repel this attack, having summoned only Christy, May, and the ghost umbrella for now. And now the Red Bride and the young man's firstborn have already caught the ghostly snake that was attacking him. And the ghostly umbrella, as always, having cloned itself, did not let the remaining ghosts get bored. And when the main attacker realized what was happening, his surprise knew no bounds, since after the last attempt, he was told that all of this guy's ghosts had a rank no higher than S, but now he saw only S in front of him. Meanwhile, Jake, deciding to deal with this situation quickly, summoned the ghostly painting. And then the ghostly canvas unfolded in the air, stretching out its long tentacles towards the villains. Seeing the S-rank 2 ghost appear in front of them, Jake's opponents immediately decided to retreat. But it was too late, as the tentacles of the ghostly picture had already reached out to them, sucking the souls out of their bodies. Annette also paid attention to the ghosts controlled by the criminals. Only about a minute had passed since the beginning of this short confrontation, after which it was all over and the system announced another victory to Jake. In addition, points were gained for the connection with the ghost umbrella, where the young man immediately agreed to a new unification of umbrellas. Rising high into the air, The ghostly umbrella began to spin, emitting a bright light, and then began to merge with the pink umbrella that Jake kept. And when the unification was complete, the ghostly umbrella finally took human form in the form of 3 cheerful girls. The new task from the system to give names to new ghosts made the young man think hard. Not knowing at all what to do in such a case, the young man decided to identify the girls according to the colors of their clothes and called them Tangerine, Rose, and Violet, which they didn't like very much, nor did the system, which repeatedly issued a message that the ghosts needed to be given names. And now all 3 girls again looked hopefully at their master, waiting for a normal name. His task was simplified when Jake realized that in essence, it was one ghost. And so the girls rejoiced at the name Mickey chosen by the young man, where this one name in the interpretation meant a trinity. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to cars approaching the battle site, where his name was loudly called out by a familiar female voice. Turning around, the young man saw Melanie Abraham, who was very happy that she had finally found a guy. When the young man asked what she was doing there, the girl explained that she had learned about the ambush being prepared and had gone to provide assistance. But as soon as she moved her gaze a little to the left, the girl experienced a real shock. After all, right behind the young man, 3 lifeless bodies lay on the ground. The girl instantly recognized one of the dead men as the father of the young man she was going to marry. And Jake explained that these men were trying to kill him by setting a trap. Melanie was amazed that the guy was able to deal with 2 S-rank Ghostmasters 1. Realizing that Jake was being attacked because of her attention to him, the girl offered her sincere apologies. Melanie decided to make amends to her boyfriend by telling her father everything, who had to take appropriate measures. One of the masters came to Wilhelm Abraham, who was undergoing daily procedures, with a report. He showed a message he'd received from his daughter, who said that the family they'd arranged an engagement with had tried to kill Jake Rhodey. At that very moment, the old man ordered the arrest of the killer's surviving son, which puzzled the man, since the Abraham family had already entered into a marriage contract with this man. But immediately taking off the oxygen mask, Wilhelm sternly declared that such a man from such a shameful family would never become his daughter's husband. Soon the ghostly masters descended on the estate where the failed groom lived. Noticing the uninvited guests, the guy was very scared, not yet understanding what was going on. And the approaching masters menacingly said that the intrigues of their family, where they were going to kill Jake Stone, were revealed, where the boy's father, who tried to implement his insidious and shameful plan, had already gone to the next world. The young man begged for mercy when the master informed him of the break-off of the engagement and of his immediate arrest by order of the mayor of the city. The fate of all the other members of this family was also decided, where the master declared their expulsion from this city without the right to return. Falling to the floor and punching it with his fists in frustration, the boy thought about how all this could have happened, where he blamed his father, who was fixated on Jake. Sometime later, Jake visited a secret room where the son of the one who tried to kill the young man was locked in one of the golden chambers. Looking into the cell, the young man found the guy sitting on the floor in a huge pool of his own blood. Standing behind Jake, Melanie noted that most likely this coward was afraid of torture and decided to commit suicide. Jake himself, who had every right to finish off this scoundrel, was generally almost glad that he did not have to dirty his hands with him. Leaving the deceased, the young people went away, where the girl invited the guy to a dinner organized by her father. The old man greeted the young man in a fatherly manner, inviting him to take a seat at his table. When he sat down, Wilhelm explained that he had dealt with the remnants of the family that had carried out the assassination attempt, not only because of their actions, but also to show everyone that he still had strength. To which Jake noted that the man was already respected by the entire city as a wise and fair leader. However, the old man then noticed that his time was really running out, which is why he was in a hurry to marry off his daughter. After a short pause, Wilhelm asked his guest to listen to what he wanted to tell him. Having said outright that there was not a single worthy candidate in the city, the man declared that he was ready to hand over power to Jake without any conditions. Where such a loud statement could not leave the young man indifferent, the old man continued, saying that after his death, the city should be left with a powerful leader, and asking his daughter to tell him about the situation in the south, where Melanie immediately said that the cities in the south announced their withdrawal from the association, and therefore they will no longer help, send ghostly objects and artifacts, provide their craftsmen. This shocked the young man for the second time, and he immediately realized that those cities were striving for complete independence. Wilhelm immediately continued after his daughter, noting that, in general, everyone who becomes stronger begins to believe that he no longer needs protection. However, as soon as he is gone, these isolated characters will definitely try to capture and subjugate the city. After listening to his interlocutor, Jake said that as a member of the Alliance and simply a friend of the Abraham family, he would definitely defend the city, but he could not allow himself to become the old man's successor. Melanie, who did not interfere in the men's conversation, was mentally amazed that there was such a person in the world who could so easily refuse enormous power. Having said that he had heard the young man's position, Wilhelm mentally noted that the more this guy resisted, the more he wanted to get him as his successor. Finally, the young man reached his home, where he could afford to rest a little. Suddenly, the system announced that he had been awarded several connection points for fixing the ghostly painting, where, despite the fact that Jake did not call her, the painting suddenly showed activity dealing with the young man, where on her canvas, right before the young man's eyes, a bright flash appeared, and the world around him seemed to crumble into small pieces. And when the guy opened his eyes, he found himself in Annette's ghostly territory, which had changed a lot since the last time. Before he had time to properly look around, his attention was suddenly drawn to a female voice that was already familiar to him, calling him by name. Turning around, the young man saw Annette standing in front of him, asking the guy where he had been for so long. The way the ghostly world of the painting began to look, as well as the fact that this projection of Annette was talking, left the young man completely confused. "Well?" the girl continued, reminding that at their last meeting the young man saved her from death, but left very quickly, where she did not even have time to thank him. Realizing that he needed to react somehow, Jake apologized to the girl, citing urgent matters. Annette happily declared that peace had finally come to Mares, and that the Wallace family was no longer persecuting her thanks to Jake. After which, the girl took out the keys to her house, which she handed to the guy, saying that he could come to her at any time. It was very unexpected and very pleasant, where, having accepted the gift, the young man thanked the girl. Then Annette suggested to her savior that they take a short walk along the embankment and look at the life of this beautiful city. As they walked, Annette said that she understood all the dangers that could await outside the city, but nevertheless, she would really like to go somewhere. Only now did Jake begin to realize that here, inside the painting, the life of this girl was continuing, which really created for her the prospect of ending up in the real world in the future. Since this projection has actual consciousness, it is entirely possible that it will be able to merge with its ghostly form, creating a completely new type of ghost. Noticing how her companion was lost in his thoughts, Annette tried to attract his attention. After apologizing, Jake listened to the girl say that she didn't want to be stuck in the same city for the rest of her life, to which the young man cheerfully declared that as soon as he had the opportunity, he would take the girl away from here and show her the vast and interesting world. Annette was very pleased to hear such kind words from her companion, for which she warmly thanked him. And when they continued moving, the girl carefully, with a light movement, took her companion by the hand. At the same time, a group of men excavated a grave where members of the Wallace family, Steve and Adrian, were discovered. When their bodies were definitely identified, the elder immediately ordered that their master be informed. The ghostly masters moving through the city streets discussed the situation with the southern cities and recalled the merits of Jake Stone, where one of the interlocutors noted that they stopped writing about the guy because news about the independence of cities is much more important. Here, everyone's attention was drawn to a certain phenomenon that appeared in the air. Raising their heads, the ghostly masters saw a ghostly world in the form of a huge mountain hanging above the city. Immediately, everyone felt how the ghost that appeared used some kind of mental attack on everyone who was below. Observing the unusual and clearly dangerous phenomenon, Drake immediately ordered the ghost masters to be summoned, where he explained that this huge snow-capped mountain is the ghost world of one of the powerful ghosts belonging to a member of the Wallace family. Bethany also watched the appearance of this ghostly, snowy territory, mentally noting that the current head of the Wallace family decided not to come to terms with the death of his son. Having called upon her ghost, the girl asked him to take her to that mountain, and now a ghostly territory was created, where on the already familiar ship the girl went to visit the head of the Wallace family. Everyone on the street watched with interest and amazement as one ghostly world approached another. But then, on all sides, the ghostly mountain began to be surrounded by other ghostly worlds of masters, summoned by Drake's order. Bethany's ship was the first to reach the ghostly snow-capped mountain, and the girl had already entered dangerous territory. Following her, another ghostly master jumped down onto the mountain, who menacingly said that the Wallace family, with their antics, was only starting a war. Gradually, other masters began to appear on the mountain, demanding that the one who had disturbed their peace finally show himself. One of the female ghost masters thanked Bethany for personally participating in protecting the city. And so, all those who arrived at the ghostly mountain saw the one who had caused all this commotion. Descending on a huge ice floe, the current head of the Wallace family immediately declared that he only needed Jake Stone, to which the master stated that they knew that the guy had dealt with 2 members of their family, which was well-deserved. But the man was not concerned about the behavior of his relatives, where he loudly shouted that for the death of his son, Jake would pay with his life. The masters immediately began to negotiate among themselves about whether this man could have the right to revenge in such a case. Only Bethany remained adamant, saying that Thomas's son had tried to kill Jake first, and therefore everything had been decided fairly. And everything that the head of the Wallace family is trying to portray here now is nothing more than a pretext to try to begin seizing power. In response, the man shouted that the impudent girl should not dare to disgrace the honor of his son. At this point, the other masters turned to Bethany, asking if the Wallace family had really started to ruin Jake's life in the first place, to which the girl replied that she even had evidence of this, which was located at the association's headquarters. Realizing that he could be overwhelmed by the overwhelming evidence, Thomas summoned his ghost, shouting that he didn't care about the evidence and that he would simply take revenge. But the masters were ready for the confrontation, immediately activating their ghosts and preparing them for battle. And the distraught Thomas shouted that he would not allow anyone to dishonor the honor of his great family. And so the ghostly masters, with the help of their ghosts, surrounded Thomas and his huge ghost. But suddenly someone appeared in the air, loudly saying that the Wallace family had long since crossed all possible boundaries and had too high an opinion of themselves. When Thomas stated that he had long thought the old man was dead, he explained that he still had about 10 years of life left. And now the new participant in the confrontation has already unfolded his ghostly world, saying that he will not allow Thomas to act arbitrarily on this earth. Immediately after that, the old man's ghostly world sent a huge stream of energy into the ghostly mountain. Realizing that he couldn't stand up to such a crowd, Thomas said that he would kill Jake anyway as soon as he dared to leave the city limits. Where immediately after this, a huge ghostly snow-covered mountain instantly disappeared into thin air. Looking at the spot where Thomas Wallace had been just a second ago, Bethany made a mental note that Jake needed to be careful around this man, and Thomas, who had fled from the field of the failed battle, materialized along with his ghostly world not far from the city, where he gave his minions orders to find the location of Jake Stone and to keep constant surveillance on all exits from the city. Meanwhile, Jake came to another meeting with the city's mayor, Wilhelm Abraham. Turning to the boy, the old man sternly asked if the boy had really killed members of the Wallace family while he was in Mayor's. And the guy didn't deny it, saying that he really had managed to deal with 2 unworthy husbands from this family. And then the old man's face brightened, where he, clapping his hands, praised his interlocutor for a good job, adding that this family should have been taught a good lesson long ago. Then, approaching the guy, Wilhelm noted that Thomas Wallace would soon find out that Jake was in Alita, but he would not allow him to do anything here. Jake, of course, thanked the old man, but at the same time assumed that in this case, William would also become Thomas's enemy. But the old man explained that a person who already has 1 foot in the afterlife has nothing to fear. Moving together through the garden, Jake asked his interlocutor about the power of the southern cities, to which he told about the presence of a certain master there. Having heard about a man with outstanding abilities, the young man asked to tell him more about him, to which Wilhelm immediately explained that that strong master had 2 S-rank 3 ghosts under his command, where even he, with his abilities, would hardly be able to compete with that ghostly master. Jake thanked the old man for the explanation, then added that he had one request. And when Wilhelm agreed to help, the young man asked if he knew of any very dangerous places nearby where one could meet and fight ghosts of ranks S1 and S2. Laughing, the old man replied that he had some places in mind where he would immediately give the young man a map. Realizing that sooner or later he would have to confront the head of the Wallace family, the young man, looking at the map received from the head of the city, decided to focus on getting as much experience as possible for his ghosts, and therefore increasing their level. Having decided on his course of action, Jake saddled his ghostly horse and set off. The S-rank ghost was defeated by his ghost quite quickly, and the youth once again studied the map to determine the next target. And so, while in the dungeon, his firstborn Christie slew a ghost of rank S1. In one day, the young man had won many victories, and now he was sitting in the treasure chamber he had discovered, surrounded by his ghostly girlfriends. Feeling like a real Raja surrounded by concubines, the young man thought that having won many victories, he had gained a lot of experience, but the level of Christie and May had not yet risen. Deciding to check how his favorite was developing, Jake asked the girl to close her eyes, which she immediately did, after which she directed her pure childish gaze at the guy. Touched by this charm, Jake couldn't help but pat his little ghostly friend on the cheeks. And so, finally, Jake received another task from the system, which was connected with receiving at his disposal the ghost of the abbess of the Quiet Abbey. Meanwhile, in one of the taverns of the city of Adata, the ghostly masters sat and discussed how strong Jake Stone had become, who was able to defeat such a powerful master as Adrian Wallace. At another table, the masters were discussing how one of the families that had recently attempted to kill Jake had fallen, where for some time it had been planned to marry the daughter of the head of the city to their son. And the Wallace family spy sitting nearby was already transmitting information that Jake might be in Alita. Well, the subject of the evil family's search has already arrived at the right place in order to complete the task set by the system. And then, right in front of him, ghostly photographs began to appear, which were dangerous for everyone who looked at them. And from these photographs, a whole huge worm has already formed, thirsting for blood. Noticing that the photos were very similar, Jake immediately realized that this ghost was using the ability to clone itself. And the ghostly photographs were already rushing upward to attack the ghosts of the young man. But then the ghostly picture studied one of the photographs, after which it began their mass destruction. Watching the painting and the umbrella in action, Jake sent Christy and May to help and gain some more experience. A few seconds later, the Red Bride was already destroying the ghostly photographs with her ghostly fire. Christy also did not stand aside, using fire flashes to resist. And now the system has announced the complete destruction of the S-Rank 2 ghosts that stood in their way. The system also announced that Jake's ghosts had received new abilities. Rejoicing, the young man continued on his way, and soon saw several buildings in front of him. The stone statue located near the pond did not fit into the overall picture at all and seemed suspicious. Suddenly the waters near this stone statue rose, hitting it with great force. Having looked closely at what was happening, the young man assumed that a battle of ghosts was now taking place before his eyes. He directed his horse towards the statue, inquiring about who was driving it. And then the statue explained that she was from the Association of Ghost Masters, and was here on a mission to destroy a high-level ghost. Jake then introduced himself, saying that the ghost had an advantage in his territory, and then offered his help. When the statue heard the name being called, it said that it had heard of the boy's merits before, giving him the opportunity to act. Glad that he could earn a little more experience, the young man immediately summoned all his ghosts. Using their abilities, Jake's ghosts quickly discovered who was controlling the water masses. And when the enemy was found, both the ghosts of the young man and the stone statue immediately attacked him, where the water ghost couldn't withstand this massive attack that split his ghostly body into two parts. And now the girl's monument thanked the guy for his help, also noting his outstanding abilities. Then the young man asked if his interlocutor had seen a certain ghost of rank S2 here, to which the stone girl replied that some time ago she had already pursued some strange ghost, codenamed Harlequin, and immediately handed the guy a certain fragment that should help in the search. After which, having said goodbye, the stone girl turned into a pile of fragments that soared into the sky and soon disappeared into the clouds. After examining what he had received from the woman he had met, Jake realized that it was a fragment of a mask. It was a great opportunity to test the tracking abilities of the ghost painting, where, having studied the fragment, she made the young man understand that she could help in the discovery. And now the ghostly picture was already rushing in the direction where it sensed the presence of the ghost, and Jake tried to keep up with it. After some time, the living nature ended, and the young man found himself in a lifeless forest. Annette, who looked out from the canvas of the painting, indicated the direction of further movement, where, through a red fog that appeared out of nowhere, the young man saw another fragment of the mask. Having directed his ghostly horse in the right direction, Jake approached the fragment and tried to take it. But suddenly the piece of the mask crumbled into pieces, where a ghost immediately appeared in front of the young man. However, the appearance of one ghostly face was only the beginning, where the guy found himself in a real Harlequin trap, and he was surrounded by many opponents. His ghostly transport, under the pressure of the aura, began to shift further and further to the side. But at some point, Jake stopped it and discovered that they almost fell off the cliff. Having summoned May, the young man asked the girl if she could dispel the red fog that was obscuring his vision. And so the Red Bride used her abilities to make the appearance normal. When the fog cleared, Jake was confronted with a vision of a dungeon where the entire sheer wall in front of him was strewn with coffins. The young man also discovered that the fog was coming from a crevice where something else was visible. Looking closely, the young man discovered another ghostly cart in front of him, which quickly burst out of its hiding place and tried to pounce on the uninvited guest. But May immediately intervened in the situation, using her abilities, where, having avoided direct confrontation, the girl transported herself, her master, and all her ghostly colleagues to a safe place. This made the guy think that the ghost he was looking for was indeed very strong. Remounting his ghostly horse, Jake told the ghostly painting to continue moving towards where it sensed the Harlequin's presence. And so the search for the young man continued, where he simultaneously destroyed low-level ghosts. And so, when the next ghost was defeated, the system announced that the owner had received a fragment of the mask, which testified to its authenticity. After which, Christie, who had the skill to restore ghostly objects, took up the matter. After a few seconds, the two fragments turned into one whole, which greatly pleased the young man. Inspired by his success, the young man continued on his way, heading for the painting, which led him to the location of the next fragment. Jake's next victory, which brought him a new piece of the mask, was his ghost umbrella. Another fragment was given to the young man by a ghostly cat, which he saved from another creepy ghost. And finally, the system announced that enough points had been collected to raise Christie's level, and so the young man launched an update, where his favorite immediately rose to rank S2. After reviewing Christie's new stats, Jake thought about how he only needed to level up one more ghost to have 4 S-rank 2 ghosts. At the same time, interesting events began to take place in the city. The Wallace family's spies everywhere reported that Jake Stone had been discovered, and when one of these spies tried to detain the target, he suddenly discovered a completely different person there. At that very moment, a man approached Melanie and reported to her that her assignment had been completed. Smiling contentedly, the girl noted that now the Wallace family would definitely be shocked. After all over the city, points of sale for a wide variety of paraphernalia associated with Jake Stone have just appeared. It didn't take more than a few hours before a good third of the city's population was already wearing clothes similar to Jake's, and even wigs styled to match his hairstyle. Jake himself has already arrived at the next destination, where the ghostly picture led him. From the movements of the painting, the young man realized that his target was right under the water. Thinking about it, Jake realized that the Harlequin was definitely not a ghost associated with water, which meant that there was another fragment of the mask hidden there. Turning to the ghostly painting, the young man asked her to think of a way to extract the fragment, without disturbing too much the ghosts that might be there. In response, the painting recommended that the guy use not it, but the ghostly umbrella. And so Mickey was called. Where she received the task, she immediately cloned herself, where numerous umbrellas began to quickly circle in the air. Soon, the air movements created a powerful whirlpool, and when the day appeared, another fragment could be seen there. And so, having taken human form, the girl rushed down in order to take possession of the artifact. Quite quickly, she approached the bottom of the reservoir and picked up a fragment of the mask. But as soon as the fragment was in her hand, the passage she had opened quickly began to close. Jake only had time to shout the name of his ghost, but the funnel had already collapsed. At the same time, the whirlpool on the surface continued to spin, drawing in all the other umbrellas in the air. A ghostly painting came to Mickey's aid, and with its huge tentacles it began to grab the umbrellas, preventing them from sinking into the water. With another of its limbs, the painting pulled out from the depths that umbrella, which had taken on a human form. But as soon as this happened, the water suddenly seemed to begin to grow, violating all the laws of physics. And then, following the stolen prey, a huge ghostly dragon of rank S2 rushed into the air. Approaching the ghostly painting, the dragon used its poisonous breath on it. A worried Jake immediately sent May and Christie, who were standing next to him, to help. Using her abilities, the Red Bride was able to suppress the dragon's ghost world, creating her own, where at that very second she, controlling the ghostly algae, fettered the enemy's movements. Meanwhile, Christie appeared next to the ghostly dragon in one of her battle forms. However, the dragon was not going to give up his position just like that, and tried to grab the girl's hand. Freed, Christie increased her icy onslaught on her opponent, while May had her deadly threads ready. And when the threads entangled the entire body of the frozen enemy, May blew the dragon into small pieces. Holding the injured Mickey in his arms, Jake listened to the system's message about the victory and receiving the next fragment. The system also informed the owner about the possibility of increasing May's level. And now the young man was already familiarizing himself with the improved characteristics of the Red Bride, who had reached rank S2. Then the young man noticed the algae growing near the shore. But at that very second, he was driven away from his delicacy by a ghostly horse that very quickly closed the distance. And as soon as he ate the seaweed, the system immediately announced that this ghost's abilities had been improved. Jake also remembered that for the last 2 increases in the level of his ghosts, he had unused lottery attempts. After spinning it for the first time, the young man gained the ability to unite the ghostly worlds of 2 ghosts. The second prize was the ability to increase combat power, which, in all likelihood, the abbess of the Quiet Abbey would have to possess. Having finished with the lottery, the young man turned his attention to the artifact he was collecting, where literally a couple more fragments remained to be obtained. Continuing on his way, the young man soon came across dense bamboo thickets, through which it was impossible to pass. But he had a ghostly horse that could easily move through the very tops of the trees. Soon Jake first heard the sound of water, and then saw its source in the form of a waterfall, next to which stood a stone monument that was already familiar to him. Having dismounted, the young man greeted his acquaintance, asking what she was doing there. Appearing from behind the statue, the girl replied that she had been watching the Harlequin here for 2 days already, and now, having fully appeared before Jake in a wheelchair, the girl introduced herself as Elizabeth O'Brien, a member of the Association of Ghost Masters. Looking intently at his new acquaintance, the young man asked what had injured her so badly, but Elizabeth explained that she was not crippled, but only temporarily unable to walk after being injured in battle. When the girl asked how his search was going, Jake replied that he had managed to collect almost the entire mask, which was very surprising for the girl, who couldn't believe that the guy had managed to visit such dangerous places in such a short time. Then she took out another fragment that she had managed to get hold of, also giving it to the young man. The young man immediately connected it with the rest of the mask, after which he discovered that he only had to get the last one, and his new friend and colleague in the association wondered about the purpose for which the ghost scattered these fragments everywhere. There were only 2 possible answers. The first being that this was a way to kill people, and the second suggested that this was simply the ghost's weak spot, which he didn't want anyone to discover. Noticing the boy's high intellectual abilities, Elizabeth said that she would help him confront the ghost. Then, pointing towards the waterfall, the girl said that she felt the fragment's aura there, along with another very frightening aura, where apparently there is a ghost of rank S3, which for some reason does not show any activity on its own. After which the young man headed towards the waterfall, deciding to explore the situation on his own for now. Finding himself in front of a falling wall of water, Jake summoned a ghostly painting to help him through, where she used not her magic, but the most ordinary physics, using her canvas to redirect the movement of water. Once behind the waterfall, the young man discovered a hidden cave where someone was right in front of him. Looking closer, Jake could make out a Harlequin standing at some sort of altar. To begin with, the young man decided to use only the ghostly umbrella to catch the ghost, and so the umbrella cloned itself, rushing towards the Harlequin, who, however, turned out to be ready to attack. However, contrary to all expectations, the evil clown for some reason did not rush to hide or run. But then the head, located on top of the altar, suddenly turned towards the uninvited guest, where at that very second the cave Jake was in disappeared, and he found himself in the ghostly world of that very same S-rank 3 ghost. Only now did the young man realize that the Harlequin had interacted with this ghost in order to come under his protection. The one who protected the clown also had the ability to clone, and Mickey could no longer withstand his attacks. Then the young man summoned his other ghosts in order to be able to somehow resist the new, previously unseen threat. And now the ghostly picture has already slowed down the further advance of some of the enemy clones, and Jake drew Christie's attention to the place where the Harlequin was. At that very moment, the ghostly girl appeared next to the ghost, trying to attack him. But the Harlequin seemed to dissolve into thin air, immediately materializing on another floating piece of stone. Christie wanted to rush after the clown, but unexpectedly received a powerful blow, which threw the ghostly girl into one of the floating buildings around. And all the other clones had already managed to free themselves from the bonds with which the ghostly picture bound them. It was a complete ghost supremacy where Jake and his team were already surrounded. The young man had no choice but to call upon May, who immediately used her teleportation abilities. And a moment later, Jake and all his girls were already on the other side of the waterfall. Elizabeth, who met him, asked if everything was okay with the guy, to which he answered positively. He then told his interlocutor that the Harlequin was protected by the ghost of the altar, where his ghost only lasted for 23 seconds of confrontation. Saying that she also had 2 S-rank 2 ghosts, Elizabeth suggested that they could handle it if they combined their powers, to which Jake refused, saying that it would not change the situation, but then added that their target was the Harlequin, and therefore there was no point in killing the ghost of the altar. After listening to the guy, Elizabeth noticed that he clearly had some kind of plan, to which the young man explained that if their ghosts unite and 4 of them can hold off the attacks for some time, then the remaining 2 might have time to catch the Harlequin. And after they capture the clown, his ghost, who is excellent at quickly leaving dangerous places, will take over. Elizabeth found her new friend's plan very effective and agreed to participate in it, after which the girl asked again whether the guy really had 4 ghosts, to which Jake replied that he actually had a 5th one, but not completely subordinate to him, who could still be tried to be attracted. Noting to herself that this guy really was something incredible, Elizabeth asked when they would put their plan into action. Since it was already getting dark outside, the young man suggested waiting out the night. Soon a fire was lit, on which Jake cooked fish shashlik, which he treated his new girlfriend to. Having tried the simple dish, the girl was amazed at how deliciously the young man had prepared it, to which Jake explained that due to frequent and lengthy solo travel, he had to learn to cook. When the young man asked what city the girl was from, she explained that she was from Ozerton, which is in the west. After which, while gobbling up one of the fish, Jake listened with interest to the girl's story about their underground cities, where Elizabeth explained that due to this location, it is more difficult for ghosts to get to them, but the living conditions are much worse. Then the guy asked if there were any special ghosts in her homeland, and Elizabeth said that they have a ghost that, after death, moves into any other body nearby, which greatly interested the young man, who really wanted to see something similar. Laughing, the girl expressed her surprise at the fearlessness of the guy, to whom such a dangerous ghost seems nothing more than interesting. When morning came, the first thing Jake did was to take the rosary of the abbess of the Quiet Abbey out of the storage room, after which he called her name, where at that very second a ghostly territory in the form of that very monastery appeared before his eyes. Elizabeth looked at the emerging world with interest and excitement at the same time, but the young man reassured the girl, saying that this ghost was on their side. And now he has saddled his ghostly horse, and his partner of the day has summoned a stone statue. Just like last time, the painting opened a passage to the other side of the waterfall. And now, having found themselves on the other side, Jake and Elizabeth already saw the Harlequin in front of them, still sitting at the altar. The clown quickly realized that they had come for him again, turning around and seeing the uninvited guests, where at that very second his protector, the ghost of the altar, had already unfolded his ghostly world. Beginning to act according to plan, Elizabeth summoned her second ghost, where both immediately began to attack. Jake also used all the means available to him, also summoning a ghostly mirror, where he himself rushed into the attack, telling May to save her strength. The phantom umbrella was sent to assist in containing the altar ghost, which was being carried out by Elizabeth's ghosts. Annette and Christie's mission was to catch this mischievous Harlequin. The young man himself also did not stand aside, where he helped to restrain the enemy with his ghostly sword. Meanwhile, Annette and Christie moved towards the place where the Harlequin was hiding, not being distracted by the attacks of the altar ghost, which were stopped by Elizabeth's ghosts. And so, for the first time, the young man decided to try out the ability of combining the ghostly worlds of his faithful ghostly girlfriends. This combination of energy created a more powerful effect than any of the individual attacks had ever had before. But the Harlequin was not going to give up so easily, immediately leaving the dangerous place for himself. And so the clown also decided to go on active defense, deploying his ghostly world in the sky. Watching this, Jake noticed that even under the protection of the altar ghost, the Harlequin would not be able to withstand the intervention of the abbess. 10 seconds into this confrontation, the combined ghostly worlds of Annette and Christie were rapidly approaching the Harlequin's territory. And then, Christie, who appeared from the rushing beam of energy, instantly destroyed several creatures from the ghostly world of the Harlequin. The ghostly picture, which also suppressed the clown's world by spreading its tentacles, did not stand idle either. And then, right in front of the Harlequin, the quiet abode appeared, where a monotonous knocking sound began to beckon the ghost to itself. Noticing that their target was hooked, Jake asked May to transport them to the entrance of the monastery. About 17 seconds had already passed since this operation had begun, and now everyone who had taken part in it watched with bated breath as the Harlequin moved towards the monastery. The ghost of the altar, who opposes Jake and his team, noticed the danger to his ward, where Elizabeth, sitting next to him, noted that the situation was about to get out of control. As the powerful ghost began its attack, the location where the last piece of the mask was located was suddenly discovered. Christie, using her special abilities, extended her huge ghostly hand for the fragment, and May was already preparing to retreat. And at the very last moment, when the wrath of the altar ghost had almost overtaken the team, they moved to a safe place. Noting that the Red Bride had worked very hard, Jake sent the girl to gain strength. The young man also noted how his partner had behaved, but she did not share his enthusiasm, sadly saying that the Harlequin had managed to escape. But the young man objected, firmly declaring that victory was theirs. After all, his precious Christie managed to take with her the last fragment of the ghostly mask. And now the young man was already handing her the rest of the almost assembled mask so that the girl could use her charms. And as soon as the mask was fully restored, the system announced that the Harlequin would now follow whoever had the mask everywhere. and if it was possible to put the mask on the clown, then whoever did it would gain control over him. Having familiarized himself with the information received from the system, the young man noticed that the mask really turned out to be the clown's weakness. And before the guy even had time to think about how to lure the Harlequin, he himself appeared from the bamboo thickets. Immediately summoning the ghostly quiet abode, Jake invited the Harlequin to follow him, showing him the mask, where the young man himself prudently stood behind the barrier of the ghostly world, having passed through which the ghost falls under the complete influence of the abyss. And now he has already brought the Harlequin into the hall, where other ghosts were sitting and meditating next to the abyss. The clown joined the crowd, and the system announced that the task was completed, for which the owner received 15 points towards the connection with the new ghost. After which an announcement appeared that enough connection points had been accumulated to possess a fifth ghost. And now the young man already had the opportunity to get acquainted with the skills of his new ghost, which were significantly different from all that had been before. One of the abilities that Olivia had was the transformation of ghosts from evil to good, where no one had ever heard of such a thing. Looking at the girl he already knew, Jake noticed that she apparently understood her power, and therefore directed it after death in a certain direction, so as not to harm others. Looking at all the ghosts that were in the meditation hall, the young man realized that they should have already been re-educated. Looking at one of them and calling up the status window, the guy read that this ghost was 70% good and 30% evil. Information about another ghost showed that only 1% remained for complete re-education, and so a plan matured in the young man's head, according to which, after the complete re-education of the Harlequin, he could be given to Veronica, who would immediately become a master of level S2. Having decided to try the process out on the Harlequin from the start, Jake was already looking forward to the prospect of mass re-education of ghosts. Having given Olivia the ghost mask, the young man noted that its use would help in re-education. And when the abyss got to work, the system added 5 points to the relationship for the fact that the owner provided the ghost with a useful artifact. Based on everything that happened, the guy could only rejoice. At the exit from the ghost territory, Elizabeth continued to wait for him, to whose questions Jake explained that the Harlequin would not cause problems for anyone anymore. After which the young man thanked the girl for her help, where without it he certainly would not have succeeded. Laughing, Elizabeth replied that it was only a joy for her, but she would not refuse the guy's help if she suddenly needed it. Having replied that he was always ready, you just had to call, Jake said goodbye to his new acquaintance. It was a warm, starry night, and Christy, being a little child at heart, sat and played with the fireflies. But suddenly some small forest dweller rushed past and literally snatched the glowing insect from the ghost's hands. And so, against the backdrop of Jake and the other ghosts sitting by the fire, Christy was already chasing after her little offender. Looking at the map, the young man made plans for his further journey. Meanwhile, old Wilhelm was undergoing rehabilitation procedures as usual. Suddenly feeling something, the man abruptly rose to his feet and ordered that all combat-ready masters be immediately gathered. And the people on the streets of the city were already observing the ghostly territory of the Wallace family that had appeared, where this was only the beginning, because a second later, a second territory, very similar to the first, appeared in the sky. Wilhelm, who had already managed to gather himself and prepare for confrontation, furiously noted that this family was crossing all boundaries. At some point, the city's residents saw another ghostly world unfold in the sky opposite the enemy. It was the ghostly world of the city's leader himself, who, appearing before Thomas, said that he had written him off too early, to which the head of the Wallace family stated that he was still a child when his opponent had at least some strength. And now, after so many years, some old man is still trying to save the city alone, to which Wilhelm openly stated that he, unlike Thomas, did not need henchmen. A man standing next to Thomas was clearly offended, realizing that in this case, the henchman meant him. But the head of the Wallace family himself did not allow the quarrel to begin, demanding that the head of the city hand over Jake, where he knows for sure that he is in the city. To which the old man noted in an icy voice that the guy was indeed here, but the only way to get to him was through his corpse. Having summoned his ghost, Thomas noted that he would arrange this easily and with great joy, and his support was the ghost of a certain second man who was nearby. As the situation above grew tense, people began to hurriedly leave the streets, seeking shelter. At some point a man approached Wilhelm and brought him what he asked for, and so, taking the golden box into his hands, the old man noted that his opponents were not thinking at all about the consequences of their actions. The appearance of this simple object in the hands of his opponent made Thomas stop. And the head of the city had already opened the first lock, where a very terrible aura immediately began to penetrate through a small crack, where even the ghosts of the men who tried to attack the city immediately felt it. Having finished with the first lock, Wilhelm's hand was already reaching for the second, and suddenly Thomas shouted for the man to stop, and then asked if he was really willing to do this for some guy. To which the old man replied that as soon as his opponent begins to look at the world from a position other than that of a ruler, he will be able to see many things that he does not see now. Turning around, the head of the Wallace family told his opponent that he couldn't protect the city and Jake forever, with time on his side, already dissolving into the air along with his ghostly territory. Thomas added that the old man should enjoy the rest of his days. Left alone, Wilhelm immediately closed the first lock of the golden box he was holding in his hands. Meanwhile, Jake was already approaching the city of Wallace, which, like the others, was surrounded by a golden wall. He had already read the message about what had happened in Aleda, and so he decided to be extremely careful not to be seen by the Wallace family's spies. And now the young man was already walking through the streets of the city, having pulled his hood over himself and hidden his face. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the appearance in the sky of a ghostly palace that was already familiar to him. Passers-by near him also could not help but notice the celestial phenomenon, stopping and drawing the attention of others to it. And suddenly all those who decided to look at the palace floating in the sky began to dissolve into thin air and disappear. Panic broke out on the city streets when the driver of a public transport vehicle suddenly disappeared from behind the wheel and the bus collided with another vehicle. Remembering how the ghost painting managed to save Katrina, Jake immediately called upon his ghost, asking it to stop the kidnapping. And so the ghostly picture began to create barriers from the coils of its canvas. Meanwhile, people on the ground continued to disappear, begging someone to save them. Realizing that the painting alone could not cope with the power of the ghostly palace, the young man summoned a ghostly umbrella and then used the unification of ghostly territories. It worked, and the palace that was pulling people in disappeared, illuminating the entire area with a bright flash. The ghostly master standing on the street discussed what had happened, with someone claiming that it was too late to warn people about the danger once it was recognized. Another young ghost master reported that more than 4,000 people had disappeared from the city, after which he added that if it were not for the one who intervened and stopped the ghostly palace, the losses would have been much greater. Stroking his beard, Orel Milton, leader of the Wallace chapter of the Ghostmasters Association, noted that he, too, had seen the ghosts of protectors, but did not know who they might belong to. Standing around the corner, Jake heard the entire conversation, including the final order to search the entire city. Then Elizabeth contacted the young man and asked him if he had seen the ghostly palace. The guy was already outside the city and, taking off his hood, replied that it was he who prevented more people from being kidnapped. Then the girl said that this ghost has been troubling many cities for a long time, appearing and absorbing thousands of people. After listening to his interlocutor, the young man noted that he had once already met this ghost near another city. Continuing the dialogue, Elizabeth wondered how the ghost world could move at such great speed. In response, Jake suggested that the real ghost world was far away, and the appearing palace was just a copy. Agreeing with this assumption, the girl immediately concluded that if some copy is so powerful, then it is difficult to imagine what the original is capable of. Then, changing the subject, Elizabeth told the guy that she had encountered a couple of ghosts where she could use some help, to which Jake easily agreed. After a short period of time, the young man reached the meeting place and greeted his new acquaintance, jumping off the ghostly horse. This time the girl was already standing on her feet, which had recovered during this time, and thanked the guy for his response. Noting that he had a personal interest in this, Jake said that there was no need to thank him. And then the stone statue opened up, and Elizabeth invited the young man to follow her. The ghostly world inside the stone monument turned out to be very beautiful. When the girl brought the young man to the right place, she drew his attention to what she wanted to show him, where right in front of him, locked in cages, were some strange ghostly creatures. Having told her guest to watch what was happening carefully, the girl opened one of the cages, and while the prisoner was getting out, Elizabeth managed to summon one of her ghosts. Watching closely, Jake noticed that this strange S-rank ghost would attack someone twice as strong as him without hesitation. And so, when the freed evil ghost was very close, the ghost summoned by the girl intervened, depriving him of freedom of movement. When the attacking ghost was destroyed, Elizabeth said that after death, all that was left of him was a very ordinary body that would rot. But if not for death, he would have lived for thousands of years. Approaching the body and touching it, the young man noticed that it was as cold as the most ordinary deceased. The young man thanked the girl for her concern when she anxiously told him to be careful when touching the corpse, as they were all very poisonous. She then took out a piece of cloth that she had managed to obtain while pursuing a certain powerful ghost, for the sake of destroying which she had called Jake. Without thinking twice, the young man handed over the received item to the ghostly painting, which could help in the search. Where, after analyzing the object, Jake's ghost immediately pointed out the direction in which he should move to search for the ghost, and Elizabeth suggested that the ghost might have the ability to pass through the ground. The direction of movement was known, and now the young people were already in one of the underground caves. Jake's companion noted that this was the first time that such a powerful ghost had appeared in their underground cities, and that it was necessary to stop it at all costs. Loudly announcing that the attacking ghost was about to enter the city, the ghost masters participating in the battle tried to prevent it from happening. However, their enemy possessed incredible strength, and those who still lived quickly left the battlefield. The wounded man reported the situation over his switchboard and requested reinforcements, indicating the direction of the ghost's movement. His interlocutor, with a whole squad of ghostly masters, confirmed the receipt of the information and said that they were already there. And suddenly the reinforcement group felt the powerful aura that the enemy who had appeared in the distance possessed. Looking up, the squad leader immediately realized that the ghost in front of them was not an S rank, as previously reported, but an S rank 2. Suddenly, the group of ghostly masters saw some kind of ghostly canvas begin to swirl around the enemy, which instantly knocked the enemy off the ceiling of the cave, and Jake and Elizabeth were already standing behind him. And suddenly, in the place where the many-armed ghost had just been, a powerful explosion was heard. And when the dust settled after him, only a huge hole remained in the place where he had been. Summoning his ghostly umbrella, the young man said that they needed to go down, taking with it both the people and the ghost of Elizabeth. The ghostly umbrella quickly rushed downwards. He caught up with the fleeing ghost as it passed through some portal, and at Jake's command, he rushed there too. When the journey through the portal was over, the young people discovered that they were in some kind of ghostly world. The young man immediately noticed that the castle buildings looked very familiar, and finally he realized that this was the same palace that appeared in the sky and kidnapped people, where neither Jake nor his companion could believe that they found themselves in this unknown and rather dangerous place. Elizabeth immediately felt that her ghosts were suppressed by the power of whoever lived here, but the young man noticed that the master of this world did not attack them immediately, and therefore there was definitely a chance for a positive outcome. Having summoned his ghostly horse, Jake decided to look around this ghostly world, where he did not find a single living soul. Having traveled through the entire city, the travelers soon arrived at the main gate leading to the palace itself. The ghost horse did not need to open the door, as it easily climbed over the wall. And now Jake and Elizabeth were already driving through the halls and corridors of this strange place. Soon they saw in front of them the main building, near which was the one they were pursuing. Sensing the approaching danger, the ghost turned sharply and bared his teeth. And the girl, jumping off the ghostly horse, had already summoned her ghosts to deal with the fugitive. Jake decided to take advantage of the moment, calling the abbess, saying that he couldn't do without her help. Not wanting to be defeated, the ghost rushed forward, where he easily tore apart the vines with which one of Elizabeth's ghosts tried to restrain his movements. And so, having passed the first obstacle, he was already attacking the ghostly stone statue, where such incredible strength and agility greatly surprised the girl watching the progress of the battle. But then the ghostly abbess came to the fore, beating out her usual rhythm, where, a second later, a ghostly world began to form around her. The abbess's energy had its effect, slowing down the movements of the attacking ghost. At that very moment, one of Elizabeth's ghosts grabbed him again with its vines, after which it slammed him with all its might against the wall of spikes created by her second ghost. And now the body of the attacking ghost was pierced through and through by huge, thick spikes, which, however, did not stop him from jumping off and continuing the attack despite the damage he had received. While the girl was expressing her amazement, Jake noted that ordinary wounds did not cause him significant harm, and the enraged ghost had already approached the one who had thrown him onto the spikes, trying to deal with him. But suddenly his movement was interrupted by the abbess's hand, which simply lay on his head, immediately after which the ghost began to fall apart, and the system announced another victory. Answering the astonished girl's question, Jake confirmed that this was his fifth ghost. When it was all over, the young man wondered why the owner of this ghostly world did not react to their noise. And while he was thinking, Elizabeth suddenly shouted at him to raise his head and look up, where, having fulfilled the girl's request, Jake, not without surprise, saw a copy of the palace formed in the air. Preparing to defend himself, the young man immediately called Christie, who placed them in a safe place. However, no attack has yet followed, where the emerging copy of the palace simply merged with the original. And then the door to the royal chambers swung open, where at the end of a long hall one could see a silhouette sitting on a throne. where it was the same man that Carton, who almost became a victim of this palace, once described to Jake. The young people instantly felt the powerful aura that this unknown ghost possessed. No amount of protective measures that Christie had taken could protect them from what was coming at them. Then Jake called for help from his favorite Annette and Mickey, who immediately joined the confrontation. May, who appeared behind him, wanted to move everyone to a safe place, but the young man stopped her. He thought to himself that the Red Bride would be able to transport them at any moment, and therefore this was an excellent opportunity to test his strength and check Olivia's abilities. And so the young man called upon Olivia again, instructing her to carry out a study of the ghost in whose world he found himself. And so the system announced that the owner's ghost had begun investigating the ghost of the Fire Girl. Time passed, and the progress in the study of this unusual ghost was small and amounted to only 5%, where at the same time the girl did not stop her pressure, pushing through Jake's defense. Realizing that he definitely wouldn't win this fight, the young man ordered May to prepare for the move. But suddenly the Fire Girl's attack suddenly stopped, where, turning away from her uninvited guests, she turned her attention to something apparently more important. And there, right behind her palace, whole waves of sand began to rise, ready to swallow up everything that stood in their way. Elizabeth drew her companion's attention to the fact that another ghostly world was forming here, which did not make the one who attacked them very happy. And now, finally, everyone was able to see the one who decided to measure his strength with such a powerful ghost as the Fire Girl. The dead man did not come alone. There was a whole army of similar ghosts of rank S behind him, and he himself had rank S3. And now his ghostly world of sand was rapidly approaching the ghostly palace of the Fiery Girl. Watching as the mistress of the palace shifted her attention, Jake said that she definitely didn't have time for them right now. And then, having taken a few steps, the girl suddenly turned into a huge fiery phoenix bird, where, a few seconds later, she was already engaged in a fight with those who dared to attack her palace. Watching what was happening, Jake noted that this was their chance, since in a conflict between two parties, a third can always benefit. Having called upon his faithful ghostly girlfriends, the young man ordered them to attack the dead who came from the sand. He instructed the abbess to wait for a convenient moment and begin researching the leader of the skeletons. While Olivia was doing her research, May was easily and casually beheading one opponent after another. The ghostly umbrella achieved no less success, destroying dozens of skeletons with its tornadoes. The leader was clearly not happy with how the confrontation was going, and Olivia had already explored him by 15%. Returning to her normal form, the Fire Girl stood and now controlled the movements of the Phoenix, burning hordes of opponents. And the system did not have time to count the victories of Christie, who skillfully wielded her ghostly weapon on the sides. Suddenly, the army of skeletons saw how the sand behind them began to turn into some kind of mountain. And at some point, this mountain fell apart, and the crowd of opponents saw a ghostly picture, where the painting's attack destroyed a huge number of skeletons that stood in its path. Meanwhile, the abbess's research was already 33% complete, but the young man noted that this was not enough, and the effect could be enhanced by driving the enemy into Olivia's ghostly world. And now the abbess has already begun to bring her ghostly world closer to the commander of the dead. And the monotonous knocking sound undoubtedly had some kind of mental effect on their opponent. The captain of the skeletons, suppressed from all sides, was immediately attacked by the mistress of the palace. And so the ghostly world of sands began to gradually give up its positions and retreat to where it came from. Jake's ghosts began to pursue him, but he immediately called them back. Where was the possibility that the Fire Girl might try to attack them again? But she didn't even think about continuing the attack on the uninvited guests, and the system suddenly announced the awarding of 3 connection points for assistance in the battle. This was very joyful news for the young man, who realized that he had a chance to acquire a 6th ghost. But just a second later, the ghostly world they had just been in suddenly disappeared. And Elizabeth, who discovered that they had ended up in some kind of dungeon, noticed that she felt someone's presence around her. Although his eyes had already gotten used to the darkness, it was almost impossible to see anything. And then Jake asked Christie to organize the lighting. And so the girl created her own ghostly game world, immediately after which the young people were able to see those who surrounded them. These were huge crowds of the most ordinary people, where Jake immediately realized that these were all those who disappeared after seeing a copy of the palace. Looking around, the new arrivals to this dungeon noticed that the first ones to get here had already been here for more than 10 days. Here the girl's attention was drawn to a female voice that called her by name. Turning around, Elizabeth saw a girl she knew named Mary, who was asking encouragingly if this was a rescue operation. The men standing nearby also recognized the association member's girlfriend, deciding that they were now definitely saved. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, answering Mary's question, explained that this was not a planned rescue operation, but they would take all measures to get them out. After which, the girl introduced Jake to Mary, who greeted him warmly. After brief greetings, Elizabeth asked her friend to tell her about what had happened to her during this time, and she told that they were just chasing a ghost not far from the base, when they suddenly saw a ghostly palace in the sky. A few minutes later, they suddenly moved to the very same palace that was hanging in the air. But then the palace dissolved, and they ended up in this dungeon, where there is no food at all, but at least there is groundwater, which prevents them from dying of thirst. Having explored the cave, people were able to find several passages, but all those who tried to use them immediately died from some unknown force. Concluding her story, Mary added that periodically some fiery girl appears here, as if checking something. After listening to the story, Jake thought for a while, and very soon the right thought came to his head. Summoning a ghostly umbrella, the young man said that they needed to get up there, and then his umbrella opened and began to spin faster and faster. And so Jake, Elizabeth, and Mary, standing next to them, found themselves again in the ghostly world of the fiery girl, where Mary immediately screamed shrilly, seeing that very girl, attracting the attention of her companions at her appearance. Turning around, the young man and his companion actually saw the same girl they had recently helped in the battle. And then the system announced that it was possible to begin the process of establishing contact with this ghost, where, having agreed with the proposal, Jake immediately received his first task, according to which he had to organize the people in the dungeon and carry out excavations. Only now did the young man understand that the fire girl had kidnapped all these people so that they would dig something up for her. Since he said it out loud, Elizabeth immediately asked how he knew, to which he had to quickly improvise and say that his ghosts could communicate with her. Where the guy thought to himself that he couldn't tell about the presence of some kind of system, well, his interlocutor found the abilities of this guy's ghosts to be very incredible, as well as their owner. Understanding what the ghost needed, Jake said that first the people needed to be given food and more water. Otherwise, they would all soon die and would not be able to help. Looking at the petitioner, the fiery ghost girl suddenly pulled out something and directed it into Jake's hands. The young man watched with interest as a sheet appeared in his hand, where the system announced that a ghostly artifact had been received. Elizabeth, standing nearby, suddenly wondered why this girl herself simply couldn't go underground and extract what she needed from there. Deciding to check this out, the team returned to the cave again, where Jake's ghosts tried to pass through the ground. And when they failed, it became clear why the fiery girl decided to resort to the help of people. Taking a handful of this earth in his hands, the young man noted to himself that this soil was like gold, which does not let ghosts through, and therefore could be a very valuable find. Here Mary turned to the young man and noted that if the barrier was removed, then why don't they just get the people out of here? To which Jake explained that, firstly, his ghost would not be able to move such a crowd, and secondly, it would anger the mistress of the palace. Realizing that the surest way to get everyone home was to complete the mission, Mary agreed to help organize the people while Jake went out to get supplies. And now the young man has once again instructed Mickey to lead them out of this dungeon. И вот молодой человек и его спутница вдруг оказались не в призрачном дворце, а в какой-то пустыне. Тут Элизабет ужаснулась, когда повернулась назад, осматривая территорию и увидев то, что на них надвигалось, где всего в нескольких метрах от них стоял предводитель скелетов со своей мертвой армией. Решив, что сейчас риск оправдан точно не будет, Джейк поручил Мэй перенести их из опасного места. Красная невеста переместила путешественников на добрую 100 километров, но тем не менее они снова оказались в пустыне. И вдруг песок прямо перед ними вспыхнул ярким пламенем, где было понятно, что это чья-то очередная атака. И вот из недр земли явился огромный призрачный червь, который к тому же имел ранг С2. Для защиты от неожиданной атаки Элизабет призвала одного из своих призраков, который не успел сделать почти ничего, так как призрачная картина Джейка уже обвивала тело червя. А завершила дело Кристи, разрубив этого не самого приятного призрака на 2 части. Призрачный зонтик прикрыл людей от падающих с неба ошметков призрачного тела их поверженного противника, где парень с девушкой, пользуясь моментом, обсуждали то, куда им двинуться дальше. Взобравшись на призрачную лошадь, они продолжили путь, где Элизабет постоянно пыталась поймать сигнал спутника. Вдруг среди руин, которые виднелись на их пути, Джейк заметил очередного призрака, преграждающего им путь. Поскольку призрак имел ранг С3, Джейк снова решил не рисковать и поручил Мэй еще раз их телепортировать. Вновь оказавшись среди песков, юноша задался вопросом о том, что это за проклятое место, буквально населенное призраками ранга С3. На его вопрос ответила Элизабет, сказав, что это место очень похоже на пустыню смерти. Продолжив свое путешествие, молодые люди понимали, что они попали в одном из 8 опаснейших мест на всей планете. Пока они ехали, Джейк попросил рассказать подробнее об этих 8 местах, отличающихся опасностью. На что Элизабет тут же пояснила, что об этих местах знают только старейшины ассоциации и тщательно их охраняют. После чего Джейк подметил, что это место, по всей видимости, является местом постоянного обитания огненной девушки. Меняя тему, Элизабет вдруг сказала, что неподалеку должен находиться населенный пункт, где они смогут пополнить запасы. Но не успела она закончить свою мысль, как вдруг перед ними опять появился призрак ранга С3. И вновь молодые люди были перемещены силами Красной Невесты, где в новой точке их появления ими был обнаружен настоящий оазис. Проверив свой коммутатор, девушка подметила, что и сигнал снова появился, что свидетельствует о том, что они покинули пустыню смерти. Молодых людей заметил находящийся неподалеку старик, совсем не ожидавший увидеть здесь кого-то. Вскоре старик, который узнал Элизабет, уже накрыл стол, пригласив своих случайных гостей и рассказывая о том, как он на протяжении 8 лет стоит на своем посту. When the usual everyday conversations were over, Reginald inquired about how the young people managed to get through the desert of death, and who this guy was who was accompanying the girl. Having explained to the old man that this was quite a long story, Elizabeth told the main thing, where they managed to find out the nature of the appearance of the ghostly palace and find all the missing people. The old man was shocked to learn that all these people, who had been missing for more than 10 days, were still alive. And the girl explained that thanks to Jake, who somehow interacts with the fire girl, they have a chance to get them all out, where they are now going to get provisions for them. Finally hearing the boy's name, the man said that he had heard that name before, after which he added that the head of the Wallace family was looking for him, and also admired how he was able to pass through the desert of death. Sincerely embarrassed by the praise, the young man thanked the old man for his kind words. Reginald then asked the guy if he had a plan, to which Jake explained that the first thing to do was feed the people and then act according to the situation. To which the man explained that in the nearest town they could find everything they might need. At this point, Elizabeth wondered how they would be able to deliver provisions to feed several thousand people. To which Jake immediately replied that he would leave the decision on this issue to himself. Already near the city wall, the young man turned to the functions of the system, with the help of which he decided to expand his storage. And when the required amount was spent, Jake's storage began to change. And when the renovation process was complete, Jake saw that it now looked more like a hangar. Then Elizabeth arrived, accompanied by Reginald, who informed the young man that all the food had been purchased. Demonstrating the volume that would need to be loaded, the girl carefully asked whether the young man would be able to deliver it all. To which Jake, summoning a ghostly picture that was beginning to obscure the view, explained that his ghosts had special abilities. Meanwhile, the painting, which blocked everyone's view with its canvas, was simultaneously putting away provisions in storage. And so, a couple of minutes later, Elizabeth was surprised to find the room empty. There was still one problem with the return, where May was greatly weakened after traveling through the desert of death, where in response to a corresponding question from his companion, Jake, having taken out what the fiery girl had given him, suggested that perhaps this item would be useful. Calling upon his faithful ghostly friend Christy, the young man asked her to try to figure out how this could be used. And so, after a short analysis, the sheet was destroyed, after which Jake and Elizabeth returned straight to the cave where people were waiting for them. The girl who met them, Mary, told them that they had brought enough supplies with them so that no one would go hungry. Immediately after which, Mary volunteered to organize all the people to get food and water. And now everyone who was in this dungeon had already lined up in long lines receiving food products. While distributing food and water, Mary told everyone who came that all troubles were now behind them. And those who had already received provisions sat and thanked those who came to their aid and saved them from starvation. A little girl came up to Jake and handed him some of her food, thanking him for his help. But the young man, saying that he had already eaten, suggested that the child eat it herself. When everyone had had a snack and gained strength, it was time to help the ghost who had kidnapped them. Having received the tools, thousands of people began to excavate, trying to get to the bottom of something unknown. While also participating in the excavations, Jake periodically wondered what the fiery girl needed to find so badly. Every day, the depth of the dug hole increased more and more, and then at some point one of the workers hit something very hard with his tool. After removing some soil from the place where something was found, the workers saw a stone slab with hieroglyphs. Realizing that this was exactly what the fire girl was looking for, Jake asked the workers to dig up the entire find. And so the men immediately set to work with redoubled persistence, realizing that their speedy return home depended on how quickly they finished. It soon became clear that the find was a huge stone sarcophagus. The screams of the people behind the young man, anxiously stating that a ghost had appeared in front of them, made him turn around, where Jake saw that the fire girl herself had descended into the dungeon, clearly pleased with the find. After telling all the workers to leave the excavation site, the young man himself remained below to dialogue with the ghost. And when he and she approached the discovered sarcophagus, the system immediately announced that the assigned task had been completed. The rest of the people, including Elizabeth and Mary, watched with interest what the guy and the ghost kidnapper were doing downstairs. Turning to her friend, Mary asked if they needed to help Jake somehow, to which Elizabeth replied that the guy knew exactly what he was doing and could handle it himself. Meanwhile, the fiery girl touched the sarcophagus, which was accompanied by an excessively bright glow, and when the attempt to move it failed, the system issued a new task, according to which Jake had to help the ghost get this coffin and place it in the ghostly palace. As the young man began to study this object, he also wondered why the ghost had failed to get it. The reason could be that it was still quite firmly seated in the soil, which had some unusual properties. Having taken a huge sharpened piece of iron from his storage, the young man decided to act on his own, and so, with all his might, he struck her in the place where the soil and stones were adjacent to the object the ghost was looking for. The young man moved around the sarcophagus, striking one blow after another, where very soon the dust he raised hid him from prying eyes. And so the young man finally reached the place where the sarcophagus ended, deciding that now he should be able to move it. Coming closer, he grabbed its edges, preparing to pull it out of the ground. With a little effort, the young man was able to lift the bulky coffin alone, with the help of a boost from the system. While Mary was in a state of shock from what she saw, Elizabeth noted that anything could be expected from this guy. Turning to the fiery girl, Jake asked to show him where to put this very necessary item. Immediately after that, she opened the passage to her huge palace, giving the guy a sign to follow her. Once in the right place, the young man placed the sarcophagus on the floor, and the system announced that the task had been completed. But at that very moment, he received a new task, according to which he had to help open this sarcophagus, but not earlier than 3 days later. Already the young man was wondering how he could do this, since this rectangular piece of stone did not even hint that it could be opened somehow. And then he realized that it was not for nothing that the system had ordered him to help with the opening in 3 days, where probably some special conditions would be created for this. Then, turning to the fiery girl, Jake explained that he would only be able to help solve her problem in 3 days. With a nod of her head, his silent interlocutor let the guy know that everything suited her. Then Jake, noticing that people were running out of food, asked permission to leave the confines of her ghostly world again, where at that very second the girl handed him several ghostly leaves, with the help of which he would be able to move. And so the young man returned, saying that the fiery girl would let everyone go, but only after 3 days. The young man thought to himself that he really wanted to explore the desert of death, but out loud he explained that he would go again for supplies. Both Elizabeth and Mary immediately volunteered to keep the young man company, but Jake objected, saying that it would be much easier for his ghost to move only him in case of danger, which Elizabeth, who had already been upstairs, agreed with. And now the young man was already moving on his ghostly horse through the desert of death. Feeling May pressed against him, Jake thought that it was hard to imagine a better place to get experience points. His thoughts were interrupted by a bright flame appearing right under the hooves of his horse, where a second later, in that very place, some kind of flaming stump appeared. The young man didn't even have time to think about how small the ghost was, as it had already grown to the size of a huge tree engulfed in flames. This was a great opportunity to gain experience points against a level S2 ghost, so Jake immediately summoned his ghosts. Christy was the first to try to attack the burning tree with her icy hand, but it was able to block this attack and even strike back, where the girl was deflected from the blow by a ghostly picture. Observing what was happening, the young man instructed Olivia to conduct a study of the ghostly tree, where he immediately noticed that with an opponent of a lower rank, the research process goes much faster. And so the abbess of the quiet monastery completed the research, after which the suppression of the enemy's abilities followed, during which the ghostly blazing tree gradually began to decrease in size and its flame to die out. When the suppression was complete, there was simply a charred stump standing in front of the young man. Approaching him, Jake, with the words that the strongest survives, finally destroyed him with his ghostly scratch. Next, the young man had to overcome the desert of death as quickly as possible, where after the third move, the guy thought that May could already be very tired. And now, ahead of him, he saw the oasis that was already familiar to him, where old man Reginald should be. Having reached a cozy corner in the middle of the desert, Jake moved past the palm trees, trying to shout to his friend. and suddenly his eyes fell on a line of people moving through the desert on camels laden with cargo. The guy realized that he was dealing with ghosts when he suddenly saw someone from the caravan handing over a letter to a postman he already knew. Suddenly, May, who was accompanying him, jumped up and went to one of the merchants, despite the young man's attempts to stop her. Once she was next to him, the girl froze. But the merchant's ghost did not begin an attack either. This silent dialogue ended with the merchant suddenly starting to take something out of his luggage. Having accepted what he gave her, the Red Bride thanked him with her ghostly energy. Jake realized he had entered some kind of ghost market when the system announced that he had received ghost fabric, which could be used to create ghost clothes. It was immediately clear from Christie's look that she was not at all against expanding her wardrobe. At the same time, Melanie, pouring tea into her mug, told her guests that she had called them today to talk about Jake Stone. Veronica, Catherine, and Diana, who were sitting opposite her, listened attentively to what she was saying, where Veronica stated that she also had the idea of contacting the daughter of the city's mayor. Meanwhile, Diana noted that it had been almost a month since the Wallace family had established total surveillance of their city, saying that the two tracking Jake were very strong. Melanie asked if the association could help in any way, since her father couldn't handle it alone either. To which Veronica immediately responded that as long as the Wallace family did not take any action against the city, the association would not interfere on an official level. Then, looking down, the mayor's daughter said that she didn't know how much longer she could mislead the Wallace family about Jake being here. Catherine sadly noted that none of them knew where their friend actually was right now. Taking up the mood of the pictures and yearning for the young man, all the girls exhaled heavily. The little boy, accepting cotton candy from a stranger, thanked the man for such a gift. Where, after a successful contact, the disguised Thomas asked him to tell him if he had seen Jake Stone, to which the satisfied boy proudly declared that of course he had seen this hero. Then, saying that he really wanted to meet him, the man asked the boy to take him to where Jake was. But the boy, a little embarrassed, replied that he did not know him personally, but had only seen him at the association's headquarters, where he had not seen him again for many days. And this is all that the cunning Thomas needed to hear, where he had already drawn the right conclusions for himself. Meanwhile, the object of his search was in the middle of the desert of death, enjoying a heavenly life surrounded by his ghostly girlfriends. Suddenly, the system informed him that the ghost of the abbess had successfully transformed Harlequin. Having decided to personally see how things were, the young man went to the ghostly territory of the quiet abode. Entering the hall, he found, as usual, a multitude of ghosts there, who were undergoing the process of re-education from Olivia. When he got close to Harlequin, the system reported that he was no longer an evil ghost, but a good ghost of rank S2. After examining the abbess's status window, Jake suddenly discovered that there was significantly more information there, where this ghost's experience depended on how many ghosts she re-educated. Standing opposite the girl, the young man wondered whether it seemed to him that her eyes were becoming more and more alive. And then the system announced that for maintaining visual contact with the ghost for several minutes, the owner would be given several connection points. Having decided to earn a few of these points in order to interact better, the young man immediately took a seat and plunged into meditation, receiving points for this as well. His next job for points was cleaning the premises in the monastery. After he finished in the abbess's ghostly world, the young man went to visit Annette. Without letting go of the young man's hand, the beautiful girl invited him to the fair that was taking place by the river. And now they were already walking together at the counters, where the girl was looking for certain things for herself. And when daylight hours ended, the young people came to Annette's house as usual. The happy girl thanked her boyfriend for this wonderful day, and the system only had time to add points. When it was time for bed, the young man said goodbye to the girl, wishing her sweet dreams. Meanwhile, events unfolded in the dungeon under the desert of death, where the ghostly world of the fiery girl was located. Sitting on her throne, the Fire Queen materialized a mirror in one of her hands. At that very moment, her ghostly palace began to split in two, as if it had a reflection in the air. As Jake continued on his way, he saw a replica of a building he knew soar into the sky. Watching the flight of the palace, the young man did not understand why the fiery girl created it again. That night, there was a full moon in the sky, where the copy of the palace suddenly stopped its movement right in front of the moon, where after a bright flash the palace suddenly disappeared and the lunar sphere turned red. He saw a bloody moon in the sky, and the young man realized that this was the moment he needed to wait for. The appearance of the blood moon was a completely new astronomical phenomenon for people. This moon began to appear once every 10 years and had a very strange effect on ghosts, where the power of some of them grew to simply incredible proportions. However, if good ghosts were exposed to the blood moon for several minutes, they would turn into evil ones. Remembering all this, Jake concluded that the phenomenon of the blood moon turns into a real nightmare for the Ghost Masters. Meanwhile, in the very city where the young man was shopping for groceries, the ghostly masters declared a heightened state of alert. Many of the masters who were not yet so strong hid from the moonlight, barely holding back their ghosts from breaking out. At some point, Jake noticed that a clearly visible beam was falling from the blood moon towards the earth. Using one of the ghostly leaves given to him by the fire girl, the guy instantly found himself next to her palace, into which the bloody light penetrated. Without a second's delay, the young man rushed inside to complete the task. So he discovered that the fire girl was projecting bloody light directly onto that very sarcophagus. Grasping what the boy thought would move, Jake waited for the system's countdown to complete, and as soon as it was completed, the young man managed to move the revealed lid. Looking inside, the young man could not believe what he saw right in front of him. There, in this magical coffin, was the body of that very fiery girl who had kidnapped people in order to get it. Watching the ghost direct a bloody beam into his body, the young man was at a loss as to what was happening here. But then his attention switched back, where tons of sand were once again approaching the girl's ghostly world, where the leader of the skeletons, already familiar to the young man, made a new attempt to attack the ghostly world of the Fire Queen. Busy with her body, the girl could not fight, and the system suddenly announced a new task, where Jake had to help her deal with the enemies. This was a good chance to test his strength against an opponent who was S-Rank 3, with his own S-Rank 2 ghosts. Preparing for a difficult confrontation, the young man summoned all his ghosts. Well, the commander of the army of the dead only had time to call new soldiers rising from the sands. The battle began, with Mickey striking the first blow, destroying several dozen opponents. However, the ghostly umbrella was unable to hold back the huge streams of sand masses advancing on the palace. Jake then ordered the use of the ghost mirror to enhance Mika's abilities. At the same time, the young man shouted to Christy and Annette not to attack the commander, since their main goal was to hold back the attack. And so the obedient Christy began to destroy the skeleton soldiers with all her might, cutting off their heads and tearing off other body parts, depriving them of their fighting ability. The leader of the dead, who was watching the battle, clearly did not like the way the fight was going. But then the ghostly picture showed its charms, from the canvas of which the destroyed buildings of its ghostly territory appeared. Falling onto the sand, the huge boulders turned the bodies of the skeletons into dust. Watching Olivia and Annette, it suddenly occurred to Jake that in life, these girls probably could not have imagined that they would ever fight shoulder to shoulder. However, despite all efforts, the streams of sand did not stop their movement, gradually absorbing the ghostly palace. And in order to somehow slow them down, it was decided to resort to Christie's ability to freeze. Having quickly glanced into the palace, the young man saw that the fiery girl had not yet finished her act. Meanwhile, the leader of the dead became active, began to control the sands and create real monsters from them. The attack was very powerful, and the ice shield created by Christie instantly collapsed, where Jake noted that he was no longer able to hold back this enemy. But a second later, Phoenix appeared right before his eyes, blocking the path of the sand snakes. And so the two equal opponents froze opposite each other, and the system announced that the skeleton commander's research was 38% complete. Suddenly, the leader's hands and face began to turn bloody, indicating that he was preparing his special attack. But the fire girl suddenly materialized her mirror, which she used to create a clone of the palace. And now the mirror was used for the same purpose, as the ghostly palace began to split in two. But the main skeleton had no intention of giving up his position, and with a deft movement, he bypassed the phoenix that was attacking him, where he clearly saw his target, from which he sought to reduce the distance to strike. And now, with the support of his sand masses, the leader of the dead was already breaking into the palace. May responded to this obvious danger by creating a protective sphere around her master. But here, once inside the palace, the main skeleton for some reason slowed down and finally stopped completely. The girl looked at the uninvited bone guest. He looked at her, and Jake watched both of them, waiting to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, the research of this ghost was already 50% completed, when he suddenly turned and looked angrily at Olivia. As if sensing the danger emanating from her, the skeleton rushed towards the girl, and Jake, who had noticed this impulse earlier, asked May to carry them. And so the young man and his ghosts found themselves on the roof of one of the buildings. And after that, the leader of the dead began to show some incomprehensible activity, where it soon became clear that he had once again decided to retreat, sensing something was wrong. The task was completed, and the young man thought about how he was just a little short of the abyss, completely suppressing his abilities. And so the young man returned to the palace, asking the fiery girl what to do next. And while she was silent, the guy said that they needed to catch up and finish off that impudent ghost while he was weakened, where Jake expressed his willingness to help the girl deal with him. After listening to the guy, the Fire Queen once again took out her mirror, which began to spin in the air. Watching what was happening, the young man noticed that the girl apparently wanted to create a clone again. Standing next to her, Jake folded his arms across his chest and simply watched what would happen next. And then the entire ghostly palace of the fiery girl was engulfed in a strong and bright flame, which swirled around it, creating a whirlwind. The young man felt the sand begin to move right under his feet. And now he was sitting on the canvas of a ghostly painting. And from the sandy masses, the bodies of skeletons appeared again. Their leader was also nearby, where this time it was absolutely impossible to let him go. Preparing to continue the fight, Jake instructed Olivia to continue researching the main thing no matter what. The leader of the skeletons immediately felt that something was happening on some other level in relation to his perception. And now he was already moving forward with the clear intention of attacking the one who was threatening him. Assessing his chances, the young man understood that his team had a fiery girl with rank S3, and he also had May, with whom he could always escape if necessary. And now his ghostly partner has already entered into a confrontation with the leader of the dead. But suddenly the sands began to envelop the buildings of the girl's ghostly world. The main skeleton had no intention of giving up and had no intention of retreating any further. The sand masses that were under the opponent's feet turned into a huge funnel, from which, after some time, a huge skeleton of a ghostly sandworm emerged. On the part of the skeleton, this was clearly the use of his special abilities, which the fire girl called upon her phoenix to reflect. And so the bone worm and the bright flaming phoenix bird met in a duel above the heads of the other participants in the battle. But at some point, the young man noticed dozens of web-covered bodies appearing above his head, which meant that another ghost had entered the confrontation, who had probably come to the noise of their brawl. Seeing what appeared right behind his ally, Jake warned her of the impending danger. Busy confronting the leader of the dead, the fire girl could not defend herself. And then Christy tried to do it, standing in the way of the ghostly spider. The young man could only shout the name of his favorite, as her entire body was already entangled in a web. Immediately calling to May, the young man shouted for her to use her ghostly fire to destroy the web. And then a fiery core rushed towards the spider, which had already finished entangling Christy in a dense cocoon. But as soon as the ghostly flame reached the threads of the web, it became clear that it was powerless here. Then Jake decided to act on his own, asking the ghostly painting to lift him up. Squeezed by the steel threads of the ghostly web, Christy immediately felt a blow to the cocoon. The ghost sword was able to do what the ghost fire could not, and now the captive fell from her bonds. Having caught the girl in his arms, Jake tried to understand if everything was okay with her. Then, turning to his partner, the young man said that her task was to deal with the spider, and he would take on the skeleton. And now the girl has already redirected her fiery phoenix in the direction where the ghostly spider appeared. Well, Jake, preparing to confront the leader of the dead, saw that Olivia's research had already reached 63%. Summoning all his combat-ready ghosts, he said that they needed to hold out for just a little while until the research was completed. The battle began, with Jake's ghost girls steadfastly holding off the enemy's onslaught. After some time, the leader of the dead again decided to attack the ghost from which he felt the greatest threat to himself, where the study had already reached 74%. He summoned his sand masses, directing them towards the abyss. But it was too late, as the research had reached the cherished and necessary 75% for suppression. And so his sand masses fell, never reaching their target, and the leader of the dead himself grabbed his head, feeling the suppression of his strength. At this point, Jake told his girls that they needed to finish this ghost quickly, and so Annette and Christy, who had returned to normal, prepared for the final blow, being on the elements of their ghostly worlds. Well, May and Mickey took out their ghost weapons and were also ready to attack. Observing complete readiness, the young man gave the order to destroy the enemy. As his girls approached, the young man used the ability to unite their phantom worlds, which produced the most incredible effect, comparable to a real bombing. And so the population of Christie's ghostly world only had time to destroy the skeleton warriors. The brave girl herself immediately attacked their leader with her ghostly weapon, which had enough power to destroy the enemy's weapons. But then a bone ghost worm intervened in the situation, grabbing the girl by the hand in which she was clutching her weapon. And then the huge creature, protecting its owner, quickly rushed upward, carrying Christy with it. The girl understood that she was trapped, but what she had done before was not the limit of her capabilities. Where a moment later, Christy took on another of her ghostly forms, which resulted in the instant destruction of the one who tried to interfere with her in the battle. And while one girl was finishing off the ghostly sandworm, May had already managed to strike the owner of this dead creature, after which she extended her red threads towards the skeleton, sending a fiery flame through them, coloring them green. And now, to this already powerful attack, a ghostly picture joined in, twisting the flaming body of the ghost into its canvas, where a net, having suddenly shrank, destroyed the leader of the dead, where the system immediately declared victory. Jake was very happy with this victory, and having received a message from the system about the possibility of improving Annette, he immediately ordered it to be done. And so the young man, studying the girl's updated characteristics, could not be more pleased that one of his ghosts had reached level S3. Suddenly, a new window appeared in front of his eyes, where he was asked to choose a special skill that Annette would have, where it was either luring into a painting and then destroying it, or destroying all enemies in a certain range. Both of the abilities offered were very tempting and useful, where the young man did not know which one to choose. Looking at his ward, the young man mentally wondered whether it was possible to have both abilities. Understanding what the young man was thinking, Annette, casting her sweet glance at him, made it clear that she would try to develop both abilities, which of course couldn't help but please Jake, who didn't expect that this was actually possible. Having finished with Annette's abilities, Jake turned his attention to the confrontation between the fire girl and the spider, deciding that it was time to finish in this direction as well. The young man's ally was very surprised when a ghostly picture suddenly came to her aid, which, moving in a spiral upward, wrapped around the entire ghostly world of the spider that appeared completely out of place. But Annette's ghostly opponent turned out to be quite agile, immediately jumping out of the deadly trap. And now the spider was already away from the place where Annette had begun her attack, gradually moving away. Watching the retreat, Jake told the ghostly painting not to pursue this fugitive. And so the system announced the next assignment of connection points, where the young man was amazed that, despite having 70 such points, his ghost still could not be assigned. Then the young man noted that they had worked well together, saying that now they could return. When the allies returned to the ghost palace, Jake received a new task where he had to move the body from the sarcophagus. The young man stood and looked at the dead girl, not daring to touch the corpse. However, it was not at all an unpleasant corpse, like those left by the new kind of ghosts Elizabeth had introduced him to. And so Jake finally made up his mind and began to lift the girl's body, which was incredibly cold. When it was completely removed from its coffin, its ghostly copy began to show where the body should be placed. And so, when he laid the dead girl on the bed, the system announced that the task had been completed. But a second later, the young man already had a new task, which made him simultaneously horrified and blush, which consisted of the fact that he needed to kiss the girl. Thinking that she was, of course, beautiful but still a dead person, Jake decided that he would do everything as quickly as possible. Bending over the body, the young man apologized to the deceased for what he was about to do. And so, unable to take his eyes off the girl's dead body, he gradually moved closer and closer to her lips, where finally, having fully gained his resolve, he pressed his lips to the girl's cold lips. Well, the system at that very second announced the successful completion of the next task, awarding connection points. Straightening up, Jake let out a sigh of relief, glad that one of the most terrifying tasks was behind him. Approaching the ghostly body of this girl, the guy said that he had fulfilled all the conditions, and now asks her to fulfill his part of the deal. Looking at her ally, the fiery ghost girl nodded back at him. Without hesitating for a second, she suddenly waved her hand, where fire immediately appeared behind her movement. And so Jake, together with her, was again transported to that very dungeon where people were waiting for the end of this story. The guy was happily greeted by Mary, to whom he explained that with the help of the ghost world that was kidnapping people, the fire girl would now bring everyone back. After finishing his conversation with Mary, the young man also spoke with Elizabeth, who promised to take care of the placement of all the people in the city. Well, her friend, overwhelmed with emotion, noted that Jake is simply some kind of incredible person, and then the girl started shouting loudly for people to prepare to return home. Watching the men help him fill the container with special soil, the young man thought that this soil could come in handy, and there was plenty of space in his storage room. Soon Mary informed the guy that all the people were ready to move back home, and then the fire girl stepped in, using the same power that had put all those people in the dungeon, where a second later several thousand people were already in her ghostly palace. After which, with the now familiar movements, she created a copy of her palace, capable of movement, which, having broken through to the surface of the world of the living in the desert of death, headed towards the nearest settlement. Jake, standing nearby, corrected the course of the ghostly castle, pointing to where the city was. The ghostly caravan, trading in ghostly fabrics, looked with interest at the palace flying over their heads. Meanwhile, On the outskirts of the city, one of the ghost masters, showing off the body of a ghost, happily spoke about how he was lucky enough to defeat an A-rank ghost today. But then his attention was drawn to a ghostly castle that appeared in the air, heading straight towards them. Already aware that this phenomenon should not be looked at, lest one be absorbed by it, the masters immediately began to hide their eyes. And now they were approaching the city wall, loudly announcing the next approach of a dangerous phenomenon. The mayor of the city was quickly informed that the ghostly palace was approaching. Elizabeth expressed a reasonable thought when she suggested that the appearance of the palace would only frighten the entire population of the city, where she needed to go down and explain everything to the people. And then people saw a rather familiar ghostly world descending towards them from the palace, where, in a matter of seconds, the familiar Elizabeth appeared before the eyes of the astonished head of the city and other people. Straightening up and approaching the man, the girl explained that this time the ghostly palace had not appeared for kidnappings, but for the return of people. This information was at least shocking, where no one expected the kidnapped to return alive. To which Elizabeth explained that one of her good friends had helped a ghost who was kidnapping people, in exchange for which she agreed to return them back. While the old man was happy with how well everything had worked out, he also wondered to himself what kind of friend the girl had, who helped solve ghosts' problems. Elizabeth continued, explaining that not only people from their city would be returning now, but also from many other cities, and they would need to be housed somewhere for the time being. To which the head of the city quickly responded that there would be no problems with this, and that he would give the order immediately. And so Jake received a message on his switchboard that the people had been warned, and that they could continue approaching and returning the abducted. And so the ghostly palace hovered over the city, where the fiery girl instantly moved everyone who was inside down. Once again free, many could not believe that it all ended well for them. Well, the young man thanked the ghost for everything, telling her to be sure to contact him if she needed anything. A moment later, he also found himself on the ground, where several leaves landed in his palm, allowing him to enter the ghostly palace at any time. And now, vehicles were already approaching the people who were dropped off not in the city itself, but on its outskirts. While the landing was going on, many people approached the guy and thanked him for saving their lives, watching as cars carrying returned people arrived in the city one after another. The residents did nothing but discuss this truly grandiose event. There were also a couple of malicious citizens who decided to find out if someone named Jake Stone was involved, where one of them noted that if this guy really turns out to be the savior, then they will be able to do a great service to the Wallace family. Standing on the wall, a certain man reported to the head of the city that the ghostly castle had disappeared, and the danger had passed. The old man once again rejoiced at such a grand success, noting that usually nothing good happens after a blood moon, to which the leader of the Hetrod branch of the association added that now they will not fall in the eyes of others. Suddenly the men's attention was drawn to a female voice, causing them to turn around. It was Mary who greeted the men, asking forgiveness for the delay which had been caused by the necessity of helping to accommodate the people. Turning to the girl, the head of the city tried to find out the name of the one who, together with Elizabeth, was able to return all these people. Mindful of Jake's request not to disclose his name, Mary replied that one of her colleagues had helped the girl. Remembering that there had been mention of someone negotiating with the ghost, the old man asked again if she was sure she had not seen anyone else. At this very time, the man standing nearby was analyzing the information he had received, where some suspicions crept into his head. Taking out his switchboard, Marcus showed the girl a photo of Jake, where she had no choice but to confirm that the guy looked exactly like that. Immediately after that, the man explained to the head of the city that this guy was a member of the association, possessing very specific skills, and, at his rather young age, already having rank S2. Only now could Mary imagine how strong the guy who helped them get out of the dungeon was. Marcus added, saying that the Wallace family was looking for him, and if they found out anything, they would definitely come here. And so the girl, who had already begun to feel the most tender feelings for her savior, asked the man to take some measures to protect that guy. Well, the mayor decided that first they needed to meet with Jake and talk in person. Returning to his companion, the man reported that some of the rescued were able to draw a portrait of the person who pulled them out. And his interlocutor, taking out his switchboard, happily declared that now all that was left was to compare the image with the photograph, which he immediately did together with his comrade, who stood next to him. It didn't take any special powers of observation to see a complete coincidence. This pleased the criminal, who decided to immediately report the discovery to the head of the Wallace family. Meanwhile, preparations were already beginning in the ghostly territory of the head of the Wallace family, and the head himself once again asked one of the masters about whether the information about Jake Stone's presence in Hetrod was true. Having received confirmation, Thomas only now realized the reason why they had not been able to detect a single attempt to leave the territory. After thinking for a moment, the man said to keep the city under surveillance so as not to arouse suspicion, and another person would go after Jake. Moving further away from the settlement, Jake set up camp right next to a fast-flowing river. His ghostly girls were relaxing, with Annette busy drawing ghostly pictures and her relative Olivia meditating as usual. Christy was busy playing with some kind of string game, while Jake himself was studying the characteristics of his ghost's new skills in more detail in the status window. The first thing the young man turned to was Annette's new abilities, where both special skills were still in the development stage. He then learned the skills of the Abbess of the Quiet Abbey, who, like her sister, had already managed to reach rank S3. But then his attention was drawn to Christy, who needed something from the young man. Turning to the girl, he saw how she extended her hands to him with a thread strung on her fingers in the form of a pattern, offering to play with her. But the boy didn't know how to play the game and simply pulled the threads towards himself, thereby angering Christy, who had spent a lot of time trying to get the pattern right. Suddenly, Jake's switch, which was lying nearby, showed signs of life, starting to make sounds. Leaving the upset ghost girl behind, Jake picked up his device to read the incoming message. The young man was written to by Elizabeth, who warned him that despite the measures taken, information about his whereabouts had most likely already reached the Wallace family. While the guy was reading the message, the system suddenly announced to him that Annette's special skills, which deal with ghostly patterns, had become available for use. This greatly pleased the young man, who decided that now was the time to deal with this annoying Wallace family. And so Elizabeth read the message received from the young man that he would no longer hide and would soon arrive in Hetrod. While she was still at a loss for information, Jake had already saddled his ghostly horse and set off on his way. Quite quickly he reached the city walls, frightening all the ghostly masters nearby with his appearance. Some anxiously asked for the management to be informed about the approach of an unknown ghost, while others simply filmed the strange ghostly horse on their switchboard. And very soon the entire network was full of messages about Jake Stone himself appearing in the city and saving a lot of people. Those who spied for the Wallace family could not help but notice the receipt of such information. Well, all this was only to Jake's advantage, since this was his plan to confront the Wallace family. After driving a little further, the young man approached the Golden Wall, behind which the main quarters of the city were hidden, where he suddenly stopped. Elizabeth and Mary, who were on the wall, looked at him silently, not understanding what this guy was up to. Jake suddenly spoke loudly to those who were here, and reporting information to the Wallace family members. Those to whom the young man was invisibly addressing mechanically pulled their hoods over their faces. The guy, pointing somewhere, asked those who were spying on him to watch and listen very carefully. Where, pointing towards one of the mountains, Jake stated that he was waiting for the Wallace family members at its top. No one could believe what the young man was doing now, and he finished his invitation by saying that on this mountain they would end their confrontation. The old men standing in the crowd did not understand what the young man was talking about, recalling that no one had heard anything about the Wallace family for a long time. Meanwhile, the spies in the crowd quietly noted that Jake would definitely meet his end, since he had decided to challenge the ghostly masters of rank S3. Jake had already called his faithful May to go to the appointed meeting place, where, in front of the entire crowd, the red sphere carried him straight to the top of the mountain. Watching, like everyone else, her friend's movements, Elizabeth tried to understand how he was going to win. Then the head of the city approached the girl from behind, accompanied by Marcus, to whom Mary, who was standing next to her, immediately turned around. The association's branch leader said he initially had the impression that this was some kind of deceptive maneuver on the boy's part, designed to get away, but now he doesn't think so. The old man also noted that a ghostly master of rank S2 would never defeat a master of rank S3, which included some members of the Wallace family, where the guy could use some help from the association's main office. To which Elizabeth explained that the higher-ups would not quarrel with the Wallace family, and therefore would not interfere. Here Mary intervened in the conversation, asking the head of the city to help this young man who had saved such a huge number of people. Marcus said that the leader should not interfere in something that did not concern their city. But the old man calmed the girl down, telling her about his intention to watch the duel and intervene in extreme cases. And now, more than 3 hours have passed since the moment when Jake invited his opponents to the meeting. The city leader watched the red ghostly sphere hanging in the air, wondering if anyone from the Wallace family would dare to show up. Suddenly Mary shouted loudly that another ghostly world had appeared in the sky, approaching their city. Jake, from his ghostly sphere, also could not help but notice the enemy approaching. The people on the ground immediately felt the powerful aura of the ghostly world that had appeared, and Thomas Isaac Twine, the messenger who appeared before the boy's eyes, arrogantly shouted at the young man that he expected to see something more. Urging his opponent to cut the talk and get straight to the point, Jake mentally noted that, as he had expected, the head of the Wallace family had sent one of his henchmen. And so the young man summoned a ghostly umbrella and a ghostly mirror to confront Isaac May, Christie. But his opponent also had something to surprise with, where ghostly samurai were sent into battle from his side. The people watching from the ground were quite surprised when they saw that Jake had as many as 3 S-level 2 ghosts. But the city's leader immediately noted that to defeat a level S3 master, which Isaac was, the guy would definitely not have enough of these 3 ghosts. And on the battlefield, the self-cloned ghostly umbrella was already approaching the samurai. And so the ghostly samurai, it seemed, at the very last moment drew their katanas and stopped the attack of the umbrellas. The young man was amazed at how what were essentially pawns on the battlefield were able to deal with his attack so quickly. Meanwhile, another clone of the ghost umbrella tried to attack one of the opponents, and despite the fact that the attack achieved its goal, the ghostly samurai did not die, but drew his formidable weapon from its sheath, with which, with a slight movement, he neutralized the ghostly umbrella that was attacking him. Watching the confrontation, Jake realized how to counter these opponents, and gave the order to Christie and May to attack. The first to go through the enemies like a hurricane was Christie, who did nothing but cut off their hands with swords. Following her, the Red Bride also destroyed her opponents, but for some reason the system did not award a single experience point for each killed samurai. Isaac, watching the battle unfold, chuckled, and concluded that his opponent had managed to hold out for 10 seconds. But now the real battle would begin. And then all the ghostly samurai on the battlefield suddenly began to gather into some kind of homogeneous single mass. And when this initially incomprehensible action was completed, the resulting mass turned into one huge samurai. Jake and his 2 ghostly girlfriends watched what was happening in amazement. Now the young man understood why he was not awarded experience for the defeated samurai, where they turned out to be not independent ghosts, but parts of one large ghost. At some point, their huge opponent made a movement with his bulky hand, clutching a katana, and thus began his attacking actions. Mary, like many others watching the events unfold, shouted that the boy needed to be saved. Only those who informed the young man's enemies were satisfied with how everything turned out. Meanwhile, Jake noticed that not all the small samurai had yet united into their single body, where with each subsequent one that joined, his opponent only became larger. Deciding it was time to act, the young man summoned the ghostly painting, deciding to test what it was capable of. And now, in the direction of Isaac's ghostly world, the ruins of the ghostly world of the painting were already approaching. When the man sensed the presence of a rank S3 ghost's aura on the opposite side, the smug smile on his face disappeared. The audience was also shocked by the sudden appearance of another S-rank 3 ghost in the air, and the Wallace family's spies were already passing on information to their master that Jake Stone had a ghost under his command that was a rank higher than expected. The head of the city and Marcus, who never left his side, expressed their opinion regarding the ghost that appeared, only suggesting that it could belong to Jake. Meanwhile, the ghostly picture, which had unfolded in full force, had already stretched out its huge tentacles towards the enemy, and the young man happily noted that a net had absorbed the remaining small samurai, not allowing them to merge into a single body. And so, not very pleased that his component parts had been destroyed, the samurai prepared to attack. With his huge blade, he dealt a crushing blow to the buildings of Annette's ghostly world. But she did not confront the ghost alone, where Christie and May supported her by using their abilities. However, the ghostly painting itself did not remain in debt, carrying out a powerful attack using the ruins of the ghostly world. Watching the actions of his ward, Jake noticed that this was some kind of incredible, terrible force, where this force was already falling directly on the head of the one who provoked its manifestation. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Isaac decided not to waste time any longer and to use all resources, where, to counter the ghosts of his opponent, he immediately summoned 2 more of his own rank S2 ghosts. But the appearance of new characters on the field did not bother Jake at all, who, together with Christie and May, rushed into the attack. The first to attack was, of course, the omnipresent Christie, but the ghost managed to block the blow. Meanwhile, Isaac's female ghost began to use her powers, releasing several assistants. However, May dealt with them quite quickly with the help of her red threads. But everything turned out to be not so simple, where the small ghosts, torn to shreds, were restored in a couple of seconds. Noticing that the new ghosts were also strong, Jake summoned the ghost umbrella and Olivia, saying that they should help. Using her charms, the abbess of the quiet abbey began to spread an energy that suppressed her opponents. Jake realized that the ghost witch summoned by Isaac, who was an evil ghost, could very well be placed in the monastery. And this witch already felt how the energy of the abbess was acting, suppressing her powers and will. And while this action was going on, Jake took it upon himself to destroy the little helpers she had released. Immediately after this, the ghostly rope came into play, with which the young man intended to capture the witch. And so the rope entangled itself around the ghostly body of the witch, where immediately after that Jake pulled hard on its end. And so, after a short flight, the ghostly witch successfully landed on the ghostly territory of the quiet abode, which Olivia had managed to deploy. Her resistance was finally broken, and the system announced that his ghost had received a new object for re-education. The girl's next target was another S-Rank 2 Isaac ghost, who couldn't withstand their massive attacks. The system declared victory when Christy cut the fat man down with her ghostly weapon at full swing. Watching as his ghosts were neutralized, Isaac couldn't believe his eyes. Marcus didn't believe what he saw either, and Mary, standing next to him, could only talk about what a wonderful person Jake Stone was. Meanwhile, the young man's opponent, realizing that if he lost, the boss would simply destroy him, decided to take extreme measures. The man cut his palm with his knife, after which he sprinkled blood on the ghostly object in his hand, which had its effect, where the ghost belonging to him began to change right before our eyes. With one short movement, he repelled the attack of the ghostly painting, throwing it back. And the young man could only marvel at how the ghost's powers had increased in an instant and several times over. Christy and May, who were nearby, rushed towards Jake, covering the gentleman with their bodies, and the ghostly samurai had already rushed forward, intending to sweep away everyone who stood in his way. The spies watching the battle continued to rejoice, believing that this time the guy would not be able to escape. Realizing that the guy was in a hopeless and very dangerous situation, the old man, as he promised, prepared to go to the rescue, taking out his ghostly object. But no one could have imagined that Jake's ghost had another special skill in store. The city's residents on the ground suddenly saw a ghostly world rising to the battle site, created by the ghost of the city's leader. Rising at maximum speed, the old man hoped that he would have time to help the boy, and the huge samurai was already approaching Jake and his ghosts, preparing to destroy them all with one blow. Jake calmly but firmly told Annette to activate her second special skill. At that very moment, the canvas of her painting unfolded, and with looping movements entangled the samurai's weapon. But the enemy was not so simple, and with a light movement of his weapon he tore the canvas to shreds. This greatly pleased his owner, who decided that this was definitely the end for the guy. But his face, like the face of his ghost, suddenly changed greatly, where they felt a very strong aura. Raising his head, the ghostly samurai saw a painting canvas that, layer by layer, created something like a paper dome above him. And a few seconds later, the canvas of the ghostly painting covered Isaac's entire ghostly world with its coils. Well, the young man noted that his opponents did not understand that the first movement of the canvas in relation to the weapon was nothing more than a distracting maneuver. The city's mayor, who was still very far from the scene of events, froze along with his ghostly world when he saw what Jake's ghost had done in the sky. But then the coils of the painting suddenly contracted and destroyed both the samurai and the flying ghostly mountain. Isaac, who found himself on the ground, looked at the sky in confusion and could not believe that he had just lost. Then Jake approached him and told his opponent, who had quickly aged in a couple of minutes, that he would spare his life so that he would tell his boss everything. But having lost both all the ghosts and his youth, Isaac gave up on life, stabbing his knife into himself. Well, the head of the city was interested in whose ghost of rank S3 it was, thanks to which Jake won. The spectators standing everywhere were also curious to see who could own such a powerful ghost. And then, finally, everyone saw how the ghostly picture curled up and fell right into Jake's hand. The entire crowd surrounding the winner literally opened their mouths in surprise, where it seemed incredible to them that the young guy had such a ghost. Only Elizabeth was calm. She knew about the identity of the ghostly painting, but did not think that the young man would be able to raise its level so quickly. Meanwhile, Annette brought Jake the ghost armor and samurai weapons she had received, where the young man, noticing that these were excellent trophies, decided to update his uniform. The old man, who was landing next to the guy, without hiding his amazement, asked him how he was able to reach such a high level, to which Jake replied with a smile that it just happened by itself and by accident. Then the mayor said that he would like to talk to the guy, suggesting that they take a short walk. The young man had enough time, and he did not refuse the old man, agreeing to go for a walk. The only ones who weren't happy about the boy's victory were the Wallace family spies, where one of them had already read the messages on the city forum. informing that Jake Stone was a level S3 ghost modder who had just defeated a powerful opponent. A partner who joined the viewing said that the boss needed to be informed about this immediately. And now Thomas has already been informed that Jake has dealt with the one he sent after him. Having experienced incredible rage, the man could only note the increase in strength in the guy, where he could now easily appear to him. Then he decided to go to one place and do everything to become the owner of one powerful ghost. Meanwhile, in Hetrod, sitting at a luxuriously laid table, Jake, after the old man told him about his plans, clarified information about whether the satellites would be launched simultaneously, to which he explained that it was in their region that more than 100 years ago people launched their satellites into space, where the launch pad has been preserved to this day. While swallowing another shrimp, the young man made the correct guess that launching satellites could attract ghosts, to which the head of the city said that a similar precedent had already occurred last year, when during the launch of a satellite, a ghost of rank S3 appeared to them. That's why they would really appreciate the support of a master like Jake, in exchange for which they are willing to give him control over one of the satellites. The young man's thoughts revolved around the fact that access to control of the satellite would significantly improve its communication capabilities, and he asked what day the launch was scheduled for. When the old man replied that it would take about another week to prepare, the young man agreed to help. The mayor, greatly delighted, ordered that his guest's drink be replenished. And then a girl with a very attractive appearance came up to him and kindly filled his glass. And moving away from the young man, she whispered in his ear that the best wine was in her room on the 3rd floor, where she would wait for him tonight. Of course, the young man did not accept the invitation of this beauty, where, standing on the balcony, he thought that it would be nice for him to finish with the binding of the ghost of the fire girl. Deciding to set off immediately, the young man crumbled one of those ghostly sheets that had the function of teleportation. A second later, he found himself in the palace that was already familiar to him, where, however, he did not find the girl on the throne. Deciding to wait a little, Jake sat down on her throne himself, finding it quite comfortable. After a few minutes, he suddenly felt that the aura of the Fire Queen was forming somewhere near him, and now he was trying to explain to her that he had sat down only to assess the level of comfort. Jake then thanked the girl for bringing back all the people, again hinting that he was ready to help the girl in solving any issues. Looking at her guest, the Fire Queen suddenly nodded back at him, after which, the manipulations with the mirror, already familiar to the young man, allowed him to assume that she was going somewhere again. And now the copy of the ghostly palace she created has already burst out of the depths of the desert of death, soaring into the air. After some time, the palace approached some ruins which impressed Jake very much, where the fiery girl dropped off both herself and her guest. After looking around, the young man asked his ghostly companion why they had come to this place. But there was no answer, where the girl, with the help of her mirror, suddenly began to attract the moonlight. And so she pointed it straight at the ruined buildings that were right in front of them, where at that very second the city literally came to life before the young man's eyes. Meanwhile, the system announced to the guy a new task, according to which he had to go into the ancient city and find the Night Pearl. Looking ahead, the young man assumed that this ghostly world might be similar to those he had encountered before. Therefore, in case of danger, he might not be able to summon his ghosts, and therefore additional measures had to be taken for protection. At the same time, Annette finished transforming the new ghost armor, and now the system was already asking the owner if he wanted to combine their characteristics. There was no need to ask the guy this question, and now his new armor has already materialized on him. Ready to face the coming challenges of the new ghost world, Jake overcame the ghost barrier. The city of the past looked very lively and very oriental, where local girls were especially beautiful. The young man watched intently as local beauties bought fabrics for new seductive outfits. Here his attention was drawn to 2 men, one of whom was hurrying his comrade so as not to be late for the coronation ceremony. This information interested the young man, who suggested that it might somehow be connected with his fiery acquaintance. The item needed to complete the task could well have been at the very ceremony to which the guest from the ghostly world had come. But as soon as he reached the guards, they, seeing his empty hands, asked where his gift was. Jake had no answer to this, and the passage to the ceremony remained closed to him. Standing to the side, the young man took a closer look at what the guests were bringing with them as gifts. Deciding that it would not be difficult to deceive the people of the past who had never seen such a curiosity, Jake took out a lantern from his storage, which he tried to use as a gift. Throwing a glance at the guy standing in front of him that suggested the guard doubted his mental abilities, the man noted the strange guest's empty hand. Realizing that real objects cannot be seen here, Jake decided that in the ghost world, ghost objects should also be visible. And so he took out and showed the guard the exquisite fabric that May had purchased from the ghost caravan, which became his ticket to the event. Very soon, the courtyard was filled with those who came to witness the coronation, and the chief of the royal guard shouted loudly so that silence would reign around. Immediately, the crowd became silent, and everyone, including Jake, froze in anticipation of the appearance of the queen herself. The girl's graceful figure easily climbed the steps, where her face was still hidden under the canopy. The people joyfully greeted their new queen, straining their throats, and the young man simply watched, fascinated, the movements of the one whose cold lips he had the chance to kiss. The beautiful girl looked exactly the same as he had seen her ghost and her dead body in the sarcophagus. However, there was no time to enjoy her beauty, as he needed to find the pearl, which she obviously did not have with her. Then Jake decided to make a secret inspection of the entire palace, which was exactly the same ghostly palace that he had visited many times. As soon as he climbed onto the roof of one of the buildings, suddenly the people standing everywhere began to pay attention to something approaching from above. Intrigued by what was happening, Jake decided to stay on the roof to see what would happen next. And when he raised his gaze, he saw some kind of ghostly world approaching the earth. And all the people who were in the square suddenly began to fall to the ground unconscious. At that very moment, Jake felt the activity that his ghosts began to show, who, caring for the well-being of their master, successfully pushed him out of the ghostly world of memories. Immediately realizing the reason why he was thrown out, the young man decided that before the second attempt, he needed to give his ghostly girls instructions not to interfere. And so he entered again inside, where everything began exactly from the same place as last time, which reminded him of his journey through Annette's ghostly world. The same men were hurrying to the coronation ceremony, which was about to begin. Considering that about an hour had passed between now and the start of the ceremony last time, Jake decided to immediately head out to look for the pearl. The young man didn't even waste precious time at the checkpoint, simply deciding to move along the roofs of the buildings. Soon he was already in one of the rooms, which was filled with chests of jewels, but he did not find anything that resembled a pearl. And then came the very time when an unknown ghostly world appeared over the palace. And a few seconds later, the young man once again stood in front of his ghostly companion. While the fiery girl was looking at her assistant, the system suddenly announced that one connection point had been awarded. But instead of joy, Jake experienced completely different feelings, realizing that this was awarded to him as if out of pity. The third attempt to obtain the coveted artifact was undertaken by him immediately. Standing in front of the guard post, Jake realized that if the pearl was not in the queen's chambers, then one of the guests must have brought it with them. He had no choice but to wander among the arrivals, looking closely at what they had brought as a gift. But no matter how much he walked, the young man was unable to find the pearl. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a group of guests sitting separately, who apparently were some kind of VIPs. And the treasured pearl could well have been in one of the gifts brought by these people. Since Jake could not see through opaque objects, he immediately picked up a small stone and quietly threw it in the direction where the especially privileged guests were sitting. The small projectile achieved its goal, knocking off the lids of several boxes on the table, frightening the important people. Luck was on the side of the daredevil, as he actually saw a large black pearl in one of the boxes. Deciding to act immediately, Jake climbed the fence and quickly rushed towards the desired object. The alarmed guards, noticing the penetration into the box for special guests, stood up to protect them. However, the guy's physical characteristics, pumped up by the system, allowed him to break through the protective cordon of security without difficulty. And now he was already next to the treasured pearl, ready to take possession of it. But before he could clench his fist, everything suddenly began to change before his eyes. With his hand clenched, Jake found himself once again thrown out of the ghost territory. Somehow he needed to become invisible to everyone, where the idea came to his bright head quite quickly. Having called May and Annette, the young man said that he would need their help in a rather unusual way. After taking the ghostly fabric out of storage, Jake asked the girls to sew him clothes. May acted as a tailor, while the system announced that the owner had begun developing ghost clothes. Meanwhile, her ghostly partner was applying ghostly patterns to the fabric. Considering that in the ghostly clothes the population of the palace would mistake him for one of their own, Jake expected that he would become completely invisible if his ghosts cast their spells on the fabric. And so the process of creating the ghost suit was completed, where the system immediately brought to the attention of the owner all of its characteristics. When the young man put on what his ghostly girls had sewn for him, he was very glad that no one could see him, since Annette had clearly overdone it with the design. Deciding to test how his disguise worked, Jake approached the guards, who did not react to his appearance. Now he knew which box contained the desired trophy, and so he did not rush, deciding to look at where the pearl would be taken. Standing nearby, Jake overheard the maids talking about their hopes that the pearl could cure the queen. and so he continued to follow the girl who was delivering the artifact he was interested in. Opening the curtain, the maid asked the queen if she needed the night pearl, which had already been delivered, right now. Well, Jake, standing behind her, could only open his eyes wider at what he saw in front of him when the maid pulled back the curtain. There, the same fiery girl entered the huge bathtub, who was completely naked and could not help but touch the feelings of the man who saw her slender body. Stopping, the queen ordered the maid to bring her the pearl right away. Jake, already quite red in the face, decided to keep up appearances and looked away from the naked girl. The girl herself, having received the pearl at her disposal, immediately lowered it into the water, after which she herself plunged into the water after her, hiding under its surface with her head. The queen did not stay underwater for very long, and soon emerged, scattering splashes around her that shimmered in the light. After bathing, the girl's hair exposed her back, on which an unimaginable number of scars appeared. But she did not pay attention to this, asked how soon the ceremony would begin. While the maid was answering the question, Jake became very interested in the reason why the girl was so badly disfigured. Meanwhile, the queen, playing with the water, quietly said that now, after 20 years, the time had come to fulfill her mission. After which she lowered her head, looking at the pearl spinning the water in her bathtub, and plunged into memories. The little red-haired girl looked at the reflection of the bloody moon in the water, listening to her mother's words that now was their time. The woman explained that for everyone else such a moon only creates problems, driving ghosts crazy. But for their family it is a source of unprecedented power. Taking her daughter by the shoulders, the queen asked if she was ready to begin training and become a leader who could protect the entire nation, to which the girl, of course, answered in agreement. For many hundreds of years, various ghosts constantly attacked cities and villages, destroying people, but only their city lived peacefully, because it was ruled by a family that worshipped the blood moon and was able to resist evil spirits. Each princess went through the most severe tests, which stimulated the development of a special energy within her, where one of these was hanging by the legs for 3 days, where the girl was not supposed to close her eyes, scaring away the scavengers with the movement of her eyes, because if she fell asleep, the birds would peck out her eyes, thinking that she was a corpse. When the princesses were studying, stern teachers forbade them to watch children play, even forbade them to laugh, regularly using physical force. The girls' fear was eradicated by using smoldering coals, on which they were forced to walk barefoot. Will was nurtured by unimaginable cold, where teachers, who were also overseers, said that even if their student died, she must save her face. A particularly cruel test was to place girls in a pit with poisonous snakes, as it was believed that the poison stimulated the production of internal energy. One of the exams, and at the same time a training in determination, was the task of killing a pet dear to the girl's heart, who grew up with her all her life. The girl passed this brutal test, and throwing down the bloody knife, walked away from the scene of the terrible massacre. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Quickly wiping her eyes, Jasmine pulled herself together and told the one who called her that she wasn't crying. But it was not one of the teachers. Some spirit appeared before the girl, who said that he wanted to give her something as a gift. Reaching out his hand, the spirit handed Jasmine a small pendant, telling her not to tell anyone about their meeting. When the girl accepted the gift, the spirit that visited her said that in due time she would understand everything herself. And so several years later, the queen sat in her bathroom and looked at what a certain spirit had given her. The maids appeared and interrupted Jasmine's memories, saying that it was time to prepare for the coronation ceremony. Jake, who was already in the bathroom and invisible to anyone, managed to grab the pearl, watching at the same time as they helped the girl get ready. He had witnessed all the events that the queen had recalled, and now he sincerely sympathized with her difficult past. And so, dressed, Jasmine climbed the steps, ready to take on the responsibility of protecting the people. She was met by the queen mother, who was very proud of her daughter. Taking the crown from her head, the queen mother placed it on the head of her successor. It was at this moment that an unknown ghostly world appeared over the city. Both the new queen and the remaining conscious people noted with horror that their city was under attack by evil ghosts. After ordering the guards to take the people away and protect them, Jasmine turned to her mother for help in confronting this ghost. But the woman suddenly said that there was no need for any confrontation. Meanwhile, Jake, invisible to everyone, watched as events unfolded further, where the girl, stunned by her mother's words, asked her in confusion what she meant. And while the ghost appeared behind her, the queen mother explained that the terms of the deal made with the ghosts needed to be fulfilled a little earlier this time. Poor Jasmine had no idea that her mother was talking about some kind of deal with ghosts, and so the woman explained that their kingdom was able to ensure peaceful coexistence with the ghosts. where they are obliged to periodically give them queens, and today it was her turn. Even Jake, who had seen a lot, was shocked by what the Queen Mother said, not to mention what her daughter was going through, who reminded her mother of the terrible training she had gone through to gain her strength. At this point, men began to approach the girls and apologize to Jasmine for keeping everything a secret from her. The former teachers explained that the human body, of course, contains some amount of energy, but it is insignificant compared to what ghosts have. Special training increases this energy, which ghosts use as high-quality fuel. Now the girl realized that after some time she too would be sacrificed, and asked her mother why. And then the woman said something that finally finished the girl off, confessing that she was not her biological mother. And one of the teachers explained that the information about the succession of power is only to distract the eyes of the common people. In fact, one of the girls who was born on the night of the blood moon is chosen as the future queen, since their energy is special. The girl is then raised in the palace, subjected to brutal training in order to increase the concentration of energy in her for the ghost. And after 20 years, the queen gives her body to a ghost who will feed on her energy. The cycle then repeats itself, keeping their city and people safe for hundreds of years. Jake really didn't like the approach these people took to confronting the ghost. With a confused expression on her face, Jasmine stated that all her suffering in childhood turned out to be a lie. The woman justified herself by saying that she didn't want to hide it. But if she had told, the girl wouldn't have started training. And the old man standing nearby used the main argument, saying that if the girl agreed, she would live another 20 years. But if she refused, then the end would come for the whole city. After hearing this unhappy alternative, Jasmine concluded that her choice was either to die alone or to die with everyone else. Then the Queen Mother came up to her and said that although she was not her real mother, she nevertheless loved her. After which the woman added that it was because of Jasmine that she believed that her life had not been in vain. These were her last words, after which the woman found herself surrounded by ghostly energy. Already dissolving into thin air, she looked at her stepdaughter for the last time, extending her hand towards her. And Jasmine, falling to her knees, experiencing incredible mental suffering, watched as what had been her mother a minute ago dissolved into thin air. The girl herself did not notice how a drop of salt water suddenly fell on her hand, and a second later, tears began to flow from her eyes like a stream. Seeing their student burst into tears, the teachers did not understand how this was possible, because their training was supposed to harden the girl's heart and soul. But that very pendant, which Jasmine received from a certain spirit, suddenly began to emit a bright glow, where the girl's body was instantly engulfed in tongues of bright flame, rising ever higher. Both the ghost, the teachers, and the invisible observer in the person of Jake looked on in fascination at what began to happen to the girl. The first to realize the impending danger for him was the ghost, who began to activate his energy. His ghostly kingdom began to expand, literally preparing to swallow up the entire city. Feeling this terrible aura, Jake mentally noted that this ghost definitely wants to kill the girl, because he understands that over time, he will not be her rival. Jasmine herself was already looking at the one who killed the woman dear to her with his literally flaming gaze. The teachers, who were still hoping for something, tried to stop the ghost by reminding him of the agreement and calling for continued cooperation. But the ghost had already made his final decision, instantly dealing with the old men who were only trembling for their own lives. He directed his next attack at the one who dared to go against his will. But the girl was not defenseless, where she opposed the ghost's attack with her fiery powers. The fire Jasmine created absorbed the ghostly blades flying at her. The next step was to transform the fire that the girl created into a concrete form, which was the phoenix bird. The young man, who understands such matters, immediately noticed that Phoenix is a ghost controlled by a girl, but judging by the energy, she has been controlling it for a very short time. The girl's infusion was serious, where she mentally told her dead mother that she was simply confused, making deals with ghosts, but she would avenge her death. Immediately after these thoughts, Jasmine sent her Phoenix to attack the ghost that killed her mother. But her opponent was very strong. He deftly repelled the attack and immediately counterattacked, causing a rain of dozens of ghostly blades. Realizing that she needed to somehow defend herself from the swords rushing towards her body, Jasmine turned her ghostly assistant around. And so the Phoenix surrounded the body of his mistress, protecting her from the falling blades. But the use of this ability was not limited to just one place, where dozens of swords began to destroy the city. As Jake continued watching, he immediately realized that this ruthless ghost wanted to destroy the entire city. Meanwhile, surrounded by the brightest flames, Jasmine rose to her feet. The ghost tried to destroy the girl personally, but she suddenly disappeared, soaring into the air along with her ghost. Watching the girl move through the air, It was impossible to understand whether she was sitting on the Phoenix or had become a part of it. But as soon as she was above her opponent, Phoenix unleashed a real barrage of fire on him, capable of destroying everything that was in its path. However, the ghost didn't care, where he put up some kind of ghostly shield against the fire and immediately directed a stream of his energy at the girl, where this energy blow was felt by the girl, participating in the battle of ghosts for the first time. But suddenly the ghost fighting with Jasmine turned around and looked exactly where the young man was watching him. At that moment, his swords, which were sticking out everywhere, suddenly began to rise up. His ghostly world followed them, and the ghost itself decided to hide from the battlefield after it. Watching Jasmine's recent opponent disappear back where he came from, Jake was confused as to why he retreated. The only thing that was completely obvious was that the decision to retreat was made immediately after he saw Jake. Not believing that this ghost could get past his disguise, the young man looked around in search of what could have scared him. A routine inspection yielded no results, so the young man decided to examine the area using his ghostly mirror. At first, the young man saw in the reflection only houses behind his back, but suddenly someone's legs appeared in the reflection, descending from somewhere above right behind the young man. Interest captured the young man's entire being, and he immediately began to turn the mirror in order to examine the unknown creature. But he was distracted from this activity by the increasing heat around the young man, as if the sun had decided to get closer to the earth. Jake quickly turned his head to see a firebird flying towards him. Only with great effort was the young man able to dodge this devastating attack, and the enraged girl had already continued moving, heading towards where the city's residents who had survived the rain of blades were located. Watching in horror as Jasmine burned down one street after another, Jake realized that she had completely lost touch with reality. The last thing he could see was the Phoenix flying above him and releasing several fireballs down, after which the ghostly world created from memories dissipated, and the young man returned to where he started. Looking at Jasmine's ghost, Jake wondered who could have captured and imprisoned the Mad Queen in that sarcophagus. But for now, there were more questions than answers, and so Jake simply handed the girl the trophy he had obtained. And as soon as the fiery girl accepted the pearl, the system announced that the task had been completed and the connection points had been added. But less than 10 seconds had passed before the system issued a new order, according to which Jake had to find the ghost warrior and help Jasmine deal with him. Delighted with the new task, the young man told his companion that he would help her take revenge. Although she didn't have the ability to communicate with words, but clearly understanding everything that Jake was telling her, the Fire Queen smiled slightly at his words. The young man understood that he needed to spend as much time as possible with the ghost to strengthen their connection, and so he suggested that the girl join him in searching for the ghostly warrior. Nodding in agreement to her companion, Jasmine began to dissolve into thin air, and when she disappeared, the young man was left with her golden crown in his hands, with the help of which he could summon the Fire Queen to people at any moment. Pleased with how things turned out, Jake headed back to the city to help launch the satellites. Elizabeth and Marcus, who were at one of the exits, joyfully greeted the returning hero. Dismounting and greeting each other in return, Jake said that, as promised, he had come to help launch the satellites. Elizabeth explained that the launch was scheduled for this evening, where her interlocutor could not understand why this event was postponed until the evening. Marcus clarified the situation by explaining that the sky was too cloudy during the day, so the team decided not to take any risks and launch in the evening. The man then added that they otherwise expected success if they were not disturbed by ghosts. After some time, Jake, accompanied by his new friends, arrived at the launch center, where Marcus gave him a short tour. The man said that they spent a lot of effort on restoring and training specialists who did not have the ability in ghostly mastery, but at the same time would have non-trivial mental abilities. And the ghostly masters located on the territory of the launch center immediately recognized Jake walking here, delighted by his presence during the launch. Well, the tour of the center ended right at the launch site, where the huge space shuttle was located. Here Marcus introduced the young man to two sisters, Betty and Amelia Cruz, who were in charge of everything here. Betty, who was a level S2 Phantom Master, extended her hand to the young man, telling him to contact her directly if he needed anything. The girl then turned her attention to her little sister, who was an ordinary person, saying that she really liked Jake. Looking at the shy and modest girl, the guy praised her for the work she had done for the benefit of society. Covering her flushed face with one of her folders, Amelia modestly said that it was just her job. After the introductions were over, Betty announced the end of the preparatory activities and said that everyone could take a little rest until the evening. Time passed rather quickly, and the people who had once again gathered at the launch center were already listening to the countdown, at the end of which, the rocket engines with the satellite were launched, and everyone who took part in organizing this launch, as well as those who simply came to watch the historic moment, did not hide their joy. Jake and Elizabeth, unlike most, watched the launch from the street, where problems with ghosts could arise. Using her switchboard, the girl reported that no ghosts had appeared since the launch of the first satellite. 3 hours later, Amelia announced the first satellite had entered orbit and ordered the second one to be prepared for launch. At the same time, Elizabeth's face suddenly changed, and she reported the approach of a huge number of ghosts. Immediately from the formed portal, Marcus and Betty came to take part in the confrontation with the ghosts' attack. And while everyone gathered was thinking about what to do, Jake said that his ghosts would cover the launch center area, after which the task of the Ghost Masters would be to resist the ghosts up to rank S alone, leaving everyone who is stronger on him. After hearing the young man's plan, his interlocutors immediately agreed to act in this way, and so the young man summoned his ghostly painting, asking it to isolate the entire launch center area, which was immediately done, and the launch center was under a huge dome. Well, the ghostly masters, amazed at the strength the guy possessed, were already heading to counter the ghost's attack. Leading the defense, Betty shouted for a few people to help her deal with the S-rank ghosts one at a time, while the rest took out the ones of lower ranks. Having not seen anyone stronger than S-rank 2 yet, Jake sent his ghosts to confront them. It was no problem for his ghost girls to destroy ghosts of such rank. The system only had time to announce new victories achieved by Jake's ghosts. The young man himself, having looked at how the ghosts were advancing, noted that among them there should definitely be someone of rank S3. At the same time, Eliabet, working in tandem with Marcus, destroyed another S-rank ghost one, but suddenly her partner warned the girl about the danger approaching from behind. Elizabeth quickly turned around and saw a terrible ghost approaching her. As soon as the female ghost was nearby and was about to strike, something suddenly prevented him from doing so, throwing him aside. Not noticing what flashed past them, Marcus and Elizabeth briefly assumed that it was one of Jake's ghost abilities. But when the girl looked closely, she saw that she had been saved by some completely different ghost. Not understanding what it was, the battle partners stepped back and watched as the strange ghost continued its movement, destroying everything that stood in its path. Quickly getting out the switch, Elizabeth warned Jake that an incredibly powerful ghost was approaching him. Having already noticed his old acquaintance, the young man thanked the girl for the warning. And then he added that she shouldn't worry, since he knew this ghost very well. As he watched the postman deliver the letter, Jake tried to understand the reason why he had so unceremoniously walked through the crowd of ghosts, destroying them, when the reason could only be that he was late in delivering the mail. Immediately the guy had a wonderful idea, where he decided to use the postman's abilities for his own benefit. And so the young man sent Christy to him, whom he instructed to steal the postman's bag again. While the ghost was receiving payment for the delivery from the recipient, the girl quietly crept up on him from behind. With one easy movement, she snatched the mailbag from him, to which he immediately responded. Where the rage of the ghost of the postman, realizing that he could now be late with the delivery, knew no bounds. Jake told his ghostly assistant to follow him with the postman's bag, and so Jake moved across the battlefield. Christy flew behind him and behind her. Wanting to get his own back, the postman rushed, destroying all the ghosts that found themselves in his path. The ghostly masters who were on the defensive line immediately noticed how the territory was being cleared of ghosts, as if snow was being removed with a shovel. Meanwhile, Jake decided to spare his ghostly friend the trouble of flying and sat her down in front of him on his ghostly horse, continuing to run away from the postman. But the most interesting thing for the young man was that for every ghost killed in this way by the postman, he was awarded experience points. The defending ghost masters, who were in a difficult situation, thanked the guy who galloped past for destroying a whole bunch of their opponents. Jake instructed the ghostly painting to take measures to defend the part of the launch center where the ghosts had gotten into. And then from the canvas of the painting appeared the same huge tentacles, which destroyed dozens of ghosts that stood in their way. One of the scientists, who miraculously escaped death, thanked the higher powers for sending them such a protector. The young genius of ghostly mastery himself continued his work with the postman, deciding to destroy the maximum possible number of ghosts in this way. And so he burst into the very thick of the opponents, who, following him, were mercilessly destroyed by the ghostly postman. At some point, Jake noticed that the system stopped notifying him about victories and experience gains. The guy turned around and discovered that the postman who had been pursuing him had suddenly disappeared somewhere. Looking around, the young man began to understand that something was clearly wrong here. He didn't notice how several huge ghostly nails were fired from the void right into his back. However, the Red Bride was able to protect him from them by creating a protective barrier. Turning around, Jake was finally able to see the ghost he had been waiting for. Only the shape of this ghost was very strange, where right in front of the young man there was a coffin chained with chains. But then the ghost turned around where, as it turned out, the coffin was tied with chains to the back of the ghost's main body. It was a ghost of rank S3, whom the young man immediately asked to clarify where he had put the ghostly postman who had helped him so well. At the same time, Betty was informed about the appearance of a rank S3 ghost in the eastern part, after which the girl ordered a retreat. And so, having taken their ghosts, the crowd of ghostly masters left the dangerous place on their motorcycles. Some of the nearby masters watched with interest as Jake prepared to fight this ghost, but at some point, several coffins approached them, hung in the air and opened. It was empty inside, which surprised the men, who were expecting some kind of ghost to emerge from the coffin. But as it turned out, the coffins were not used to release someone, but to absorb them. After some time, almost all of Jake's team found themselves inside the coffins, realizing that they had lost contact with their ghosts in this place. The ghosts of these masters only had time to look at the empty motorcycles that had fallen to the ground, when suddenly, they too disappeared from sight. While under the protection of his ghostly girls, Jake clearly saw people and ghosts disappearing around him, where everyone who found themselves within the influence of the ghostly territory of this afterlife ghost immediately found themselves in coffins. The young man noticed that his opponent was not only very strong, but also quite smart, where he immediately left the center without protection, and Jake himself without any outside support. In one of the coffins there was also a ghostly postman, who was now not particularly worried about his letters and the timing of their delivery, as he understood the hopelessness of the current situation. Turning to his assistants, Jake distributed the duties, where Olivia got to contain the influence of the ghost, so that Jake would not be pulled into the coffin. And the ghost umbrella, which had the ability to create a huge number of copies, was sent to repel attacks from other ghosts. The young man then took the postman's bag from Christy, placing it in storage so that his ghost could fight properly. After which Jake sent her in May's company to attack the afterlife ghost, where Christy should definitely have been able to stall for time, since despite her S rank 2, a number of her abilities were comparable to S rank 3. The ghost painting was given the mission of freeing the captured people and ghosts, but it quickly became clear that it would not be possible to open the coffins, and if you resort to special abilities, you could accidentally kill someone there. Jake then ordered the people in the coffins to be moved to safety, realizing that the only way to open them was to destroy the ghost, and so the ghost from beyond the grave saw how the painting was devouring the coffins with the prey it had caught. Then the bad Buddha-like ghost gathered its energy and once again used the ghost nail attack. But then, right in the trajectory of the nails, Christy appeared, taking her fiery form. With her devilishly hot flame, the girl melted the flying ghostly nails. And Jake, watching what was happening, understood from the appearance of his opponent that he certainly did not expect this. Suddenly, the ghostly Buddha used some kind of stealth technique, where several coffins lined up in a magical sign behind his back. The young man noticed this action, which clearly meant nothing good, and shouted at Christy to be careful. But before she could dodge, the girl took a blow that managed to move her huge burning body back several meters. However, a second later, Christy suddenly rushed forward, counterattacking her opponent. To help Christy, Jake immediately sent Annette, who, due to her rank, definitely had a chance to destroy the ghost. Hovering just above her opponent, Annette unfurled a ghostly painting and also used ghostly patterns. The Phantom Buddha tried to use the magic sign again to defend and counterattack. But this time such measures did not help him, since the attack was carried out by a ghost equal to him in rank. But even though he was wounded, the ghost was not going to retreat. Folding his arms across his chest and using another special ability, from the coffin behind him, long chains with paws at the end appeared, and the ghostly Buddha himself transformed into another form. Watching his actions, Jake warned all his ghosts to be ready for a special attack from the enemy, and this followed immediately, where chains with metal paws quickly filled the entire surrounding space. Even Jake himself barely managed to dodge one of them as it slid over his shoulder. Holding his injured hand and seeing that his ghosts were also seriously injured, Jake decided to take extreme measures. Taking out a knife, he ran the blade across his palm and sprinkled blood on the ghostly umbrella. He repeated exactly the same thing that Isaac tried to use against him, instantly increasing Mika's strength several times. And so the ghostly umbrella, having received a bloody boost, having even changed its usual color, rushed at the powerful enemy. Jake himself, whose body was also exposed to the effects of this ancient magic, received messages one after another that his life expectancy was shortening. The risk the boy took was justified and brought results, where Mickey was able to easily destroy the dangerous chains. Here, May and the Ghost Mirror came to the rescue, and with their combined efforts, they were able to significantly increase the number of bloody ghost umbrellas. And this incredible number of umbrellas crowded together and fell upon the mutated ghostly Buddha. Realizing that the fight was lost, Jake's opponent tried to escape by starting to climb up. But Jake didn't let him do that, sending a ghostly image wrapped around Buddha's body for support. Paired with a bloody umbrella, the painting did the job, and after a few seconds it was all over, and the system declared victory. Remembering what happened to Isaac later, Jake, examining his palms, was glad that something similar would not happen to him, since thanks to the system, his life expectancy is much higher than that of ordinary people. And when he looked at his face in the mirror, he was finally convinced of this. Well, what followed was a pleasant increase in Mika's rank to S3, which not only Jake himself was happy about, but also the girl with her copies. Meanwhile, the ghostly painting brought back to Earth the ghostly coffins that she had been putting away in her ghostly world. With the Phantom Buddha no longer in existence and his spell broken, the coffins immediately opened, releasing the captives. As Betty watched the coffin disappear into thin air, she wondered what had happened. The ghostly masters standing in front of her said that they were all in coffins. But if they were able to get out, it meant that the ghost that had kidnapped them had been defeated. At the same time, someone noticed that all the other ghosts that had attacked the launch center had also begun a mass retreat. It was then that Betty noticed Jake standing nearby, interacting with one of his ghosts. Watching the young man, the girl couldn't imagine how it was possible to single-handedly deal with a rank S3 ghost while simultaneously holding off the attacks of other ghosts. And with all this guy was not even 20 years old yet, which was simply something incredible. Another coffin that opened released a ghostly postman, who immediately looked around. Seeing his target, he instantly rushed to the one who stole his property, where, observing his actions, Elizabeth warned the guy about the danger. But Jake was ready to meet his old friend, even glad to see him. But now, guiltily lowering his eyes, the young man noted that now he didn't need the postman. Having called the abbess of the quiet monastery, the young man asked her to take the postman under control. A moment later, Jake was already in Olivia's ghostly territory, with the postman rapidly approaching. And his ghostly assistant was busy researching this unusual ghost. As it turned out, the research was already 60% complete, since this was not the first time the postman had fallen under the influence of the abbess. Since the ghost was already on the monastery grounds and under Olivia's control, Jake told her to send it straight inside. When the postman found himself in the courtyard, the research had reached the minimum that could suppress the ghost's abilities. And since the target was located on the territory of the monastery, the effectiveness of suppression immediately increased several hundred times. And so the ghostly postman felt the overwhelming energy of the abbess of the quiet abbey at work. The process didn't last long, and at some point Jake asked Olivia to stop so as not to destroy the ghost completely. By this time, the ghostly postman had turned into a very small and absolutely helpless ghost, which Jake placed as a keychain on his own ghost bag, which he took out of the storage room. When the young man finished with the postman, he returned to his friends, who admired the strength he possessed. Betty thanked the guy separately for saving him and repelling the ghost's attack, noting that she didn't know what to offer in return, to which the young man replied that he did not require any special honors. Amelia watched everything that was happening outside from the launch control center. The girl was sincerely delighted with Jake and his abilities, thinking about how cool this guy really is. And since there were no more interferences, the girl gave orders to prepare for the launch of the remaining satellites. Soon, the last satellite soared into the sky, together with the rocket that carried it into outer space. Jake and the sisters, whose work had made today's launches possible, watched intently and with undisguised joy as the third rocket disappeared from view. And then it was announced over the loudspeaker that the satellite launch project had been successfully completed, which greatly pleased all those who had contributed to its implementation today. The Cruz sisters, standing opposite Jake, said that the young man had exclusive access to one of the satellites, and little Amelia handed her idle instructions on how to operate a satellite connection, adding that if any problems arose, he could always contact her. After accepting the gift and thanking the diligent girl, Jake mentally rejoiced that now he would not have to worry about communication in remote areas. Then Betty turned to the young man and thanked him again for everything, offering to let him rest with them for a couple of days, where she would guarantee good food, wine, and cheerful company. Jake expressed his gratitude for the invitation, but declined to stay, citing that he had other things to do. The young people were caught talking when Elizabeth approached and was glad that Jake was still there. Attracting the young man's attention, the girls said that they had received a message from the association's main office, according to which they wanted to meet with him. Seeing that the girl was very excited and not understanding the reason, Jake cheerfully asked who needed him so much. To which Elizabeth, with the most serious expression on her face, replied that one of the founders of the association, whose name no one knows, but everyone simply calls her, the Shimmering One, wanted to meet him. After what was said, the young man's face changed, where he was surprised not only by the fact that such a person wanted to meet with him, but by the fact that one of the founders of the association was a woman. The nickname Shimmering provoked the young man to ask what she looked like, to which Elizabeth explained that most of the association members had never seen her. The girl also added that the Shimmering One has not been following the affairs of the association for a long time, but only tracks the flows of ghostly energy, where after today's events, she wanted to see the guy. After considering this new information, Jake said that he would head to the meeting immediately. The road to the meeting place was quite long, but the landscapes that flashed past the car windows were truly mesmerizing. The young man was accompanied on this journey by his old friend Bethany, who noted that thanks to the new satellites, the connection had become much better. After which the girl told the guy that this time rumors about his exploits had spread very widely, where now even the elders of the association knew about him. Smiling, the young man noted that he was glad to have the opportunity to be of use to people. Access to a satellite and constant communication was, of course, very convenient. But on the other hand, the guy was simply inundated with messages from his closest fans. Here Bethany changed the subject, telling the young man that after all the events, nothing had been heard from the Wallace family at all. To which Jake replied that this vile family was definitely plotting something against him right now, having gone quiet for a while. His interlocutor completely agreed with this, recommending that the young man be more careful despite his high rank. But now their journey was over, and Bethany informed her companion of their arrival at the right place. When they left the car, the girl said that the guy should go on alone. As soon as Jake walked through the entrance arch, he immediately realized that he had entered a ghost world, and when he turned around, he no longer saw the car he had arrived in, nor his companion, who remained at the entrance. And right in front of him was a dilapidated high tower, on the top of which the young man noticed someone's presence. Having quickly overcome the numerous steps of the tower, Jake came out onto the roof, where he met the Shimmering One. The woman, who was hanging in the air and swaying in her chair, greeted the new arrival. While Jake returned the politeness, he also thought that judging by the date of the Alliance's founding, she must be around 70 years old, which was impossible to tell from her youthful voice, suggesting that they not waste each other's time. The Shimmering One said that she admired the young man, and invited him to ask her any 3 questions. Without losing his composure, Jake immediately asked his interlocutor to tell him about the Ghost Warrior, describing in detail his appearance and skills, and asking for help in finding him. After listening to her guest, the woman hanging in the air asked how the young man knew about this ghost. Knowing that he couldn't talk about the system, Jake lied and said that he had met him completely by chance. Apparently, the young man's explanations satisfied the Shimmering One, since she immediately said that she had met him once, having managed to grab some of his clothes, which should help in his search. Having received the valuable item from the woman, the young man thanked her, and she also told the guy to be careful, since that ghost was really very strong. Jake's next question was what rank comes after all the stages of S rank are completed, to which the Shimmering One told the young man that the next rank is considered to be the rank of Awakening, which is also divided into several stages. At the first stage, the ghost's form is restored. It gains more energy, grows, and develops. At the second stage, the ghost begins to develop a real human consciousness. Well, when the third stage comes, the ghost begins to fully understand who he is and what he is capable of. After listening to his interlocutor's explanation, Jake asked if he understood correctly that at the third stage, the ghost would be able to think and make decisions independently, to which the Shimmering One responded positively, adding that when a ghost master reaches such a level, he only has 3 attempts to safely awaken the ghost's consciousness, and if they fail, control over it is lost. When the woman asked the young man about his third question, he asked permission to leave it for another time, which he was allowed. Having said that they would certainly meet again, the Shimmering One dissolved into thin air before the eyes of her guest, and as soon as she disappeared, the ghostly world in which Jake found himself also disappeared. Bethany, who met him, noted that less than a minute had passed since the guy had entered, but Jake felt that his conversation with the Shimmering One had lasted at least 30, which meant that time flowed differently in her ghostly world. Remembering his mysterious interlocutor, the young man did not explain anything, simply stating that they had managed to talk. This suited the girl just fine, and she immediately invited Jake to follow her to her mansion. Sitting at the table with Bethany, the young man said that he needed to somehow find the Ghost Warrior, and asked his interlocutor if the association's main office could help him with this. To which the girl, smiling coquettishly and openly flirting with the one she had been trying to seduce for a long time, replied that she didn't know for sure, but she could ask if Jake agreed to take a bath with her. Realizing that Bethany was having a crush on him, Jake didn't know what to say to that, and simply awkwardly noted that it was a good joke. When the boy found himself alone in his room, he handed the piece of cloth he had received to Annette, asking her to try to track down the ghost to whom it belonged. The girl placed the resulting fragment into the canvas of the painting, but after a few seconds she took it back out without revealing the result. Annette's search abilities were clearly still at an insufficient level, and therefore something else had to be thought up to find this ghost. Then Jake remembered that he had a postman's bag, but the postman himself would definitely not deliver the letter in such a state. That's why the young man decided that his favorite Christie would be the new postman. When the postman's bag and hat were handed to the girl, the system announced that she could be a postman for a while, where her letter delivery level is currently 20%. First, it was necessary to raise Christie's level as a postman, and so Jake, standing in the wasteland, handed her a letter addressed to himself, after which he called upon May to transport him away from this place. Immediately after which, the newly minted postman Christie set out to find the addressee and deliver the letter. Surrounded by ruins and other ghosts, Jake and May soon saw their own mailman approaching them. Jake received a letter. Christie received a reward from May in the form of an energy boost and a level increase to 40%. After some time, the young man, lying on the canvas of the ghostly painting, relaxed with the participation of Annette, and so the letter was delivered, where Christie's level as a postman increased to 50%. And even when he hid underground with Mickey, the postman Christie was able to find the addressee and deliver the letter. Very soon, Jake managed to raise the level of his ghostly girlfriend to 90%, which he considered sufficient. Having summoned May, the young man asked her to write a letter, addressing it to the ghostly warrior, which the Red Bride handed over to the new postman for delivery to the addressee. And when Christie rushed to find the addressee, the young man had no choice but to follow her, and thus find the desired ghost. At the same time, his ghostly object, in which Christie lived, guaranteed that they would not get lost. While one of his ghosts moved to deliver the letter, Jake set up camp on one of the highest mountains and rested. While he was snacking, the ghostly image kept him informed of Christie's current location. And when Annette reported that the postman was moving in a northwest direction, Jake noted that the plan had worked, since Jasmine's palace had once been located there. Remembering that he hadn't visited his new acquaintance for a long time, the young man used another ghostly leaf and immediately found himself next to the fiery girl sitting next to her body. Jake immediately noticed that Jasmine's ghost was using the pearl he had obtained, placing it on her body. Turning to the girl, the young man said that he had found a way to find the ghost she needed, and very soon, he would help her take revenge. Where immediately after these words, the system announced the accrual of several more connection points. After some time, Annette informed Jake that Christie was apparently approaching the right place, and he moved to her. Examining the structure of some ancient temple, the young man believed that they had arrived where they needed to be. The gates were closed and would not open, and then Christie, fulfilling the mission assigned to her, deftly climbed right over the walls. Once inside, Jake kept up with the postman he had created, who was looking for the addressee. But the last room was also empty, and the young man suddenly noticed where the gaze of the Buddha statue was directed. It was an ancient fresco, which, among other things, also depicted a certain temple of ancient warriors. Touching the painting, Jake tried to figure out what to do next, because a person could not penetrate into that world. Christie was about to go inside to hand over the letter, but Jake stopped the girl, saying that he needed to think a little. The young man's thoughts revolved around how much this ghost, who had been locked here for over 1,000 years, could develop. And as soon as this thought flashed through his head, he immediately wondered where the shimmering one could have gotten the scrap of his clothing from. After all, it turned out that his recent interlocutor was already more than 1,000 years old, and so a plan matured in his head, where he snatched the letter from Christie and asked May to change its contents, asking the ghost if he needed help. After handing the letter to the postman, who was worried about the loss of the mail, Jake allowed her to continue on her way. Having taken the letter back, the ghostly girl easily stepped over the ghostly barrier of the fresco. A few minutes later, the girl came back out, handing the sender a reply. After taking and opening the envelope, Jake, with May's help, read the answer written by the ghost warrior, which contained only 2 words: break the protection. Having handed the letter to Annette, the young man asked her to try to determine his level in relation to her abilities by his aura. The girl's answer that the ghost was a rank S3 made Jake think about how he could resist him. And already donning his ghostly armor, the young man mentally concluded that he had several ghosts of the same rank, and also had support in the person of Jasmine. As Jake approached the fresco, he noted that it was worth the risk to get a ghost as strong as Jasmine. Standing near the painted wall, the young man took the postman's bag from Christie, deciding to try to take on his role in order to get the opportunity to go inside the painting. But suddenly Christie turned sharply, drawing her master's attention to what had appeared behind his back. Turning around, Jake saw some more silhouettes on the mountain, one of which was definitely a ghost. Seeing the young man surrounded by ghosts in front of her, the girl quickly spoke, asking for forgiveness for disturbing him and saying that she was just passing by. Then Jake asked the random guest if she was a ghost master. Introducing herself as a ghost master from a nearby town, the girl explained that she simply sensed an evil ghost and came to deal with the ghost. Then Jake advised her to move away from this place as it could soon become very dangerous. Looking at the young man with her big green eyes, Jake's new acquaintance thanked him for the advice. Having seen the girl off with his eyes, the guy decided to return to what the appearance of this girl had prevented him from realizing. Throwing the postman's bag over his shoulder, the young man was able to go inside the fresco, seeing a small monastery on the rock in front of him and some silhouette opposite it. Looking closely, Jake saw a skeleton in the silhouette, the remains of whose clothing allowed him to conclude that it had once been a monk. Having reached the monastery, the young man saw that some shadow was wandering there too. Jasmine was already next to her assistant in business, and the guy said that they could attack the ghost warrior, which was immediately implemented, where Jake's ghosts rushed into battle after the fiery girl. Jasmine struck first, sending a powerful stream of flame towards the place where the shadow was wandering. At the same place immediately after her, the ghostly umbrella and a net in the form of a painting struck. All of Jake's other ghosts also attacked the desired ghost, but at some point, from the place where they were aiming, an energy stream hit the sky, where very soon Jake and all his ghosts were able to see the ghostly warrior, who was already preparing to counterattack. Having called the abbess of the Quiet Abbey, Jake asked her to conduct an investigation of this ghost. Meanwhile, all the other ghosts continued their massive attack on the new enemy. However, the ghost warrior was strong, and having formed a protective dome, he directed one of his ghostly blades at his old acquaintance. Christie, who had stepped out of her role as a postman, also fought with some creatures created by the enemy from his energy. But at some point, the entire world that Jake found himself in suddenly began to distort, turning into something else. Some unknown black mass began to absorb Christie, who was closest to the place where the changes began. May backed up her friend by approaching her and using her teleportation skill, and the resulting mass continued to fill the room. A second later, this mass had already gone beyond the room and had swallowed up everything in the area. Then the ghostly painting came into play, wrapping its canvas around the very object with which it all began. Then she summoned her ghost world, supported by Jasmine's ghost world. Seeing the power of the ghost opposing him, Jake was convinced that he was definitely over 1,000 years old. The ghost warrior held back Christie's attack on one side and defended himself from May's ghostly fire on the other. Jake only had time to dodge the ghostly blades attacking him, noting on the go that the study of this 1,000-year-old ghost was very difficult. Here, from the third side, the ghost decided to be attacked by the one who came here to take revenge for the death of her mother. The ghost warrior had no choice but to take refuge in his protective sphere from these numerous attacks. But then, having concentrated, the warrior directed a powerful stream of energy into the sky. The young man immediately felt how his opponent's aura had increased many times in an instant. This could only mean that he was leveling up right now in preparation for awakening. Realizing that in this case it would be simply impossible to resist him, Jake and his ghost had no choice but to flee. As he sank to the floor and watched all his ghosts emerge from the fresco, the young man noted that the power of the awakening ghost was simply incredible. Jake then opened the research status window, where he found that it was only 18% complete. The only chance of victory was the ability of the abbess of the Quiet Abbey to suppress abilities. Then he decided to give his ghosts a rest and gain strength to try again. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the young man's switchboard, which was flooded with hundreds of messages. The young man was surprised when he learned from one of the messages that he had been gone for more than a month and a half, which meant that time flowed differently inside the fresco, and also showed how strong the monk who imprisoned the ghost there was. The rest went on as usual, with May preparing dinner and Annette experimenting with the ghostly patterns on the magical fresco. And then Jake's attention was drawn to a battle that was taking place nearby, where some ghost was confronted by his recent acquaintance. Watching her ghost in the form of a scarecrow attack the enemy, the young man couldn't understand why she went on a mission so late, and so the girl managed to defeat the evil ghost, not noticing how she was being watched. Deciding to check what this chance meeting had told him earlier, Jake used the switchboard to find out that there really was a small town nearby. And so, looking around, the girl suddenly began to climb up the steep cliff. She nearly slipped back when Jake appeared in front of her at one point, offering her a helping hand and asking if she was scared to walk around such places alone at night. Continuing to climb the rock with the help of the young man, his interlocutor replied that someone had to deal with the annoying ghost. Then Jake asked if the brave girl needed to be escorted, to which she, pointing to the approaching car, replied that someone had already come for her. Already from the car, with the side window down, the guy's casual acquaintance waved to him and thanked him for his help and attention. Watching the car drive away, the young man could not shake off the thought that this meeting was of some unusual nature. The rest was over, and Jake, his ghosts and Jasmine found themselves back inside the fresco, where everything, as he had expected, had returned to its original state. Just like last time, the brave ghost girls quickly rushed to attack the ghost warrior. And, as then, the process of awakening the ghost did not begin immediately, providing time and opportunity to explore it. All of Jake's ghosts, in the company of the Fire Queen, attacked the warrior, while Olivia continued her, this time too long, exploration. Fighting off the ghost's attacks, the girls helped each other, this time freeing Phoenix from the ghostly chains that had entangled him. And so, at some point, the ghost began the process of awakening, where Jake immediately ordered a retreat. When they found themselves back on the other side of the fresco in the real world, the young man found that the research was 32% complete. While they were once again resting, gathering strength for a new battle, Jake noticed how Mickey was playing the same game as Christy, immediately realizing who taught her. In addition, the system announced the appearance of a new ability for the Ghost Umbrella, where it received the ability to balance its forces in relation to a stronger opponent when faced with him. The downside was that the effect of this ability was short-lived and took a lot of strength from the ghost. Nevertheless, the appearance of this new and rather strong ability could not fail to please the young man. Having visited all his ghosts and inquired about their condition, Jake decided to continue their difficult work. And now, for the umpteenth time, the battle began again, where Christy, as usual, attacked one of the energy sources of the ghostly warrior. As he watched the battle progress, Jake kept paying attention to the research process that was going on, which would determine the outcome of this fight. And his opponent was not idle either, time after time repelling the attacks of the youth's ghosts. Already knowing approximately how long it would take for the enemy to begin awakening, Jake noted that they didn't have much time left. To begin the process of suppressing Olivia, it was necessary to conduct research at least 55% of which was still about 3.5%. And now the process of awakening has already begun, illuminating everything around with a bright flash from a beam of energy. Jake didn't want to come back here again, and so he decided to continue the attack on the enemy, giving the abyss the opportunity to complete the research to the minimum threshold. The ghost girls were already having a hard time dealing with the leveling up enemy when the research finally reached the required minimum. At the same second, the system informed Jake about the suppression of the enemy's forces, which the enemy himself had already begun to sense. Realizing that he could now be attacked with confidence, the young man sent his ghostly girls to finish what he had started. And now the full power of several ghosts fell upon the ghostly warrior at once. As he watched the events unfold, Jake noticed that the suppression of the enemy had also interrupted the process of his awakening. He then shouted for all his girls to attack the ghost with full force, which they immediately did, using their strongest attacks. Sensing that defeat was near, the ghostly warrior tried to flee from the battlefield, but the ghostly picture and the Fire Queen did not allow him to do this, destroying his individual parts one by one. Christy also did not stand aside, using her icy palm to destroy one of the parts of the ghost warrior. Meanwhile, May destroyed the temple itself, immediately after which the system announced victory over the ghost. The next messages from the system were information that Christy and May had reached rank S3, as well as the completion of all tasks and the opportunity to get a new ghost, which he immediately took advantage of. Praising his favorite for her excellent work, Jake said that she could choose what to develop from special skills, where she could pump up her defense a little, or give experience to develop attacking skills. Then the young man turned to his red bride with a similar question, to which the girl immediately made it clear that she wanted to strengthen her teleportation abilities. Looking at the whole crowd of S-rank 3 ghosts, Jake suddenly remembered the day when he got his very first ghost, which he hadn't expected at all at that moment. Having finished dealing with his ghost's new skills, Jake finally turned to the newest member of his ranks. Immediately activating the connection with Jasmine, the young man said that from now on, no one would be able to harm her. Once the binding to the host was complete, Jake was immediately able to familiarize himself with the characteristics of his new ghost, which was initially rank S3. This girl's abilities were truly impressive, and the question of the body in her ghost world remained open. While watching Christy and Mickey play, Jake suddenly noticed the monk's bones standing nearby, deciding that they needed to be buried. But as soon as he approached and touched the skull, it began to dissolve into thin air, and instead, a small red sphere appeared right in front of the young man. When Jake picked it up, the system immediately announced that the owner had received a ghostly relic that could temporarily turn an evil ghost into a good one. Having buried the remaining bones of the monk, Jake, standing at the fresh grave, calculated that several months had passed here during his stay in the world of the fresco. The young man noticed that during all this time he had not received any information about the Wallace family, and decided that it was time for him to return to Elite. But before that, the guy decided to check something out by heading to that very small town, where his random acquaintance claimed to be a resident. Having met with the elder of the village, he described the girl and the ghost accompanying her in the form of a scarecrow. Lost in thought, the man asked how old the girl was, to which Jake explained that she was no more than 18, immediately after which, the elder laughed, saying that if such a gifted S-level Phantom Master appeared among them alone at the age of 18, then they would have long ago notified the association about it. The man's wife, standing next to him, also noted that they had the strongest A-rank master, as in all the nearby settlements. It cannot be said that Jake was very surprised by the information he received, and he very calmly thanked his interlocutors for the conversation. At the same time, there were only more questions, where this strange girl for some reason appeared twice where he was carrying out the system's task, and for some reason lied to him about some task to destroy a ghost. Suddenly, Jake remembered those legs that he saw in the ghostly mirror, where both there and on the leg of his random passerby were tied the same shoelace. These coincidences suggested that if that ghost from the distant past could fully awaken in 1,000 years, it could well disguise itself as a human. But the young man's stream of thoughts did not stop there, where a thought that excited his imagination visited him, that this ghost could well be the flickering one. She is the only one who knew that he would go to track down the ghost warrior, and also met him over 1,000 years ago. Having subdued some small ghost, she followed him everywhere to make sure that the ghostly warrior was defeated. But if the Shimmering One herself is a ghost, then why did she need to found an association of ghost masters? Deciding that they needed to meet again, Jake finally left the temple, but as soon as he was outside, Melanie contacted him. The girl was very upset and asked Jake to return to the city as soon as possible, as her father had gotten worse. Having calmed the girl down a little, the young man said that he was already heading towards them, wondering why the man had gotten so much worse. At the same time, Doctor stood over Wilhelm, noting that the old man's blood pressure was dropping once again. Mike, who was standing nearby, noted that things seemed to be bad this time. The ghost master standing next to him said that in that case he needed to be isolated, because if he died, the powerful ghosts that had gone out of control would destroy the city. Bethany and Veronica were also in the room, with the latter asking if there was any news from Jake, to which Melanie explained that she had contacted him yesterday, but then turned to the second girl, asking what could be the reason for such a sharp deterioration in health. After thinking for a moment, Bethany replied that the old man had not received any injuries, and if we were talking about the curse, then it was unlikely that anyone would be able to bypass his ghosts. Veronica immediately added that curses themselves are a rather rare phenomenon. But then the founder of the association noticed that in the south, there was one S-rank master who was capable of casting a curse, but only a higher rank master could do it unnoticed. Suddenly, all the girls were attracted by a familiar voice, asking how the head of the city was feeling. All three of the young man's admirers, of whom only one interested him in this sense, suddenly brightened up when they saw Jake enter. Sitting opposite, the young man greeted each of his girlfriends. When the guy approached the bed with the patient, Melanie explained that literally yesterday everything was fine, and a few hours later he just fell ill, where now there are thoughts that this is a curse. Looking at Wilhelm, Jake asked all medical staff to leave, since if they were dealing with a curse, then they were powerless here. After which the young man noted that it was not worth spreading information about the disease in the city, since it looked like the machinations of his enemies. Then the young man carefully examined the old man's face, lifting his eyelid and looking at the color of his pupils. He then lifted and looked closely at the blue limbs, after which he asked if a test had been carried out for poisoning. To which the old man's daughter explained that the tests were negative, and moreover, poisons were not dangerous to her father. Jake then turned to Bethany, asking if curses could bypass the ghosts that the target was controlling. The girl replied that this was possible, but only on the condition that the curse was cast by a master of at least S rank. And when the young man asked how to neutralize the curse, Bethany explained that he needed to find the ghost that cast it and force him to remove it or kill him. Realizing that they couldn't save the old man without finding this activist, Jake asked if anyone present had any suspicions or guesses. Where, after the question was asked, Veronica and her classmate looked at each other in confusion. The first suggestions were made by Melanie, who reported that last month the Southerners came to her father with an offer of unification, but Wilhelm refused. As Jake analyzed the information, he mentally noted that this was definitely not the work of the head of the Wallace family, who was in hiding, which meant that the ill-intentioned people could well be someone from the South. Bethany immediately noted that she would report the current situation to the very top, since the South was crossing all boundaries, and tears began to flow down Melanie's cheeks again, where she said in a trembling voice that, according to the doctors, her father would not last even a day in this condition. Having calmed the girl down, Jake said that in this area he could provide assistance on the spot. Having called the abbess of the quiet monastery, he instructed her to develop her ghostly world, under the influence of which the old man should fall. And once this was done, Jake explained that time flows differently in that world, which would slow down the progress of the disease in their world and give them precious time. Veronica and Bethany were shocked by the abilities of the guy's ghost. But Melanie, thinking only about her father's health, felt genuine joy. Well, Jake turned to the girls, saying that now they had the difficult job of establishing the identity of the attacker. After some time, the young man was sitting next to Veronica, who said that she had already contacted one of her friends in the South, who promised to help. Jake himself had already asked the satellite center to search for ghosts with curse abilities, and Bethany had brought in the forces of the association's headquarters. And since everything possible had been done at this point and all that remained was to wait, the young man told Veronica that he had a surprise for her. The girl, who had not expected such words from the young man, was a little discouraged. But she was even more surprised when the guy handed her some kind of ancient mask, saying that she would understand everything now. Jake called Olivia and invited Veronica to follow him into her ghost world. Soon the young people approached the meditation room, in which, as usual, there were several re-educated ghosts. The girl immediately noticed the presence of a harlequin among the ghosts, who had rank S2. Handing Veronica the mask again, the young man noted that this was now a good ghost, and with the help of the mask, she would be able to take control of it. Having accepted the mask, Jake's girlfriend stood and looked from the gift to the harlequin spinning around her. When Veronica's eyes once again stopped on the mask, she realized that there were no good ghosts of that rank in the world, which meant that some kind of transformation process was being used. And her companion said that the S-rank 2 ghost was his little gift for the beautiful girl. Already embarrassed by such attention, the girl smiled no less embarrassedly and defined it as small, since at an auction such a ghost would cost more than tens of billions. Well, Jake said that to control it, she just needed to put a mask on the harlequin, which Veronica immediately did. Within a few seconds, the girl felt a connection being established between her and this ghost. Jake noted that now his friend had become a master of rank S2, and after she developed this ghost, she would be very strong. And so the harlequin disappeared into the mask, which became a ghostly object, after which Veronica said in confusion that she did not know how to thank the guy. Gently touching the girl's cheek, Jake said in a gentle voice that she was his girlfriend, and therefore there could be no talk of any gratitude. Veronica was incredibly pleased to hear such words and to feel her beloved's palm on her skin. The flood of the most pleasant feelings that washed over Veronica made her literally throw herself into the arms of the young man, where their lips met in a tender and at the same time passionate kiss. The abbess's ghostly world dissipated, and the lovers returned to their room, looking at each other with loving glances. At some point, Jake picked up the girl in his arms and headed with her towards the bedroom, where he didn't really care about her argument that it was midday outside. When the girl and the young man had enjoyed each other to their heart's content after a long separation, Veronica sheepishly reminded them that they needed to return to solving the problem of the city's mayor's illness, to which the young man agreed. Soon, Jake was sitting across from Mike, noting that the association members were also in regular contact with the city's mayor, and so he would like to get some information from the head of its branch. But the man was prepared for such a question, immediately reporting that the old man had contact with only 5 people, about whom he had already prepared complete dossiers. Mike also added that, among others, he often visited Wilhelm with his daughters. Then Diana appeared in the room, brought the guy dessert and kindly offered to try it. Catherine, who appeared behind Jake, immediately noted that her sister made the best desserts, but only on special occasions, and so both girls settled down on either side of the young man, watching him try the treat. And when asked whether the guy liked the treat, Jake replied that the dessert was very tasty. After which the sisters boasted that they had developed their ghosts, which they had received on their journey together, to rank S1. Where Mike, sitting next to him, noted that over the past few months, the girls had always accompanied him and participated in defensive activities. Immediately after which, a slightly blushing Diana said that they just wanted to be worthy of Jake and help him as much as they could. The young man highly appreciated how quickly his friends were able to raise their level, and so Jake left the house of the association's branch leader, urging him to be careful in these troubled times. Suddenly, the man came close to his ear and whispered that he knew about his refusal to marry the daughter of the head of the city, and therefore he suggested that he considering one of his daughters as a future wife. Jake joked that the two girls were still very young and suggested leaving this conversation for later, quickly moving away from Mike. And the man shouted after the running young man that they had plenty of time and he would wait. The boys' next meeting was scheduled with Melanie, who reported that she could not find any clues to the attacker. Wiping tears from her face, the girl suddenly handed Jake the sealed envelope that her father had asked him to give to him. Taking out the paper, the young man read the words of the old man, who left the city to him in case something happened to him. The young man noted to himself that even on the threshold of death, this old man did not abandon his plans to transfer power into his hands. After finishing reading, Jake took the girl's hand and said that in this difficult time, they all needed to stay strong, and that was what Wilhelm would want too. Here he pulled out some kind of ghostly object, saying that the future head of the city would definitely need support. When a S-rank 2 ghost appeared from the item, Melanie was quite surprised by the ownerless good ghost of such a high level. Looking at the young man, the girl could not believe that he was simply giving her such a valuable thing. To which Jake responded that it was with the best of intentions, where with such a ghost, protecting the city should no longer be a big problem. Accepting the priceless gift and thanking him for it, Melanie asked where he got it. Without saying that he had captured the ghost in a battle with a henchman of the head of the Wallace family, the young man said that he had simply stumbled upon it during his wanderings near Hetrod. The girl immediately remembered that the head of this city told them that Jake not only saved the city, but also defeated a ghost of rank S3. But it seemed the young man was not listening to her at all, and at some point he almost screamed from the thought that came to him. After contacting Elizabeth, Jake asked if there were any ghosts with the ability to cast curses in their area, and if they could harm a level S3 master, to which his interlocutor explained that this was a great rarity. But she was familiar with one technique that ghosts did not react to, and which left no traces. And when she described how this skill worked, both Jake and Melanie immediately realized that this was exactly what was used on Wilhelm. The young people immediately rushed to the hospital to test their suspicions. According to Elizabeth, a characteristic sign of the use of this particular curse would be the presence of a red dot under a person's chest, which was found in Wilhelm. Jake was glad about the established circumstances, because knowing what kind of curse was used, they have a chance to save the old man. To heal, it was necessary to obtain some poisonous ash from the bodies of special ghosts, where the young man had saved one, and now May was already influencing him with her ghostly fire. When the healing potion was ready, Jake brought the cup with it to the nose of the city leader. And as soon as the man inhaled the poisonous fumes, some small insects immediately began to emerge from him. Summoning the Red Bride, Jake asked her to destroy these creatures with the same ghostly fire. When the procedure was completed, the young man noted that now the old man would recover, but he would not wake up right away because his body was very weakened. The whole thing boiled down to the fact that someone mixed it into the city leader's food, so no ghosts were involved, which allowed them to successfully cover up all traces. Wiping her still tear-stained eyes, Melanie asked what they should do next, to which Jake explained that the girl should take care of her father, while he would try to find the one who had arranged all this. At the same time, the water in the crater of an extinct volcano located in the northeast began to rotate in a spiral. The funnel grew larger and soon revealed what was hidden under the water, where someone suddenly jumped out of the boiling lava. Gradually, the ghost that had enveloped the man's body freed him from its fiery protection. And pleased with how everything had gone, Thomas Wallace said that he had finally returned to this world. Jake moved slowly through the city on his ghostly horse, allowing himself to be photographed by everyone on the street. Those who managed to take photos and videos first tried to upload it all to the network, but discovered that there was no connection with the satellites. Bethany couldn't understand why Jake had made a whole show out of his appearance in town. Jake himself, watching people film him and unsuccessfully try to post him online, smiled slyly. Having finished his procession through the city, the young man rested, awaiting the results of his undertaking. And then his switch gave a signal, and taking it in his hands and looking at the screen, the guy realized that his plan had been successful. A little earlier, he contacted Amelia, who was in love with him. and asked to replace the usual satellite in Alita with one belonging to him, thereby providing the opportunity to control the information coming into the network. After which, before his march through the city, information was spread that he had returned, where the attackers were supposed to react to this. The canvas of a ghostly painting approached the house of a well-known Chinese family in the city. Its head, Wenyan Zhou, sensed some activity outside and became worried, going to the window to see what was going on outside. But suddenly, Jake appeared in his house, which greatly frightened the owner, who could not understand why this well-known young man suddenly burst into his house. But throwing a cold glance at his interlocutor, the guy just as coldly noted that Wenyan knew perfectly well why he had come to him. Bethany, who appeared after the young man, stated that no one expected betrayal from this family. But the man urged his guests not to listen to what Jake was saying, who was only thinking about how to take over this city, using the fact that the leader was in a coma. The information that Wilhelm was in a coma was strictly classified, and so the girl asked the man who had let it slip with a grin how he had found out about Wilhelm's coma. Jake didn't give him a chance to answer, saying that there was no point in racking his brains to come up with excuses, since his message to the Southerners had been intercepted. Realizing that he had been exposed, Wenyan immediately summoned his ghosts, attempting to attack the boy. But the ghostly picture neutralized the attack in one movement and destroyed the ghosts. And Bethany offered the man who had fallen to the floor to voluntarily tell everything he knew. Meanwhile, the Wallace family's minions joyfully celebrated the return of the mighty lord. After congratulating Thomas on his successful subjugation of the new powerful ghost, the craftsman working for him reported that Jake had returned to Alit. They suggested moving out immediately to destroy the insolent fellow. But Thomas stopped their impulse, explaining that even though he now had 2 S-rank 3 ghosts under his control, it was still not enough for an indisputable victory. One of his interlocutors suggested that the gentleman meant the head of the city, who could also intervene. And the man confirmed his subordinate's guess, saying that he had another plan, after which he asked to bring him the ghost roots. His order was carried out immediately, where in less than a minute, the box with the roots was before Thomas's eyes. While the head of the Wallace family enjoyed his trophies, those around him were worried about whether their master had really decided to take advantage of this. And then one of Thomas's henchmen noticed that the ghost root could summon several S-rank 3 ghosts, and then nothing would be left of the city at all. But another servant of the Wallace family immediately countered what was said by saying that their main task was to deal with Jake Stone, and no one cared about the fate of the city at all. The head of the family himself fully agreed with this, threateningly declaring that this time his opponent would definitely die. At the same time, the captured Wenyang spoke about the plans of the Southerners, who wanted to wait for the death of the city's head and provoke a breakthrough, after which they would capture the weakened city. This greatly angered Bethany, who spoke in less than flattering terms first about the Southerners, for whom the lives of ordinary people meant nothing, and then about the traitor himself. The girl sternly declared that the association's Supreme Court would condemn his actions, and ordered the arrested man to be taken away. Soon, Veronica and Jake were in the hospital, where after Melanie heard the story of who started it all, she suggested that maybe the Southerners wouldn't organize a ghost attack while Jake was there, to which the young man himself responded that in any case, one must be prepared for various possible developments. The young man thought to himself that if a ghostly breakthrough were to begin, it would only be to his advantage, since he would be able to earn a lot of experience for his ghosts. As night fell, Thomas climbed a steep cliff and used one ghost root to lure powerful ghosts. And when the effect of this action became obvious, the henchman accompanying him noted that everything worked, where, among others, his master was able to attract a ghost of rank S3. Another servant of the Wallace family reported to his master that he had the same experience, where there were even more ghosts than expected. This information only pleased Thomas, who designated the city of Alayit as the target of the attack. Jake sat across from Veronica and asked how she was progressing in strengthening her bond with the Harlequin, to which she explained that the process was going well. Here the girl voiced her guesses that her lover already owned more than one S-rank 3 ghost. Laughing, Jake replied that the girl was right, asking him not to reveal this information to anyone else for now. Suddenly, Veronica remembered the very moment when she, with the help of her paperman, witnessed the awakening of Jake's first ghost. The nostalgic memories were interrupted by the appearance of the head of the city's daughter, who, without hiding her excitement, reported that an unthinkable number of ghosts were approaching the city. Looking at the radar, the young man and his beloved were also able to verify that this was a ghostly attack of unprecedented strength. Confused, Melanie asked Jake what they should do as they were running out of time, but the young man did not answer her question, concluding with a not very joyful look that they would be attacked by hundreds of thousands of ghosts. Where, in response to his words, Veronica immediately noted that in the last 30 years, this was the most massive ghost attack, where she did not understand how the Southerners managed to do this. Hearing the numbers, the head of the city's daughter said that they only had about 15 to 20,000 craftsmen. The father was unconscious. Therefore, the city would be destroyed. After urging Melanie not to panic ahead of time, Jake suggested that they first go to the association. And now all the central figures of the city were already in the main defense control center. Turning to Mike, Bethany told him to gather all the masters above B rank, whom they would send north. After which the girl decided to turn on the alarm siren, since the danger to the city residents was real. And so, in the middle of the night, the city's rapid emergency warning system went into operation. And the ghost masters in different places received messages about an approaching huge wave of ghosts. While gathering and preparing for defense, many were convinced that they would not be able to repel such a massive attack, and therefore the city was doomed. As they set out to defend the city, fathers said goodbye to their children, knowing that they might not return. The southern spies, seeing some movement, did not understand what was happening, since their plan was to wait for the death of the city's head. Well, those who were already ready and assembled moved forward to take up defensive positions. Bethany approached Jake and said that the Shimmering One also promised to arrive, but they needed to hold out for about 4 hours themselves. Jake immediately noted to himself that if the Shimmering One saw Jasmine among her ghosts, she would immediately understand that he had figured out who she was, and therefore decided not to show the Fire Queen. He told the girl that they should have enough strength to hold off the attack, since both Veronica and Melanie are now S-Rank 2 Ghost Masters. The only question that remained open was who had organized this attack, since according to the Southerners' plans, Wilhelm had to die first. Then Veronica and the head of the city's daughter appeared on the wall, who said that they had placed their father in an underground bunker and were joining the battle. Having said that this was the right decision, Jake added that now there was no need to hide the fact that Wilhelm was unwell, but on the contrary, it was necessary to spread the rumor as widely as possible that he was in a coma. And now the ghostly masters have already read the reports that the head of the city was poisoned by vile Southerners. Where, having received this information, one of the Wallace family's henchmen immediately reported to his master that the head of the city would no longer harm their plans. By intercepting this message, Jake finally learned who was behind today's attack. The fact that Thomas chose the same tactics for his actions as the Southerners amused the young man. The head of the Wallace family's attention was drawn to a male voice behind him calling out a man's name. The voice was familiar to Thomas, and he turned around, wondering what this man could be doing here. The leader of the Southerners, Jing Mao, who appeared before him, stated that the man had organized an unprecedented attack, after which he asked about his plans after the victory. Having shown the old man his new ghost, Thomas casually dropped that his plans had nothing to do with the South. To which Jing Mao said that the absence of the city's leader in this confrontation was his merit, and therefore it would be worth sharing the laurels. He suggested that Thomas kill Jake Stone and leave the rest to him, where in the future they would have a strong alliance, to which the man agreed. Meanwhile, the first ghosts appeared on the first line of defense, and the Rowdy sisters also came out to confront them. Veronica transmitted over the switchboard that she would be able to deal with the A-rank ghosts, leaving the weaker ones to the other masters. And so the S-rank ghost she summoned immediately destroyed the dangerous enemy. For further confrontation, the girl also summoned her new S-rank ghost, 2 Harlequins, who immediately created their own ghost world. Another ghost, 55, given to her by Jake, who had rank S1, was not left idle either. When a rank S3 ghost appeared on the battlefield, the Rhodey sisters had no choice but to move back. Melanie confronted the S-rank 2 ghost, calling for help over the switchboard as she was unable to deal with it. Then an equally large stone flew at the huge ghost, after which a female voice told the ghost to leave her. The girl was very happy about the help that came, which helped her save her ghosts. It was Elizabeth who immediately launched a massive attack on the ghost, sending Melanie to help the others. Meanwhile, a ghost in the form of a 3-headed snake and having an S rank of 3 appeared in front of Bethany. Noticing how difficult it was for the girl, Jake immediately sent a ghostly painting to help her. But just as the ghostly canvas was about to attack, it was suddenly attacked from behind, where, as it turned out, another S rank 3 ghost joined the battle. Watching from the sidelines, the leader of the Southerners noted that even Jake couldn't defeat 2 such ghosts. But his ally, knowing this guy full of surprises, wasn't so sure. Meanwhile, continuing the battle, Jake summoned a ghostly umbrella, sending numerous clones of it to attack. And now Jing Mao was already surprised to note that this guy had 2 S rank 3 ghosts. The young man was thinking about how he could lure Thomas out, since fighting at full strength was not an option for tactical reasons. But doing nothing was also not an option. The two ghost girls he had already sent out to fight were suddenly told by Jake to pretend to be defeated, and so the ghostly snake at once destroyed a dozen clones of the ghostly umbrella circling around him. Just like that, the second S-rank 3 ghost had clearly begun to dominate the ghostly picture. Suddenly, Bethany noticed something and screamed at the top of her lungs for Jake to be careful. Where, in the direction the girl pointed, Thomas Wallace himself appeared, surrounded by his ghosts, shouting that Jake's hour of death had come. And in the sky, there were two ghostly worlds that were created by the ghosts of the head of the Wallace family, who were of rank S3. The city's defenders on the battlefield were horrified when they saw huge fireballs descending on their heads. Jake, as he donned his ghostly armor, merely smirked at how easily his bait had worked. And on the battlefield there was real panic, where all the ghostly masters ran away in all directions, declaring that if their opponent was able to suppress Jake's ghosts, then they were all definitely finished. Veronica rushed to help confront the enemy, leaving Melanie to fight in this direction. Well, Thomas gloated, saying that two ghosts had already pinned him to the wall, but he had two more of his own, plus his subordinates had two, where simple arithmetic showed that 2 couldn't stand against 6. To which Jake, smiling mysteriously, asked the smug man where his subordinates with the S-rank 3 ghosts were. After Thomas looked around and didn't see his two fighters following him right behind him, his face changed dramatically. Meanwhile, the same two men discovered that they had entered some kind of ghostly world, deciding that it was a trap and trying to summon their ghosts. But the laws of the ghostly world of the Red Bride worked clearly, where the captives could only hold their ghostly objects in their hands. But then, behind their backs, the red clothes of the ghost who had captivated them flashed. The last thing these men saw in their lives was the red threads of May approaching them. Thomas, however, looked confused and tried to understand what had happened to his perfect plan, to which Jake, spreading his arms out to the sides and grinning, called his opponent an overly naive person whose fate had been decided an hour ago. Even before the battle began, Jake gathered all his ghostly girlfriends, deciding to discuss the tactics and strategy of the upcoming battle in advance. The first person he turned to was Jasmine, whom he asked not to show herself, since no one knew about her yet, and she was something like an ace in the hole. The young man instructed Annette, who was listening attentively, to lead the attack, since Thomas knew about it for sure due to a duel with one of his henchmen. Mika's task was to hold off the phantom attack until the head of the Wallace family appeared on the battlefield. Next, it was worth thinking about whether it was worth showing the enemy all the ghosts at once. And so he turned to his ghostly friends, asking if they had chosen any special skills. Instead of the girls, the system responded, informing the owner that Christy had activated 2 special skills, one of which was offensive in nature, and the other defensive. As an upgrade to her special skill, May upgraded her teleportation, where she could now ignore the type of terrain when moving. But the most interesting skill was Olivia's skill, where when you research an enemy by 75%, you get the opportunity to lure him to your side for a while. So Jake gave his ghosts instructions to stay somewhere to the side, not showing off their strong skills, where the abbess of the Quiet Abbey will have to immediately begin to conduct an analysis as soon as a ghost of rank S3 appears. The young man then noted that among Thomas's comrades there would definitely be those who possessed S-rank 3 ghosts. Using her abilities, Christie's job will be to identify these people, and when such are found, May comes into play with the special properties of her ghostly world, where the enemies inside it will not be able to summon their high-ranking ghosts and will be doomed. However, the stubborn man, not knowing everything that Jake's ghosts were capable of, shouted that even without the ghosts of his subordinates, the advantage was on his side. And so he gave the order to his 2 ghosts, who had opposite skills, to kill the guy. And Jake had already given the order to the ghost picture and the umbrella that they could act at full strength. He immediately sent all his other ghostly assistants to join them. Both Jake's opponent and everyone who was simply watching the beginning of the confrontation were shocked when they saw 5 S-rank 3 ghosts, who, having united, began a massive attack on the enemy positions. Christy, as usual, summoned her favorite train from her ghostly toy world, on which she sat, circling around her opponents. May attacked Thomas's fire ghost with her ghost fire. Well, the ghostly picture in its own style literally bombarded Thomas's ghostly world. The ice ghost of the Wallace family leader tried to resist the powerful attack that Annette launched. Watching the progress of the fight, Jake turned to the abbess, asking if she had everything ready, where Olivia was busy conducting research on 2 S-rank 3 ghosts that were lured in using a ghost route. And so, in answer to the question posed, the system announced that the research had reached the necessary minimum, where at that very second the ability to lure ghosts to their side was used, and they immediately threw themselves at the one who lured them. As Thomas watched 2 more S-rank 3 ghosts approach him, he couldn't believe that they had suddenly changed their target. Jake himself was quickly moving towards him on his ghostly umbrella, asking his opponent along the way how he was doing with this arithmetic, where 7 ghosts were now fighting against his 2. Among them were 5 ghostly girls of the young man, and 2 ghosts of no one who had defected. The leader of the Southerners, watching how in a matter of seconds the situation on the battlefield turned upside down, noticed that this guy was not at all simple. Meanwhile, Jake's living friends came together and decided to cover the guy's rear, thus giving him time and opportunity to deal with the head of the Wallace family, the ghostly worlds of which were already somehow holding back the onslaught that was arranged by a whole horde of ghosts of rank S3. Thomas's ice ghost only just managed to hold off the attack of the 3-headed ghost snake. At that very second, a second ghost from the realm of the dead fell upon him. Clearly realizing that his affairs were in very bad shape, Thomas decided to resort to escape by flight. He immediately summoned the ice ghost, who had already lost one of his paws. But Jake immediately realized that his opponent was about to retreat, pointing this out to his ghosts. Then the Red Bride stepped in, using her updated teleportation skill, and now she, together with Annette, has already blocked the path of the fleeing ghost, the wounded body of which was immediately wrapped in a deadly canvas by a ghostly picture. And when the rings of the painting's canvas suddenly contracted, scattering ghostly fragments around the area, the system declared victory over the S-rank 3 ghost. Along with the disappearance of the ghost, his ghostly world, in which Thomas was so accustomed to living, began to split and crumble into pieces. As Bethany watched the remains of the icy ghost mountain disappear, she was only glad that Jake had been able to destroy one of the ghosts of the head of the Wallace family. Watching the fragments of the ghostly world fly apart and dissolve in the air, Veronica noted with a smile that this guy would never cease to amaze her. The owner of the defeated ghost himself, having lost the solid surface under his feet, began to fall down. He had no choice but to start calling on his second ghost for help. Thomas's fiery ghost left the scene of the battle with May, rushing to save his master. Opening its huge mouth wide, the fiery creature prepared to swallow its master. And now a huge burning ghost has already landed on one of the mountains nearby. And the head of the Wallace family peered right out of his terrible toothy mouth with a triumphant grin on his face. By surrounding everything around him with flowing lava, Thomas will make it impossible to approach him on the ground, killing many masters. Meanwhile, the abbess of the quiet monastery was busy investigating his ghost, where it was completed by 43%. Looking closely at the actions of Thomas's fire ghost, Jake noticed that he was clearly preparing to use his special abilities. And now the mountain behind the ghost has turned into a real volcano, spewing streams of burning lava. Fireballs fell from the sky like rain, destroying everything in their path. To defend himself from this deadly attack, Jake used Christie's new defensive ability to surround him with a sphere of little ponies. These little toy horses were a manifestation of a special defensive skill, and could easily protect against fireballs. Thomas, realizing that he had managed to gain a little time, ordered his ghost to carry him away from here. And so the fiery monster quickly rushed away from the battlefield, trying to hide in the flow of lava. But the prudent Jake said that his opponent would not be able to escape. The glowing trail clearly showed in which direction the cowardly head of the Wallace family was trying to escape. To pull him out from under the ground, the young man sent his precious Christie, who used an ice attack. At the same second, the system announced that research had been completed to the minimum level necessary to suppress enemy forces. And as soon as Jake received this message, he immediately gave the command to the girl to attack. Starting her attack with an icy hand, Christie gradually moved on to her new, special attack, literally crushing the ghost's body. And so, defeated in everything, Thomas lay wounded on the ground. And Jake was already approaching him, who stated that his opponent had lost this battle, like the entire war. Looking at his enemy, the head of the Wallace family said that his biggest regret was not having sneaked into the city earlier and killed the guy. To which Jake responded that the man's greatest regret was that he had failed to properly raise his son, whose actions had started all this. Where immediately after these words, the clones of the ghostly umbrella dealt the final blow to the defeated enemy. The Ghost Masters who had just witnessed the destruction of the Wallace family leader were shocked by this event. Jing Mao, who had been watching from the sidelines the entire time as he left this godforsaken place, praised himself for not interfering, as he would have died along with Thomas. The Wallace family henchmen in one of the cars decided to flee immediately when they saw how their leader died. Veronica rejoiced at her lover's victory, and Bethany stated that from today on, the Wallace family's influence in the Northeast was over. The winner himself held the exhausted Christie in his arms, telling her that she had done a great job. The young man then instructed the ghost painting and umbrella to destroy the remaining 90% of the ghosts, leaving 10% for the local ghost masters to level up. And so the task was immediately carried out, where for Jake's ghosts it was no trouble at all. The ghost masters were overjoyed to see Jake's ghosts destroying their opponents en masse. And so the ghostly wave began to retreat without waiting for them all to be killed. And all the participants of the battle greeted Jake Stone, the owner of 5 S-rank 3 ghosts, and the hero of their time. And while his ghosts were going into his ghostly objects, his loved ones began to approach the young man. Here were everyone with whom he had ever participated in battles and travels, and all those who were definitely not indifferent to him. After hearing the praise, Jake said that not only he, but everyone who stood in defense of the city showed their best side today. Here the young man was shown what was found among Thomas's things, where apparently these ghostly roots had caused the attack. Taking the last remaining root, Jake used the system to familiarize himself with its characteristics. After thinking about it, since this thing has such a ghost-attracting effect, it would be better to put it away. Bethany, who had caught up with the young man, said that all of the Wallace family's holdings were now being transferred to the association, for which she would certainly thank the boy. Then Jake remembered that the shimmer was supposed to appear, asking if anyone had seen her. His question was answered by a voice from above, saying that she was apparently late. Everyone around Jake looked up to see the founder of the Ghostmasters Association hanging above them. While hiding the root he had found, Jake listened to the woman's praise, saying that the boy was much stronger than she had imagined. And so, dissolving into the air, the Shimmering One told the guy to follow her. But the offer to go behind the mines was just a formality, since the girl simply isolated part of the area and created a ghostly world there. When the Shimmering One stated that the young man probably already realized that they essentially remained in the same place, Jake asked if this was her ghost's ability to change the current terrain, to which his interlocutor replied that the young man's guesses were not entirely correct, because now they move around Alait in the form it will be in the future. This statement shocked the young man, and he even asked again if he had heard the word future correctly, and the Shimmering One explained that she has a ghost with the ability to see the future, although not in all places, but Alait is one of them. While examining the ruins, Jake asked what had happened here, to which his interlocutor explained that it would not happen anytime soon. The woman then added that she tried to use the ghost's powers on Jake, but he was unable to do so. Thinking that the Shimmering One had failed due to the system, Jake asked why the ghost had not been able to see his future. And the woman noted that predictions about people may not always be accurate, but that there was no information at all. This is the first time. And when his interlocutor suggested that one of his ghosts had a blocking skill, Jake thoughtfully replied that he had not paid attention to it, since no one had tried to predict his future yet. Then the Shimmering One added that she would continue to watch the guy, reminding him that he had the right to ask one more question. Deciding that it was too risky to ask her about her origins just yet, Jake said that he hadn't formulated the question yet. And then the woman handed him a certain object, saying that although the guy was talented, controlling so many ghosts could have a detrimental effect on him in the future. After which she added that when he wants to meet again, he just needs to blow into this shell. Looking at his new artifact, the young man thought that this ghost was on the side of people after all, since it was helping him, and at the same time was not at all shocked by his power. Meanwhile, the photo of Jake surrounded by his ghosts has already flown around the internet, increasingly acquiring positive comments. Entering the room, the young man greeted him and asked about the purpose for which the man wanted to see him. Wilhelm, who had already regained consciousness, met him and thanked the boy for protecting the city while he was sick. But then the man added that he called him to share some of his plans for raising the level of his ghost. Jake immediately realized that the old man meant an attempt to awaken the ghost. And then Melanie entered the conversation, explaining that her father had been preparing for this event for many years. The head of the city himself added that if he does not try to do this now, he may not have another opportunity to do so. And his daughter sadly noted that her father's body might not be able to cope in such a state. Jake also thought about the state of the city's leader's body, which would definitely not return to its previous state after magical poisoning. And the old man himself calmly said that he realized the full danger of what he had started, and therefore he had one proposal. Turning to the guy, Wilhelm said that he would be happy if Jake formally took over as head of the city, since after his epic victory, the people trusted him more than ever. But in fact, Melanie would be in charge of all the affairs. The offer was worthwhile, as the young man understood that in this way he would be able to stabilize the situation in the city, and at the same time would not be bound by any obligations. Looking at the thoughtful young man, Wilhelm added that if the guy still wanted to, then he wouldn't mind if Jake married his daughter. Understanding where the conversation was heading again, the young man quickly agreed to the old man's offer to be the formal head of the city. Very soon, an official ceremony was scheduled and held, at which Wilhelm spoke about how hard this victory had been won and what contribution the young man standing next to him had made to its achievement. And so the whole city, watching the broadcast, heard how the old man handed over his powers to govern the city to Jake, which greatly pleased the people who knew what kind of power the guy had. A little later, sitting over tea, the former head of the city noted that now he could breathe a sigh of relief. Taking a sip, the man noted that the air around him seemed to become fresher, and a peace reigned within him, where, in his opinion, everyone who has little time left feels exactly this. His beloved daughter listened to her father's words with anxiety and sadness, and when she asked if her father really wanted to do what he had planned, the old man said that he would prepare everything within a week, and would also allow Melanie to be present. Jake, who had joined the conversation, asked if Wilhelm was aware of the consequences that might come if he failed. Laughing, the man said that he had lived a long and wonderful life, raised a smart and beautiful daughter, had met a genius like Jake, and therefore was ready for death. Fully understanding the feelings and mood of his interlocutor, the young man no longer objected, saying that he would definitely help with everything. But now he had some things to do. It had long since gotten dark outside when the boy reached the place where the ghosts had begun to arrive during the last attack on the city. His plan was to try to capture high-level ghosts, give them to Olivia for re-education, and then hand them over to Veronica and Melanie, which would greatly increase the city's fighting power. After a while, Jake noticed that there were a lot of low-level ghosts around, which were practically useless to him. Suddenly, a glowing fireball appeared right in front of him, which the guy initially mistook for another blood moon. But a second later it became clear that he was facing a rank S3 ghost, and Jake immediately sent his ghosts to attack. But as soon as the ghostly picture and the umbrella began to approach the enemy, the huge eye hanging in the air opened, where the young man immediately felt the impact of its energy. As if flickering, the young man noticed that this ghost had a very interesting ability. By telling his ghostly friends not to look directly at him and to move around a lot, Jake was giving Olivia time to explore, which the abbess of the quiet monastery has already begun to produce and has already managed to complete more than half of. While she was doing her job, the other girls united their ghost worlds and did not allow the ghost eye to attack. But now the research was completed, and Olivia began suppressing the abilities of their enemy. Soon, the subdued ghost fell softly into the hand of the abbess, who handed it to Jake. Unfortunately, this ghost had no gender, and therefore could not be placed in a monastery for re-education. However, the young man still decided to save it, and continued on his way in search of new ghosts. Suddenly, 4 S-rank 3 ghosts appeared in front of him at once, uniting to confront Jake. But the guy didn't lose his composure, and called all his girls, telling the ghosts on the opposite side that they had no chance against the 6 of them. Having addressed the Fire Queen that she was in charge, the young man sent his ghosts to attack. And now, having felt the full force of Christy and May's attacks, the first ghost has already crumbled into small pieces. Jasmine, sitting on her phoenix, burned the ghostly carriage with a bright stream of flame. The ghostly goat, meanwhile, tried to resist the ghostly image circling around him. Well, the abbess of the quiet abbey, having summoned her ghostly world, pressed the old woman, whom Jake had ordered to be taken prisoner. The battle was won, as were a number of subsequent ones, where several S-rank 2 ghosts and 1 S-rank 3 ghost were sent to Olivia for re-education. Jake himself stood to the side and looked with curiosity at a certain ghostly sphere that he had managed to obtain. Meanwhile, his ghostly girlfriends were sorting through all the other ghostly objects and weapons that had been obtained during today's foray. Watching Annette develop, Jake noted that she would likely be the first to enter the awakening stage. Food was being cooked over a lit fire, the enticing aroma of which spread for several meters around. With his head resting on the lap of the red bride, Jake watched his ghostly girlfriends having fun, noting that they hadn't had such a rest for a long time. As he took another piece of freshly fried fish, the young man reflected on how all the girls had done well in their last battle. At the same time, the young man noticed that, compared to the others, the Fire Queen was progressing faster, but the gap was not very big. Jake knew that sooner or later his ghosts would also begin to reach the awakening stage, and so the opportunity to watch Wilhelm move into such a stage was a real stroke of luck. And so that very day came, where the ghostly masters guarding the entrance to the Golden Room reported that they were fully ready. While the old man, his daughter, and Jake were going down the elevator, The former head of the city told the guy that he could always get any information about this room from Melanie. As they walked towards the room, Wilhelm noticed that some of the ghosts here were very powerful, but the enemies were scared off by the very fact of their existence, not by their actual use. But now the journey was over, and the visitors to the Golden Room stopped in front of the entrance to the desired room. When the door opened, Wilhelm explained that he had used the method of layering 3 golden rooms to strengthen the defense, but they would only see one on the screen. And a second later, the old man headed inside, without saying goodbye to the young people, but simply declaring that he was going. Melanie tried to call out to her father, but he just turned his head and told his daughter not to worry about anything, since it was his own choice. The doors to the Golden Chamber, which was supposed to contain the ghost in any unforeseen situation, were closed, and the screen hanging from the ceiling turned on. Left alone, Wilhelm concentrated and summoned his terrible ghost. Jake and the former mayor's daughter watched everything the screen showed them very carefully. Preparing to begin awakening, the old man brought one of his fingers to his mouth and bit it, and when he dripped blood onto the ghostly object, Jake immediately noted that the exact same method was used here as when the ghost was initially activated. As soon as the drop of blood touched the ghostly object, the ghost standing next to the old man immediately began to spread powerful energy around itself. This indicated the beginning of the process of awakening the ghost of the plague doctor, which Wilhelm had controlled all his life. But suddenly Annette appeared right in front of Jake, covering the young man with her ghostly body. And the young man watched with great interest as some kind of transformation of the ghost took place, where with each passing second the ghost became more and more like an ordinary person. Looking at the time, the young man noticed that more than 3 minutes had already passed, where the old man himself said that if the process takes 3 minutes, then danger cannot be avoided. Wilhelm himself looked joyfully at his ghost, who had already completely taken on human form. The old man's face shone like that of a child who had finally received a long-awaited gift. But suddenly the awakened ghost turned to its owner and began to concentrate energy. Both Wilhelm and Jake and Melanie, who were watching the scene, immediately realized that something had gone wrong. Wilhelm's other 2 ghosts instantly stood up to protect their master from the impending danger. But the power of the awakened ghost was incomparable with the abilities of the others, and therefore with one blow, the plague doctor destroyed 2 ghosts and attacked the old man. Melanie could only scream loudly as she watched her father just get killed. And the former head of the city, having fulfilled his dream, sat in his wheelchair, showing no signs of life. Out of helplessness, the girl, with tears rolling down her cheeks one after another, reached out her hand to the screen. Jake was trying to understand what had happened there, because the ghost had completely transformed, which could only mean a loss of control on the part of the old man. Although the young man was mentally prepared for the fact that today would be Wilhelm's last day, the death of this old man still shook him greatly. Trying to calm Melanie down, Jake said that her father had carried out his last will without regret, and therefore they should not regret it either. Here Annette turned to the young man and tried to explain something to him, using the words, kill and awaken. After thinking for a moment, Jake asked, not without surprise, if he had understood correctly that the ghost needed to be killed for a full awakening, to which his silent interlocutor responded positively with the same signs on the ghostly canvas. If this ghost could be defeated, then the only question was how to get into the room without opening it. After summoning May, Jake told her to try using her enhanced teleportation skills. At that very moment, the girl concentrated and began to use her special abilities that only an S-rank ghost could have. Since the trial move was to another gold chamber, the young man asked the guards to switch to another chamber, and after a few seconds, everyone in the room saw how the ghost was able to move into the golden chamber. No one could believe that a ghost could bypass the golden barriers, but for Jake, it was a real victory. As he looked at his ghostly girlfriend in the cell, the young man realized that his possibilities were now greatly expanded. He told Melanie that he would find a way to destroy that ghost as soon as he finished testing his own. After which, he asked the guards to escort the girl who had just lost her father. Left in the golden room, the young man told May to continue moving, where they needed to understand how many moves she had the strength for. And so the process of moving into the chamber and back to Jake began. After the 6th move, the ghostly bride had no strength left, and the young man praised her for her excellent work, sending her off to rest. In the meantime, he turned to all his other ghosts, telling them to use the tried and true tactic of everyone attacking and stalling for time while Olivia did her research. Jake returned to the gold room the next day, where both May and all the other ghosts had a good rest and gained strength. Once at the right chamber, the young man gave a command, and his red bride moved him through the first golden wall. After taking a minute's rest, Jake and May made a second move, finding themselves on the second level of the superimposed rooms. The third move was supposed to take them to the room with the ghost and Wilhelm's body. But suddenly Jake saw that they were in a completely different place. Trying to look around, the young man did not understand where May had moved him. Well, the ghostly masters watching the events on the screen were very surprised when the guy suddenly disappeared somewhere. As Jake moved through the dark streets, he realized that this was most likely a plague doctor's ghostly world created from memories. Observing the poverty that was evident on every corner, the young man realized that this was one of the settlements of the very distant past. Hiding away from prying and curious eyes, the young man reflected on the fact that, unlike many other ghost worlds, this one did not limit the summoning of ghosts. Disguised as a local, Jake decided to simply observe life in this world for now. Turning to the boatman, the young man asked what kind of place this was, to which he explained that it was the City of Hand. Saying that he was just a traveler and showing the phantom coin, the young man asked the man to help him look around. And now they were sailing along the gloomy canals of the city, where the boatman asked the guy if the curse was still in effect where he came from. Before Jake could clarify what curse they were talking about, his attention was suddenly drawn to some noise on the bridge. There, a little boy tried to beg a fat man for some money, but he kicked the beggar away. And when the child fell to the ground and the bandage fell off his face, everyone saw that he was stricken with illness. And the one who kicked him, and everyone else who was nearby, immediately began to call the guards to isolate him. Then Jake turned to the boatman and asked what was going on, to which the very frightened man replied that the curse of the evil spirit was destroying people and, apparently, had already reached the central part. The man said that the first ones to bring the infection arrived from the south on merchant ships. Infection occurs from any contact with a sick person, who constantly bleeds. Black ulcers appear all over the body, and after 3 days he dies. When the disease struck and killed the city's chief priest, the people's faith was especially shaken. Other priests immediately declared that everything that was happening was the result of a curse cast by sorcerers who were under the influence of evil spirits. After listening to this story, Jake immediately realized that there was no curse here. It was just a disease that everyone knew as the plague. Meanwhile, on the bridge, several townspeople tried to detain a child sick with the plague. But suddenly the guy turned around and was able to bite one of his offenders on the hand, where the enraged man immediately grabbed this poor child and threw him off the bridge into the river. Someone tried to feel sorry for the boy, but the victim shouted loudly that because of this little brat, he would now die too. Although Jake realized that everything around him was nothing more than an illusion, the man's actions and the approving cries of other people who supported the massacre made him incredibly angry. But suddenly the young man's attention was drawn to what was happening under the bridge. A man, whose silhouette seemed painfully familiar to the young man, swam up in his boat and pulled the boy out of the water. Jake asked the boatman to follow the boat, but the man refused, saying that he would never voluntarily sail into the quarantine zone. Then the young man took out a bag of money, saying that he was buying this boat, and then asked the boatman to go ashore. And so, working the oar on his own, Jake quickly found himself in the city quarantine zone. When he moved a little further, a horrifying sight met his eyes. Around lay mountains of dead and nearly dead people, where everyone who was dragged to the cart and who was not yet dead asked not to be burned alive. Once on the shore, the young man quickly found the one who saved the child, tracing his entire subsequent path. The man carried the boy into some room, where he desperately tried to persuade the terrible man not to kill him. But handing the guy a flask with some kind of potion, the man told the guy to drink it since they were not struck by a curse but simply by an illness. One of those who was in the room suddenly rose from the bed, saying that the doctor was lying and his medicines were not working. To which the masked man replied that it was not he, but those who doubted his conclusions who were harming others, where he also noted that his interlocutor, despite everything, was still alive. Paying no further attention to the distraught man, the doctor continued to give the boy the potion. The treatment was suddenly interrupted by the noise of the front door being broken down, where armed men appeared in the passage. Addressing the man in the mask, declared that he would not harm anyone again. And a certain man accompanying them pointed his finger at the doctor and insisted that it was he who promised to cure everyone. But in fact, this man is not a healer, but some kind of sorcerer who must be captured and destroyed. And so the soldiers grabbed the man, who begged them not to touch him and to allow him to heal all these people, but no one listened to him. Time and again the doctor repeated that there was no curse, that all these people were simply sick with an infectious disease. They were already leading him out of the room when the desperate doctor shouted that the church and the priests were deceiving them all. Remembering his history lessons, Jake knew that in those troubled times the church had destroyed many good people, passing them off as heretics and sorcerers. Pretty soon, the square was filled with people eager to destroy the evil sorcerers who were casting a curse on their city. Standing near the people tied to the poles, The priest spoke of how the fire would cleanse their souls. The crowd cheered and demanded execution as flaming torches began to set fire to the straw laid out at each post. Only Jake silently watched everything these madmen did in an attempt to save their miserable lives. The pregnant girl, with flames already approaching her feet, screamed hysterically that she really was not a witch and was selling good apples, begging to be allowed to go home to her children. And the plague doctor, whose body was already engulfed in hot flames, suddenly began to laugh loudly. The man shouted at the top of his voice that everyone gathered there was crazy and a murderer of innocent people. And when his voice stopped sounding, the people in the square suddenly noticed that something had appeared behind the priest. One of the nuns, who was very close, tried to draw the man's attention to what was happening above his head. Not wanting to interrupt his enjoyment of executing heretics and sorcerers, the fat priest lazily turned his head. And at that very second, unknown forces seemed to begin to suck all the life force out of his body, where very soon on the floor lay the skeleton, covered in dried skin, of the one who a few seconds ago gave the order to kill people, and above him towered the silhouette of the plague doctor. The people in the square were trying to escape, and only Jake stood motionless, mentally concluding that the priest got what he deserved. Meanwhile, the bodies of the people on the poles were burning out, and what had killed the priest began to spread its energy more and more widely, where a second later, thousands of crows appeared in the sky, making their disgusting sounds to the sound of church bells. The bodies of the priest's murderer and his accomplices, the nuns, were already dangling from ropes, right in front of the entrance to the church, and right opposite the bodies of those they had so mercilessly burned. Watching the situation around him change rapidly, Jake came to the conclusion that this was connected with the death of the plague doctor, which also ended his memories. And suddenly, right in front of him, the young man saw that terrible face in a plague mask. Quickly getting his bearings, the young man called upon his ghosts, saying that it was time to begin the battle. The ghost umbrella tried to strike first, but the ghost plague doctor easily blocked it, showing his incredible strength. Jake instructed the abbess of the Quiet Abbey to begin conducting research on this ghost in order to suppress its abilities. The young man himself wondered why the ghost, who should have regained his consciousness upon awakening, suddenly attacked him. The conclusion that followed from this was that even after awakening, a ghost remains just a ghost, and therefore cannot be treated as a person. And so Jake gave the order to his ghost girls to attack together and use special skills. And protection from the plague doctor's attacks was provided by the special skill of his favorite Christie. A ghostly world of a painting was approaching the enemy from above, and the ghostly umbrella was again trying to attack in a straight line. The Fire Queen did not remain indifferent either, summoning both her ghostly world and the Phoenix. But none of the attacks of the young man's ghosts brought any results whatsoever. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jake told May to take them all to safety. And so his Red Bride moved their entire friendly company back to the room where the guards were located. Looking at the screen with no image on it, the young man noted that he had managed to hold out for approximately 55 seconds. After which, Jake asked Olivia about the status of the plague doctor's research. The response was shocking, with little more than 1% completing the study. The only good thing about this situation was that awakened ghosts were incredibly powerful, and so the decision was made to finish for today, rest and continue the next day. After some time, Jake, with the help of his ghostly girls, managed to transform the captured ghostly eye. And when the young man established the connection, he immediately noted that in its behavior, this ghost was more reminiscent of a pet. At the same time, the young man became interested in whether this pet would be useful in battle. And now the ghostly eye was already participating in another attack on the awakened plague doctor. Watching the battle unfold, Jake urged his ghost to be careful. And then the ghostly eye showed what it was capable of, blinking at some point in the battle, where everything that was happening suddenly rolled back to the state in which the events took place 10 seconds ago. But the most pleasant surprise was that the progress and research accumulated over this time did not disappear. Jake noted that his new ghost had proven to be very useful, where 10 seconds meant a lot in this situation. Thus, a whole month passed, during which progress in the plague doctor's research increased to 43%. Also during this time, the process of re-educating the last captured ghosts has made significant progress. Carton and Dina Rowdy were having fun with their ghosts in an open area. Diana told her sister, who was the first to disarm the ghost this time, that next time she would overtake her. Then the girls saw an approaching car in which Melanie and Veronica were. Having taken the passenger seats, the girls rode along with their friends, noting along the way how successfully their city was developing. Everyone knew who was responsible for it, and then Veronica, the driver of the car, said that she needed help in order to arrange a surprise for Jake. Having received an invitation to the meeting, the young man arrived at the restored school of ghost masters at the appointed time. The guy admired how the educational institution looked, and Veronica explained that the work was not finished yet, but training would begin soon. Melanie immediately noted that the way the city lives now is the sole merit of Jake, whom she doesn't even know how to thank, to which the modest young man replied that he did not require any gratitude, since all this was for the benefit of the city and its residents. The students who showed up at the school, seeing the famous hero and current head of the city, greeted him kindly. Veronica was not left without attention either, and was also paid tribute by the new students. Standing next to her, Catherine laughed at the fact that young people like Jake and Veronica already occupy such high positions that even their peers have to address them as you. Laughing, the young man noted that all this was just a formality, where the true future of this city was in the hands of all its inhabitants, including the Rowdy sisters. With a satisfied smile, Catherine said in a flirtatious voice that she and Jake had a special relationship. But suddenly, her sister intervened in the conversation, noting that besides Catherine, there were other people with whom the head of the city could build trusting relationships. Veronica immediately joined the conversation, almost aggressively asking the girl about this special relationship she had with Jake. And suddenly, all three girls looked at the young man, insisting that he tell them right now which of them he chooses. Melanie, who had not yet intervened in what was happening, suddenly realized that there was something between this guy and these girls, and tears immediately appeared in her eyes. And so, having shouted that the young man didn't need her at all, Melanie quickly rushed inside the educational institution. Of course, Jake couldn't just leave the upset girl and immediately went after her to explain everything and calm her down. But as soon as he found himself inside the building, he saw that everything was prepared for the holiday, and he was greeted by the smiling daughter of the deceased previous head of the city. At the same second, Veronica and the Rowdy sisters appeared from the other side, rolling out a huge cake and congratulating the guy on his 20th birthday. Following them, Elizabeth and Bethany also appeared in the room and joined in the congratulations. Jake thanked the girls in confusion for this surprise, where he himself had not yet fully recovered from that feigned scene, which in reality showed a brewing problem. Soon, a friendly and cheerful feast began, at which many toasts were said to the new head of the city. Not denying themselves the pleasure, all of the young man's girlfriends smeared his face with sweet cream. And soon Jake's favorite, who continued to remain a child, joined the celebration. Hugging the hero of the day, Bethany said that everything was fine in the city, but she would soon visit the guy privately. When the party was over, Jay, already at home, went out onto the terrace to breathe in the fresh night air. May, who instantly appeared next to him, covered the guy with her ghostly body, when the shimmering one suddenly appeared next to him. Noting that she would not harm anyone, having calmed the red bride, the young man asked the woman in surprise why she had decided to come to him, to which she replied that she had come to find out how her interlocutor was progressing. When Jake said he was doing well, the shimmering one advised him to save his powers and develop ghosts. She then explained that not long ago, a certain awakened ghost appeared who was looking for ghosts with powerful abilities, like Jake's ghosts. And the last thing the night guest told the guy today was that he should warn all the ghostly masters about this danger. When the boy heard the woman call this ghost count, he became interested in the reason for giving him such a name, to which his interlocutor said that simply by his appearance he resembled the nobility of past years. Noting to himself that this threat was very serious, Jake promised to take all possible measures to keep the city and people safe. And so the girls informed by him were already expressing their thoughts on how they should prepare for the defense of the city, where the question was serious, since even the flickering one was afraid of it. Jake noted that this count was definitely different from a newly awakened plague doctor, where he could be in that state for a very long time and be aware of a lot. Turning to Melanie, the city's leader ordered that all available gold be used to build protective bunkers for the people. He instructed Veronica to warn all the ghostly masters that if they encountered this ghost, they should immediately report it, and under no circumstances should they bring him into the city. The young man also told his interlocutors that he had already asked the satellite center to provide round-the-clock surveillance of the area around their city. With each foray into the room where the plague doctor lived, Olivia advanced further in her exploration of him. Moving once again to begin what would be more than a dozen fights, Jake motivated himself by the fact that there was very little time left until the end of the study, and so he sent his ghosts into attack again, calling on the abbess of the Quiet Abbey to immediately begin to continue the research. As always, the ghostly plague doctor fought off one attack after another without any difficulty. Summoning his ghostly eye, the young man instructed it to periodically rewind time in order to gain an advantage. It was the most difficult battle that Jake's ghosts had ever had to fight. Jasmine tried with all her might to break through the protective barrier of the awakened ghost, and the research had already exceeded 69%. Noticing that his opponent was about to use his special abilities, Jake called on Christy and her ghost ponies to defend him. With great difficulty, they managed to hold back the incredibly strong onslaught of their enemy, while the research approached the 70% mark. Realizing that he was close to the minimum required for suppression, Jake urged his ghostly friends to hold on, and now that long-awaited moment, which had taken more than 2 months to achieve, had arrived, and Olivia began to spread the effect of overwhelming energy, which the ghostly plague doctor felt immediately, becoming significantly weaker. As soon as his power decreased, further research went a little faster, and after a couple of seconds, it was already 75% and continued to grow. However, Jake noted that even when suppressed, the ghost's strength was much greater than that of the average ghost, and so he commanded the girls to continue the onslaught. And while the research was being carried out further, all the ghostly girls attacked the plague doctor, not allowing him to recover. The barrier that their enemy had previously used was broken after his powers were suppressed, and now Christy was striking the doctor's body with her ghostly weapon. But then, his entire body suddenly turned into black crows that flew around the area, which was obviously another special ghost skill that he could use even when suppressed. The research had already reached 90%, but Jake did not understand how he could continue to fight with the one who was not there. A solution was found, because his favorite had the ability to see the invisible, where, using her third eye, the girl instantly determined that their enemy was everywhere, in every flying crow. But that couldn't stop the persistent guy, who said that since he didn't have a single body, they would destroy all the small bodies. He immediately gave his ghostly girlfriends the order to unite their ghostly worlds, where this action, performed by girls for the first time, created a previously unseen power. This blow, more like a nuclear bomb explosion, destroyed the ghostly world of the plague doctor, and all participants in the battle instantly found themselves in a golden chamber. The ghost, who appeared before Jake again in his single body, was not going to give up and prepared to continue the attack. But here the research was finally completed 100%, where the ghostly plague doctor immediately felt the absolute suppression of power, and so he fell to the floor, surrounded by the ghostly energy of the abbess of the quiet monastery. And Christy was already rushing towards him. The girl had already extended her deadly hand to finish off her enemy, when suddenly he began to make some inarticulate sounds. Hearing for the first time that a ghost could make a sound, an astonished Jake stopped the girl's impulse. Lying on the floor of the cell, the ghost looked straight at the young man and made great efforts to utter at least one word. Jake came closer and knelt down next to his fallen opponent, where he explained to him that no one would touch him, and that he could calmly concentrate on putting his thoughts into words. Suddenly, tears began to flow from the plague doctor's eyes, and he said that he was eager to take revenge on his murderers. And suddenly he saw the dead Wilhelm in front of him, where at that very second he realized the work of his own hands. And when the plague doctor asked to kill him, because he did not want to bear this burden of responsibility, Jake realized that this ghost remembered everything. The young man understood perfectly well how difficult it would be for him to live with such terrible memories of what he had done while he was a ghost, and therefore he instructed Annette to kill the awakened one. Using the ghostly canvas of the painting, the girl instantly dealt with the powerless enemy. Jake was very surprised and delighted when, in addition to the usual bonuses, the system suddenly gave him a certain recovery potion. Without even thinking, the guy applied it to the one who, based on her accumulated experience, was closest to the next stage, awakening. While the potion was taking effect, which took time, Jake decided to use May's help to carry Wilhelm's body out of here. Melanie, accompanied by guards, was already running along the long corridor of the Golden Room towards the young man. Jake met her with the words that he had fulfilled his promise and dealt with that ghost. But when the girl saw her dead father, she could not hold back her tears and the overwhelming feelings of loss. During the funeral ceremony, many kind words were said about the former defender of the city, and they buried him in his hometown without unnecessary honors among the common people, as he himself wanted. Of course, no one dared to say this out loud, but everyone understood perfectly well that the death of the former head of the city would not pass without a trace for Alate, where the Southerners would soon show themselves in one way or another. Jake understood this too, and his thoughts were also occupied by the impending danger in the form of the awakened ghost of the Count. A week had passed since Wilhelm's funeral, and Jake was sleeping peacefully in his room with the ever-present May in his arms. The young man was awakened by a ghostly image that appeared nearby, which clearly wanted something from him. This was the boy's first interaction with his ghost after he used the restorative potion on her. But then the canvas of the painting unfolded, and from the portal that formed, the young man realized that she was inviting him inside. Having quickly gotten ready, Jake went inside, where he immediately met Annette, who was very happy to see him. Walking hand in hand with the girl, the guy learned that several months had passed since their last meeting, which generally corresponded to the flow of time in his world. Having invited Jake to her place, Annette, as always, showed her best side and fed him with what she had recently learned to cook. The young man noted that the dish was prepared incredibly deliciously, thanking the girl and highly appreciating her culinary skills. After which a slight blush appeared on her cheeks, and the girl said that if Jake wanted something special, he could just say so, and she would prepare it next time. Suddenly, their quiet dinner was interrupted by loudly exploding shells of a festive fireworks display, where bright and multicolored flashes in the sky illuminated everything around for many hundreds of meters. Leaving dinner, the young people went out onto the terrace, where they comfortably settled down on a bench to watch the fireworks, and where Annette suddenly asked if she could make just one wish. And when the young man said that she could wish for anything, the girl suddenly declared that with all her heart she would like to stop time so that Jake would stay with her forever. When he didn't answer, the young man asked if the girl had felt anything strange in recent days. To this, Annette explained that she had been having terrible nightmares for the past few days. And when Jake asked about these dreams, the girl said that in them she dies and turns into a ghost. Jake was mentally very surprised, deciding that this was how the approaching awakening worked, and he asked out loud about what else was in these dreams. With a very tragic look, Annette added that she constantly hears a voice in her dreams that tells her about the unreality of her current life, and now she had the impression that in everything that surrounded her, the only real thing was Jake himself. Listening to the girl, the young man understood that this was all because the ghost was beginning to regain memories, because the real Annette had died 50 years ago, after which she was turned into a ghost by the abbess. And then the system gave a task to help Annette regain her memory. But at the same time, the girl's spirit should not know that she is dead. And in this case, Jake had no choice but to convince his friend, who was talking about how scared she was becoming, that her world was real. Immediately turning to the girl, the young man told her not to worry, because she had and always would have him. Having thanked her guest for such pleasant words, Annette suddenly pressed her lips to his, which Jake had not expected at all. When the fireworks and their first romantic evening ended, the young man put the girl to bed, saying that as long as he was around, everything would be fine and the nightmares would go away. The guy's thoughts revolved around the fact that in reality, the very existence of this girl was one big lie, and therefore, in order not to lose her when she found out the truth, it was necessary to find a new meaning for her to live. And so, looking at the beautiful girl falling asleep, who was unlucky enough to die so early and become a ghost, Jake made an unprecedented decision to become the meaning of life for her.